Chapter 401 You're all. The bunker was built to withstand the impact of 4 or 5 Beast Kings. And it was quite impressive. Chinyu stood in front of the bunker. The White Wolf was on the left. The General was on the right. And the Black Crow landed on the top. Hayama all inside could see the situation outside. And at this moment, he was also disheartened. He said hoarsely through the loudspeaker, "You destroyed my all." "Your all?" Chinyu curled his lips. "Where is your all?" "Liberty City." "Or Hanzhong City?" "You have to understand. This is the land of Xia country. Everything belongs to Xia country. Mr. Chen. It's the end of the world. There is no country. There is no Xia country. No Sakurajima. No country. So, this is mine." Hatoyama always was still tough. Maybe he thought his Doomsday fortress could withstand any impact. As long as there is no atomic bomb. Chinyu reached out and knocked on the shell of the fortress. And said casually, "Mr. Hatoyama, the situation you are talking about applies to the death of all the people of Xia country. There is nothing you can do about it. What you say is yours. But now, this is still the land of Xia country. I am very sorry. You are still an invader. Humph. Despicable Jina. Using the beast tide to destroy my city. Aren't you claiming to be pacifists? Why are you slaughtering my people?" Chinyu shrugged. "This is not called slaughter. It is called resistance. You dare to occupy our land and enslave our people? I destroyed your city and called it resistance to aggression. Understand?" After saying that, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the fortress. "Okay. Come out. Mr. Hatoyama. You can't hide in there forever." "Why can't I hide forever? I can hide here for a month." "1 month." Chinyu sneered. Then, he quickly clenched his right fist and instantly activated the arm muscles to the level 3 supernatural state. Then he punched hard. Bang! There was a loud noise. The fortress that blocked the Beast King's attack was actually punched into a big hole by his punch. Hayama all inside exclaimed, "What are you doing? If you don't want to come out, I can only catch you out." Chinyu tested the hardness and found that this metal was really hard. It could withstand the full force of his level 3 ability. Awesome. It seems that some people say that this city lord is extremely smart, and can even invent things that surpass the technology of the times. It seems that it is not a lie. The hardness of this alloy is simply terrifying. However, this way you can hide. Chinyu suddenly smiled, and snapped his right fingers. A dark flame immediately condensed on his fingertips. When the flame came out, the 3 giant beasts were scared and dodged at the same time. Everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy. Looking at the flame in Chinyu's hand, they roared continuously. "Hush. Calm down." Chinyu hushed at them, and then gently brought the flames closer to the outer shell of the fortress. The next second, whoosh! The black flames that burned everything spread instantly. In just a few seconds, it spread to the entire fortress and burned violently. It took less than 2 minutes. The indestructible fortress was burned into a circle of metallic liquid, which soon condensed again around it to form a metallic circle. Inside, Aoi Hatoyama was confused. Even though his brain had evolved by more than 10%, he was still frightened by Chinyu's terrible method. What the hell? Magic or magic? His own fortress was burned into liquid in 2 minutes. You know, when he first built the Doomsday fortress, it took him 3 full months to melt this little bit of alloy. Haoshan Aoi froze. Dare not to move. Chinyu squatted in front of him, tilted his head, and looked him up and down, muttering to himself, "I don't see you have 3 heads and 6 arms. What's so special about you?" Haoshan always shuddered all over and came to his senses. Just as he was about to stand up, a low roar suddenly came from behind him. Looking back, 2 huge monsters were approaching behind him. One white and one black. Both were mutants. Haoshan always looked ashen and stopped moving. He knew that today was definitely over. Aoi Hatoyama was disheartened. 2 days ago, he was still the ambitious lord of Free City. But he became a loser in just 2 days. No matter how smart a brain is, it is useless in front of strength. But Aoi Hatoyama refused to accept it. He knew it in his heart. As long as he was given enough time, as long as his brain had enough time to evolve, maybe he would become a person on par with gods in the future. What a pity! Aoi Hatoyama sat on the ground dejectedly. He said weakly, "You want to kill me? Do it. Mr. Hatoyama. You are going to die anyway. Tell me the conversion formula that Qian Jiang provided you. I will give you a decent death." Uh-huh. Stop dreaming. Haoshan always slowly raised his head and looked at Chinyu. If your main purpose is to get the formula, then let me go. I will tell you naturally. If you are not after the formula, then kill me. No discussion? No discussion. You are going to die. What's the point of keeping the formula? Haoshan always slowly smiled. Only that person. In this world, except Xinjiang, I am the only one who knows the content of the formula. What do you think? Do you want to kill me? Chinyu did not speak. Just looked at him silently. After more than 10 seconds, Chinyu stood up and said, as he turned around, Little devil. I remember you said that you kept Xinjiang just to spend time cracking his code. The smile on Hatoyama Always' face suddenly froze. Chinyu continued, since there is a code, why should I keep you? You just missed the chance to have a decent death. So, go to hell. After saying that, he waved his hand. The general and the white wolf suddenly rushed up violently. One bite each, biting madly. At the same time, the black crow pounced on him without hesitation and blinded his eyes with one bite. Hatoyama Always screamed madly. After a few seconds, his head was bitten off by the general and thrown out directly. The head rolled to Chinyu's feet. Chinyu looked down. Then, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked it hard. With a sound of puff, the skull shattered. Juice splashed everywhere. After careful digging, it was a pity. There was no crystal core in his head. So, he should not have mutated naturally, but swallowed some kind of crystal core, which led to some subtle changes. Look at his brain. It has turned dark gold. It is probably a mutation of the brain. No wonder he became so smart. Chinyu no longer paid attention to his body and turned to leave the skyscraper. Aoi Hatoyama died, and Xinjiang also died. So there is only one way to get the conversion formula. That is, to find their laboratory and crack Xinjiang's code. This work, it is estimated that only old Professor Murongzheng can do it. He is a great man. In addition, he has devoured 60 or 70 people in the base. And according to him, there are various R&D personnel in the base. It should not be a problem to find a personality who is more powerful than Xinjiang and knows code. So, Chinyu picked up the intercom and contacted Lisa. More than an hour later, Chinyu had found the location of the laboratory. Chapter 402 Huge Materials. Most of the city is still connected to energy, so the power system has been continuous. It was from this laboratory that he left. The laboratory was not damaged. He also found the computer host. The remaining work is to crack the code. After waiting for about half an hour, Lisa and the others entered the city. However, the tragic situation in the city made them dumbfounded. They have a deeper understanding of Chinyu's destructive power. Especially Lisa. She clearly knows the strength of Liberty City. A combat team of more than 10,000 people, supported by various weapon systems, was destroyed by Chinyu himself. Too scary. Isn't this more terrifying than being able to communicate with nature's thunder and lightning? Soon, everyone gathered. After listening to Chinyu's words, Murongzheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded without hesitation. It should be no problem to crack the code. Leave it to me. After that, he sat in front of the computer. Chinyu saw his spirit body moving around, and knew that he was changing his personality. So he was relieved. As long as he can crack the code and restore the conversion formula, this trip will not be in vain. Moreover, there is a bigger surprise waiting for Chinyu. Lisa said that the supplies here are enough for 50,000 people to survive for 10 years. So, go find the supply warehouse. Chinyu has discovered through the mental map that there is a huge underground air raid shelter system in the Liberty City area. Its complexity is comparable to that of a rat hole. It is probably the material warehouse. Chinyu told Lisa and Liang Qiuying to stay here to guard Murongzheng, and also left the 3 giant beasts behind just in case. He hurriedly left the laboratory. After searching for more than 20 minutes, he successfully found the entrance to the underground air raid shelter. Wow! The entrance door alone looks scary. It looks like a bank vault door magnified 5 times. It is estimated that it may not be able to be opened even with missiles. But it is not difficult for Chinyu. A small black flame flashed. In an instant, the door of the air raid shelter was covered with a layer of black flames. This time, it took more than 5 minutes for the entire metal door to be burned into liquid, emitting a terrifying high temperature. Inside, the corridor was deep. Chinyu couldn't wait to jump in and ran all the way. Soon, he came to the first huge warehouse. When he saw the supplies stored inside, Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Damn! Rich. There were all plastic-wrapped green vegetables and canned food inside. They were neatly stacked like a small mountain. Walking further inside, Qin Yu was slowly dazzled. The warehouse below was almost 100 times larger than Alibaba's supply warehouse. It was deep and winding inside. In each warehouse, there were piles of daily necessities, food, hardware, and all kinds of supplies needed for people's lives. All of them were things that could meet the most basic living conditions. In addition to these daily necessities, there were also weapons warehouses, electronic equipment warehouses, special chemical warehouses, and various biological agent warehouses. After visiting all of them, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Damn! It would probably take a whole day to empty these warehouses. How many years did these little devils plan? Fortunately, it was a bargain for me. With these things, I can go directly to Tibet. Only after opening up a new home. 3 hours later, Murongzheng successfully cracked Qianzhang's code and restored the conversion formula from his code. 26 hours later, Qin Yu emptied all the supplies in the air raid shelter. Then, he spent 2 more days collecting scattered resources on the ground and the city's defense system in Liberty City. At the same time, Murongzheng was stimulated. As if his research enthusiasm was stimulated, he transferred the system that Qianzhang had developed, including the small crystal core, into a large van. This is incredible. The most energy-rich van in history was born. This change made Qin Yu applaud. Damn! The energy car is born. The homeland hasn't been created yet, but the infrastructure has been built first. Isn't this the energy car of the future? Using the huge energy generated by a crystal core to provide energy for the car. I'm afraid that the car will be old and scrapped, and the crystal core energy will not be used at all. The successful transformation of the car energy also made Qin Yu interested. Just stay for a while. During this time, let the old professor use his strengths, and use the tools of Liberty City to fully arm the van. Use it on the road in the future. Murongzheng was originally engaged in space technology, but he has too many personalities in his body. Many of them are scientists in the underground base. Scientists who can enter the secret underground base in southern Sichuan are the elites among the elites, and are completely different from the second-rate people like Qianzhang. These people are engaged in software, hardware, integrated automation, mechanical design, and precision processing. At this moment, Liang Qiuying realized how correct Qin Yu was. The more time passes, the more important Murongzheng will be. He will integrate more and more personalities. By then, in the future world a few years later, he alone will be able to match a high-tech R&D team. And it is an omnipotent team. It's scary to think about it. In addition, Qin Yu did one more thing before he left. He brought the broken limbs of Aoi Hatoyama and gave them to Murongzheng as a dinner. This was the first attempt to let Murongzheng devour the flesh and blood of a superpower. I don't know what effect it will have. For Murongzheng's ability, he can only cross the river by feeling the stones. If he can perfectly absorb the mutant ability of the superpower, then the future changes may be more terrible than himself. It's simply unsolvable. However, Qin Yu didn't want him to make such an attempt. First of all, Murongzheng is very important. Qin Yu hopes that he only retains the ability of knowledge. Nothing else is needed. If he can really perfectly inherit the ability of the superpower. If he devours too much and one day even surpasses himself, it will become a joke. Qin Yu didn't want to cultivate a huge threat himself. Secondly, Murongzheng's initial worries were not unreasonable. If one day in the future, his main personality really couldn't control other personalities, once all the personalities broke out, he would definitely become a madman in an instant. A madman with various superpowers? Who can subdue him? That would be a huge disaster. So, it's better to protect him well. Being a research scholar is more suitable for his identity. As for the flesh and blood of Aoi Hatoyama, Qin Yu didn't care, because the mutation of Aoi Hatoyama is in the brain. It must be based on intelligence and spiritual power. Even if it is inherited by Murongzheng, it doesn't matter. In this way, the 4 people were delayed in Liberty City for a full month. And after the proof of time, Aoi Hatoyama's flesh and blood did not bring any special superpowers to Murongzheng, including the evolution of the brain. No. Chapter 403 Unique Energy. Qin Yu guessed that it might be because he didn't eat the brain. Because Aoi's brain had been crushed by Qin Yu, in order to find the crystal core. What a pity! However, inheriting Aoi's personality and memory is not without benefits. At least some precious things were found in some very secret places in Liberty City. Crystal core. A large number of crystal cores. But they are relatively irregular and immature crystal cores. These things were obtained by Always hunting team after hard hunting mutant animals. In the end, he didn't have a chance to use them. And now they are cheap to Chinyu. Take them. A great harvest. 1 month later. Liberty City is no longer worth staying in. Chinyu emptied out all his stuff. And then he drove a van with Lisa and others to officially leave Hanzhong City. Next goal. Go directly to Tibet. Zhang Yang and his team took the train, which is expected to be faster. In addition, it was delayed for another month. So Chinyu did not plan to search for supplies along the way. Go straight to Tibet. Join the main force in Tibet. Anyway, I have this unlimited energy truck. The rear compartment of the truck has been modified to the specifications of an RV. Anyway, as long as there is energy, I can watch TV and cook in it. How cool. 2 people drive each time. 2 people rest. 4 people take turns. Chinyu turns the Doomsday survival into a happy self-driving tour. Who can compare? Not to mention Lisa. Even Murong Zheng and Liang Qiuing have been completely convinced. As for the 3 beasts, Chinyu did not restrain them anymore. Ever since the general got together with the white wolf, this fierce beast was no longer willing to be confined in the car. Although it had to follow Chinyu. But it only ran wildly in the wild with the white wolf according to its own habits. That is, the car ran on the road, and they tracked in the wild. This way, returning to nature, with a partner and a master. The general was very happy. As for the black crow, it was also flying in the sky, and it always accompanied Chinyu's shadow, never leaving. But what Chinyu didn't expect the most was that the hundreds of mutant wild wolves controlled by the white wolf actually began to migrate. Under the leadership of the Wolf King, they did not hesitate to travel through mountains and rivers. They unexpectedly became members of Chinyu's team. Chinyu was relieved. What are you still hesitating about? Tibet? Here we come! Time flies. 3 months later. After a long journey, Chinyu and others entered Tibet from Hanzhong via northern Sichuan. After entering Tibet, the altitude began to gradually rise. And it was all mountain roads. In addition, Tibet is a vast and sparsely populated area. Whether it is a big city or a small city, the population is relatively sparse, which leads to the fact that there are almost no survivors here after the disaster. There is no one. Sometimes when passing through a large grassland, you can only see thousands of mutant yaks running wildly. The rest is to drive on the endless plateau. Chinyu's van has been replaced several times. Until now, it is equivalent to disassembling and reassembling the entire car. It is quite strong. And with Murong Zheng here, he feels more and more excited. In the past 3 months, Murong Zheng has developed one gadget after another that can use crystal core energy in the car. For example, the most exaggerated one, the prototype of the pulse energy cannon. Using the principle of pulse laser, the crystal core energy is compressed as a huge energy, and then shot out in the form of pulse oscillation. The power is not small. At least it is much more powerful than the shoulder-fired rocket. This is just a prototype, because there are not many tools and devices to use. According to his theoretical calculations, if he gets a crystal core with pure energy and under relatively perfect experimental conditions, he may be able to develop a high-power energy destroyer comparable to the Dongfeng missile. In addition, Murong Zheng also discovered some very important information. It is about the crystal core. According to his brief research, Qian Zhang's energy conversion formula can not only convert energy into conventional energy, but also draw out the special power of the crystal core. For example, some crystal cores contain the power of fire. After a series of complex operations, it may not only be able to convert the energy of the crystal core, but even directly convert it into fire energy. This is terrifying. You know, although crystal cores can be roughly divided into 3 categories, namely physical body, spiritual magic and space. But these 3 categories are classified from the perspective of human activation of superpowers. If you just look at the types of crystal cores, there are thousands of them. Many crystal cores have unique energy. So when humans activate their superpowers, they will develop their own superpowers. Therefore, this discovery is too scary. In the future, these crystal cores can be used as different types of energy according to different classifications. Chinyu once sighed secretly. In the last life, because I came into contact with crystal cores relatively late. Even if I lived for 5 years, it was very hard to endure. If I had come into contact with these earlier, it might not be so hard. The future world, as I thought at the beginning, may not necessarily end in a disaster, but may also be a new beginning. The future is a world of superpowers and crystal core energy. Humans have mastered higher level energy and possess more powerful power, or they can elevate humans to a new century. Chun Yu is full of confidence in the future, especially talents like Murong Zheng, who must be protected in the future. This day, it snowed heavily. It has entered winter. It has been a year and a half since the disaster. The color of the sun is slowly turning blue. Maybe everyone has noticed the abnormality, because the highest temperature in summer is only about 25 degrees, which is an extremely abnormal phenomenon. And it is winter? It has just entered winter. Although it is in Tibet, the temperature may be much lower. But Xinyu tested the outdoor temperature, and it was more than 20 degrees below zero. It is comparable to the coldest season of winter. This is just the beginning. In another 3 years, the heat of the sun will completely disappear. And that will be terrifying. The lowest temperature outside can reach minus 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. And some extreme values can even drop below minus 100 degrees Celsius. It is difficult for humans to survive in such low temperatures. That will be the real postgraduate entrance examination. Before that, a real base must be established and living conditions that can keep out the cold must be created. Otherwise, even if Xinyu can withstand it, other ordinary people cannot. Xinyu drove the car into a small county town. This is a small city in Tibet, called Wuxi County. The 4 people are going to rest here for a few days. Too tired. Anyway, we have entered Tibet, and it is just around the corner to reach Yandrok Lake. It is time to change the tires of the car. It is getting harder and harder to walk on the snow. We have to tie some chains on the tires to prevent slipping. Chapter 404 3 Months of Evolution. Otherwise, many places in Tibet are mountain roads, which are too dangerous. If you are not careful, you will fall into the canyon with your car. The car stopped on the side of the road. The place Xinyu chose happened to be a car repair shop on the side of the road. After getting off the car, Murong Zheng and Liang Qiuying in the back compartment also got off. Stretch your muscles. All 4 of them were wearing thick down jackets, wearing hats and gloves. They were wearing very thick snowshoes. After Xinyu got off the car, he whistled at the back. A few minutes later, 3 figures rushed over. The general and the white wolf were not afraid of the cold at all. They ran wildly in the snow and felt quite fun. Black Crow was also normal. In the past 3 months of evolution, it has gained another small head, and now has 6 heads. Xinyu was amazed. He had no idea how it evolved, because it didn't usually follow Xinyu around. But once it disappeared for a whole day, it came back with an extra head. It was amazing. Seeing that they were all fine, Xinyu led the way into the roadside auto repair shop. When they pushed the door open and went in, everyone was stunned. There were several corpses inside. They were all frozen into ice cubes. Moreover, their clothes were stripped off, and they curled up naked in the corner, freezing to death. The general went over to smell it, then walked away, not interested. Xinyu also went over to take a look, then said, "It looks like it has been frozen to death for a short time. Maybe there were people in this small county before. You should be careful." After reminding a few people, Xinyu also opened the mental map. No one can be seen from the mental map. But we can't be careless, because some sub-alien people are resurrected after death. And those sub-alien people have no spiritual body. So we can't be careless. The 4 people dispersed, all carrying weapons, and began to search the repair shop. 10 minutes later, the 4 people gathered together. There were no living people in the factory. There were quite a few spare tires in the warehouse. Xinyu immediately found a trailer and started moving the tires. He returned outside to replace the snow tires and add anti-skid chains. The remaining 3 people searched everywhere. The sky gradually darkened. Lisa found a relatively intact office, cleaned it up, and rested here tonight. Have a good sleep. There are still a lot of supplies in the car. Food and drink are not a problem. In the evening, we have to discuss which route to take to Swan Lake. The destination is in sight. Everyone is excited. In the evening, the wind and snow are getting stronger and stronger. The sky is dark under the strong wind and blizzard. Fortunately, the 4 people decided to stop and rest. Otherwise, it would be very frustrating if we were stopped halfway along the mountain road. In the office, There was a circle of electric heaters around the beds of the 4 people. This was invented by Murong. It was actually very simple. It was to refer to the old electric stove method. Use the method of heating electric stove wire. Find a large amount of iron chromium aluminum alloy and curl it into the shape of an electric heater. Then use the crystal core energy to convert it into a trace power supply. This thing is simple and easy to use. Murong made 8 in one go. The crystal core conversion device that was obtained from Liberty City still has sufficient energy, so it can be used for heating all the time. With this electric heater, they don't need to light a fire to warm up the group. Just put the electric heater in the outer circle and wrap it up. Very warm. The 4 of us simply laid out on the floor. Eating was also simple. In many places in the city, you can find induction cookers that are still in good condition. Take a wire from the car's energy source and get a power strip, and everything will be solved. So, the 4 of us ate hot grain rice at night. We also cooked bone soup. The meat and bones were brought back by the general and the white wolf when they went out hunting. There was food whenever you wanted. Support at any time. As for vegetables, there were dozens of bags in the car, all of which were vacuum-sealed green vegetables. They were brought out from Liberty City. Recently, even Chinyu was too lazy to go out to search for supplies. The general and the white wolf were really the best hunters. There are meat, vegetables, and grains to eat, which is even healthier than what we ate before the disaster. After dinner, the 4 of them were a little lazy. No one wanted to move. Liang Qiuying sat on the bed and cleaned her gun. Lisa sat cross-legged in meditation. She said that this would make her spiritual power stronger and stronger. Chinyu also tried to learn, but he couldn't learn their meditation method. Maybe it was some kind of magic method from Northern Europe. Anyway, according to Lisa herself, the results of her meditation were quite good. The electrical energy that could be manipulated became stronger and stronger. As for Murong, he had been reading books tirelessly and thinking about the possible utilization mode of crystal core energy. Only Chinyu closed his eyes and rested on the bed, listening to the howling wind outside. He felt very comfortable. Mainly, his mind was calm. In this way, time passed by minute by minute. At a certain moment, there was a faint sound of gunfire outside. Several people in the room sat up at the same time. Even the general and the white wolf stood up from the corner and listened attentively. Chinyu unfolded the mental map and took a look. As a result, he was shocked and laughed, and blurted out, "Oh, what a coincidence. What's wrong?" Lisa asked quickly. "Haha. I actually met my team members. It seems that their train has also arrived here. I actually caught up with them." Chinyu stood up immediately, because the 2 people who appeared on the spiritual map, their spiritual bodies were too familiar. It turned out to be Dong Qiulei and Su Jian. Finally caught up with them. Chinyu was very excited and said to the 3 people with a smile, "You stay here and wait. I will go to meet my team members." "General, let's go. Qiulei and Lao Su are here." The general immediately wagged his tail, but Balang was confused. Chinyu was too lazy to explain, and waved his hand directly. "Xiaobai, stay here and wait. General, follow me to pick them up." After that, he turned around and rushed out. The general immediately roared and ran out. Murong said suspiciously, "How did he confirm these things? He must have some secrets that he hasn't told us." Liang Qiuying sighed. In the outside world, the sky and the earth were full of killing. The wind and snow raged on the earth. The environment was not clear 5 meters away on the opposite side. But Chinyu easily locked the position of Dong Qiulei and Su Jian through the mental map. The 2 people just arrived at the edge of the city. There is no trace of the train yet. It is estimated that the 2 of them came to explore the way. They just fired a gun, maybe to drive away the mutant animals. Chinyu turned over and rode on the general's back. With a shout, the general spread his 4 claws and ran wildly in the snow. More than 40 minutes later, in a gas station on the edge of the city, Chinyu had already spotted Dong Qiulei and Su Jian from a distance. They were checking the oil tank. Judging from their attire, they were wearing thick clothes. They all looked good. They didn't look like they were covered in dirt. That was reassuring. With a sense of relief, Chinyu became playful. After jumping off the general, he patted the general's head. "General, play with them. Go and attack old Su. Remember, don't kill him. It's just for fun. Pretend. Understand?" Chapter 405 Pathfinder. Ah. The general's tail was shaking like a windmill. I guess he understood. Then he turned around and rushed into the darkness. Chinyu also took out a mask and put it on his face. Pressed the hat firmly. And then quickly moved towards the gas station. Inside the gas station, Dong Qiulei helplessly threw away the last gas gun. Turned back and shouted in the direction of Su Jian, "Old Su. There is no gas here. It's a waste of time." "I know." In the distance, Su Jian shouted. But he didn't come for a long time. Dong Qiulei asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Come over." "Oh, I'm peeing." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Dong Qiulei's face was dark. "How many minutes have you been peeing?" "I've been holding it in for too long." "Ah." Dong Qiulei shook her head. Just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly heard a beast roar in the distance. The voice was low and fierce. Simply terrifying. Then she heard Su Jian roar in fear. "No. There is a mutation." "Ah." "Old Su." Dong Qiulei was anxious. She suddenly used her ability to shrink the ground into an inch. Dodged twice. And was about to rush to the place where the shout came from. When suddenly someone rushed over head-on. The speed was extremely fast. Dong Qiulei's heart skipped a beat. It was too scary that someone approached, but she didn't hear any sound. She remained calm in the face of danger. Dodging the attack again in a split second. With a flick of her right hand, a three-edged military bayonet was already pulled out. The next second, the sneak attacker raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! Dong Qiulei's body was vacant and she dodged. But before she could attack, another shot came. Bang! 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 Dong Qiulei was surprised that the other party's shooting was so fast. And she could only dodge in a hurry. After dodging a few shots, she suddenly heard Su Jian screaming in the distance. Dong Qiulei was frightened and panicked. As a result, after dodging again, her feet suddenly slipped. Damn! Dong Qiulei's heart was shocked. The moment she lost balance, she found that the sneak attacker was ridiculously fast. Even as fast as her short-distance teleportation speed. He rushed to the front directly. In an instant, the fist blew in her face. At the critical moment of life and death, Dong Qiulei also became fierce. She suddenly rushed forward. Bang! Her head hit the opponent's fist. Ah! Dong Qiulei obviously underestimated the opponent's strength. This punch made her head hurt sharply. Her eyes went black. And she almost fainted. And then her feet slipped, and she was completely tripped by the opponent. She felt that the opponent's body was like a mountain pressing heavily on her. It's over. Dong Qiulei felt a chill in her heart. I didn't expect that even if I opened my supernatural power, I still couldn't survive to Tibet. Brother, you was right. Even if you have superpowers, you are not omnipotent. Today is. Before Dong Qiulei finished her thought, she suddenly felt a cold hand touching her clothes. At that moment, she was so ashamed and angry. She blurted out, "Son of a bitch. I will kill you." The power that Dong Qiulei burst out of shame and anger was still amazing. She actually pushed the attacker away in an instant. But it was too late. She was grabbed by the other party. Touched the place that should not be touched. However, when Dong Qiulei jumped up from the ground, she was dazed. Her face flushed. And she stared at the attacker in a daze. The next second, she stamped her feet in anger and screamed, "Brother, you are so annoying. I will bite you to death." After that, she rushed forward. Ha ha ha. Chinyu could no longer hold back and laughed wildly. He hugged Dong Qiulei, who rushed over and then kissed her for a century. Dong Qiulei blushed. Although embarrassed, she was also excited. At this time, Su Jian in the distance also walked out with a look of despair. The clothes on his body were all bitten to pieces. Behind him, the general followed arrogantly. Obviously, the general also won. Su Jian walked closer angrily, looked at Chinyu twice, and suddenly laughed, "Ew." Then he rushed up directly. He gave Chinyu a warm hug. After being excited for a long time, Su Jian finally let go of Chinyu, punched him again, and said unhappily, "Why don't you let the general attack Qiulei? You come and try how good my skills are? How can that be possible?" Chinyu hugged Dong Qiulei, touched her head, looked at her who was still angry and smiled. "Qiulei is my baby. I have to check the goods myself. Go." "Who is your baby?" Dong Qiulei rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "Brother, you only bullies people. If it's your baby, why don't you take me with you? You have been wandering around for more than 3 months." "Ha ha." I won't do that again. Chun Yu laughed, looked at the two people and said with a smile, we will meet up this time. And we will walk together on the rest of the road. All the way to Tibet. Really? Dong Qiulei looked at him with joy. You won't run away alone again? No. Do you promise? I swear. I promise. I will never run away alone again. Dong Qiulei immediately threw herself into Chen Yu's arms excitedly, and kissed him again. Su Jian on the side rolled his eyes. He turned around and hugged the general, moaning and saying, it smells sour. Ah. It's not spring. Why do I have to smell such a sour smell? General. We are done now. The general shook his body vigorously, and shook Su Jian to the ground. Looking up, with a cold expression, Chen Yu smiled and said, Old Su, you are too late. The general already has a partner. She is several levels better than you in appearance. Ah? Really? Su Jian looked at the general with a strange look. The general growled at him, as if he was dissatisfied with him. Okay. Stop making trouble. Chen Yu let out a long breath and asked with a smile, where is the main force? It stopped about 15 kilometers outside the city. The snow was too heavy today. Lao Jiao said he was afraid that the train would derail. So he stopped in advance and prepared to wait until the snow stopped before leaving. So the two of us went out to explore the way ahead of time. Oh! Chen Yu nodded. And after a moment's hesitation, he said, notify Lao Jiao to drive the train into the train station. We will meet there. Okay. Su Jian nodded. As a result, Dong Qiulei directly took Chen Yu's arm. I want to be with brother Yu. Lao Su. Go back and notify them. Hey! Su Jian pointed at Dong Qiulei. You, a man who forgets his loyalty for the sake of beauty. You can yell whatever you want. Anyway, I will go with brother Yu. Okay. Su Jian had no choice but to turn around and grab the general. General, you go back with me. Don't you want to meet Fang Jing? Don't you want to meet Xiao Ye? Ah. The general immediately wagged his tail excitedly. It seems that he remembered Fang Jing and Xiao Ye. After all, it was raised by Fang Jing and Xiao Ye. So the relationship is the deepest. Chen Yu took a look and waved his hand. That's it. General, go back with Lao Su. I'll take Qiulei to pick someone up. Pick someone up? Another companion? Lao Su asked in confusion. Well, 3 new companions. Oh! No. 4. You'll know when you meet. They are all talented. Okay. Let's go! After saying that, he hugged Dong Qiulei and turned around and walked into the wind and snow. Looking at his back, Su Jian shook his head. What an enviable guy. Ah. Chapter 406 Failure. Suddenly, the general pulled Su Jian's pants and then half crouched on the ground. Su Jian was stunned. What are you doing? You don't want me to ride on you? Ah. The general shook his tail. Su Jian laughed. Hey. When did you become a mount? Okay. Let's try and see how fast you can run. It's hard to walk in the snow. After saying that, he turned over and rode on the general's back. The general stood up suddenly and ran wildly. Su Jian was so scared that he quickly grabbed its mane and screamed, Damn! Damn! So cool! Ha ha ha! So cool! On the way back, Dong Qiulei and Chen Yu had a long entanglement. Walking in the snow. Being warm with the man you love. This feeling is simply too good. How I wish this road would never end. After walking for a while, Dong Qiulei suddenly said sadly, By the way, brother Yu, Uncle Li failed in the end. Is he dead? Chen Yu frowned. No. He mutated. He turned into a monster. Attacked Lao Su. And I pierced his brain. But when we found Xiaoyun, he disappeared. He must have escaped. Alas, this is the worst ending. Chen Yu sighed. Becoming a monster is more regrettable than dying. Yes. We didn't look for him and left that day. Forget it. Let him fend for himself. Chen Yu put his arm around Dong Qiulei's shoulders. Are there any other casualties? No. Dong Qiulei shook her head. Since I listened to you, every time we arrive in a town, we will clear out everyone within 3 kilometers of the train station. So there has been no more accidents. Also, our team's combat effectiveness is really very strong. Not bad. Dong Qiulei smiled, and since we entered northern Sichuan, there have been fewer and fewer survivors along the way. We often don't see a single living person for several days. Once we enter Tibet, we may not see any living people anymore. Chen Yu sighed. Xia is a vast country with abundant resources. In the past, its population ranked first in the world. And we always felt that the population was overpopulated. But now, there are few living people. I wonder if it will take hundreds of years to see the previous scene again. Yes, it's the end of the world. It's not the end of the world yet. At least, we are still alive. Qinyu hugged Dong Qiulei, touched his forehead with hers, and then smiled. When we get to Swan Lake, we will take root there. That place has the least beast tide, complex terrain, easy to defend and difficult to attack. And it is a place where we can build a home. Yeah. The two of them hugged each other sweetly and walked away slowly. A few hours later, in the city train station, all members reunited. Everyone screamed excitedly when they saw Qinyu coming back. This scene stunned Lisa and the other three. It turns out that Qinyu is so popular. And after the introduction, I learned that in this team, there are majors and army commanders. There are doctors and the director of the Virus Institute. The combat members are all elites of the army. Others come from all walks of life and all fields. The main thing is that all members are soldiers. Except for the two little brats. Everyone else can fight with a gun. Exaggerated. At the same time, Zhang Yang and the others also knew the identities of Murong Zheng and Liang Qiuying. Wow! One of them is the chief scientist in the southern Sichuan military base. And the other is a professional who studies biotechnology in an extraterrestrial space station. It's simply outrageous. Lisa, a mixed race, is also a biotechnology researcher. I have to admire Qinyu. Every time he brings back people in the team, most of them are technical. He rarely brings back tactical people. It's also strange. Everyone introduced each other, got to know each other, and chatted for a long time before slowly calming down. This night is destined to be sleepless. Too many people are thinking about Qinyu. Moreover, how to plan the remaining route and how to build a home after reaching the Moon Lake are all things to be discussed. In the past, due to the long distance, I always felt that going to Tibet was just a goal. After all, this is the end of the world. There are mutant animals everywhere. You have to fight with your own kind from time to time. So no one can say whether you can reach Tibet alive. But now it is different. We have entered Tibet. In a few days, we will reach Yamdrok Lake. The destination is within reach. Therefore, the matter of building a home is imminent. Therefore, that night, everyone was so excited that they couldn't sleep. Everyone gathered in the waiting hall of the train station and participated in the discussion of the future home. The meeting lasted all night. It was not until after 4 in the morning that everyone went to rest. They all slept together. As for the heating, it must be the electric heater designed by Murong Zheng. 3 days later, after a short rest, Qinyu led the team to the southwest again. He attached 2 trailer carriages to the back of the Doomsday train, loaded the van modified by Murong Zheng, and brought the materials collected in the city. The rest of the way, along the railway into Tibet. After about a month of stopping and starting, everyone finally arrived at Xushan County. About 10 kilometers south of Xushan is the Swan Lake, Yamdrok Lake. Along the way, we arrived at our destination without any danger. When everyone got off the train, they could see the Yarlung-Zongbor river system from a distance. In the previous extremely hot weather, these water systems were almost dried up. But after nearly 2 years of recovery, frequent heavy rains have continuously replenished the glacier meltwater. And now the river water has recovered. Even because of the severe extreme weather, the water level has risen sharply. The water level of the river has risen more than 5 times. The bridges that used to cross the river were submerged underwater. Although the road ahead is dangerous, everyone is enthusiastic. Maybe since entering Tibet, fewer and fewer survivors have been seen, and it is rare to see ferocious mutant beasts. So everyone's feelings have gradually changed. It was like slowly moving away from the Doomsday disaster. Except for the towns passing by, which were in a state of decay. The other natural environments were still good. Especially now it was winter. The mountains were covered with snow. All I saw was a vast expanse of white, which made people feel like they were here for a trip. The sky was vast. The wilderness was vast. And the wind blew the grass low, revealing cattle and sheep. The team officially took root in Xushan County. If you want to go to Swan Lake from Xushan to the south, you have to cross the Yarlung-Zongbor River first. And at the same time, you have to cross hundreds of kilometers of mountains vertically. There are roads in the mountains, but they should all be buried by heavy snow. After crossing the mountains, you can officially reach Yandrok Lake. There is a Yanghu scenic area nearby, which is Chun Yu's final destination. Once there, we can officially settle down. So, the large army stayed in Chu County for a few days. After a few days of investigation, we found the place with the lowest water level. A few days later, Chin Yu got another big boat and let everyone cross the river. No one knows where he got the boat from. Anyway, there is still power. Chapter 407 Great Good News. So, everyone abandoned the Doomsday train that had come along the way, moved all the supplies onto the boat, and crossed the Yarlung-Zonbo River, arrived at the south bank, crossed the water burial platform, and slowly headed south along the road. The nearly 100-kilometer mountain road was almost completely covered with heavy snow. Everyone could only open up the road as they walked. They stopped and started, but did not encounter any danger. It took a full 15 days to finally successfully reach Yandrok Yongso and enter the Yanghu scenic area. That day, everyone celebrated, rushing from the scenic area to the Moon Lake. Standing by the lake and looking at the endless vast lake, everyone felt refreshed. This is a freshwater lake. The lake water can be used after simple treatment. It is backed by mountains and faces the water, with beautiful scenery. It is located in the south of Tibet, deep in the hinterland. Not only are there few mutant animals, but it is also difficult to form a beast hide. There are few people here. There are almost no survivors. It has very large natural resources. It is quiet here, like a paradise. After 2 years of Doomsday life and death battles, the extremely exhausted people suddenly came to this holy land and felt that their hard work was not in vain. For a time, everyone worshipped Chin Yu. If it weren't for his persistence, who would have thought of traveling thousands of miles, trekking through mountains and rivers, and going through hardships to build a home in such a place? Therefore, Chin Yu is a well-deserved leader. 3 days later, big tents were erected in Yanghu scenic area. Everyone temporarily lived in the tents. During these 3 days, no one talked about work, and everyone was busy. Every day they ate, drank, talked and laughed, and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of Moon Lake. If they were not afraid of mutant monsters in the lake, some people would probably jump into the lake to swim. Chin Yu did not work either, but he was thinking all the time. After 3 days of careful consideration, he finally decided to reveal the secret of the crystal core to everyone, because at this moment, those who could persist had already felt like blood relatives. These people will never betray me. So, it's time to talk. Although there should be no need to fight in the short term. However, outside the Tibetan area, the city is still a tragic battlefield. As time goes by, more and more people will accidentally become superpowers. Those superpowers have been baptized by blood and fire, and their hands are stained with blood. Once they find this place, they will never show mercy. So prepare for a rainy day. If there are people in the team who dare to try, let them try. Once the superpowers are activated, there will be a future with infinite possibilities. However, activating superpowers is risky. You need to be determined to die. This requires them to take this responsibility themselves. Anyway, every superpower has come through the gates of hell. With this decision, Chin Yu gathered everyone together and held a meeting after the team members had been in a slump for 3 days. When dozens of people gathered together, Chin Yu stood in front, thought for a while, and then said lightly, "Friends, along the way, I regarded you as people I can really rely on. I believe we are all a family in the future. There is no blood relationship, but it is better than a blood relationship. So today, I have something to say. Aren't you always wondering why I am so powerful and so capable? I will tell you today that my strength comes from this thing." As he said this, Chin Yu reached out and took out a crystal core. Shan Yang was confused. "What is this?" Chin Yu smiled and said, "This is called a crystal core. It is a crystal that grows in the brain of a mutant animal, and it is also a combination of energy. After being infected by the Doomsday virus, all animals on the planet slowly generate this thing through the combination of the ancient genes hidden in their own genes and the virus. It contains a huge and immeasurable amount of energy, even if it is such a small one. Once the energy inside it is converted into conventional energy, it can provide us with at least 3 years of electricity." Hearing this, everyone exclaimed at the same time. "So exaggerated? That crystal core smaller than a fingernail? Has such a huge energy?" Chin Yu pointed at Murong Zheng. "The van modified by Professor Murong uses this kind of crystal core energy. Its energy conversion formula is what Lisa brought. Everyone looked at Lisa at the same time. Instead, she was a little embarrassed. These days, she has been paid attention to. And the attention is simply off the charts. Mainly because she is too beautiful. Mixed-race girls generally have super high looks, so it is normal to attract attention. Fong Jing asked excitedly, "Ayu, then can we live here in the future and directly use this crystal core energy?" "Yes." Chen Yu nodded. So, everyone cheered and cheered. This is good news. In the Doomsday world, it is great news to find something to replace conventional energy. Otherwise, everyone is thinking that they may have to return to the primitive life in the future. They can only use fire to illuminate. As a result, Chen Yu broke the thunder as soon as he came up. Such a terrifying discovery. It is also unique. After Chen Yu signaled everyone to be quiet, he continued, "Everyone, the role of the crystal core. The energy conversion just mentioned is only one aspect. It has a more important aspect. I can show you." After saying that, Chen Yu took off his clothes in public, revealing his muscular body. Men didn't care, but the women looked weird. All the women who had had relationships with Chen Yu bit their lips, looking like they wanted to eat him. Instead, Xiaoling was embarrassed. She shouldn't have looked, but she couldn't help but looked a few times. But the next second, everyone was stunned at the same time. They saw Chen Yu's muscles constantly wriggling, and an explosive sense of oppression instantly spread. Horror! Chen Yu's eyes slowly revealed murderous intent. Fierce like a beast. Soon, his bones began to tear through the skin, spreading, forming periosteum wrapped around the surface of the body. This is only the level 2 state. A demonstration is enough. Chen Yu maintained this state, looked at everyone and said coldly, "This is the biggest secret of the crystal core. When humans devour the crystal core, there is a certain probability that their superpowers will be activated. Once the superpowers are activated, humans will have various abilities. I divide all superpowers into 3 categories. One is the physical body, one is the spiritual magic, and the other is the space. I am a superpower. This is my superpower. Controlling muscles. It gives me strength and speed beyond ordinary people. This is why my fighting power is amazing." After Chen Yu finished speaking, there was a dead silence below. Everyone looked dazed, including Zhang Yang and other warriors. Chapter 408 Secret. Chen Yu casually grabbed a 3-edged military dagger from the side, clasped his hands, and easily bent the 3-edged military dagger. Everyone took a breath of cold air. Afterwards, Chen Yu retracted his supernatural power, restored his gentle expression, looked at everyone and said lightly, "This is my biggest secret. I treat you as my own relatives. So if you come here safely, you are all qualified to know this secret. Why do you say it now? Because someone in the outside world has accidentally swallowed the crystal core and activated the supernatural power. Those people are quite dangerous. As time goes by, their abilities are getting stronger and stronger. One day in the future, if someone finds this place, if you are still ordinary people, you will die. So, it's time to share this secret." At this time, Zhang Yang suddenly asked tentatively, "Brother Chen, based on my understanding of you, you didn't tell us everything about activating superpowers, right? If it can be activated easily, you would have used it on us long ago, right?" "Yes." Chen Yu took a deep breath and said seriously, "Activating superpowers has great risks. The success rate is only 1 in 4. Upon hearing this, the excitement that had just risen in everyone was immediately dispelled. 1 in 4? Too low, isn't it? Although the secret of the crystal core makes everyone inexplicably excited. After all, who hasn't read a few novels and watched a few movies about superpowers when they have lived through the prosperous times? This is definitely a superpower. Isn't this the mutant in the X-Men? So, the first reaction after hearing the information, everyone wants to become like this. As a result, when they heard that the chance of change was only 1 in 4, everyone was dumbfounded. The chance of success is less than half. Isn't it too low? Zhang Yang looked grim and asked tentatively, "What will happen if it fails?" One possibility is direct death. Another possibility is that he will mutate into a monster that loses his mind, has no memory or thoughts, and only knows how to kill. At this point, Chen Yu looked at Li Xiaoyun and said softly, "Uncle Li is the result. He should not be dead, but just turned into a monster." Li Xiaoyun looked gloomy and lowered his head. The others were silent. So, Everything has its pros and cons. If you want to gain power, you have to pay with your life. If you succeed, you will have unimaginable power. If you fail, you will either die or lose yourself. Seeing that everyone was silent, Chunyu said again, now, in this team, in addition to me, there are a few special humans. One is Chiolei. She was on the verge of death, and I risked using the crystal core to help her successfully activate her superpowers. So she survived. Chiolei's ability is physical, and it is related to speed. She can teleport within a short distance. After saying that, he nodded at Dong Chiolei. Dong Chiolei stood up from the crowd and shrugged at everyone. Now you know why I always like to take risks? Because I have more survival guarantees than you. After saying that, his figure flashed, flashing around everyone. Finally, he returned to Chinyu's back. Everyone was stunned. Chinyu continued, the second one is Lao Su. He also used the crystal core to activate his supernatural power when he was seriously injured. He is considered a lucky one. His ability is that his physical body becomes rubber-like. Afterwards, Su Jian also demonstrated it with a speechless face. When everyone saw that his hands, feet and limbs could stretch and lengthen, many people immediately thought of One Piece. Isn't this the rubber fruit? A low-profile version. Because Su Jian doesn't seem to be that powerful. It's just that his body has become stronger. Chinyu continued. The third one is Zhang Lixia. She swallowed the crystal core by chance and barely survived after a week of suffering. Her ability is very special. It belongs to the spiritual magic type of ability. She can tame a small number of mutant animals and see the strength of mutant animals. Chinyu did not tell all of Zhang Lixia's abilities. For example, she can see the color between everyone's eyebrows and can judge the strength of the person's evil attribute by the color. This is a bug-like ability. Can't tell everyone, because if there is a betrayer in the team in the future, she can give an early warning. If someone with ulterior motives knows this ability, Zhang Lixia may become the first target of the betrayer in the future. So, Chinyu hit it. Zhang Lixia had nothing to demonstrate, so she smiled faintly at everyone and accepted it. The fourth person with superpowers is Lisa. In the same situation, she was also seriously injured and had no other options, so she chose to use the crystal core. Fortunately, she also managed to survive. Her ability is mental magic, which can control lightning. Lisa took the initiative to come out and demonstrate it a little. She bit her fingers. A thin electric light immediately condensed at her fingertips, and the color was dark blue. There was even a sizzling sound. It was quite scary. Finally, there are Professor Murong and Professor Liang. One of them has multiple personalities, each with different skills, and he can switch at will. One is that there is an unknown nano-organism in her body. That nano-organism allowed her to avoid the invasion of the Doomsday virus and other types of viruses. At the same time, the nano-organism also strengthened her physique. The above are all the special humans in our team. Speaking of this, Chinyu let out a long breath and said, using crystal cores to activate superpowers is sometimes very difficult. And sometimes there is no feeling. Crystal cores exist in the brains of most mutant animals. But there are exceptions. Also, there is a kind of sub-alien outside. That is, a new life form generated after the ancient virus directly changes the physique and loses reason. This life form is human thinking and wisdom, but no memory. Only knows how to kill. This subhuman also has a crystal core in its brain, and it is relatively special and powerful. Finally, there is another life form outside. The cannibals. Although the cannibals are an opposing race to us now, to be honest, they have evolved because they devour the flesh and blood of their own kind. The speed of evolution is far faster than that of humans. Their physique, wisdom, and unity are much stronger than humans. The threat of cannibals will become greater as time goes by. So after several years, I am afraid that only those with superpowers can suppress the cannibals and the mutant beast tide. The above is all the information I want to share. I'm done. Chapter 409 Infinite Energy. Chinyu looked at the team members in front of him, smiled and said, at the moment, I still have some crystal cores here, but whether you want to try it or not is entirely up to you. The risk is very high, so you need to be cautious when trying it. After that, there was silence all around. There was only the sound of wind blowing snow waves. After a long time, Fong Jing stood up and said helplessly, Ayu, this news is too hard to digest. Give everyone some time. Yes, give everyone some time. Chunyu nodded. I'm not asking you to make a decision now. There will be plenty of time in the future, because this place is already ours. Starting tomorrow, we will create a home here. After hearing this, everyone regained some energy, regardless of the crystal core. At least until now, everyone has been fascinated by this beautiful place that looks like a computer desktop. It seems good to take root here, although there are not too many people. All of them together are less than 100. However, these people have lived together for a long time, and have been baptized by blood and fire. Everyone is like a family, so it feels happier. From the next day, Chinyu no longer concealed his supernatural powers. He led all the men to open up Wasteland and build a camp on the rare flat land in Yanghu's scenic area. There are mountains and forests all around. There is no shortage of wood. Chinyu released various tools from the space. The men cut wood in mind, and the women washed clothes and cooked. Everyone worked together. As time passed, sturdy wooden houses began to rise from the ground, slowly forming a small community within the Yanghu scenic area. However, more than half a year has passed, and no one has ever asked Chinyu to try to activate his superpowers. Chinyu also understood. Everyone had finally survived to this paradise. It seemed that they could live quietly for a while. Although the superpowers seemed very powerful, the weapons and resources brought by the team, including Chinyu himself, were a super arsenal, and those advanced high-tech weapons were very powerful. It is more than enough to deal with a small number of mutant animals and human survivors. So who would want to try the crystal core? What if you die? What if you become a monster? Even if someone is eager to try, they can't make up their mind for a while. In addition, in the past 6 months, everyone has been busy opening up Wasteland and building their own paradise home. So everyone has temporarily put the crystal core behind their minds. Time flies. Winter is gone and spring is here. After more than half a year of rest and reclamation, the micro-community by the lake has been built. The community is built in the shape of the Bagua Formation, with wooden houses built in a circle. In the middle is a large activity center. It is a place where everyone gathers regularly for meetings and leisure. It spreads in all directions according to the Bagua pattern, and can slowly expand outward. The 4 outermost corners have each built a super large laboratory and equipment room. Murong-Zheng redesigned the crystal core conversion device and modified it into a more advanced device than Qianzhang's rustic gadget, and added a shell and sealed it in the energy room. Then the cable was thrown out from the energy room to all the rooms. At the beginning, when the power was turned on in each room, everyone was celebrating, dancing with excitement, and couldn't help themselves. It has been away from human civilization for too long. Back then, when water and electricity were wasted, no one cared. As a result, when everything was lost, people regretted it and missed the days when there were water, electricity, and civilized technology. Now, there is finally power again, and it is said that this conversion energy is endless, and 1 crystal core is enough for the community to use for more than 10 years. This is awesome. With electricity, will there be a shortage of other electrical appliances? In cities dozens of kilometers away, this kind of electrical appliance resources can be searched everywhere. So, the community is slowly returning to the civilized world. The Moon Lake is a freshwater lake, and the lake water can be used directly after a little treatment. So the next goal is to find a high ground by the lake to build a water purification plant. As for water purification equipment, Chinyu has plenty of it in his space. Now that he has unlimited energy, these are no longer dreams. The only thing that worries everyone is that it is midsummer. But the sun above our heads can already be seen directly. At the hottest time, the temperature in Tibet is only about 10 degrees. People can no longer feel the scorching heat they used to have. It has become a luxury to get some sun. But there is no way. According to Chinyu, the sun will get colder as time goes by. 2 years later, the world will be frozen. At that time, it will be the real Doomsday test. Before that, we have to hurry up and continue to build the community, and use crystal core energy to prepare various materials to keep warm in the winter. The test ahead is still arduous. Everyone is mentally prepared. Maybe the days of enjoyment will only last for a short 1 or 2 years. This day is the Chinese Valentine's Day in midsummer. The weather is clear, although the temperature is still very low. The sun is shining brightly. It is a rare holiday in the community. Everyone is enjoying the tranquility and leisure. In the room, Chinyu is concentrating on the computer. On the computer is a topographic map of the area near Yandruk Lake. This is really a holy place. For more than half a year, It has been peaceful and stable. I haven't even encountered many mutant animals. Except for the mutant aquatic products in the lake. There are no traces of mutant animals in the mountains on land. So it was the right choice to choose this place as a paradise. Now, the community is basically formed. Various defense facilities and infrastructure have been built. Team members have also started to live their lives step by step. Chinyu also began to study the terrain of the entire Moon Lake, intending to completely clear the surrounding area within 1,000 miles to eliminate future troubles. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. "Come in," Chinyu replied casually without looking up. The door opened. Several people entered in a line. Chinyu looked up and saw Murongjung, Zhang Yang and Liang Qiuying. "Xiaochen." Murongjung smiled and said as soon as he came in, "Don't be busy yet. We have something important to talk to you about." "Important?" Chinyu asked in confusion. "What is it?" "Tell me." "Come and sit down." After everyone sat down, Murongjung quickly said, "Xiaochen, we have settled down for the time being. And the defense conditions are good. And there are water and electricity resources. So I think now is the time to find a way to understand the situation in the outside world." Chinyu was stunned. Understand the situation outside? How to understand? Now global communications are interrupted. How can I understand the situation outside? Chinyu was a little confused. He also wanted to understand the situation outside. But he didn't have the conditions. Global communications were interrupted. There are not many people surviving on the ground. How to understand the situation outside? So he looked at Murongjung and asked in confusion, "How to understand? Do I have to send someone out to inquire?" "Of course not." Chapter 410 Defense Work. Murongjung pointed at Liang Qiuying and said, "Xiao Liang, please explain." "Okay." Liang Qiuying sat upright, looked at Chinyu and said softly, "When I was still in the space station, our space station could contact most of our country's communication satellites. That is to say, many ground bases were not destroyed, but simply had no living people. The ground relay station is intact. So as long as we find such a place and restore the function of the relay station, we can receive satellite signals from the ground. With satellite signals, we can know the general situation around the world. Of course, we can't cover everything, but we can get a rough idea. In particular, I believe there are still many survivors outside, especially official forces, and they will definitely find a way to use communication satellites. At this time, as long as the communication capabilities of communication satellites can be restored, satellite phone communications can actually be carried out worldwide, including our place." Hearing this, Chinyu nodded. "This is a method. The key is, do you know where there is such a base?" "I know 2 places to try to find it." Liang Qiuying smiled and said, "One is the holy city of Sunlight City in Tibet, where there is a regular Air Force base. There must be a relay station there. There is another place, in the uninhabited area of northern Tibet. I only know that there is a secret military base there, but my level is not high enough, and I can't get in touch with the core, so I don't know the specific location. The uninhabited area of northern Tibet." Chinyu's mind flashed a memory of his previous life. Previous life. The base that the official finally established in Tibet was in the uninhabited area of northern Tibet. There is a secret base there, and that super soldier was trained there. I seem to have heard of the approximate location. In the north of the Cheongtong uninhabited area. The terrain there is extremely complex, with an average altitude of more than 5,000 meters. The area of the entire uninhabited area is at least nearly 300,000 square kilometers. It's not easy to find. It's really not the first choice. Let's go to Sunlight City first. Chinyu nodded immediately. I agree with this idea. We can go to the Air Force base in Sunlight City first and try our luck. Okay. That's it. Murongjung slapped his thigh excitedly. Let's get going without delay. Wait. Chinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Old professor, don't say that the wind is rain. Going out is not a trip. It's that easy. The mountain road is not easy to walk. We may have to fly a helicopter out. Helicopters are no problem. There are many people here who can fly helicopters. You can't go out so hastily. Chinyu patted Murongjung on the shoulder. Especially you, Professor Murong. You haven't realized how valuable you are. Right? Want to go out for everything? Even if you want to go out, you can't. Hey! Murongjung said depressedly. Xiaochen. Why can't I? I'm not incapable. Besides, I know how to operate the ground-based station. Hee hee. I believe Professor Liang also knows. Qin Yu laughed and pushed Murong Zheng out directly, saying with a smile, "Go back and wait. I'll make arrangements." "Hey, Xiaochen, let me go out for a walk." "No, Professor Liang. Lao Zong, keep an eye on him. And wait until I have made a plan before going out." After that, the three of them were driven out. Closed the door directly. Outside, Murongzhen looked like he had lost all hope in life, and sighed, "Alas. Why don't you trust me, Professor Murong? Qin Yu doesn't distrust you. He loves you." Liang Qiuying helped him walk out with a smile, and said as she walked, "I've said it before. You are the most precious asset. How could I let you take risks? The situation in Sunlight City is unclear. If there is any danger, can you compare with the superpowers, like Qin Yu and others?" Murong Zheng was speechless. Although he has the personality of a special forces king, his physical strength is really too poor. If only I could have a physique like Qin Yu. Alas. Murong Zheng was persuaded to leave. Zhang Yang walked a few steps, turned back and looked at Qin Yu's room again, his brows full of worry. A few minutes later, he returned to his house. Xiaoling was playing with the child. The baby is now over 1 year old and has begun to speak. Seeing Zhang Yang coming back, Xiaoling smiled and asked, "Has Ayu decided to go out?" "Yes." Zhang Yang sat on the chair and poured a glass of water, hearing that his voice was not right. Xiaoling looked back, then slowly walked to his side and asked softly, "Are you still thinking about that?" "No." Zhang Yang smiled. "Okay. I know you are still considering it. Otherwise, why would you have such a bad face? You are afraid that no one will take you out this time. Right? Alas." Zhang Yang sighed and said helplessly, "I will be idle soon. Now no matter what dangerous work. It is basically Qiu Lei and Lao Su's job. Otherwise, Lisa will take the general and buy Leng out. You say, what should we do?" Xiao Ling was also melancholy. She didn't want to see Zhang Yang like this. But since the secret of the superpowers was revealed, Qin Yu basically would not send ordinary people out when arranging dangerous tasks. Like Li Yuanchao and those soldiers. They basically only guarded around the community, responsible for defense. There were only 4 people: Qin Yu, Dong Qiulei, Su Jian and Lisa, who went out. In addition, there were General White Wolf and Black Crow. This made Zhang Yang feel like he had become an idler. He was an elite of the Army Special Forces. But he was a soldier king. Since he got married and had a child, he became a dad. His self-esteem couldn't stand it. So, Zhang Yang had been thinking about the crystal core. Should he accept it or not? That night, Qin Yu was having dinner at home. Now, the community has formed a fixed pattern. Everyone can go to the canteen to choose materials and cook their own meals. And they can also go to the canteen to eat big pot meals. At present, Dong Zhou's experimental base has not been established, because the possibility of building an underground base is still being discussed. After all, the base of crops is a big deal. We can't just consider the present. We have to look at the long term. 2 years later, the world will be frozen, and the outside will no longer be suitable for crops to survive. So if we really want to build an experimental base, we must open up an underground base, which is a little difficult. The main reason is that there are not enough people, especially in places like Tibet. It is even more difficult to develop underground bases. The geological structure here is very complex. The soil is extremely hard. If you want to develop underground space, you don't have a team of thousands or tens of thousands of people, and it will take a long time to develop. However, Qin Yu actually proposed a plan. That is to wait for the surface of Yandruk Lake to freeze. Then use the ice on the lake as protection, and open up space under the lake as a cultivation base. This idea is very bold, but it needs to be tried in winter. There is still half a year. Chapter 411. Wipe away her tears. Therefore, in the past 6 months, everyone has to be careful with their meals, especially not to waste. Qin Yu only ate a little noodles today. He was studying the map of Sunlight City. It's not easy to go out. You can't just go to see the military base and be done with it. You must sweep the entire city and bring back all the resources that can be used. Suddenly, there was another knock on the door. Ayu. It was Li Xiaoyun's voice. Qin Yu hurriedly got up and walked over to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Li Xiaoyun threw herself into Qin Yu's arms. Qin Yu was stunned. He closed the door casually, looked down at Li Xiaoyun's closed eyes, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Ayu? I'm scared." "What's wrong? What are you afraid of?" Li Xiaoyun slowly raised her head and looked at Qinyu and said with courage, "I want to try the crystal core." "You?" Qinyu was stunned. He really didn't expect that the first person to come to him to talk was Li Xiaoyun. This taciturn girl. Since her father left, she has become much more depressed. Although Fanya has always been there to comfort her, she has never been able to become as cheerful and smiling as before. Qinyu looked at Li Xiaoyun's thin face and sighed helplessly. "You still haven't let go of your father, right?" "Yeah." "Xiaoyun, you are a brave girl." Qinyu hugged her tightly, touched her hair and whispered, "But I don't want you to get carried away because of your father's departure and want to try the crystal core. If you want to go out and find him, I will never agree. You know, Xiaoyun, we are classmates and have the closest relationship. I don't want you to do that meaningless thing." Li Xiaoyun stopped talking. She hugged Qinyu tightly. Only this feeling can make her feel at ease. The smell of Qinyu fascinated her. In the base, everyone knew it tacitly. Too many women have relationships with Qinyu. So no matter who secretly came to Qinyu at night, everyone was used to it and never took it seriously. Social order is being rebuilt. Ethics and morality are being rebuilt. Even old-fashioned people like Murong Zheng are used to it. So no one cares about this kind of thing. Li Xiaoyun actually wanted to stay here tonight, but she still wanted to give it a try. After hugging for a long time and settling down for a long time, Li Xiaoyun finally took a deep breath and smiled softly. "Hey, I won't go out to find my father, but I still want to try." "Still want to try?" Qinyu was stunned, pushed her away, and looked at her carefully, and said softly, "Xiaoyun, you know, I have the ability to protect you for a lifetime." "I know." Li Xiaoyun smiled sweetly, hearing your words. "Even if I really fail, I can leave with peace of mind." After that, he gave her a gentle kiss. Then he said seriously, "But I still want to try." "Why?" "I don't want to be the one you protect all the time. I want to fight with you." Li Xiaoyun reached out her hand, gently stroked Qinyu's cheek, and whispered softly, "I believe that all the women who have a relationship with you actually have the same idea as me. You will see. Sooner or later they will come to you to try." Qinyu was a little speechless. If other people come to him to try, he can handle it calmly. But Li Xiaoyun? Qinyu always felt a little reluctant to let go of this little girl who had been secretly in love with him for a long time, but always remained unknown. What if it fails? That would make Qinyu really sad. But she was determined to try. Qinyu could see it. The determination in her eyes made people helpless. Qinyu looked at Li Xiaoyun silently for a long time, and finally sighed, "If you are determined to try, then try it. If you fail, I will personally send you off." "Well, thank you." Li Xiaoyun also breathed a sigh of relief. Then she stretched out her hands and relaxedly hung on Qinyu's body, smiling coquettishly, "I will pester you tonight. If I fail, this will be the last beautiful memory." "Okay." Qinyu silently pulled the curtains and locked the door. A small dim light lit up in the room. Everything became hazy. Qinyu picked her up by the waist and turned to walk to the bed. The night was short, but for Li Xiaoyun, it was enough. She was very happy. It was enough to have an experience that she could devote herself to. She needed to be strong. She didn't have to find her father, but she always had a strange feeling. It seemed that one day in the future, she would see her father again. By that time, if she was not strong enough, her father might kill her with his own hands, or even kill all her loved ones. It was a terrifying premonition. Therefore, Li Xiaoyun hoped to become strong. Gamble with fate. If fate had abandoned her long ago, she would never have been able to stay with Qinyu, and would have been doomed sooner or later. If fate still favored her, she would have become one of the women who had always been by Qinyu's side. For this dream, she risked everything. The next day, everyone knew Li Xiaoyun's decision. Everyone was surprised. For more than half a year, no one had been the first to try, because the probability of death was too high. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the soldiers hadn't tried it. After all, the result might not only be death, but also turning into a monster without consciousness. That's terrifying. These soldiers would rather fight and die on the battlefield than become unconscious monsters. So, early in the morning, everyone gathered outside Qinyu's door. Vanya collapsed. She pulled Li Xiaoyun with tears in her eyes and asked with a sob, "Why?" "Xiaoyun, Why do you want to be the first to try? Aren't you afraid of death? You got rid of me so quickly? Sister Ya. Li Xiaoyun wiped away her tears with a smile. What are you doing? I'm not sure I will die. Why don't you hope for me to be better? The probability is small. Fangya stamped her feet in anger. But Li Xiaoyun was indifferent. Just leaned close to her ear and whispered, Sister Ya. In order to be the woman next to you forever, I am willing to take a gamble. He is walking further and further away. I can't catch up with him. Fangya was stunned. So, this is the reason? This girl can be so brave for love. Compared to her, I seem to be much worse. When she was in school, Fangya was the popular literature and art minister, and Li Xiaoyun was just an unknown little girl. But now, she is really getting braver and braver. For love. Fangya looked at Chen Yu involuntarily. In fact, she also fell in love with him. It's just that for such a long time, she didn't even have the opportunity to confess. Chen Yu was either fighting, or going out, or on the way to fight or go out. Such a powerful man is indeed going further and further away. If he can live forever, when I grow old, he will still be young forever because of his supernatural powers. At that time, I will not even be qualified to look at him. So, maybe Li Xiaoyun's approach is correct? Everyone sent their blessings, looking forward to Li Xiaoyun's success. Especially women. Li Xiaoyun's courage is beyond their reach. Chapter 412 Try Your Best. So, Qin Yu finally took Li Xiaoyun into the laboratory. In the laboratory, Dong Qiulei, Su Jian, Lisa and Zhang Lixiao were all there. For superpowers came to witness Li Xiaoyun's fate. In the center of the laboratory, Li Xiaoyun sat cross-legged on the ground. A holy light flashed on her face, and she seemed to be becoming more and more beautiful. Su Jian was deeply touched, because they were all classmates before. But when they were in school before, Li Xiaoyun was really just a little girl, even like a tomboy. Unknown. Now she has long hair. There is a mature charm on her pure and sweet face. When the corners of her mouth curled up, she really had a kind of elegant style. I hope she can succeed. Qin Yu squatted in front of Li Xiaoyun, his eyes calm, looking at Li Xiaoyun and whispered, Are you mentally prepared? Yes. Li Xiaoyun nodded. Well, let's start. Qin Yu casually took out a few crystal cores from the space, all of which were relatively pure in texture, but slightly smaller in size. Different types. It's really hard to say which one the human body can absorb. Everyone's potential genes are different. The types of ancient genes inherited from ancient times must far exceed the types of crystal cores. So everything is a matter of luck. But as long as it is successfully activated once, there will be no more accidents when swallowing the crystal core in the future. It can be regarded as a permanent solution. So, Qin Yu put the crystal core in Li Xiaoyun's palm, looked at her deeply and said, Xiaoyun, don't leave me. Come on. Yeah. Li Xiaoyun's eyes turned red, and she almost couldn't hold it. It was so difficult to make Qin Yu say the 5 words don't leave me. It can be said that among so many women in a team, few can exchange these 5 words. Li Xiaoyun took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in her heart. Qin Yu slowly stepped back. His face became solemn. Then, Li Xiaoyun raised her hand and swallowed the crystal core into her stomach without hesitation. Everyone's heart was lifted, including Qin Yu. He became very nervous, which was rare. He slowly clenched his hands, and the blue veins on his arms jumped. Li Xiaoyun's heart was also beating wildly, anxiously waiting for the upcoming changes. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. 1 minute later, Li Xiaoyun suddenly groaned in pain. His whole body shook violently. His hands unconsciously supported the ground, and shouted hoarsely, Ay! It hurts? Ah! The shrill scream spread out. Everyone outside was shocked. Fang Ya's eyes went black, and she fainted directly. But Chen Yu still didn't move. He gritted his teeth, and his supernatural power had been activated to the 2nd level. Li Xiaoyun curled up on the ground in pain, coughing out blood, and groaned miserably, Ayu! Ayu! Kill me! Xiaoyun! Cheer up! Qin Yu rushed to her and roared. The deafening sound penetrated Li Xiaoyun's mind, and it actually made her head buzz. The next second, there seemed to be a chaotic airflow in her body wandering between the meridians of her limbs. Li Xiaoyun subconsciously closed her eyes and opened her mouth in pain, and howled sharply. Ah! Boom! Along with her screaming, a violent invisible wave hit Qin Yu's body like a pneumatic hammer. Qin Yu was blasted and flew backwards. But the moment he landed, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards Li Xiaoyun again. The other 4 people were also shocked, because this meant that the superpower had been successfully activated. What about Li Xiaoyun? At this time, Li Xiaoyun was lying on the ground motionless. No one knew whether she was dead or alive, or even turned into a monster. Li Zhongjun was the one who turned into a monster in the end. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he slowly reached out to touch Li Xiaoyun, and asked hoarsely, Xiaoyun? Xiaoyun? Li Xiaoyun trembled all over, in a weak and soft voice like a kitten. She murmured, I seem to be torn apart. Ah you. Qin Yu's eyes lit up instantly. He picked her up and held her in his arms, laughing, ha ha ha. It worked. /n/n Li Xiaoyun succeeded. Half an hour later, Li Xiaoyun, who had washed her whole body again and appeared in front of everyone cleanly, seemed to have changed her eyes, became crystal clear. Qin Yu was also eager to know what kind of superpower she had activated, so he took her outside directly, right by the moon lake. Everyone gathered behind him. They all looked at her curiously. Qin Yu stood beside Li Xiaoyun and said softly, Come on. Try it. What ability have you mastered? Let me have an idea in my mind. Yeah. Li Xiaoyun nodded obediently. Then she stood by the lake and felt it silently for a while. She slowly stretched out her hand, imitated the shape of a pistol with her hand, and then imitated it softly, bang, on the lake in front of her. A splash of water suddenly appeared. It was like a gas bullet hitting the water surface. Qin Yu was stunned. What is this? A compressed air cannon? Everyone behind him widened their eyes. So magical. How did you do it? No one understood. Qin Yu quickly patted Li Xiaoyun on the shoulder. Xiaoyun, try your best. Oh! Li Xiaoyun raised her hands. Stretch out your hands. Put your 4 fingers together. Open your thumbs. And use your hands to form a square, aiming at the water surface. And imitate again, boom, bang, a loud noise. An invisible energy wave hit the water surface fiercely. A loud rumble. A huge water column exploded more than 3 meters high, and then fell back to the ground with a splash. Everyone behind him exclaimed, So powerful. Qin Yu finally felt it. Hers is not an air cannon caused by compressed air, but an invisible telekinesis. Li Xiaoyun can compress her mental power into telekinesis and shoot it out, which is very similar to an air cannon, but it is actually a telekinesis cannon. This is a spiritual magic ability. Really good. This ability is well disguised and not easy to be discovered. And as long as there is a way to train her spiritual power, the power will gradually become stronger. Qin Yu smiled, turned around and told everyone about the ability Li Xiaoyun had obtained. For a while, everyone was envious. But envy is envy. Without the determination to die, without the belief that you can give up everything, no one dares to try. Anyway, no matter what, everyone is happy for Li Xiaoyun, because she successfully passed the gate of hell. Opening the ability means that she is qualified to stand beside Qin Yu and go out with him to perform tasks. All the women looked at her with envy. That night, a banquet was held in the base to celebrate for Li Xiaoyun. This kind of thing has now become a top priority. Just like the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination determines the future fate of all ordinary students. Activating superpowers has also become a test of life and death. Whoever passes it will have a future with infinite possibilities. 2 days later, the people who will go to Sunlight City were selected. As expected by everyone, Qin Yu took Dong Qiulei, Li Xiaoyun, and Liang Qiuying away. No one else was taken, including Professor Murong Zheng. Chapter 413 Going on a mission. No matter how much he wanted to go, no matter how much he begged, it didn't work. The main reason was that his physique was too weak. Even if he had a fighting personality, once he encountered a critical situation, his physical strength could not keep up. As for Zhang Yang and the others, there was no need to bring them. Now the number of people with special abilities is slowly increasing. Although Liang Qiuying is not a special ability, the mysterious nano-organisms in her body have enhanced her physical body to an exaggerated degree. Even as time goes by, her physical fitness is getting better and better. It is almost catching up with Qin Yu's level 2 special ability to control muscles. So there is no problem for her to go out. In addition, she has a rich knowledge reserve, such as knowledge related to satellite ground relay stations. She basically understands everything. Therefore, Qin Yu chose her. The tool to get out is naturally a helicopter. Qin Yu has quite a few helicopters in his space. So he took out a military helicopter and asked Liang Qiuying to control it. The four of them took off at around 9 in the morning and headed north towards Sunlight City. In the base, many people were a little depressed. Some wanted to go out with Qin Yu, while others just wanted to go on a mission. But now it is clear that there is no blessing of superpowers. And Qin Yu doesn't want them to go out. This is indeed for their own good. As long as they go out, there will inevitably be casualties. Who can guarantee that it won't be the next time? So everyone understands. But I just feel unwilling. Especially Zhang Yang. He is active by nature and likes to go out on duty. But since he had a child, he rarely went out. Qin Yu also protected him in a way. But he felt bad. Originally, he was the king of soldiers. He should take more responsibility. Zhang Yang became more and more depressed. The idea of trying to use the crystal core became more and more intense. After Qin Yu left, he found a time to find Fang Jing. Among all people, he and Fang Jing are the most senior. Zhang Yang likes to discuss everything with Fang Jing. He also knows that Fang Jing is one of the very few people who can influence Qin Yu's decision. After entering Fang Jing's room, Zhang Yang sat on the chair. Silent. Fang Jing poured him a glass of water, looked at him twice, and then sighed, "I know why you came to me." "You know?" Zhang Yang was stunned. "No need to guess. Your thoughts are written on your face." Fang Jing said helplessly, "Don't you just want to take the risk and try to use the crystal core?" "Yes." "Don't you want to?" "I don't want to." Fang Jing shook her head and smiled faintly. "I don't have the adventurous spirit of you. Although I also want to follow you and go out with him all the time. I also know that he would rather 613 me stay here to manage the base." "You won't try again?" Zhang Yang asked in confusion. "No." Fang Jing shrugged. "I feel good now. I slowly found the feeling of civilization and society. It's impossible for everyone to go out. Someone has to stay here. Besides, I'm afraid of failure. If I fail, I will never see you again." Zhang Yang didn't say anything. This idea is not wrong. After all, Fang Jing is a woman. Strictly speaking, she is becoming more and more like a good wife and mother. Although she was born in the special police, she is much worse than Suya. So she wants to be an ordinary woman, being the woman behind Qin Yu. It's good. But Zhang Yang doesn't want to. He wants to charge into battle. Even if he has a wife and children, it can't stop his impulse. Now the country is gone. But there is still a home. The home also needs to be protected. He is a soldier for a lifetime. He needs to do what a soldier can do. So, Zhang Yang was silent for a long time. And then he said softly, "Fang Jing, promise me, if something happens to me, you must help me take care of Xiaoling and help me raise the child." "Okay." Fang Jing knew that she couldn't persuade him. So she could only nod. "Are you going to tell Xiaoling?" "Yeah." Zhang Yang stood up and said, "If it works, then I'm lucky." Defeat. He didn't say anything else, but opened the door and left. Fang Jing sighed helplessly. Liang Qiuying's driving skills are very good. At least she drives the helicopter very well. These skills are the skills she learned during the training at the space base. She is a very serious woman. She has always been a child in the eyes of others, since she was a child. She has always been among the best in grades. This is all due to her strong learning ability. On the helicopter, Li Xiaoyun and Dong Qiulei were both flying for the first time. So they seemed very excited. Especially Li Xiaoyun. She was brought out by Qin Yu just after activating her superpowers. This feeling is super cool. She is not like Dong Qiulei, who has activated her superpowers for more than half a year and has participated in several dangerous and intense field missions and is experienced. She is still very young. So she was always excited when she came out. Qin Yu was a little amused. He had to remind her from time to time. Otherwise, when she got excited, the telekinetic waves would disrupt the helicopter system. It was too dangerous. When she first activated her superpowers, she was still a little out of control. More than half an hour later, the helicopter crossed the Yarlung-Zongbo River and continued to head north. When it was less than 20 kilometers away from Sunlight City, Qin Yu also unfolded the mental map. At a certain moment, Qin Yu's expression moved, and he quickly greeted, "Professor Liang. It seems that there are still many people in the Air Force base you mentioned." "Ah? Did you see it?" Liang Qiuying was stunned. "Yes, I can see it. The number is probably between 500 and 700. All concentrated in the northwest corner of the Air Force Base. Liang Qiuying blinked. Could they be military personnel? It's hard to say. Qin Yu carefully identified the spirits in the Air Force Base. They were basically the same. Very bright. Very complete. And did not look like the survivors of the Doomsday. Maybe they are the garrison in the base. Somewhat unexpected. They actually persisted until now. It seems that there are indeed few people in Tibet. And the beast tide is relatively small. For the sake of safety, let's find a place to land first. Just when Qin Yu was about to ask Liang Qiuying to find a place to land the helicopter, a voice suddenly came from the intercom in the helicopter. This is the Sun City Air Force Base. This is the Sun City Air Force Base. You have entered our air defense identification zone. Please report your identity immediately. Please report your identity immediately. Liang Qiuying was stunned. She turned her head and looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu blinked and smiled helplessly. Then show your identity. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will really use missiles to bomb us. Okay. Liang Qiuying immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and simply showed her identity. And reported the number of people on the helicopter. A moment later, 3 armed helicopters flew up from the Jiyuan Air Force Base and came directly to meet them. Fly with them. The ground base signaled Qin Yu and others to land the helicopter at the designated location of the base. Otherwise, they would be shot down. Qin Yu was also at a loss. He could only do as he was told. More than 40 minutes later. Chapter 414 Shocking Scene. Accompanied by 3 armed helicopters, Liang Qiuying slowly landed the helicopter on the fixed helipad of the Air Force Base. When the helicopter was completely shut down, Qin Yu was shocked. He saw a shocking scene. On the west side of the helipad, in an area blocked by barbed wire, there were countless sub-alien people standing densely. And all of them were sub-alien people without spiritual bodies. They should be the virus bodies that resurrected after death. Fuck. This place is so dangerous? These sub-alien people were locked up like that, without any measures taken. And they were not shot? Looking around, there are probably tens of thousands of them. If they get away, I'm afraid the lakeside will not be safe. Qin Yu was cautious. Then, the 4 of them were taken away by several soldiers in white camouflage uniforms. The air base is very large. Most of the area was destroyed, and it was a mess. But the small area where the garrison was located was still intact. Even mini fighter jets can be seen on the big square. There are also several other armed helicopters and transport planes. Seeing these things so close up made Qin Yu feel a little excited. These are all powerful weapons. I don't know if they can still fly now. If it's not damaged, it'll be fine as long as there's oil. 10 minutes later, Qin Yu and others were taken to a building. After entering the meeting room on the first floor, the person leading the way stood guard at the door with a gun. None of the 4 people took it too seriously. The main reason was that although these soldiers were very powerful, they were still ordinary people after all. Dong Qiulei alone could handle them. So the 4 people were not nervous. A few minutes later, a man hurried in. A man? Strong. Flat head. Dark complexion. Sharp eyes. About 40 years old. Wearing a camouflage uniform. At first glance, he looked like a soldier. After the man came in, he glanced at the 4 people. And finally his eyes fell on Liang Qiuying's face. And said seriously, "Hello? I am Zhu Hao, the director of the equipment department of the Sunlight City Air Force Base. Hello. I'm Liang Qiuying." Liang Qiuying was shocked. The Minister of Equipment? Looking at his red shoulder straps, you can tell that he is a full-time division-level leader. At least a major general. Right? This is a real leader. He has a higher rank than Zhang Yang. Because Qin Yu and Dong Qiulei looked very young and looked like students. Zhu Hao ignored them. He just looked at Liang Qiuying and asked seriously, "Professor Liang, you said you have been conducting biotechnology research on the National Space Station before?" "Yes. I was rescued half a year ago. Because the resources of the space station are exhausted. If I continue to hold on, I may starve to death." "Okay." Zhu Hao nodded. "Come with me and tell me in detail about the space station and the situation of the southern Sichuan base." Then, Liang Qiuying looked back at Qin Yu and the others. "They will stay here for the time being. Don't worry. It's safe here." Qin Yu also winked at Liang Qiuying and said casually, "Professor Liang, you are in charge." "Okay." Liang Qiuying was also in a dilemma. It seems that Qin Yu is planning to be a hands-off boss. Forget it. Go and negotiate by yourself. After all, I have experience dealing with these people. Moreover, Qin Yu and the others don't understand the use of ground-based stations, so they still have to negotiate with the military by themselves. So, Liang Qiuying followed Zhu Hao. Qin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and walked to the window, looking outside, and used the mental map to explore the base. There are not many usable parts of the Air Force base. A few runways can still be used. Most of them are destroyed. There is still a large space under the garrison area, which is probably the equipment warehouse. This Zhu Hao is the director of the equipment department. He happens to be in charge of Air Force equipment. The garrison of the entire base should be more than 600 people, scattered around the garrison area. There seems to be a power supply here. Otherwise, they would not have discovered the helicopter from such a long distance. The Air Force radar has a wide coverage range. It can be searched within the conventional range of 5,000 kilometers. At the same time, there should be many survivors in the entire Sunlight City, at least within 20 kilometers around the Air Force base. Qin Yu has found 3 large-scale survivor bases. The number of people is more than 100. Sunlight City is also a big city. It is normal to have a relatively large population. As long as there are regular troops stationed in big cities, the situation will be relatively better. As long as there is no large-scale beast-tide attack, or large-scale cannibal and sub-alien attack, basically you can survive for 5 years. While watching, Dong Qiulei and Li Xiuyun walked to the side. One on each side accompanied him. Dong Qiulei asked in a low voice, "Brother Yu, those people in the fence we saw when we got off the plane should be sub-alien people, right?" "Yes." "Oh my god. That number is too terrifying." Qin Yu nodded. "At least 20,000 or 30,000. Li Xiuyun on the other side was secretly shocked. Why not destroy them? If they escaped, Sunlight City would probably be destroyed. Those sub-alien people should be people from the original base. Qin Yu sighed and said, "I guess they were reluctant to kill them. Maybe they thought those sub-alien people could return to normal. After all, they were comrades in arms before." "That's true." Li Xiuyun nodded. Dong Qiulei leaned on the windowsill, hunched over and said, "Alas, if they knew how dangerous those sub-alien people were, they wouldn't have trapped them. If they continue like this, something will go wrong sooner or later. Well, so we have to find a way to destroy those sub-alien people." "Ah?" Dong Qiulei stood up immediately and whispered, "Shall we do it?" "Yes." "Then they must object." Qin Yu looked outside and said indifferently, "Don't worry about that. Those sub-alien people are a deadly threat to our base. The threat of sub-alien people is not only that they are immortal, but some of them will evolve into superpowers similar to ours. So, their threat is greater than that of ordinary survivors or cannibals. Can you imagine fighting with dozens or hundreds of creatures with superpowers, who are not afraid of death or pain and have no fear? Ordinary people will only be slaughtered when they meet them." Hearing this, Li Xiuyun's face changed. She had just activated her superpowers and had not experienced a very horrible battle, so she felt very scared when she heard it. Dozens or hundreds of undead people with superpowers? Are you crazy? Dong Qiulei asked quietly, "Brother Yu, do you have a plan?" "Not yet. Let's wait for Professor Liang to come back and see if there is any progress on her side. The ground relay station is also very important." "Okay." Dong Qiulei nodded. The 3 of them stopped talking, just stood in the conference room and waited. About half an hour later, someone came in. Chapter 415 Chef. A young soldier. He was wearing a white chef hat, so he should be the chef in the base. He was holding a metal plate used in restaurants. There were some food on it. There were bread, ham, a few bowls of soup, some dried meat, some corn, and some mineral water. 3 little classmates. "Come and have something to eat." Qin Yu was stunned. He looked at Dong Qiulei and Li Xiuyun. They all felt like laughing. Little classmates? It has been more than 2 years since the Doomsday disaster, and this is the first time I heard someone call me little classmates. Dong Qiulei suddenly asked with a smile, "Brother, why do you call us little classmates? We shouldn't be that young. Aren't you college students?" Professor Liang said, "You are college students." The little soldier was slightly stunned. Qin Yu quickly smiled and said, "Yes. When the disaster happened, we were college students. Only sophomores. If there hadn't been a disaster, we would have been seniors and would have graduated." "Uh-huh. It looks like it." The little soldier put the plate on the table and said with a smile, My name is Zhou Qing. I'm the squad leader of the kitchen squad. Come on. Eat something. Although we don't have much food here, we can't let you go hungry. Thank you. Qin Yu and the other two walked over. Dong Qiulei was wild and naughty. She deliberately came to Zhou Qing's side and looked at him carefully. She smiled and said, "Brother, you don't seem to be that old either. How old are you?" Zhou Qing blushed immediately. Seemed a little embarrassed to be so close to Dong Qiulei. Quickly took a step back shyly and explained, "I'm 26 years old this year. Not young anymore." "Oh, then you look quite young. Looking at you like this, I thought you were younger than me. I just turned 20 this year." No. Zhou Qing's face turned red, and he kept backing away. Qin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and pulled Dong Qiulei over. "I asked you to eat. Why are you so talkative?" Hee. This young man is quite interesting. Dong Qiulei sat down with a smile. He picked up the bread and glanced at Zhou Qing, and suddenly asked, "What are you doing? Are you going to wait until we finish eating? And clean up the plates?" No. Zhou Qing blushed and waved her hand. "I'm just used to it. If you can't eat anything, I have to take it back." "What?" Dong Qiulei was stunned. "The food reserves in our base are not enough. Now, the soldiers can only eat 1 meal a day. So, food can't be wasted." Hearing this, Dong Qiulei froze instantly. Even Qin Yu's hand stopped. He slowly raised his head and looked at Zhou Qing, and his heart was somewhat moved. So Qin Yu felt a long time ago that you don't know how cute these soldiers who guard their homes are until the end of the world. They had nothing to eat, but they saved a meal for themselves. If possible, we should help them. Qin Yu stopped eating after a few bites. Dong Qiulei and Li Xiaoyun also pretended to eat a little, and said they were full. So Zhou Qing excitedly took the remaining food away. After he left, Qin Yu sighed. "No matter how long the Doomsday has passed, I still admire the soldiers the most." "Yes." Li Xiaoyun nodded. "If possible, I really want to share some food with them." "Xiaoyun, don't have this idea." Qin Yu quickly denied her idea. "We can find a way to help them. But we must not use our own food to give to others, because we are all in a Doomsday environment." "I understand." Li Xiaoyun nodded quickly. Dong Qiulei, the narrator, asked in a low voice, "Brother Yu, how can we help them? We can't go to the city to search for supplies. That's just a drop in the bucket. Let me think about it." Qin Yu looked out the window and thought. More than 2 hours later, Zhu Hao and Liang Qiuing finally came back. Looking at Zhu Hao's expression, it should be quite smooth. Liang Qiuing's face was also full of joy. As soon as she came in, she looked at Qin Yu and said quickly, "Ayu, there is indeed a ground relay station here, and it is very well protected." That's really good news. However, there is still some bad news. Liang Qiuing walked up to Qin Yu and said helplessly, "The control room of the ground relay station is an independent building. It is very strictly protected, and the access control system is also very advanced. Without the biometric identification of the person in charge, it cannot be opened at all. Forcibly destroying the door will activate the self-destruction program inside." Qin Yu blinked and suddenly said helplessly, "Don't tell me that the person in charge is among those ghost things surrounded on the north side." "Young man, you are right." Zhu Hao walked over and nodded. "The person in charge of the satellite relay station is called Han Ting. She died and resurrected and turned into a zombie-like existence. In the past 2 years, we have tried every possible means and sent people in there to get Han Ting out. But all actions have failed. Those creatures are like zombies in movies. Once a normal person is attacked or scratched, he will die soon. After that, he will be resurrected after 36 hours and become an irrational creature. So far, we have sent thousands of people in, but there is no way." "Chun Yu, sent thousands of people in? But we still couldn't get Han Ting out." "So, the large number of aliens in there is also related to the fact that this leader keeps sending people in. It was really devastating." At this time, Zhu Hao frowned again and said, "Young man, your name is Qin Yu, right?" "Yes. I heard from Professor Liang that you are the person in charge of your base?" Qin Yu nodded. "I guess so. It really surprised me." Zhu Hao looked at Qin Yu in confusion. "There is also a major special forces soldier and an army commander in your team." "Yes. Why can't they lead?" Qin Yu shrugged. "They joined later." "So you decide who is in charge according to the order of joining?" "Yes." Zhu Hao couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Young man, This is too childish. Next time. Yuren should not come out. Let Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao come out. You are too young. It is dangerous to come out. Chen Yu didn't know what to say. Zhu Hao didn't wait for him to reply, and said directly, "It's almost dark now. You guys stay in the base for one night. The helicopter will stay for the time being. It's too dangerous to leave it in your hands." Liang Qiuying said quickly, "Minister Zhu." "We? Professor Liang." "It's okay." Chen Yu suddenly stopped her and said with a smile, "Let's stay here tonight." Liang Qiuying was stunned. At this time, Zhu Hao had turned around and walked out, shouting loudly, "Xiao Zhou, come here." "Yes. Soon." Zhou Qing ran in quickly. After entering, he saluted first. Then he said respectfully, "Minister, please give instructions. You take them to the dormitory. Arrange 2 rooms for them. Arrange dinner." Chapter 416 Logistics Manager. "Minister, it has been arranged." Zhu Hao was stunned. "Have they eaten?" "Yes. Political Commissar Sun told me." "Oh. What did they eat?" Zhou Qing scratched his head awkwardly. "They didn't eat much. They just ate a few slices of bread." "That won't do." Zhu Hao glared. "Go. Bring all the ham sausages in my dormitory to me. Let them eat." "Yes." Hey. Wait a minute." Chen Yu hurriedly stopped him. "Chief. No need. In fact, we are full. We ate a lot on the way here." "Are you sure?" "Yes. Sure." Zhu Hao nodded. "That's fine. I won't force it. If you're hungry, feel free to find Xiao Zhou. He's the person in charge of logistics." "Okay. Thank you." Zhu Hao turned around and waved, "Xiao Zhou. Take them to the dormitory." After that, he looked at Liang Qiuying. "Professor Liang, find a way to contact the people in your base. I can send a helicopter over. You ask Zhang Yang, Lu Yuanchao, and Professor Murong to come. It's safer to leave such an important person with me." Liang Qiuying, embarrassed? "What should I do? This big boss wants to poach people." Liang Qiuying looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu blinked, then smiled and said, "Boss, let's do this. We will discuss it in the evening and give you a reply tomorrow." "What else to discuss?" Zhu Hao frowned and said, "Don't you believe us? This base has at least more than 600 combat forces. There are also a lot of weapons in stock, and the defense capability is no problem." "Commander, I have a question." Chen Yu said lightly, "If the monsters trapped by you escape, how long can you defend?" Zhu Hao was stunned. "They can't escape." "Commander, nothing is impossible. No matter how good your defense is, there will be times of negligence. If some people want to destroy this place, the first thing to do is to blow up the fence there. It's not difficult to blow up the fence. Just 1 rocket will do. By then, this base won't last for 3 hours." Zhu Hao. "So, Chief, I'll tell you the truth. If those monsters are not dealt with, my people will never come. No one will." Chen Yu looked at Zhu Hao, expressionless. And Zhu Hao finally saw Chen Yu's abnormality. His eyes were fierce. Chen Yu was telling the truth. Zhu Hao has always been troubled by those zombies. Those are comrades. They used to be brothers in the same barracks, and friends who ate the same food. So even if they became zombies, Zhu Hao couldn't bear to destroy them completely, always feeling that they could recover. It's a pity that after such a long time, no solution has been found. In addition, in order to try to catch Han Ting inside, Zhu Hao continuously sent in many elite fighters, resulting in the group becoming larger and larger. Now, the number is over 10,000. It's actually quite scary. And some of the individuals inside are very strange. They may have strange abilities. Now, all Zhu Hao can do is send people to keep an eye on those living dead 24 hours a day. Therefore, what Chen Yu said is very powerful. Why are my people coming here? You have a huge time bomb here, and you didn't solve it. What if my people come here and your time bomb explodes? How long can this base last? No one knows. So why come here? Zhu Hao has no idea. This can only be done temporarily. And we will discuss it later. But he values the old professors and researchers in Chen Yu's team very much, and always feels that staying with Chen Yu is not safe at all. So what if there is a major? So what if there is a regiment commander? You have no soldiers. The real warriors add up to less than 50. If you really encounter a beast tide or a large-scale attack, you can't stop it at all. Those surviving talents are wasted. So, Zhu Hao is thinking about it. We have to find a way to transfer those people here. At night, Chin Yu and his 4 people were arranged in 2 dormitories. Chin Yu had 1 room by himself, and the 3 girls had 1 room. This little soldier named Zhou Qing was really enthusiastic, busying around, and it seemed that he planned to let the 4 of them live here for a long time. All kinds of supplies were prepared: bedding, toiletries, and various daily necessities. It was a little after 7 in the evening. After Zhou Qing left, the 3 women immediately went into Chin Yu's room. Liang Qiuying was a little worried. Ayu, what should we do? The ground-based station must use Han Ting's biometrics. But to get Han Ting out, we must definitely deal with those sub-alien people. Do it. Chin Yu walked to the window, looked outside and whispered, those sub-alien people must be dealt with, regardless of whether Han Ting is involved or not. We have to take action. First, some of the sub-aliens' heads will also grow crystal nuclei. And once there is a crystal nucleus, it is basically of relatively high quality. Second, this group of sub-alien is too threatening. They are all sub-alien who have come back from the dead. I can't monitor these ghosts in my way, so they must die. Liang Qiuying said helplessly, but I think Minister Zhu doesn't seem to plan to take action. Those are their comrades in arms. They can't bear to leave. I can't take care of them. Chin Yu frowned. Any hidden dangers that threaten our team must be eliminated. So, we will act tonight. Dong Qiolei immediately became excited. Quickly whispered, Brother Yu, what should we do? I'll go blow up the ones inside. Chin Yu whispered, no matter what happens inside, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it inside. Qiolei will pick up leaks outside. Once you find a fish that has slipped through the net, use all your means to wipe him out. You are fast enough to support the entire area. Xiaoyun doesn't need to participate in this kind of battle for the time being. You just stay with Professor Liang to protect her. Liang Qiuying was stunned. I don't need protection. Right? Of course you do. Chin Yu looked at her seriously. Although your physique is very strong, you have too little combat experience. I have always wanted researchers like you to not participate in the battle. So, Xiaoyun will protect you. Okay. Liang Qiuying had no choice but to nod, because what they said was right. Li Xiaoyun didn't care. She was already very happy to follow Chin Yu out. As for whether she could fight this time, that was not her concern. There is a long way to go. Now she is also a superpower, and there will be many places where she will need to fight in the future. So, the 4 of them agreed on a strategy. Time passed slowly. The remaining garrisons at the Air Force Base still rested strictly according to the Army's work and rest schedule. When the time came, they immediately prepared to go to bed. The soldiers on duty at night were basically on duty. Chin Yu monitored all areas in his mental map and basically understood the defense situation here. It was almost 9:30. Suddenly someone knocked on Chin Yu's door. Who is it? Hello. I'm Sunning. I'm the political commissar of the Air Force Base. Chin Yu was stunned. Oh, I remembered. The political commissar here is a woman. The first time Zhou Qing brought food in the afternoon was at the behest of this political commissar. Chin Yu hurried to the door and stretched out his hand to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Chin Yu's eyes lit up immediately. Huh? Chapter 417 Appearance and Figure. She is actually a heroic beauty. She is about 30 years old. She doesn't look old at all. She has short hair, wears a military uniform, and has her hands behind her back. She has willow-like eyebrows and phoenix eyes. Her big eyes are very bright. At this age, she can become the political commissar of the Sunlight City Air Force Base. This woman must be from a prominent family. Outside the door, Sunning smiled faintly at Chin Yu. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello. Chin Yu nodded and asked in confusion, Commissar Sun, why do you come to see me at this time? Nothing. Sunning smiled, and her expression was somewhat embarrassed. She looked around, then suddenly moved closer and asked softly, Mr. Chen, I see that there are many female comrades in your team. Can I ask if you have sanitary napkins for women? Chin Yu, sweating profusely. I was worried for nothing. I thought there was something wrong, but it turned out to be sanitary napkins. Sunning came here, probably just to ask about sanitary napkins. As a female comrade, she should be considered a minority in the Air Force Base. So, no matter how many supplies there are here, sanitary napkins may still be very rare. Or there are none at all. When she saw that I brought a woman with me, she thought that there were many women here, so there should be sanitary napkins. So she came to ask. It's understandable. After Sunning asked, her face turned red. She was a little embarrassed. Chinyu didn't act pretentiously and nodded directly. We do have sanitary napkins. If Political Commissar Sun needs them, I can have someone bring some over next time. But I have to ask in advance. How many female soldiers do you have here? Too many won't do. Oh, not many. Sunning was obviously relieved and smiled easily. There are only more than 70 in total. More than 70? Chinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Political Commissar Sun. Then I really can't meet the needs of all your female soldiers. I'll do my best to bring some for you. Okay. Thank you very much. Sunning took the initiative to extend her hand. Want to shake hands? Chinyu quickly extended his hand to shake hers. You know what? Her hands are not that delicate. And her palms are full of calluses. And you can tell at a glance that she is someone who often touches guns. After shaking hands, Sunning went into Chinyu's room by herself, looked around, and said with a smile, Our dormitory is okay. Right? Yeah. It's pretty good. I heard from Xiao Zhou that you didn't eat much in the afternoon. You didn't eat in the evening either. What's the matter? Are you not used to eating bread and ham sausage? That shouldn't be the case. Right? Chinyu smiled and said, We ate on the way here. We are not hungry. And I heard from Zhou Qing that you don't seem to have much food left. Alas, not much. Sunning sat on the bed helplessly, sighed and said, We have persisted for so long. And we have eaten all the food no matter how much we have. We can't rob the common people. So we can only tighten our belts. Do you still have the energy to fight? You can't go to the battlefield without eating? Sunning said proudly, Our soldiers? Even if they don't eat a bite of food. As long as the war starts, we will rush to the front line. Okay. Chinyu was a little helpless. Rush to the front line without eating a bite of food? The spirit is commendable. But the fighting power will definitely not be good if you are hungry. Fortunately, we are not in a state of war now. We are just defending the Air Force base. And as long as those sub-alien people don't riot, the refugees in the general city are basically not a big threat. However, this is definitely not a solution. Chinyu was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, Have you tried to go hunting? Occasionally. Sunning nodded. After all, soldiers still need to replenish protein regularly. So sometimes some people go out hunting. Hunting some mutant animals to eat. That's it. What do you mean? Sunning was stunned. Oh, nothing. I have some skills. I can help you drive some mutant yaks and Tibetan antelopes over. When I am free, you can take them over. Sunning smiled. This smile is so festive. When she smiles, her eyes are like crescents. Not to mention it's quite charming. But when she doesn't smile, she is much more majestic. Cool. Very cool. She smiled and stood up. Walked to Chinyu and patted Chinyu's shoulder formally. Young man. Thank you. But that kind of dangerous thing should be left to the soldiers. Okay. I'm leaving first. You have a good rest. Okay. Political Commissar Sun. Take care. Yes. Sunning turned and walked out. Just when Chinyu was about to go over and close the door, Sunning suddenly turned back and asked in a low voice, Young man, I want to ask you another question. Oh, you say. Do you have those baby diapers? Chinyu was stunned. What is that? Baby diapers? The diapers for babies under 1 year old? Chinyu blinked. Political Commissar Sun just gave birth? What? Sunning blushed and whispered unhappily, I haven't been married yet. Why should I have a child? We are a pair of young soldiers. Married in the barracks. And had a baby last month. Oh! Chinyu nodded suddenly and murmured, I thought Political Commissar Sun had a baby. But your figure doesn't look like you're going to have a baby. Sun Ying's face flushed immediately. She glared at Chinyu unhappily. Chinyu also suddenly realized that what he said subconsciously just now seemed a bit explicit. How can you casually comment on someone's figure? The main reason is that Sun Ying should be in her 30s. At most 1 or 2 years older than Lu Shuyuan and the others. Chinyu usually talks freely with the 13 sisters. He is used to it. So when he saw Sun Ying's age and her superb appearance and figure, he couldn't help but comment on her. What a disrespect. Chinyu smiled awkwardly. Commissar Sun. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. You little brat. Sunning rolled her eyes at him. Then said seriously, Do you have any? If you do, bring me some. We can exchange for other supplies. What do you want to exchange? Chinyu asked in confusion. Can you exchange for weapons? Within an appropriate range. Yes. Sunning nodded without hesitation. I know there are important scientific researchers in your team. So you also need a weapons guard team. I trust you. So we can exchange weapons. That's fine. Chinyu smiled and said, I'll go ask later. We have a wide variety of inventory. And I really don't know if we have diapers. Okay. Let's do this for now. Sunning also breathed a sigh of relief. Waved her hand. Turned around and left. Chinyu quickly closed the door. Shaked his head. I don't know if he is used to entangled with Lu Shuyun and the others. But now, he is interested in this graceful old lady. Chapter 418 Camouflage Ability. It may also be the sequelae of swallowing the crystal core of the golden monkey before. I have always been very interested in that aspect. Chinyu hurriedly returned to the bed. Sat cross-legged. Closed his eyes and concentrated. Waiting for the arrival of midnight. Midnight. Chinyu, who had been sitting quietly in the dormitory, suddenly opened his eyes. It's time to act. He stood up and walked to the wall, stretched out his hand and knocked twice. The next door immediately responded twice. It was Dong Chiole. She was ready too. Chinyu immediately turned around and walked to the door, took off his clothes in a few seconds, and entered the full reflection optical stealth mode. Then he quietly opened the door and walked out. Next door. The door opened. A black shadow instantly disappeared in the far corridor. Outside the dormitory building, the temperature was very low, close to 0 degrees. The cold wind was howling. The sentries in the garrison area were operating normally, and the sentries on night duty were all energetic and vigilantly looking around. At a certain moment, outside the area where the sub-alien people were concentrated, on the side of the fence, 2 figures appeared in the corner at the same time. Chinyu quickly put on his clothes. Dong Chiole looked at his body greedily with a thief's expression. Chinyu was amused. He gently knocked her and whispered, You concentrate. Ouch. Dong Chiole covered her head and said softly, Brother you. I want you. Let's finish the mission first. After we finish this place, I'll let you have your fill. Now I have to put in all my energy. I have to investigate the situation here first. What else do you want to investigate? Chinyu stared at the fence and frowned and said, According to my experience, there must be a sub-alien king among such a large group of sub-alien people. Those exaggerated guys are usually very strong and have special abilities. Wire fences like this can't trap them at all. Dong Chiole was stunned. Why are the sub-alien people here so honest? I'm also surprised. So, I have to investigate first. Find out the specific situation here before taking action. Otherwise it's easy to suffer a big loss. Okay. How do you want to investigate? Stay here and wait for me. When I need to take action, I will come out and give you a signal first. Dong Chiole was stunned. You are not going to go in. Are you? Maybe. After Chinyu finished speaking, he turned around and quickly flashed into the darkness. The fenced area is very large. The tens of thousands of sub-alien people inside stood still and did not make any sound. Each one is like a statue. It's really strange. Some of the previous sub-alien groups moved at night and slept during the day. Some can only move in water and will be destroyed if they leave the water. The sub-alien people here are the most bizarre. They don't move during the day or at night. According to Zhu Hao, this group of sub-alien people has been surrounding for almost a year. But from the beginning till now, it has never moved. This is why Zhu Hao and the others don't care at all. Because there has never been anything unusual. They are used to it. But the more this happens, the more terrified Chinyu feels. The sub-alien will not be so calm. Although they are sub-alien who have been resurrected from the dead, their thinking ability has not completely disappeared. Especially the sub-alien king. He should have a higher IQ. So, what are they doing? Chinyu quickly walked around the fence, trying to observe the situation inside from the outside. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the situation inside. Moreover, these sub-alien have no spiritual bodies, and there is no way to judge their strength from their spiritual bodies. Finally, Chinyu stopped at a corner far away from the garrison area. There was no other way. He could only go in. He had to try it boldly. His camouflage ability could disguise any object he touched. Touching the grass would turn his body into grass. Even the smell would be grassy. Touching marble would turn his body into marble-like skin. Then, what about touching a sub-alien? Would he become like them? Even his smell would change? Give it a try. Chinyu took a deep breath, looked up at the guardrail, then silently took 2 steps back. Instantly activated his supernatural power. and suddenly jumped up. Whoosh! He jumped more than 5 meters high. He jumped directly from the top of the guardrail into the fence. As soon as he entered, the motionless alien in front of him suddenly turned around. One by one, they let out deafening roars. Some of them were so fast that they rushed out from the center and rushed to the front in the blink of an eye. Fuck! Chinyu shouted. He dodged 2 smelly claws in a flash, then stepped on his feet, spread his hands, and did a wild horse-splitting mane. 2 bangs. The 2 fastest aliens were blown away. At the same time, Chinyu quickly mixed into the alien crowd. After causing a sensation, he touched the skin of the aliens and then disappeared quietly. As expected, the restless aliens slowly calmed down. Chinyu quickly moved to a quiet corner and stood there motionless. In the distance, the sentries on duty at night, who heard the roar, had already rushed over with guns. There were 7 or 8 of them. They rushed to the outside of the fence and looked at the aliens inside in surprise. What happened just now? I don't know. It's been more than a year. This is the first time I saw them restless. It seems to be quiet again now. Nothing happened? Nothing. What could happen? It's been fine for more than a year. As long as you don't go in and provoke them. They don't seem to move or make a sound. Alas, our squad leader is also inside. I was talking about it. Half of our brothers in the brigade are inside. Forget it. Don't say it. It's all tears. Let's go. It seems that nothing is wrong. And everything is calmed down. Let's go. Lee. The sentinels left. Chinyu stood quietly inside for more than 10 minutes. At a certain moment, there was a figure outside the fence behind him. It was Dong Chiole. She looked at Chinyu with a confused face, her mouth wide open. What the hell? How did brother you become like that? The subhuman king hugged a meteorite? No one knew all of Chenyu's abilities, including Dong Chiole. So she didn't know Chenyu's camouflage ability. When she saw Chinyu turn out to be exactly the same as the alien, she subconsciously became a little anxious, and couldn't help but whispered, "Brother you." Chinyu slowly turned his head. He stretched out a finger towards her, and made a hush sound at his mouth. Dong Chiole breathed a sigh of relief. Oh! My god! This guy actually has such a trick. How did he manage to deceive those aliens? After Chinyu winked at Dong Chiole, he turned his head again and began to explore the position in the middle of the crowd. The closer to the middle, the denser the aliens surrounded. Moreover, the closer to the middle, the stronger the physique of the aliens. The 2 who just rushed out had extremely strong bodies. They could even withstand the punch of a level 2 superpower. So, what is in the middle of the crowd? Chinyu began to move slowly inside. Once a commotion occurs, stop immediately. Dong Chiole, who was watching from outside, was so nervous that her palms were sweating and her heart was in her throat. Do you have to observe like this? It's too scary. Chapter 419, No Longer Hiding. If this blows up a hornet's nest and wakes up all those sub-alien people, I'm afraid Chinyu will be swallowed up and drowned. Tens of thousands of sub-alien people. It's spectacular to watch. Does this guy always make things so thrilling? Inside, Chinyu kept getting closer. The closer he got, the denser the crowd became. After only advancing a dozen meters, people were already crowded together. But Chinyu didn't care. He squeezed in. Anyway, his smell and appearance were exactly the same as those of the sub-alien people. Even if he angered the sub-alien people in front of him, he would stand still and lower his head the moment the other party turned around. And nothing would happen. So, Chinyu continued to go deeper. Soon the figure disappeared. After squeezing in, Chinyu suddenly stopped. He was surprised to find that the closer he got, the more his skin stung. Moreover, the recovery ability of the undead actually started unconsciously. The more injured, the stronger. Chinyu could feel his physical strength strengthened. Isn't this weird? Chinyu secretly looked up at the situation of other subhumans around him, and he gasped at the result. Damn! The deeper the subhumans went, the more terrifying their faces became. It was as if there was a kind of blue electric current flowing under their skin. That was clearly blood. The key is, how can blood still flow? And it's blue? It even conducts through the skin. What the hell? When he squeezed forward for about 20 or 30 meters, Chinyu was horrified to find that his whole body was tingling and his head was splitting. He even had a nosebleed. No! I can't bear it. Is there a huge radiation source inside? Seeing that he was almost in the middle, Chinyu quietly stepped back 2 steps, slowly squatted down, and looked inside through the gap between the thighs. Oh my! I can vaguely see it. Sure enough, there was a figure, holding something in his arms, sitting on the ground. That was probably the sub-alien king. What he was holding in his arms looked like an irregular stone. Could it be a meteorite? What kind of meteorite has such strong radioactivity? Even his body couldn't bear it. But the range of this radioactivity is very short. And the power of radioactivity can no longer be felt 100 meters away. So, the subhuman king has been absorbing radioactive substances. No wonder these ghosts have not moved or made any noise. After figuring out the reason, Qin Yu immediately backed away slowly. And after finding Han Ting, he stopped behind her. Han Ting is an old woman in her 50s. She was still wearing a white coat. Qin Yu glanced at her, then quickly searched all the items on her body, and finally reached out and touched her neck. He twisted it hard. Crack! Puff! The head was twisted off. At that moment, all the aliens around were startled and turned their heads to look over. Qin Yu blinked. He used both hands again. And there were 2 puffs. Han Ting's 2 arms were also torn off and sent into the space. This time, Han Ting collapsed directly on the ground. The next second, a deafening roar suddenly came from the center of the alien crowd. The sound was just like the roar of the engine when the plane took off. The whole ground was shaking. At that moment, all the lights in the military camp in the distance were lit up. Dong Qiulei outside was also startled. Oops. I've stirred up a hornet's nest. She screamed subconsciously, Brother Yu. Run! Chun Yu, who was in the crowd of aliens, also felt his scalp tingling. Seeing that all the aliens were getting agitated, he stopped hiding and suddenly activated his ability to level 3. Swinging his hands. Bang bang. The aliens on both sides were directly smashed away by him. Come! Have fun for me! Chen Yu shouted angrily, and then began to run around in the crowd of aliens. As he ran, he threw time bombs out of the space. All the time bombs were set for only 10 seconds, because his camouflage effect had not faded. Although the aliens received the attack order, most of them could not tell him apart. Only the dozens of subhumans close to the core could recognize him. So, the crowd went wild. The subhuman in the middle frantically shook off the subhumans around him and rushed towards him desperately. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Qin Yu silently counted the seconds, and at the same time, he exerted his supernatural powers to the extreme, rushing left and right in the crowd, constantly throwing time bombs out. The range slowly expanded. In a few seconds, dozens of powerful time bombs had been thrown on the ground. The countdown was about to end. Just as Qin Yu turned around and wanted to escape, there was a roar behind him like a landslide. A figure rushed behind Qin Yu at a speed almost as fast as lightning, and a dry green claw actually grabbed Qin Yu's shoulder. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. Qin Yu's shoulder was torn apart almost in an instant. Death was imminent. This time was the closest time for Qin Yu to death. I didn't expect that the speed of this subhuman king was so fast, and the power was so violent that it even exceeded his level 3 ability. One grab broke his shoulder. Then he grabbed his head. If he was caught, it would be broken in one blow, just like a hammer hitting a watermelon. Dong Qiulei outside was so scared that she screamed, Brother Yu, be careful. Life and death. Qin Yu calmed down instead. He spread the power of annihilation out of his body almost in an instant. He is not afraid of injury, because the recovery ability of the undead is terrifying. As long as he is not killed by the opponent. Qin Yu even thought about the meteorite in the arms of the sub-alien king. In a flash, Qin Yu tried to slightly shake his head and barely moved his head away. At the same time, he extended his bones to the extreme, condensed them to the extreme, and concentrated them all on the other shoulder. There was a sound of puff. The claws of the sub-alien king collided with the bone armor on his shoulder. The unbearable pain made Qin Yu scream. His bones were deformed and broken by the slap, and even more than half of them flew out. However, the sub-alien king also seemed to have suffered a great loss. He also let out a shrill roar. His hand quickly retracted. The only part of his hand that could be seen to have been corroded was the base of his palm. The whole hand disappeared. Boom! The first time bomb that was thrown out exploded. In an instant, the shockwaves spread out. The terrifying explosion blew all the limbs of the surrounding aliens into pieces and flew everywhere. The alien king was also knocked off his feet by the shock wave. Qin Yu saw that the opportunity could not be missed, and he endured the severe pain on half of his body. He suddenly ducked and rushed over. flicked his fingers and a flame popped out, and rushed directly to the alien's face. The alien king smelled danger. He was so scared that he quickly stretched out his hand to cover his face. However, he only had one intact hand, so he subconsciously used that hand to cover his face, and the stone in his hand fell straight down. Chinyu was ecstatic. He reached out and grabbed the stone in his hand, and stuffed it into the space without stopping. The king of the subhumans suddenly realized it. He was so angry that he jumped up like thunder, stomped his hand suddenly, and was about to run away again. As a result, a loud bang sounded again. There was another explosion nearby. Chapter 420. The Means of Teleportation. The king of the subhumans was knocked to the ground by the impact of the explosion. Chinyu was also knocked out by the shock wave, knocking over more than a dozen subhumans in a row. Boom, 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 boom. The fence was constantly exploding. The violent shock wave had completely overturned and destroyed the fence. Dong Qiulei outside had no chance to pick up the leaks. She was basically running for her life. The terrible shock wave rolled up the rubble on the ground, which was more terrifying than a machine gun. The garrison in the distance also rushed over, but no one dared to get close. They all stood in a distance and watched this scene in amazement. When Dong Qiulei avoided the rubble, she shouted heartbreakingly, "Brother you! Brother you! Woo woo! Brother you! Don't!" Boom! Another loud noise. A figure was blown out of the flames. Dong Qiulei saw it and recognized it was Chinyu, and half of his body was gone. Oh my god! She rushed over frantically. For the first time, he flashed at a distance of more than 100 meters, using the method of teleportation. The next second, she hugged the falling Chinyu in her arms and shouted in fear, "Brother you! Ahem! I'm fine. Go north quickly." The king of the subhumans escaped, and he was also fatally injured. He must not be allowed to escape. Grab his head. Quickly, Chinyu roared in a low voice. There was an unquestionable light in his eyes. Dong Qiulei had no choice but to put him on the ground with gritted teeth, tears flashing in her eyes, and she disappeared in an instant. As soon as her figure disappeared, another figure rushed to his side at a speed that was almost instantaneous, and his hands directly touched the half of Chinyu's body that was blown away. Chinyu was shocked. "Don't move. It's me. My nano-organism seemed to be able to help you heal your injuries," Liang Qiuying shouted. Chinyu immediately stopped moving and lay obediently in her arms, feeling the changes in his body in surprise. So weird. Something seemed to have drilled into his body. Moreover, the half of his body that was blown down actually began to slowly reunite like quicksand. So magical? What kind of creature is this? Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, he would not die. With the recovery ability of an immortal, this level of injury would take about half an hour to recover. But Liang Qiuying didn't know that he had the ability to recover. So she was really shocked. That's why she didn't hesitate to sacrifice her own nano-organisms to help Chinyu recover from his injuries. This ability of hers was also discovered in Liberty City, on the Little Devil. Now it seems to be very effective. But it's a little different from the time with the Little Devil. When treating the Little Devil in Liberty City, the nanoworms only entered the Little Devil's body and helped to keep him alive. Make sure he doesn't die. After that, the nano-organisms will return to the body. But now when treating Chinyu, Liang Qiuying intuitively felt that there seemed to be many nano-organisms left in Chinyu's body, and it seemed that they could not come back. So as the treatment time got longer, Liang Qiuying's face became paler. Slowly, the body seemed to be shaking. Chinyu also noticed this situation, and quickly jumped out of her arms, whispering urgently, "Don't go on." Liang Qiuying's eyes went dark, and she almost fainted. "Huh? So strange. It seems that part of my nano-organisms has entered your body." "What?" Chinyu was stunned. Entered into his body? Why didn't he feel it? After carefully feeling his body, he really didn't notice anything unusual. But the half of his body that disappeared has basically recovered. It's much faster than his immortal body's recovery ability. Just then, there was a loud bang in the distance. A sound like a qigong cannon came out. Chinyu was startled. Xiaoyan also went out? Yeah. Quick. Go and see. Chinyu subconsciously reached out and grabbed Liang Qiuying's hand, turned around and ran. Liang Qiuying was also stunned by his hand, and her mind was blank as she ran wildly. When Chinyu and Liang Qiuying ran halfway, they saw Dong Qiulei and Li Xiaoyan coming over. Both of them were covered in blood. Dong Qiulei was injured, and one of her thighs was limping. Li Xiaoyun was covered in blood, but she looked fine, with only superficial injuries. Especially, she was holding a human head in her hand. It was that of the subhuman king. Qin breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. He was nervous for a moment, and he forgot to let go of Liang Qiuying's hand. Liang Qiuying felt embarrassed, and gently broke free from his hand. Qin suddenly came to his senses. He looked back at her and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you okay?" "Nothing." Liang Qiuying's condition recovered quickly. The nanoorganisms in her body have strong ability to split and regenerate. So after running for a while, she has recovered as before. Seeing that she was fine, Qin walked towards Dong Qiulei and Li Xiaoyun. "Qiulei, are you seriously injured?" "Nothing." Dong Qiulei shook her head nonchalantly, then pointed at Li Xiaoyun. "Brother you. Sister Xiaoyun's telekinetic cannon is too powerful. It's really exaggerated. One shot blew up the body of the sub-alien king. It's not that exaggerated." Li Xiaoyun blushed and said softly, "If Qiulei hadn't fought with him desperately for a while, making him a sped force, I wouldn't have been able to destroy him at all. You two are both very strong." Chen Yu smiled. "Here, brother Yu." Li Xiaoyun handed the sub-alien king's head to Chen Yu. Chen Yu took it casually, without even looking at it, and sent it directly into the space. At this time, the large army behind him had come. It was Zhu Hao who came with his men. In an instant, they surrounded the four people. Moreover, all the weapons were pointed at them. Everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy. They were all scared. Qin Yu slowly turned his head to look at the soldiers, his eyes fixed on Zhu Hao behind the crowd, and shouted loudly, "Chief, I have something to say." "What are you?" Zhu Hao shouted in a deep voice. "We are superpowers. At this point, there is no point in hiding it any longer. Ordinary people can keep the secret of the crystal core secret, but these soldiers who are defending the garrison can reveal it appropriately. They have seen through life and death, so they can try. It's time." Zhu Hao frowned. "What superpower? If you ask them to take back their weapons, we can probably find a room and tell you these things quietly." Zhu Hao didn't say anything. He seemed to be thinking. Chen Yu continued, "Chief, we destroyed these living dead, not the soldiers in the barracks. Don't you still trust us?" Zhu Hao was silent for a moment, picked up the intercom, and said something. All the soldiers immediately put away their weapons, and quickly lined up. Zhu Hao strode out, quickly came to Qin Yu, looked at the four people, and said seriously, "I choose to believe you, because if it was aimed at me, I might have become a corpse now. That's the truth." Chen Yu smiled. Chapter 421 Survivors. "So, young man, tell me, what is a superpower? Why do you have to kill these zombies? What else do you know about them?" "Chief, give me some more time." Qin Yu pointed to the mess and said, "I still have some finishing work to do." "What?" "Cut off the head." Qin Yu turned around and called Dong Qiulei and the others to quickly walk to the fence. Although not all sub-superpowers have crystal cores, the closer they are to the state of sub-superpower kings, the more likely they are to produce crystal cores. So, we have to check. So, the four people began to search in the ruins. If they found a head, they would cut it open directly. Zhu Hao didn't know what they were doing, and they were actually cutting heads and scratching. What were they scratching? He was confused. In order to solve the doubts in his heart, he took hundreds of soldiers and waited outside. When it was almost dawn, a warning sound suddenly came from the radio intercom. 10 seconds later, all the soldiers left in a hurry. Then, gunshots were heard in the distance of the base. Occasionally, huge explosions were heard. Dong Qiulei came to Qin Yu and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "Someone attacked the Air Force base." Qin Yu continued to search without raising his head, and said casually, "The previous big explosion must have alarmed the survivors of Sunlight City. It is normal for some people in this city to be desperate." "Oh, those guys want to get here with guns and weapons. Of course. We don't need to help. Do we?" Qin Yu laughed and said, "Are you kidding? They are regular troops. Why do we need to help? How can the little Karami in Sunlight City have the power to capture this place? It's all nonsense. Let's focus on finding it. Speed up." "Okay." Dong Qiulei flashed away. She was the fastest. So, time passed by. The gunfire outside lasted about 20 minutes and then ended. Not long after, Zhu Hao came with more than a dozen people, and Sun Ying came with him. But Chen Yu was not finished yet. Their search for crystal cores lasted for more than 3 hours. It was not until the sky was bright that it ended. The results were gratifying. The 4 people dug out nearly 300 crystal cores in total, and each of them was full of grains. It was indeed much better than the crystal cores of mutant animals. In particular, there were more than a dozen crystal cores, the quality of which was almost catching up with the crystal cores of mutant giant pandas. Very good. Although compared with tens of thousands of sub-alien groups, more than 300 crystal cores were considered few. But Chen Yu was very satisfied. This was definitely an unexpected gain. After getting the crystal cores, the 4 people followed Zhu Hao back to the barracks dormitory tiredly, and simply washed their bodies. Except Liang Qiuying. The other 3 people had different degrees of injuries. Chen Yu was the most seriously injured. It looked scary. But his mental state was very good, which made Zhu Hao amazed. After eating some food, Chen Yu told Zhu Hao and Sanning the secrets of the superpowers and the secrets of the crystal core. He didn't hold back. He told everything. After hearing his words, Zhu Hao and Sanning were confused. They looked at each other. They were all in disbelief. Finally, Chen Yu had no choice but to stick out an arm bone from the middle of his palm, which scared Sanning so much that she screamed. The 2 of them believed it. So, he is a superpower. Even if I have an army of several hundred people, they are just like paper in front of them. No wonder they don't want to let important members come. The secret of the crystal core shocked Zhu Hao and Sanning. They didn't say anything for a long time. I stared at Chen Yu blankly and watched him show his superpowers. This feeling is just like watching a Western superpower movie. It feels weird. It's a bit creepy. But when I think of the end of the world now, it seems that nothing is impossible. After all, the living dead have appeared. So, after a long silence, Zhu Hao asked with difficulty, "Young man, how many people know this news?" "I don't know." Chen Yu shook his head. "I don't know what's going on outside, because we have lived in Yandrok Lake for more than half a year. What about before you came?" "Before you came, there should be a few survivors who swallowed the crystal core by chance, successfully activated their superpowers, and became superpowers. But this news should not have spread, because many superpowers don't know the real reason for the mutation." "Oh!" Zhu Hao nodded suddenly. He and Sanning looked at each other, and then asked again, "Young man, is the probability of activating superpowers high? It shouldn't be 100%, right?" "Yes. Not 100%. Chen Yu nodded. "Maybe it will fail. Once it fails, there will be no reaction, or death, or it will mutate into a monster, lose its mind, and become a tool for killing." "Good guy." Zhu Hao was depressed. "This price is too high. I was thinking about whether to find someone to try it. But the price of failure is a life." Seeing the depressed faces of the 2 leaders, Chen Yu smiled. 2 leaders. There is no need to be so angry. From the current situation in Sunlight City, at least there are almost no wild superpowers. This place is remote, and there will not be a large number of outsiders for a while. So, you still have time to think about it. It's great to be a superpower, and you will have unimaginable power. But the price is also high, and it takes courage and faith to try. Speaking of this, Chen Yu took out 10 small crystal cores from his pocket and placed them on the table. "Here are 10 crystal cores, which I will get to you for free. In fact, the main purpose of our visit this time is the ability of satellite communication. I brought all of Han Ting's bioinformation components. Fingerprint, retina. Use whichever you need. I just hope that if the function of the ground-based station can be restored and we can contact the extraterrestrial satellite, we can get some satellite phones. This way, if anything happens, we can also know the situation outside in time. What do you think, leaders?" After Chen Yu finished speaking, Zhu Hao and Sanning had not yet come back to their senses. They both stared at the crystal core on the table. They didn't even dare to reach out to take it. Chen Yu smiled and said, "Leaders, this is not a scourge. You won't get any radiation or side effects if you take it." "Uh-huh. Good. Good. Good." Zhu Hao suddenly came back to his senses and laughed. "Young man, it's okay. Your proposal just now is totally fine. As long as the ground-based station can resume work, we will definitely give you a few satellite phones." "Okay. It's settled." Chen Yu stood up and said, "Professor Liang will stay with you for 2 days to take care of the satellite base station. Xiao Lei and Xiao Yun will go back to the base to bring some supplies." Mainly sanitary napkins for women. And diapers. What about you? Liang Qiuying looked at him in confusion. I have to go out for a while. Qinyu smiled and glanced at Sun Ying. I promised Political Commissar Sun that I would help them get some prey back. So I'm going out for a while. Xiaochen. No. No need to trouble you. Sun Ying waved her hand quickly. It's actually more dangerous outside than in the city. Those mutant animals are much more difficult to deal with than humans. Don't worry. Qinyu looked at her seriously. Political Commissar Sun. I can ignore ordinary survivors. This world is the survival of the fittest. But you? I hope to help as much as I can. Because you are protecting the people and the national property. With you, I am willing to believe that the country is there. Chapter 422 Miracle. Sun Ying, Zhu Hao, Dong Qiulei, and the other two girls. My God. Look at this awareness. Sun Ying and Zhu Hao were stunned. This young man's ideology is too healthy. It's been more than 2 years since the end of the world. And there are still young people like him. It's a miracle. The key is that he is just an ordinary person. He is not a soldier. It's incredible. For a moment, Zhu Hao and Sun Ying both had a heart of love for talent. In the end, Qinyu did not give them a chance and opened the door and went out directly. Sun Ying was a woman after all, and she was still worried and wanted to chase him out. But Dong Qiulei stopped her directly. Political Commissar Sun. You can rest assured and let brother you go. He will feel uncomfortable if he doesn't go. When I came here last night, I heard Zhou Qing say that your soldiers only eat 1 meal a day now. And brother you felt distressed at that time. He said that he must help you solve the problem of meals. Of course, it's only for a short time. For the long term, we are also making plans. Dr. Dong and our team will soon build a cultivation base. And I hope to achieve self-sufficiency in crops next year. After listening to this, Sun Ying didn't know what to say. I feel more and more that Qinyu, this young man, seems to have a halo. I can't help but think of the scene of being alone with Qinyu in the dormitory last night. I remembered his comments on my figure. Why is my heart beating so fast? Zhu Hao, who was standing by, quickly calmed down. He put away the 10 crystal cores. The matter of the superpowers had already caused a chemical reaction in his heart. How could the army not have such talents? If one day in the future, there are superpowers in Sunlight City, or even more terrifying mutant animals, how to deal with them? Should we give up this city? Impossible. So, maybe we should have a voluntary superpower warrior training program. In the next 2 days, Liang Qiuying stayed at the Air Force Base. Used Han Ting's biological tissue to open the access control of the ground base station. And finally entered the satellite control base. She and several technicians in the base began to repair the line. Prepare to restart satellite communication. At the same time, Dong Qiulei and Li Xiuyun returned to the lakeside base. The two of them took the armed transport helicopter of the Air Force Base. Prepare to take 2 people over. One is Zhang Yang, and the other is Lu Yuanchao. Since he knew that these two had military ranks, Zhu Hao naturally wanted to meet them. Everyone will be in Tibet in the future. It's not too far away. It's good to take care of each other. In addition, Qinyu promised Sun Ying that he would get some sanitary napkins and diapers. So the Air Force Base directly sent 2 female soldiers to follow Dong Qiulei and Li Xiuyun back. Arrived at the base. Naturally, a warm welcome. Both female soldiers were stunned. Because the base by the lake is too much. Right? There is electricity? And everyone looks full. What's even more weird is that there are mostly women. Even all of them are beautiful women. It's also strange. When Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao heard that there were still troops stationed at the Air Force Base, and there were 2 leaders, they agreed to go there without hesitation. They must go and take a look. Everyone is a soldier. A natural sense of closeness. So, after tossing around at the lakeside base for an afternoon, the helicopter drove back in the evening. Brought supplies and people. That night, Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao stayed at the Air Force Base. Chat with the leaders there. Night. Everyone sighed for the chaos outside. The fall of many cities. The decreasing number of humans. And the increasingly desolate world. The next day, when Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao were ready to go back, Sun Ying did not break her promise. She sent a batch of weapons directly. The quantity was not small. It was enough to arm a reinforced company. And several heavy firepower weapons were given. This made Zhang Yang very happy. Returned with a full load. In this way, the lakeside park and the Air Force Base basically formed a deep comrade-in-arms connection and friendship. It was the third day. Everyone was anxiously waiting. Why didn't Shinyu come back? Did something happen? Didn't he just go out to get some mutant animals? That shouldn't be the case. Right? As a result, at around 2 p.m., Dong Chiole, who had been staying at the Air Force Base, received Shinyu's radio contact information. He asked the people at the Air Force Base to station troops at the east entrance to Sunlight City. At least a team of 500 people should be sent. Just leave 100 people at the base. This crazy move scared Zhu Hao and Sunning. Send 500 people to the entrance? Is that a lot? And they have to bring enough weapons and ammunition. How many mutant animals did he attract? Dong Chiole, who was familiar with Shinyu, couldn't help but secretly gasp, guessing that this time it must be crazy. She repeatedly stressed that she must listen to Shinyu. Otherwise she would regret it. Finally, Zhu Hao and Sunning compromised. A 500-man combat unit was dispatched directly, driving tanks and cannons, all equipped with heavy firepower, and marched to the east entrance of the city. On this day, the sky was high and the clouds were light. The weather was pretty good. The east entrance of the city was deserted. No one had maintained it for more than 2 years, and the big plaque at the entrance had rotted away. The toll station on the highway into the city was destroyed. The buildings outside the city were all broken and ruined, looking no different from the scenes in the previous Doomsday movies. The team of 500 people formed a formation. It looks quite powerful. Zhu Hao led the team personally. He stood on the back of a car, looking into the distance with a telescope. But he could not see anything unusual. He waited for about 20 minutes. Zhu Hao looked at Dong Chiole behind him in confusion. Little Dong, is Chenyu reliable? Why is there no movement? Old leader, don't worry. Dong Chiole smiled and said, there is no movement now. When there is movement later, I guarantee you will be shocked. Really? You will know after you experience it yourself. Alas, such a big scene. I came here empty nest. It's very dangerous in the base. This kid doesn't speak faster. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his feet shaking. The car was shaking. Then, the soldiers around him noticed something unusual. It sounded like the sound of tides in the distance. It sounded like thunder across the sky. Dong Chiole snapped her fingers immediately. It's coming. Zhu Hao quickly turned around and picked up the telescope to look at the road in the distance. This look startled him, and he shouted, "Aw!" On the road in the distance, a dark tide spread over. The sound of hooves was thunderous. The air blowing in with the cold wind had a strange grassland smell. It turned out to be a large group of mutant yaks. It was so dense that you couldn't see the end at a glance. Zhu Hao got goosebumps all over his body, and quickly picked up the intercom and shouted, "Everyone, get ready. Quick!" At the command, 500 soldiers set up their weapons at the same time. Gatling guns, various submachine guns, assault rifles, and even tanks and rocket launchers. As time passed, Chapter 423 Attempt. When everyone could see the mutant, Ma Wang's, yaks running towards them from a distance, everyone gasped. Damn it! What the hell? This is too much. Right? Can we handle it? For a moment, the calves of the 500 soldiers were cramped. But there is no other choice now. There is no time to retreat. If you look back, you will be trampled to death by the mutant yaks before you can escape. So, go for it. Seeing that the yaks in front have entered the shooting range, the powerful Gatling machine gun roared. Everyone else followed closely. In an instant, gunfire flew. Dong Chiole stood behind the car, covered her ears with her hands, and turned her face away. Oh my god! Is Jinyu crazy? As for getting so many mutant yaks, there must be tens of thousands of them? The sound of gunfire lasted for several hours. All the survivors in Sunlight City were frightened, although they did not go to the scene to see the horrific scene with their own eyes. The roar of tens of thousands of mutant yaks, and the sound of gunfire at the east entrance of the city had already shaken the whole city. It sounded like a beast tide, but it was blocked by the garrison at the Air Force Base. Those who did not know the truth breathed a sigh of relief. Who knows the truth? East of the city, all the garrison soldiers were exhausted. They collapsed on the ground one by one, looking at the mountains of blood and corpses in front of them. The bodies of mutant yaks were everywhere. This consumed most of the ammunition stocks. At least 20,000 to 30,000 mutant yaks were killed. Fortunately, the garrison soldiers did not suffer any casualties, but were exhausted. when the last batch of yaks fell. When everyone was tired and felt their arms were cramping, another figure appeared on the long street in the distance. It was Chinyu. He walked leisurely and slowly. Two giant beasts, one white and one black, followed him. And a huge black strange bird was circling above his head. That image shocked everyone. 500. That night, the Air Force Base transported corpses back and forth for a whole night. After all the mutant yaks were transported back, they were thawed and frozen on the spot. The Air Force Base still has a power system for the time being. It is a solar power generator. So far, the sun in the sky can still provide some heat, so the unit is still running and working. The freezer was quickly filled up. The rest, which could not enter the freezer, were directly salted and dried in the sun, and air-dried into pickled meat for easy storage. This work took nearly 3 days. Most of the soldiers became butchers. The shaved cow skeletons piled up into a mountain at the ruins of the base. According to Zhu Hao's idea, these cow skeletons cannot be thrown away, because there are still cow bones that can be used. But we have to find a way to deal with them. In short, Chinyu's crazy move brought at least a few years of meat to the Air Force Base. There is no way without vegetables. But the meat is enough to eat for a while. The fourth night, Zhu Hao gave an order, and everyone had a good meal in the evening. Eat beef hot pot. Use the few hot pot bases stored before the disaster. Zhou Qing is a pretty good chef. The knife flew up and down. Cut a lot of beef slices. A lot of cow bones were also sawed out. Add some personal ham sausage and instant noodles. Anyway, that night, Chinyu also accepted the invitation and took Dong Qiule, Li Xiuyun, and Liang Qiuying to have a wild feast in the base. They ate a lot of meat. They drank a little wine. It was mainly to express the gratitude of the leaders, especially Sun Ying, because the sanitary napkins sent by Chinyu solved her top priority problem. These 2 days, she was in a special period. Finally, she could use comfortable sanitary napkins. Therefore, at the hot pot banquet, Sun Ying, who never drank, couldn't help but toast Chinyu with 2 glasses of wine. Chinyu also drank the wine. That night, the guests and hosts had a great time. The next day, the satellite ground base station was officially launched. Satellite communication was restored. Zhu Hao immediately called all parts of the country through the satellite communication system to seek contact. After a busy morning, there was some progress. Now, in Xiaogua, excluding the Sunlight City in Tibet, only 3 places still retain the ability of satellite communication. One is Haching in the northeast, located in the strongest university in the northeast, the University of Technology. One is in southern Yunnan, located in the north of the city, the Southwest Garrison Protection Zone. Another is in Luocheng. That is the city where Lisa is. There is a space base in Luocheng, which still retains the ability of satellite communication. Therefore, Zhu Hao successfully contacted these 3 places and exchanged their intelligence information. At this point, the satellite base station mission was successfully completed. Chinyu left the Air Force Base with 15 satellite phones and returned to the lakeside park. Anyway, with a satellite phone, he could just make a satellite call in the future. Back to the lake, everyone was happy. Now that they have a tool to communicate with the outside world, they no longer feel lonely. Otherwise, they always feel like they are isolated from the world. And there are only a small number of people living on such a big earth. That feeling is too bad. The day after Chinyu returned to the lakeside park, Zhang Yang came to the door. As soon as he saw his expression, Chinyu knew what he wanted to do. As a result, before Zhang Yang could speak, Chinyu directly refused. Old Zhang, don't say anything. Let's have a drink and chat tonight. Let's talk about everything after we finish talking. Okay. Zhang Yang had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. At night, the 2 of them took some snacks and 2 bottles of beer, walked to the lakeside and unmanned shore, and sat directly on the ground. 1 bottle of beer each. Eat and drink. After chatting for a few words, Zhang Yang asked the doubts in his heart, Brother Chen, why are you so resistant to my using the crystal core? Don't you want more powerful helpers? Chinyu glanced at him. I don't want more sad memories. Am I so unlucky? Luck is something illusory, and has no numerical value. How can I see it? Chinyu sighed, looked at the lake in the distance leisurely, and said softly, Old Zhang, it's not that I don't want you to try. It's just that it's not time for you to try yet. Then when do you think I can try? When your baby can call daddy? What? Zhang Yang was stunned. Qinyu patted his shoulder. Brother, when your son can call daddy, I promise to let you try to use the crystal core. Even if you die then, you should have no regrets in this life. Zhang Yang felt warm in his heart. He looked at Qinyu, then suddenly went over and hugged him, patting his back. Brother, thank you for thinking of me. Okay. Don't be so cheesy. If someone sees me, they will think something is wrong. Zhang Yang finally became cheerful, suddenly stood up and said with a smile, do you think there are mutant fish in this water? If not, can I go down and swim a few laps? Chapter 424, a difficult task. Go down. If a fish bites your ass, I won't save you. Hey, where are you going? Back home. Hey, Brother Chen, I really have to go down. Goodbye. Hey, you're really leaving. Brother Chen. It's absurd. You're really leaving. Alas, time flies. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. The lakeside community has also slowly expanded. This place has become a paradise. The population has also exceeded 100. Some of the newly received people are actually from the Air Force Base, and some of them are female soldiers. This is also what Zhu Hao considered. Although it is the end of the world, he cannot ignore the issue of marriage for female comrades. At this time, it was a difficult task for humans to reproduce. Therefore, Zhu Hao did not prohibit the female soldiers from finding a marriage partner. As a result, an extremely embarrassing situation arose after the order was issued. There were a total of 76 female soldiers in the Air Force Base, including the political commissar Sun Ying. As a result, after the order was issued, 42 of the female soldiers expressed their willingness to go to the lakeside park to find their other half. They did not want to find comrades. Why? Because once they have a child, if both of them are soldiers, they will inevitably die in battle one day in the future. Therefore, the female soldiers hope to find a partner from Qinyu. In this way, even if they have a child, the child can be raised by the man and stay in the lakeside park to grow up, which is also a stable living environment. Zhu Hao was depressed. What to do? The female comrades have made a request, so they can only agree now. In this era, everyone's life is extremely precious. These soldiers are willing to defend their positions, which is the most precious spirit. So, there is no reason to stop them. In this way, after Zhu Hao communicated with Qinyu and got Qinyu's permission, 42 female soldiers from the Air Force Base airborne to the lakeside paradise. They stayed by the lake for a while. Used this time to find a partner. The situation in the lakeside paradise is actually quite embarrassing. Although there are many women, most of them belong to Qinyu alone. Other bachelors are miserable. It's hard to find a partner. So every time they go out on a mission, those bachelors and soldiers are crazy and active, wanting to go out. And the purpose is to try to meet the right woman outside. Unfortunately, the chance is too small. Now there are very few women who can survive outside who can still keep their sanity. You have to rely on luck. So when the female soldiers arrived, the whole base was boiling. More than 30 soldiers were really excited. There were 42 female soldiers. There were choices. Who can be eye-catching and who can match? This is not certain. You have to get along with them to know. So, the lakeside park really became a paradise. The addition of female soldiers made the place full of laughter every day. This year may be the most carefree and happiest year for all the survivors. 1 year later, in Qinyu's team, all the original soldiers found their partners. The remaining female soldiers did not go back, mainly because they were used to living in the lakeside park. They did not go back. And Zhu Hao did not ask for anyone, because as time went by, the number of survivors in Sunlight City was decreasing. And it was decreasing every day. So the Air Force Base gradually weakened its defense. In the absence of foreign invasion and the reduction of local survivors, the garrison was no longer so important. This day, winter solstice, after a year of carefree life, everyone has forgotten the danger of Doomsday. But Qinyu still remembers. He just came back from outside. Now, the temperature outside has reached minus 52 degrees. Very cold. Ordinary people will be completely frostbitten if they stay outside for more than 20 minutes. It's okay in the community. It mainly relies on the power provided by crystal core energy. Each family has a large number of electric heaters to dissipate heat, which can keep the temperature in the room at around 23 degrees above zero. This is already very good. After all, The houses in the lakeside community are still wooden structures. Even if the outside has been resealed with anti-cold and heat insulating coating several times, it can only maintain this temperature. The Moon Lake has been completely frozen. After a year of development, Jinyu used powerful means to open up a large underground cultivation base under the ice. Dongzhou's cultivation work has lasted for more than half a year. The effect is remarkable. At present, 4 years have passed. Next year, the condition of the sun will become worse and worse, and the temperature drop will show a sudden drop, and the earth will be completely frozen in a year. At that time, the real test will come. If the surface temperature drops to minus 80 degrees, or even minus 100 degrees, I am afraid that the wooden house will no longer be able to withstand it. It's useless to have a radiator. Therefore, we have to develop underground. At the moment, Chinyu's favorite place is actually the bottom of the Moon Lake, because from this moment on, the lake surface will never thaw again. The ice formed by the lake water is extremely solid and also forms a real insulation layer. When the world is frozen, the surface permafrost will be more than 10 meters deep. However, the average depth of the Moon Lake is 23.6 meters, which means that as long as you dig more than 20 meters deep to the bottom of the lake, you will no longer be affected by the frozen layer on the surface. From more than 20 meters down, you can open up living space. Anyway, there is no shortage of energy. Crystal core energy conversion can provide an endless supply of powerful power resources. So, it's time to consider moving underground. After returning to the room, Jinyu called together several community leaders and began to plan to continue to open up living space under the Moon Lake. Now there are more and more people in the community, so the living space needed is getting bigger and bigger. Fortunately, there are more people and more power. Except for children, everyone can be a laborer. Therefore, Jinyu initially planned a 3-month construction period. It can't be delayed any longer. Otherwise, when the sun completely loses its heat, it may be more difficult to break the ice and start construction at that time, and it will cause casualties. So, the Doomsday Home Plan was officially put on the agenda. The Doomsday Home Plan is huge. The entire Moon Lake is extremely wide, with a basin area of 6,100 square kilometers. So space is not a concern. In this year, for the Doomsday Home Plan, Murongzhen really gave full play to his ability and built a lot of large tools. The raw materials of the tools were transported from Sunlight City, just for the current use of underground space. So with energy and tools, underground excavation is not too difficult. In the future, the sun will lose its heat, but the light will still be there. Dongzhou's underground cultivation base requires photosynthesis, so the construction of the entire underground community requires extremely precise design effects. In this regard, the 13 Hairpins members will be responsible. Jinyu also contacted Zhu Hao several times and revealed to him that after a year, the sun will completely lose its temperature and form a frozen zero Earth. Therefore, the Air Force Base will not last long. If possible, Jinyu hopes to move the satellite base station to the lakeside community and also put it underground. At first, Zhu Hao didn't quite believe Chinyu's argument. But now, as time goes by, the temperature of the sun is really getting weaker and weaker. Chapter 425 Powerful Psychic. The temperature in Tibet also broke the lowest temperature in history. Everyone has discovered that now you can almost look directly at the sun with your naked eyes. This phenomenon is very strange. He couldn't help but believe it. So, Zhu Hao finally agreed to Chinyu's request. The satellite base station of the Air Force Base will be moved underground by the lake. When the underground community broke ground, the remaining more than 400 soldiers stationed at the base directly transferred 270 people to the lakeside as labor. Jinyu was overjoyed. With such a large group of people as labor, the progress of the project will be much faster. So, under the frozen lake, the construction of the underground community started in full swing. On this day, Jinyu, who was busy in the community, suddenly received a call from Zhu Hao. On the phone, Zhu Hao's voice was very solemn. He mainly said 3 things. The first thing was good news. It came from Liu Cheng. The former commander-in-chief of the Yanjing garrison brought a group of Xiaoguo's top scientific researchers through Liu Cheng, took away all the garrisons there, and headed towards Tibet. Liu Cheng had been abandoned. Everyone followed the large army to prepare to migrate to Tibet. At the same time, it is said that there are powerful superpowers in the large army, and the combat effectiveness is very strong, protecting the few remaining official top leaders. The second thing is that as the temperature is getting lower and lower, the situation observed from the satellite is that most of Xiagua has basically no survivors. The few survivors left may be concentrated in only 7 or 8 cities. Among them, those who responded clearly were Harbin in the northeast, Shanxi and Guangzhou, the upper reaches of the 2 river basins, Sichuan, southern Yunnan, Xinjiang in the northwest, and Tibet in the southwest. There are only a few places. The third thing. It is very terrifying. It is information sent back from several other satellite bases. It is said that several cities in Xia were destroyed in just 2 or 3 months last year. 2 extremely terrifying forces appeared on the land of Xia. One is the cannibals. Their group is so large that it has exceeded the normal number of survivors. It is estimated that there are at least more than 100,000 people. These cannibals are very ferocious, and their ability to survive far exceeds that of ordinary humans. They are sweeping away the few survivors left in Xia country. There is another force that is even more terrifying. Ordinary people cannot contact this force at all, because those who have contacted it have basically been wiped out. There are no survivors. And the information about this force was leaked by the superpowered warrior in the group of forces that escaped from Yanqing. It is said that he has a strange ability. He can briefly see some illusions that are about to happen in the future. He saw a very evil and terrifying tribe. That tribe is full of mutant monsters. Each one is ferocious and violent, and even has very terrible abilities. There are not only mutated animals in the tribe, but also humans who have mutated into monsters. The super soldier claimed that if the fighting ability of the surviving humans cannot be improved, then in the next 1 to 2 years, humans will no longer exist. The rest are either cannibals or terrifying monster tribes. As for what is happening abroad, I don't know. Anyway, so far, the most terrifying forces on the land of Xia are these 2 forces. They swept the land like locusts. Wherever they went, no grass grew. The reason why the super soldier group escaped from their hiding place in Jibei was because they had been targeted by those terrifying monsters. Therefore, they decided to go to Tibet. It is said that in the uninhabited area of northern Tibet, Xia State has the last secret base with abundant supplies. The few remaining official leaders decided that it was the last command center of Xia State. I hope they can get there smoothly. The above is the information brought by Zhu Hao. Chun Yu frowned after listening. He was not surprised that super soldiers came to Tibet. He was not surprised that cannibals swept the land. But what the hell is that monster army? I have never heard of it in my previous life. It seems that it is a new power generated in this life. The key is, what is so terrifying that it can gather all the monsters mutated from mutant animals and humans together? Can it still form power? Isn't this thing too scary? Now there is a bad sign. The super soldier seemed to be targeted by the monster army. So he fled from northern Hebei and rushed to Tibet. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to reach Tibet. But, as soon as he came, he must have attracted the monster army. If the monster army discovered his community, could his group withstand it? Definitely not. In this year, several new graves were added in the corners of the community. They were several soldiers under Lu Yuanchao. They wanted to swallow the crystal core and try it. As a result, they all had extremely bad luck. Either died directly or mutated into monsters, and finally were killed by Qin Yu himself. Since then, no one has tried it again. So no one has added superpowers in a year. There is no effect on Zhu Hao either. So, Qin Yu has a headache. Before the super soldier arrives, maybe he needs to do more work. One is to continue to improve himself. The other is to see if he can try to add superpowers again. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. The good days are finally over. It's time to struggle for survival again. At the same time, Shanxi City. Garrison. Everyone is busy. Some are moving supplies. Some are packing luggage. Some are maintaining order. And some are distributing weapons. In a small room, Lu Lin and Lu Xing were also packing their things. Their faces were filled with worry. This morning, the military notified a terrible news. Just a few hours ago, the military's drone found traces of cannibals in the Qinling Mountains. And it was a large-scale migration. They are back again. According to the last footage taken by the drone, the cannibals in the Qinling Mountains may number more than 100,000. So the military made a prompt decision. Abandon the city. There can be no more delay. Shanxi City was already facing the depletion of supplies. And there were less than 100 survivors. Even the military's supplies were running out. There was a shortage of weapons and ammunition. If we still stay here in this situation, wouldn't that be courting death? So we moved immediately. Go west to Tibet. Half a year ago, Qin Yu had sent someone to pass the location of the Tibetan lakeside community to the Shancheng garrison. Zhao Chongjiang and Shen Jiangwo knew it. Unfortunately, a month ago, Shancheng was attacked by 22 large-scale beast tides, and Shen Jiangwo died gloriously in the battle. In that war, to defend the territory, the military lost more than half of its people. Even the survivors of the garrison lost most of their people. Now, the entire garrison has less than 300 people. In addition, the cannibals have made a comeback. So Zhao Chongjiang finally gave up his duties, gave up his position, and gave up Shancheng. Prepare to meet up with Qin Yu. The base is very busy, because the time given is very tight. Chapter 426. A sigh of relief. Everyone must gather at the square within 40 minutes, and then take a car to leave Shancheng as soon as possible, according to the speed and position of the cannibals captured by the drone. It is estimated that the cannibal army will sweep Shancheng in 3 hours. Lu Xing is very excited, because he is finally leaving. Here, supplies are becoming increasingly scarce, and he starts to not have enough to eat every day. In addition, the temperature is getting lower and lower, and it is getting colder and colder. So, he has long been shouting that he wants to leave here and find Qin Yu. At the beginning, Qin Yu's hot pot left a deep impression on him. He has not forgotten it for 2 years, and still misses it. In fact, Lu Lin can't forget it either, because Qin Yu was her first man, and also her last. She didn't want to leave at first, because there were garrisons and regular troops in Shancheng. In comparison, it seemed safer to follow the regular army, which could protect her brother's food and clothing. But now I see, it would have been better to take the risk and follow Qin Yu to Tibet. Now they all live and work in peace and contentment. Lu Lin's eyelids kept twitching. She always felt uneasy. A woman's sixth sense made her hands and feet cold, and she became more and more anxious. Just as she finished packing her suitcase, a strange noise suddenly came from outside, followed by a loud bang. The huge explosion instantly collapsed her hut. Lu Lin and Lu Xing were buried in the ruins without even a chance to react. Outside, screams and explosions continued. Waves of terrifying roars came from all directions. Too familiar. That was the roar of the cannibals. I heard it once 2 years ago. But that time, the cannibals were repelled. They were repelled by an absolutely strong man. But now, Lu Lin was trapped in the ruins, and his heart was completely cold. It's over. I didn't expect that the time given by the military was still wrong. Before we started to retreat, the cannibal army had already come. This is completely over. The remaining hundreds of people may become food for the cannibals. Lu Lin couldn't help trembling at the thought of being cooked and eaten alive by others. Rather than being eaten, it would be better to die directly. Just when she wanted to use the things around her to end her life, Lu Xing's weak cry came from not far away. Sister! Sister! It hurts so much. Sister! Lu Lin was shocked. She woke up instantly. Her brother was still alive. No! He must not die. She suddenly aroused a strong desire to survive, pushed away the gravel beside her, and whispered in the direction of the voice, Brother, don't shout. Don't shout. Sister will save you later. Bear it a little longer. Bear it a little longer. Lu Xing was silent. It was unknown whether he fainted or died. Lu Lin was extremely anxious. But now, the outside world was in the most chaotic time. He could only endure it. Brother, please hold on. Boom! The explosions continued. The resistance became less and less, and finally it became a one-sided massacre. Various shrill screams were heard. Lu Lin had been lying in the ruins with his teeth gritted, and he had been enduring for more than 2 hours. It was finally quiet all around. Soon, there were chaotic footsteps around. The cannibals were cleaning up the battlefield. At this point, the Shanxi city garrison was completely wiped out. I don't know how many people died, but there should be survivors. These cannibals did not kill everyone, but left some ordinary people. I don't know whether to be kept in captivity or transformed. Lu Lin prayed silently in her heart. Don't find me. Just bury myself in the ruins. Just as she was praying seriously, someone suddenly stepped on the ruins on her body, and seemed to be searching for survivors. Lu Lin's heart tightened. Then, I saw someone lying in the gap of the ruins and smelling carefully. And then, there was a howl. It's over. Lu Lin's heart was cold. Then, a group of cannibals quickly dug open the ruins. grabbed her hair, and dragged her out directly. Lu Xing was also dragged out of the ruins. He didn't die either. He just fainted. These 093 cannibals have such powerful noses. They can tell the difference between the living and the dead. A large group of cannibals screamed with excitement when they saw Lu Lin being dragged out. They surrounded her in a flash. They grabbed her with their hands. They touched and pulled her randomly. Lu Lin screamed and cursed, struggling desperately, but it was no use. Just as her clothes were about to be torn, the cannibals around her suddenly quieted down and threw her to the ground. All the cannibals turned around and bowed respectfully to the people behind them. Lu Lin, who was thrown to the ground, got up in a panic and rushed to her brother's side. She felt his breath and found that he was still alive. So she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked up. She was stunned by what she saw. Not far away, a long-haired woman in a black windbreaker slowly walked over. The woman's face was as pale as paper, but her eyes were as black as ink. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, with a flawless face, as if all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had gathered on her face. The woman was tall and had a golden ratio figure. The woman's right hand led a little girl. A girl as beautiful and dreamy as a porcelain doll. Strangely, the girl had a pair of purple eyes like emeralds. Lu Lin's scalp tingled, because that woman was looking straight at her and walking towards her. Lu Lin was terrified, because she found that the stunningly beautiful woman was looking straight at her and walking slowly towards her. The other cannibals all knelt aside. Is this the queen of the cannibals? She would be eaten by ordinary cannibals. Why is there another queen? What if she wants to eat a raw pickle? Or eat a life raw? Will she slice herself alive? The more Lu Lin thought about it, the more scared she became. The extreme fear is a struggle without reason. Just when Lu Lin was about to jump up and fight desperately, the terrifying woman stopped, only 5 steps away from her. The woman wrinkled her nose slightly, as if she was smelling something. Then she raised her bare hand, pointed at Lu Lin and Lu Xing and said softly, "Send them to me." Then she turned and left. Lu Lin's heart sank. It's over. It seems that this queen really wants to eat her. It's death anyway. Lu Lin stood up suddenly. But before she could do anything, she was hit hard on the back of her head and fainted. In a daze. I don't know how long it has been. When Lu Lin woke up again, it was dark outside. She was tied up, sitting on a chair. Her hands and feet were numb, as if she had lost control. It felt very scary. Where's my brother? Lu Lin struggled to look around. Fortunately, she saw her brother was also tied to a chair, sitting next to her. Are you awake? Suddenly, a cold but gentle voice came into her ears. Lu Lin was alert. She quickly looked up. It was that woman. She changed into a very homely female outfit, and her long hair was tied up. At first glance, she looked like a very ordinary woman. It's just that her appearance was too cold and beautiful. She felt like she was looking down on everyone. Chapter 427, Temptation. Lu Lin asked nervously with a hoarse voice, "If you want to eat me?" I admit it. Can you let my brother go? He is still young. Not yet an adult. The woman walked over slowly, holding a candle in her hand. As the candlelight flickered, looking at her stunningly beautiful face, there was a kind of enchanting temptation. The woman looked at Lu Lin carefully. Finally, she said softly, "Do you know Chenyu?" "Who?" Lu Lin was shocked. "Chenyu." The word Chenyu came out of the woman's mouth very clearly. Lu Lin was stunned. I actually heard his name from the mouth of a cannibal queen. Why? Lu Lin didn't say anything, but the woman nodded and said lightly, "From your reaction, I know that you must know him. And you have slept with him, because you have his smell on you. I can smell it from a long distance." You know him too?" Lu Lin asked in surprise. "Yes, I know him." The woman turned around and sat down in front of the sofa, put the candle in her hand on the coffee table, looked at Lu Lin and said softly, "My name is Suya. He and I are both from Jiancheng." "You? Then how did you become a cannibal?" Suya smiled lightly. "It must be all kinds of coincidences." "Then, what do you want to do by catching me? Will you eat me?" "No." Suya shook her head. "I will let you go." "Really?" Lu Lin was surprised and said, "Are you really willing to let me go?" "Yes." Suya nodded, and then said, "Go to Tibet and find him. Tell him not to stay in Xia country. Go to any other country." "What do you mean?" Lu Lin was stunned. "Do you want to drive him out of Tibet?" "Yes." Suya sighed and said, "The growth of the cannibals has exceeded everyone's imagination. Our tribe has expanded to more than 100,000 people. All the surviving humans are our targets and our food. There is no place in the entire Xia Kingdom that can be spared. Once there are no surviving humans in Xia Kingdom, our race will continue to expand abroad. The future world can only be dominated by cannibals. Although driving him out of Xia Kingdom will only make him survive, it should not be a problem for him to live for more than 10 years. I know he is special. But no matter how special he is just one person. He can't stop the cannibal army of hundreds of thousands. Let him go. Don't resist anymore. Our tribe will go all the way north, then west, and will definitely go to Tibet in the end." Hearing this, Lu Lin's instincts were horrified. Hundreds of thousands of people? It's been more than 4 years since the apocalypse. Which city still has hundreds of thousands of survivors? None at all. Even the regular army doesn't have so many people. Add to that the terrifying attack power shown by the cannibals. They are simply invincible. So what this woman said is not an exaggeration at all. It's just... Lu Lin asked in confusion. "I'm very curious. If you sweep all the cities like you do, and the tribe expands so fast, when the world is left with only cannibals, what will you eat? Eat your own people?" "No." Suya shook her head. "Our tribe also has scientists and technicians. We are already developing artificial human flesh. Do you know?" Lu Lin was speechless. Suya continued, "Sweeping the city is just to obtain fresh genes of ordinary humans. At the same time, absorb a group of excellent people into the tribe and assimilate them into cannibals." Lu Lin's heart trembled, and he subconsciously glanced at his brother next to him. As a result, Suya really said, "Your brother is an excellent man. So, if I let you go, your brother will stay and be assimilated into our kind." "No." Lu Lin blurted out, "No. You can't hurt my brother. You..." Swoosh. The figure in front of him flashed. Suya appeared in front of Lu Lin at an almost weird speed, stretched out her hand and grabbed her neck. Then she said in an extremely terrifying voice, "In front of me? There is no should or should not. Only whether I need it or not. If you don't want to live, I can throw you out now and roast you on the fire. Do you understand? Your brother's fate has been determined." Lu Lin was speechless. The veins on her forehead were throbbing. She stared at Suya, and finally squeezed out a sentence from her teeth. "Suya, if my brother becomes a cannibal, Lu Lin, swear that no matter what the cost, I will kill you in the future and destroy your tribe with my own hands." Suya pinched her neck. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up. Then she let go. "Okay. I'll wait for you." 3 days later, Lu Lin was driven out. She knelt on the ground and cried heartbreakingly, because Suya made Lu Xing eat human flesh and blood in front of her. From that moment on, Lu Xing could never look back. Lu Lin knelt on the ground and cried loudly. It snowed heavily. It was drifting. In less than 10 minutes, the whole city of Shanxi was covered in white. All the cannibals left, because there was a scarlet mark on Lu Lin's forehead. That was the mark planted by the queen. All people with this mark cannot be touched by the cannibal group. So, Lu Lin was safe. But she would rather die. She had protected her brother for so long. But he was eventually destroyed by the cannibals. When her brother was taken away, his eyes were full of despair. And behind the despair was a deep darkness. The brother might not understand why his sister couldn't save him. Why did he eat human flesh? Why could his sister leave? But he was forced to become a cannibal. When Lu Xing was forcibly taken away at last, the depths of his eyes seemed to be filled with despair, sadness, and hatred. Lu Lin could see it. So her heart was broken. She knelt on the ground and cried for 3 hours. Finally, she was exhausted and fainted. I don't know how long it took. Lu Lin woke up. It was dark all around. There was only a small candle burning a weak flame next to her. It was freezing cold. The room was as cold as an ice cellar. She had a fever. Her head hurt as if it was going to explode. She was shaking all over. You're awake. Suddenly, a vicissitudes of life voice sounded beside her, which frightened her so much that she shivered all over and almost jumped up. She turned her head and saw a one-eyed old lady hunched over and slowly walked over. The old lady was wrapped in several layers of coarse cloth, with white hair, and her face seemed to have not been washed for a long time. So dirty that it was hard to see her original appearance. One eye was blind. It looked scary because it was black. The other eye was also blurry. She was holding a broken bowl in her hand. Chapter 428 Coma for 2 days and 2 nights. I don't know what's in the bowl, but the stench is so bad that it makes people's eyes sore. Little girl, come and eat something. You've been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights. If you continue like this, you will starve to death. Cough, 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 cough. Lu Lin coughed violently twice, and then asked weakly, Auntie, where is this place? A dilapidated house. I'm hiding here. 2 days ago, I went out to find food and found you lying in the ruins. Dying? So I brought you back. Lu Lin's expression was gloomy. Little girl, if you still want to live, then be strong. If you don't want to live, you should die completely. The world has changed. There are demons and monsters everywhere. Alas. The old lady put the broken bowl on the bedside table next to her. Then she turned around tremblingly and walked to the side, gathered the rags on her body and murmured, The punishment from God is too severe. No one can escape it. People can't live for too long. Auntie. What? Why are you still alive? The old lady smiled bitterly. Am I alive? I am not alive at all. So I am not dead. I still want to try to find my poor grandson. Lu Lin was silent. There is no future in such a world. What's the point of living? Lu Lin stared blankly at the cup covering her body. It was rotten and moldy, and the stench lingered in her nose. Let's die. Without her brother, there is no reason to live. Goodbye. What's the use of a woman like me even if I can use a gun? My physical fitness is not a match for the cannibals, let alone the mutant animals. I may not survive tomorrow even if I survive today. It's better to die. It's all over. Just as Lu Lin slowly gave up on herself, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded outside. The sound made Lu Lin tremble all over. A deep hatred in the soul arises spontaneously. It is the roar of the cannibal. The next second, there is a loud bang. The door is smashed. 2 figures rush in like ghosts. One pounces on the old lady, and the other rushes straight to Lu Lin on the bed. A scream. The old lady's neck is bitten off in an instant. Blood rushes. The cannibal who rushed to Lu Lin was about to grab her face, but suddenly froze. He looked at the mark on her forehead in horror, paused for a moment, and slowly retreated. The 2 cannibals stood in the room and looked at Lu Lin for a long time. Finally, they confirmed that the mark was left by the queen. And then, they turned around and left with the old lady's body. Lu Lin's body was stiff. The muscles on her face began to tremble uncontrollably. Then came her teeth. Her teeth kept knocking. The cold night wind blew into the room, blowing out the candles. Everything was plunged into darkness, including Lu Lin's heart. Suddenly, she screamed shrilly, venting her hatred and resentment. At a certain moment, a string in her mind suddenly broke. Then, Lu Lin stopped screaming. The expression on her face also disappeared. And the joy, anger, sorrow and happiness in her eyes also disappeared. She turned around slowly like a zombie, picked up the broken bowl next to her, and drank the contents of the bowl in 2 gulps. Then, she got out of bed. Her originally weak body, supported by a strange spiritual power, began to search the room for all the supplies she could use. After a while, she found a box in the corner of the room. There were some worn-out clothes in it. Lu Lin put on as many clothes as possible. Then, she found a bottle of clean mineral water and a fruit knife in the box. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Lu Lin stuffed the mineral water into her clothes, slowly stood up with the help of the wall, put away the fruit knife, turned around and walked out of the door step by step. Outside, the wind and snow were raging. The blizzard had been falling for 2 days and 2 nights. Lu Lin's body was thin and weak, but she walked into the snow without hesitation and never looked back. 7 days later, with her tenacious mental strength, Lu Lin successfully survived. However, she did not leave Shancheng because of the mark on her forehead. All the cannibals in Shancheng avoided her. No one dared to kill her, so she was reckless. Lu Lin didn't want to die. On that snowy night, her sanity completely collapsed, and her humanity disappeared. Now Lu Lin has only one thought: to survive. Hunt the cannibals, kill them one by one, and completely kill them all, or she might be killed by the cannibal queen. So Lu Lin survived hard in the ruins of Shancheng. The winter environment was even worse. It was hard to find survival supplies. Even food was hard to find. She wandered for 7 days, and finally returned to the ruins of the Shancheng garrison. Some missed things could still be found here. It was impossible for the cannibals to search the entire ruins carefully. At noon, the sun in the sky shone with a faint blue light. It was not dazzling at all. The temperature at noon was only more than 30 degrees below zero. It was extremely cold. Lu Lin searched around in the ruins expressionlessly. She did not hide her traces at all. Originally, the cannibals didn't dare to catch her. And there were almost no other survivors in Shancheng now. So she didn't care. Suddenly, after turning over a large stone slab, Lu Lin found a military backpack. It was still intact. She hurried over to pull it out. At this moment, a shrill cat cry suddenly came from above her head. Lu Lin looked up quickly. Oh my! A huge black cat was sitting elegantly on the top of the pile of rocks. Lu Lin's heart tightened. Mutated cat. One of the most terrifying killers in the city. Once a cat mutates, its hunting ability soars. Agility, cruelty, alertness, intelligence. Everything crushes other species. Lu Lin froze. She didn't dare to move. But she had already started thinking about how to resolve this crisis. The mutant black cat had obviously set its sights on her. Its eyes flashed with cruelty. Meow. Suddenly, the black cat screamed again. The strange cat pupils that flashed dark gold actually grew larger in Lu Lin's eyes. Not good. Lu Lin suddenly realized that her body couldn't move. What happened? Was she hypnotized? Move! Move! Lu Lin screamed wildly in her heart. But she couldn't move at all. She could only watch the black cat leap up, stretch out two sharp claws, and pounce on her face viciously. It's over. Is he going to die like this? In a flash. Suddenly, a light and shadow passed by Lu Lin's back, piercing the black cat's head with incredible accuracy, and nailing it to the stone with a snap. Lu Lin was shocked. The sense of restraint disappeared. She quickly looked back. Is her? Chapter 429 The Last Chance. It was the cannibal queen Suya. In the snow and ice. Suya, wearing a black windbreaker, stood there like a ghost in the empty valley, looking at her indifferently. Why are you still here? Lu Lin didn't say anything. Just looked at Suya deeply. Huh? Suya was slightly stunned. She could see that Lu Lin had changed. She was no longer the flesh and blood woman before. This Lu Lin seemed to have lost her soul. It was like she had become a walking corpse. Suya frowned slightly and said softly, Qin will not accept you like this. Lu Lin still didn't say anything. She just turned around and walked silently to the black cat's body, pulled out the dagger with force, then held the dagger tightly, turned around and walked towards Suya. Suya looked at her. The murderous intent in her eyes flashed. When she took 3 or 4 steps, she suddenly flashed under her feet and appeared in front of Lu Lin at an extremely terrifying speed. She reached out and grabbed her face. Then she lifted her up with one hand and threw her hard to the ground. Bang! There was a huge muffled sound. Lu Lin groaned miserably after being hit, and blood foam had already flowed from the corners of her mouth. With just this one blow, her internal organs were displaced. Suya let go of her hand and looked at her with disdain. You still want to kill me? Which proves that you still have a trace of reason. Hurry up and leave Shancheng and go find Chenyu. Want revenge? You will never be able to do that. This is the last chance. I will kill you the next time I see you. I will let the dirtiest cannibals play with your body, and then skin you alive and eat your flesh and blood. After saying that, he turned and left. In the ruins, Lu Lin looked at the white clouds in the sky, without joy or sadness, nor fear. She just waited clearly. There was an insurmountable gap in power between her and Suya. It is impossible to kill her for the time being. Maybe it will never be possible in a lifetime. But it doesn't matter. What is the purpose of living? Killing is the end. Either she falls, or I fall. Lu Lin lay on the ground for more than half an hour, and finally managed to prop up his body and sit up. He reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He still held the dagger in his hand. Suddenly, Lu Lin's eyes fell on the tip of the dagger. Strange. The tip of the dagger turned transparent, and the texture was like crystal, with a prism structure. This dagger was thrown by Suya. Strictly speaking, the dagger is very beautiful. A short knife with very exquisite workmanship. A bit like a knife in the prosperous Tang dynasty. Could it be a precious sword? Lu Lin fiddled with it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. In addition, he was hungry and cold, and his internal organs hurt. So he had no choice but to get up with difficulty. He looked back. He picked up the mutant wildcat casually. Let's eat it today. There's also meat. Lu Lin staggered to a nearby shelter and ate. In the shelter, a big fire dispelled the cold. Lu Lin sat by the fire, holding a Zippo lighter in her hand. It belonged to her younger brother. It was also left by Chinyu to her younger brother. He lent it to Lu Lin to make a fire a while ago, and it remained in Lu Lin's hands. I never thought that my younger brother would be gone now. Lu Lin played with the lighter in his hand, his face calm. On the fire, a cat's head was being roasted. There was a lot of cat meat. It had been divided into several pieces by Lu Lin and frozen. This meat can be eaten for several days. We must save it. So today I ate some cat offal and cat head. The process of processing the cat is also quite strange. In fact, although Suya's 300 dagger looks quite expensive, the degree of sharpness is just so. It is still quite difficult to cut the cat's skin and tendons. However, when Lu Lin accidentally cut the tendons with the tip of the blade, he was surprised to find that the sharpness of that part was terrifying. The cat's tendons can withstand everything. It's just like cutting tofu. Isn't this weird? The key is, why is only the tip of the blade like that? Lu Lin can't figure it out. Anyway, she had put this dagger away as her most important weapon, because the tip of the blade was too scary. Lu Lin tried to use the tip of the blade to poke through an iron door, and it was easily pierced through. Exaggerated. So this dagger has become a sure kill weapon. Soon, the cat offal and the cat head were almost roasted. Lu Lin started to eat. First, she gobbled up the cat offal. Finally, she started to deal with the cat head. At this time, no one would care whether the cat meat tasted good or not, as long as it could fill their stomachs. The cat's face meat, cat's tongue, cat's eyes, all the edible parts were picked clean. Eat them all. When she finally got to the cat's skull, she suddenly found the place that was pierced by the dagger before. Lu Lin's heart moved. He took out the dagger again and stabbed it in. Oh! The tip of the dagger was exactly where it was stabbed in. Exactly. Could it be that there was something in the cat's brain? Lu Lin immediately picked up the dagger and pried open the cat's skull with force. When the skull was carefully pried open, Lu Lin was shocked. The brain inside was actually glowing with a gorgeous lavender. It looked a bit scary. After smelling it carefully, I couldn't smell any fishy smell, but there was a strange fragrance lingering in my nose. What is this? The cat's brain has mutated? Could it be that it has become like this because the tip of the knife was inserted into the brain? Lu Lin couldn't help but be curious. So she picked up a little bit of the cat's brain with the tip of the knife and ate it. It tasted quite good. So, she ate it one by one. In less than 2 minutes, the cat's brain was eaten up completely. At the same time, she also found a shiny object in the brain. It looked like a stone, but it was pierced. It was empty inside. Lu Lin finally realized that the reason why the tip of the dagger changed was because it pierced the stone and leaked the liquid inside. A little bit of the liquid inside was stained on the tip of the knife. Most of it was soaked into the brain. In the end, it was all eaten by herself. Lu Lin was somewhat worried. Will it cause any problems? After thinking about it, forget it. I don't care. If I die like this, it will be a kind of relief. In the future, I won't have to see my brother who has become a cannibal, which is also a kind of happiness. Just treat him as dead. So, Lu Lin stopped thinking about it, threw the cat's skull far away, put away the dagger, and then lay on the mat with clothes on. Too tired. I was injured again during the day. I don't know how many days I can survive. Now, there is no medicine. Once injured, I can only bear it. If I can't bear it, I will die. Slowly, Lu Lin fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took. Lu Lin felt uncomfortable in her sleep and suddenly woke up. It was already bright outside. The sun was shining in. The fire had gone out long ago. But she didn't feel the slightest bit of cold. Instead, she felt warm. Strange. The pain in her internal organs disappeared. Could it be that it was healed overnight? Is her physique so strong? Lu Lin sat up slowly, rubbed her face hard, and then looked up. This look shocked her heart. My God! The world in her eyes seemed to become colorful. I don't know if the colors have become brighter, but I always feel that everything I see is extremely clear. Chapter 430 Mutated Monster. Squinting her eyes slightly, she could even see the tiny dust particles floating in the air, doing Brownian motion. At the same time, her sense of smell became more sensitive. There were so many smells in this room, and she almost instantly generated corresponding images in her brain. How could this happen? Lu Lin jumped up from the floor. As a result, she jumped up with a little effort and hit the ceiling hard. With a bang, she fell to the ground again, but her hands and feet were firmly on all fours. Lu Lin looked at her fingers in horror. Her nails had grown very long, and they were similar to those of cat's claws. It's over. Did she eat cat meat last night and mutate today? Lu Lin rushed to the dressing mirror in the room and took a look at herself. Oh my god! Ah! Lu Lin screamed. Is this her in the mirror? Isn't this the cat-eared girl? Lu Lin mutated. According to common sense, she should lose her mind and become a mutated monster. A bloodthirsty and murderous monster. But she retained consciousness, and the degree of physical mutation is very small. Only the nails of her hands and feet became sharp, and her eyes turned into purple cat pupils. At the same time, her ears mutated. The original ears disappeared, and 2 furry cat ears appeared on her head instead. Gray. Move a little. Looks a bit kawaii. Open your mouth again. There are 4 more sharp fangs in your mouth. Not too long. When you close your mouth normally, the 2 upper fangs stick out a little. Looks a bit funny. Other than that, there is not much change in your body. It seems to be in better shape. Big where it should be big. Thin where it should be thin. Exquisite. Sexy and seductive. Lu Lin stared at herself in the mirror. Her mind blanked for a moment. How did she become like this? What is certain is that it is definitely related to the cat head she ate last night. So I have mutated? I have become a cat-eared girl? How can I face people? But no matter what, it seems that my body's senses and physical strength have also greatly improved. I feel an explosive power in my body. And Lu Lin's originally shattered humanity has miraculously recovered at this moment. Her eyes are no longer so empty. On the contrary, they have a lazy and arrogant color. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lu Lin suddenly smiled faintly, stretched out her tongue, licked her lips lightly, and smiled so charmingly. Suddenly, her ears moved. There are people outside. The rough and frightening roar is from the cannibals. Lu Lin's eyes instantly turned cold. She turned around and ran out. Her speed was as fast as a gust of wind. She rushed to the door in the blink of an eye. Outside, on the ruins, 2 cannibals were digging the ground. Suddenly heard a sound, and looked back at the same time. Eh? What is this? The 2 cannibals were stunned for a moment. In this moment of distraction, Lu Lin had already rushed over swiftly, and her figure dodged twice and rushed in front of the 2 cannibals. Then a claw grabbed out like lightning. Puff! It tore the throat of a cannibal without any hindrance. The other one immediately came to his senses, roared wildly, and drew a long knife and chopped it over. Because the cannibals devoured their own flesh and blood. They had evolved to a level that surpassed ordinary humans. Their physique and agility were 3 to 5 times faster than the best athletes of ordinary people. So they were very flexible. As a result, he thought he could chop off Lu Lin's body with one knife. But he never thought that the figure in front of him flashed. And Lu Lin actually jumped onto his neck at a weird speed. Her thighs circled. She grabbed the cannibal's head with both hands and twisted it hard. Puff! The whole head had been pulled off by her. Blood splattered all over. The cannibal collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times. Lu Lin stood firmly, slowly stretched out his hand, and took a look. Her claws were almost as sharp as the crystal tip of the dagger, and they were indestructible. She scratched people's skin and flesh like a game. And her speed, strength, thinking consciousness and murderousness were all exponentially enhanced. Lu Lin smiled charmingly. She wiped the blood off her hands. Then she searched the 2 cannibals. Not bad. There were food, a Type 92 rifle, and 3 magazines. There was also a wireless walkie-talkie. She put the things away, and took off the down jacket of one of the cannibals, and wrapped it directly around herself. Then, she turned around and walked away leisurely. She walked very charmingly. Her peach-shaped waist and hips twisted and twisted, making her walk like a cat. Moon Lake. The development and construction project under the lake is in full swing. With the support of the soldiers from the Air Force Base, the progress of the project is very fast. Under the thick ice layer, large areas of space have been mined one after another. At the same time, through these places, we will continue to mine downwards and strive to create an underground space that can accommodate 200 or 300 people. As for the ice layer, many holes have been drilled. There are many plane mirrors in these holes, which can perfectly guide sunlight to the bottom of the ice layer, playing the role of daytime lighting. And it can also provide the cultivation base under the ice layer with the sunlight needed for photosynthesis. A perfect design. Chinyu was the only one hiding at home. He tried to devour the crystal core. The physical crystal core of the national treasure giant panda had been eaten. As expected, his muscle control ability was not upgraded, and it remained at level 3. However, his muscle strength was still improved. For example, he could use 120% of his strength before. Now he can use 180% of his strength, close to 200%. Even if he didn't upgrade, his overall strength was still enhanced. It is quite difficult to improve abilities above level 3. Even in the last life, the strongest super soldier only upgraded all his skills to level 3. After that, I never upgraded again. I don't know if it's limited or there's no way. Chinyu has no experience in this area, so he can only cross the river by feeling the stones. Feeling that his physical condition is not bad, Chinyu took out the space crystal core of the national treasure giant panda. Do it in one go. It's also good to upgrade the portable space to level 2. Chapter 431, the ability to separate from the body. Chinyu did not hesitate, and threw the space crystal core into his mouth and swallowed it. As soon as the crystal core entered his stomach, Chinyu immediately felt a magical reaction. Because the portable space is a kind of ability to separate from the body. When the crystal core entered his stomach, changes occurred in the portable space. It was like an update. You can feel the volume of the space expanding rapidly. At the same time, it seems that there is infinite vitality in the space. So cool. What made Chinyu especially comfortable was that the improvement of space-related abilities seemed to have no discomfort. It was just a change in the portable space. So, he sat on the ground quietly, feeling the changes in space. 10 minutes later, the space had expanded to more than 3 times its original size. It finally stopped. Horror! The portable space is almost equivalent to a small world. 1 million square kilometers of space. It is several times larger than some small countries in Europe. But, it seems that the level has not been improved? Is it so exaggerated? The space-type crystal core of the national treasure giant panda is already a very good quality and very mature crystal core. But it can't improve the level of the portable space? Chinyu was surprised. It seems that space-type supernatural powers are really the most difficult to improve. This doesn't work. Chinyu made a move and tried to take something out of the space. As a result, when he took something out according to his previous feeling, he suddenly seemed to understand something. And he reached out to grab a book on the table next to him. Swish! Part of the space of the book suddenly wrinkled. Then it disappeared directly like the feeling of ice and snow melting. Damn! Chinyu's eyes widened in shock. Could it be a space-based attack method? That would be terrifying. In the previous life, when I was collecting information in this area, I did hear some legends about space-based abilities. It was speculated by someone. Because no one has this ability at all. That is, space-type abilities are not simply auxiliary abilities. And they are not only usable in portable space. In fact, space-type abilities should also be able to produce offensive means. For example, space annihilation. It's just that because space-type crystal cores are extremely rare, it is difficult to activate abilities, let alone increase the types of abilities. So, the speculation is like this. Maybe there is a certain probability of producing space-type attack effects. Chinyu picked up the book in surprise and took a look. This should be the effect of space annihilation. There is no hindrance. Part of the book disappeared. Look in your own space. There is nothing either. So, this should be a complete space annihilation. It is a real disappearance. Chinyu turned around and looked around, and picked up an axe from the corner. He grabbed the axe again. He saw a small area of space wrinkled, and the axe disappeared silently. It was as if it was corroded. Chinyu was immediately ecstatic. This skill is too awesome. The effect of space annihilation ignores the structure of the target object. As long as it is an inanimate object, it will be annihilated instantly. What about living objects? It may be difficult. The main reason is that the power of space annihilation is also controlled by the user's mental power. If the target is a living thing, if the target's mental power is greater than the user's power, it may not work. Chinyu planned to give it a try. He immediately put on his coat, hat, and snow boots, hurriedly left home, and ran into the mountains alone. More than an hour later, finally found a mutant snow fox in the snow. Not to mention, it was pretty. snow-white fur. However, when it saw Chinyu, the snow fox suddenly opened its mouth and screamed. There were more than a dozen mouthparts in its mouth, and it rushed towards Chinyu, as if it wanted to swallow him in one bite. Chinyu also laughed. Come on. Just try your hand on you. Seeing that the snow fox had rushed close, Chinyu suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. Space wrinkles, flash. The snow fox's neck made a muffled sound and disappeared directly. Its head rolled down to the snow. Its body rushed forward a few meters before falling down. Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was found out. It was indeed related to the target's spiritual power. For dead objects, the volume and mass density can be almost ignored, and they can be annihilated directly. But for living things, they need to fight against the target's spiritual power. Those with weak spiritual power can be killed with one blow. Like this snow fox. Its spiritual power is actually very strong after mutation. But compared with Chinyu's spiritual power, it is definitely much worse. So it kills with one strike. But Chinyu could feel that the feeling of attacking a living creature is completely different from that of attacking a dead object. It is relatively laborious. Chinyu was happy. This attack skill is even more powerful than Li Xiuyun's telekinetic cannon. Although it is limited by the skill level and the strength of mental power, it can only attack within the range of a fist and cannot attack two large target objects. However, it can attack silently. It is definitely an assassination weapon. It's worth it. The benefits brought to me by a mutated national treasure giant panda are really immeasurable. Chinyu let out a long sigh and quickly returned to the lakeside base. As soon as he returned, he saw Fang Jing coming up with an ugly face and whispered, Ayu, the garrison in Shangqi City has been wiped out. What? Chinyu was stunned. Just now, Chief Zhu, Good Zhao Zhao, sent a message that the Air Force Base searched the entire Shangqi City area through satellite photography technology. It was found that the Shangqi City garrison had been completely destroyed. There are hundreds of thousands of cannibals in that city. Chinyu was stunned. Hundreds of thousands? The cannibals are developing so rapidly? As expected? If things continue to develop normally, the cannibals may be the real masters of the earth in the future. They are developing too fast. That year, I destroyed all the leadership with heavy firepower. And the Shangqi City garrison killed them all, and drove them out of Shangqi City. I'm afraid that the only remaining leader of the cannibals at that time was Suya. She was forced to retreat by Chinyu because she was uncomfortable with her pregnancy. As a result, in just over 2 years, the cannibals have made a comeback. And their numbers have even increased several times. Shancheng is finished. It's a pity for the 2 garrison commanders. Shancheng is finished. All the garrisons were annihilated. After the news was notified, the more than 30 soldiers from Shancheng took off their hats and mourned at the same time, with sad expressions on their faces. The cannibals have now become the biggest enemy of the surviving humans. 100,000 people? Which city can gather 100,000 survivors now? There is none. And what does 100,000 cannibals mean? The evolution of those cannibals began to intensify, far surpassing ordinary humans. Each cannibal can almost kill ordinary humans in seconds. So the combat effectiveness of 100,000 cannibals is almost comparable to that of 1 million regular troops. That is already an unshakable force. Fortunately, the cannibals are still lingering in Shangqi City and have not come to the west. But Chinyu still reminded everyone. Cannibals are different from sub-alien people and zombies. Cannibals are a group of races that are almost the same as humans. They just changed their food. Chapter 432 Sweeping the World. These cannibals have a much more advanced intelligence level than ordinary humans. Their target cannot be just Shancheng, but definitely the entire Xia country, or even sweeping the world. Cannibals are definitely born abroad. This is the inevitable evolutionary direction of the Doomsday world. So, sooner or later, the cannibals will move westward. So, before that, is it possible for the cannibals to send people to explore the way first? Even disguised identities to enter the groups of survivors in other cities, as internal response? This is possible. Therefore, Chinyu reminded everyone. In the future, when you go out to search for supplies, be sure to be careful of the lone travelers and survivor groups outside. From now on, no one is qualified to accept outsiders. Except Chinyu. Only he is qualified. And the basis for his acceptance is Zhang Lixia's ability. I am afraid that in this world, only Zhang Lixia can clearly distinguish who is a cannibal and who is an ordinary person. 3 days later, news came from the Air Force Base again. Zhu Hao and Sun Ning made a decision. Officially abolished the garrison of the Air Force Base. All personnel were transferred to the lakeside community and officially joined with Qin Yu's team. Qin Yu accepted. Without hesitation. Zhang Lixia has confirmed the people of the Air Force Base. Basically, there is no problem. And most of them are in the lakeside community to help build the underground space. They contributed manpower and effort. So it was normal to accept them. Although the supplies at the Air Force Base had shrunk dramatically, and there was nothing left. It had at least replenished some of Qin Yu's weapons inventory and cold-proof clothing. There were even intact fighters. Those things were treasures. They all had to be put away. So, the two sides agreed to transfer all personnel after 7 days of discussion. The Air Force Base was officially abolished. On the 7th day, Qin Yu went to the base alone. All the large equipment and fighters that could not be moved were basically put into the space by him. All supplies were taken care of. The remaining people set out from the base in more than a dozen military vehicles and headed for the lakeside community. With so many people coming at once, the lakeside community didn't spend time building wooden houses. So Qin Yu showed off again. He took out hundreds of prefabricated houses stored before the Doomsday, installed them on the spot in the open space of Yanghu Scenic Area, and built houses directly. In less than 2 days, all the newly added garrison soldiers had a place to live. Zhu Hao and others sighed about Qin Yu's ability. Envy! But this thing, he also risked his life to get it. Now, there are still not many people who dare to try. The failure rate is too high. Without huge threats and oppression, it is difficult for people to make up their minds and risk their lives to activate their superpowers. In this way, the number of people in the lakeside community has expanded again. There are already more than 700 people. A huge community. The problem brought about is the problem of living supplies. Although the military has brought a lot of supplies, it can last for a long time. But the further you go, the colder the winter will be. Finding supplies will be more difficult. Therefore, searching for supplies in the future has become an important problem. There are almost no survivors in Sunlight City now. So the supplies in the city should be able to last for a while. As long as there are no outsiders, there will be no competition. However, Qin Yu's goal is other cities. To search for supplies in other cities, 2 conditions are required. One is manpower, and the other is a means of transportation. The problem of manpower is not too big now. With a team of nearly 700 people, the people who go out to search for supplies can be organized into several companies. Then what about transportation? After a detailed discussion with Murongzheng, Qin Yu finally solved this problem. That is to make crystal core energy regular. In Qin Yu's personal space, there are already a lot of ordinary small crystal cores. Tens of thousands. Those crystal cores can be used as energy cores. The only thing to do now is to let Murongzheng find a way to modify all the transportation tools in the Air Force Base. Convert the energy system to crystal core energy, including helicopters, transport planes, and even those fighters. Only in this way can it be convenient to go to other cities around, especially helicopters. Once this kind of tool is modified with crystal core energy, it will become quite terrifying. Traveling becomes more convenient. Then improve the weapon system. Therefore, the next burden of work falls on Murongzheng. Qin Yu gave him 2 months. Modify the energy system. Replace the energy of all helicopters. After that, all the soldiers in the Air Force Base will be divided into groups and go out to other cities regularly to search for supplies. This will solve the problem of shortage of supplies in the future. At the same time, Qin Yu also conceived a very bold plan. As long as there is an energy system, the large aircraft that can still be used at the civil airport can actually be used. When the weapon system and energy system are complete, and the personnel have rich combat experience, then they can fly large aircraft to neighboring countries. Damn! There are not many supplies left in the country. That's because Xia has a large population. At the beginning, too many supplies were consumed by the survivors. But what about other countries? For small countries like Europe, the domestic population is sparse, and their supplies cannot be consumed in a short period of time. So, rob them. It's been almost 5 years since the end of the world. Who still cares about the concept of the country? Therefore, Qin Yu formulated a super material transportation plan. Once the large aircraft modification is completed, immediately go to neighboring countries to grab materials. Try to store as many materials as possible in the community before the earth freezes. This is a super project. Half a month later, Murongzheng's multiple personalities played a powerful role. The energy improvement system of the armed helicopter was completed. He even perfected the semi-finished pulse cannon he designed at the beginning and installed it directly on the armed helicopter. After half a month of assembly, the first modified energy helicopter was produced. There are 2 crystal cores inside, one for the power system and one for the weapons system. According to the value obtained by theoretical calculation, a low-quality crystal core the size of a soybean can at least provide energy for a helicopter to fly continuously for 3 years. Very exaggerated. Continuous flight for 3 years. Who can fly in the sky for 3 years? Unless the entire Earth's crust explodes, earthquakes continue, and the continent collapses, the aircraft may be used to fly for 3 years. Otherwise, a low-quality crystal core can allow the helicopter to fly until the end of its life. In addition, the weapons system is an improved pulse power cannon. The aiming system is all provided by the crystal core energy. The power is roughly equivalent to a land-based ballistic missile. It is basically equivalent to unlimited ammunition. Maybe the energy of the crystal core has not been exhausted yet, and the helicopter's firing system has collapsed first. After all, the firing system is still metal. There is always a service life. When the finished product was finally accepted, Qin Yu was quite satisfied. He was full of praise for Murongzheng. After the first unit was formed, it meant that the subsequent second, third, and fourth units would be assembled soon. Chapter 433 Complete Solution. With this thing, it will be much safer for people like Zhang Yang to go out again. After all, people with special abilities cannot fly and hide now. Even more, they cannot call the wind and rain. So, the problem of tools for searching for supplies outside has been completely solved. Just when Zhang Yang and others were scrambling to try this modified helicopter, Qin Yu poured a basin of cold water on them. There was no time for them to try. Qin Yu decided to go out again. This time, there are several important tasks. In order to survive forever instead of just surviving until the Earth freezes in the future, Qin Yu must take a long-term view. So he wanted to go to Sichuan and Chongqing. Qin Yu wanted to go to the satellite launch base, Changcheng. He wanted to confirm whether the satellite launch base of Xiaogua was also destroyed. There was no information about this in the previous life, because I never paid attention to it. Living to this day in this life, he already has a strong foundation for survival. So Qin Yu's ambitions are out of control. If the satellite launch base of Xiaogua still survives, then why not use it? The satellite space station where Liang Qiuying was located was only partially destroyed. The main body is still there, and the functions of the space station are still there, especially now that the use of crystal core energy has been mastered. So if the rocket technology can be modified and a batch of materials and people can be sent to the space station, maybe it will become the basis of future space programs. This is the first thing. The second thing is that now there are armed helicopters with unlimited power and endurance. So Qin Yu plans to take a helicopter to the coastal cities to take a look. In those cities that are directly flooded by seawater. Generally speaking, almost all the supplies are still there. Watching winter go and spring come. This summer will be the last summer that you can still see the rippling sea. And it may only be a short 1 or 2 months. Therefore, Qin Yu plans to use that time to sweep a circle of coastal cities with high intensity and collect all the supplies that can be searched. Anyway, he has a super huge portable space. It is very convenient to receive it wherever you go. After this year, the Earth will be completely frozen, and the southern coastal cities will be completely frozen below sea level, and there will be no chance to search again. As for the third thing, he wanted to go to Shancheng on the way. Observe the situation of the cannibals. The cannibals are getting stronger and stronger, and sooner or later they will sweep across the country. Tibet is no exception. Before that day comes, if there is still a chance, Qin Yu wants to take action again and wipe out the leader of the cannibals. Even if she is Suya, she will never be soft-handed again. After all, Qin Yu's team has taken root in Tibet. The super hidden danger of cannibals must be eradicated. In particular, there is one very important thing. The last official team from northern Hebei is heading to Tibet. According to the memory of the previous life, they should have no problem entering Tibet and entering the uninhabited area of northern Tibet. But in this life, they were stared to death by the monster army. Even if there is a super soldier in their team, it may not be able to stop the monster army. No one can say for sure. According to their route, they must pass through Luocheng to Shancheng, and finally enter Tibet from northern Sichuan. If Qin Yu sets out now, he may encounter them in Shancheng. Qin Yu also wants to observe how terrifying the monster army is. If possible, they still have to be eliminated before they enter Tibet. Otherwise, his team will be in trouble. This is Chen Yu's plan. So, his going out is unstoppable. And this first modified armed helicopter is his means of transportation. After listening to Chen Yu's plan, everyone was speechless. He is really serious. Want to start a satellite launch base? Leaders like Xu Hao have never thought about it. Now it seems that although Chen Yu is young, he is a well-deserved leader. He actually thought of the future space plan. If one day, the Earth is really not suitable for survival, then temporarily migrate to the space station. Maybe you can live for a while. In addition to the matter of cannibals and monster legions. Now, apart from Chen Yu, no one else has the ability to take care of this matter. Then, there is only one last question left. Who will go with him? Ordinary people can forget about it. Zhang Yang and the others didn't dare to say anything. They won't take you out even if you mention it. What about the remaining superpowers? Murongzhen can't go out. Although his ability is strange, his physique is not good. He can only stay in the base and be protected. The rest, Liang Qiuying must follow. Because once you go to Changcheng, you need professionals like Liang Qiuying to follow. As for Su Jian, Dong Qiulei, Li Xiaoyun and Zhang Lixia, Chen Yu has to think about it again. Because the lakeside community also needs to be guarded by superpowers. Only at this time did I realize that there were still too few superpowers. And there were not enough to distribute. But, does anyone dare to try? It was March. Chen Yu couldn't wait any longer. And finally set off in a modified helicopter. According to the solar terms, it should be the season of spring and blooming flowers. But it was winter on the Earth. The temperature outside was still more than 30 degrees below zero. It was all white. There was no one on the ground. It was so desolate and terrible. In the past, when I watched Doomsday movies and apocalyptic novels, I always felt that the environment seemed very exciting. But one day when you really experienced this desolate loneliness, you only had one feeling. It was despair. Except for Chen Yu. Everyone looked at the scene outside and felt despair. Chen Yu had only experienced despair once. So he had adapted to it. There were only 3 people on the helicopter. Liang Qiuying was flying the plane. And Chen Yu and Li Xiaoyun were sitting in the back. He only brought 2 women. The reason why Li Xiaoyun was brought was because her ability had great potential and effect. She had to be trained more. The power of the telekinetic cannon would gradually increase as her mental power increased. As the level increased, the change might be even greater. Therefore, Chen Yu wanted to focus on training her. As for Dong Qiulei and the others, it would be better for them to stay in the base. Because the base also needs to be guarded by superpowers. With Dong Qiulei, Su Jian, Zhang Lixia, the General, White Wolf and Black Crow, there is basically no problem with them. Only after the home is guarded can Chen Yu do other things better. Although many people are depressed. I can't go out with Chen Yu. But there is nothing I can do. The world now is no longer the time to defend ordinary survivors. It is time to fight against cannibals and superpowers. Even mutant monsters and mutant animals. There is no point for ordinary people to go out. One careless death. But you said that you want to try the crystal core and become a superpower yourself. This determination is not easy to make. Many people have tried and failed. Dong Qiulei and the others tried in a dying state. Li Xiaoyun may have been affected by her father's mutation and left. And she was discouraged. So she mustered up the courage to try. Fortunately, she succeeded. Others? Now life has goals and motivation. And many people have harmonious families. Under such conditions, it is impossible to have the courage to risk their lives to try. This is reality. Therefore, it is better to stay at home. On the helicopter, Chen Yu and Li Xiaoyun are studying the map in the back. They are planning the route. Based on all of Chen Yu's mission goals, the two decided to go to Shangqi City via northern Sichuan. Chapter 434 Don't Give Up. In this way, you may meet the team of the Commander-in-Chief of the Yanjing Garrison at the first time. If possible, it is best to join forces with their super soldiers to eliminate the monster army. If you can also eliminate the man-eating forces of the Shancheng cannibals, it will be even better. Of course, this is just a goal. It doesn't matter whether it can be achieved. After leaving Shancheng, Chen Yu plans to head northeast, starting from Yanjing Tianjin Port, and sweep along the coastline from north to south all the way to Cheongdao. After that, from Cheongdao, enter Yunnan and Guangxi, enter Sichuan and Chongqing, and go to Changcheng. Finally, Go to the satellite launch center. That is the ultimate goal. Although the hope is slim, I still won't give up if I don't go and take a look. If the launch base is good, then Shinyu will have to think about it carefully and must use all the materials to protect the satellite launch center. In the future, send a group of people to the space station again to restart the space station. The end of the Earth comes from the sun. No one can predict what the sun will become in the next 10 or 20 years. Even Shinyu doesn't know. He only lived for 5 years in his previous life. So, if the sun has no light in 20 or 30 years, then the Earth will really be unable to survive. Who knows? We may have to migrate to outer space. Even Shinyu has considered whether there will be a chance to do interstellar immigration in a few decades. Of course, that's all later. This time, the route is basically determined. Go to Shancheng first. At the same time, Salmon Town. In Swan Lake National Wetland Park, there are countless military tents of all sizes hidden in the dense forest. Soldiers in camouflage uniforms are hiding everywhere around the park, watching the surroundings vigilantly. In the tent inside, the dozen or so top scientists of Xia country who were rescued are resting. Lu Ting, the former commander-in-chief of the Yanjing garrison, was wearing a thick cotton coat and stood at the table studying the surrounding maps. The situation is not optimistic now. The large force that originally escaped from Jibei had at least 70,000 people. As a result, facing the terrifying monster army, they were no match at all. They were chased all the way and fled to here through Luocheng. The number of people has been reduced to less than 6,000. It was a one-sided massacre. If there hadn't been a super soldier with superpowers in the team, the whole army would have been wiped out. Lu Ting was responsible for protecting the last possible senior leader of Xia State, Zhang Qi, the deputy minister of the Ministry of National Defense. There were also a dozen of the last scientists left in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. These people could not be lost, especially Zhang Qi. As long as he was alive, Xia State would still be there. So no matter how hard it was, Lu Ting still gritted his teeth and held on to the last bit of hope. Because once the country was gone, all the survivors would never see hope again. Although this hope was already very slim. After looking at the map for a long time, Lu Ting sighed. This is Salmon Town, the middle area between Luocheng and Shancheng, hiding in the dense forest of the wetland park. It can still hide for a while. However, the monster army has a very terrifying tracking ability. It is actually difficult to get rid of those monsters with a large army of thousands of people. However, the news came from Tibet a few days ago. Shancheng has also fallen. It is now occupied by the cannibal army. I am afraid that the number of cannibals exceeds 100,000. Going crazy. How can a regular army of less than 6,000 people resist? Is it really over this time? It is a dilemma. There are monster armies chasing after 5.4 in the back, and cannibal armies occupying the city in the front. If this goes on, we can only go south to Jiancheng. And the most important problem now is that our super soldier is also injured. In the fierce battles with the monster army, the super soldier was seriously injured, and it is unknown when he can recover. Despair. Lu Ting slumped in the chair weakly, covering his face with his hands. There was only a charcoal fire in the room for heating. Lu Ting, the commander-in-chief of the Yanjing garrison, now has no guards around him. He needs to do everything himself. Moreover, it is good to have a meal every day. If it were an ordinary person, he would have collapsed long ago. Lu Ting has persisted until now, with the firm belief of a soldier. How long can they hold on? In the camp, in a large tent near the commander-in-chief's camp, a figure sat on a camp bed, puffing heavily. She was topless and had just used a knife to dig out the rotten flesh on her body that had been poisoned and rotten. From the back, she was actually thin and petite, although she was very small in the front. But she had obvious female features. She was the super soldier in the team. Everyone thought she was a man, and no one knew that she was actually a woman. The woman's name was Lu Fangfei. She was actually a medical soldier at the Jibei garrison. 2 years ago, by chance, she was extremely hungry and accidentally swallowed the crystal core in the head of a mutant bat, resulting in poisoning and coma. After 2 days and 2 nights of suffering, she came back to life. From then on, she activated her first superpower. She could use sound waves to determine the location of all other creatures within 5 kilometers. Lu Fangfei was a very smart woman. After activating her superpower, she immediately spent a lot of time studying herself, which might be an occupational disease for doctors. She was good at thinking and finally concluded that it should be something in the bat's brain that gave her this magical ability. So, she started to experiment. After trying dozens of times, she accidentally found a dead mutant Chinese sturgeon in the aquarium. So she cut open its head. She actually found a crystal core in her head. She tried to swallow the crystal core. As a result, although it was painful, she successfully activated her second superpower, could breathe underwater, and even gained water skills comparable to those of fish. Later, the Yinjing garrison went south to northern Hebei. She was naturally incorporated into the logistics team. In this way, Lu Fangfei became the team doctor beside Commander-in-Chief Lu Ting. Before she came into contact with the monster army, she had never shown her superpowers, but only existed as a medical soldier. During the time in northern Hebei, she once went hunting with a large army and killed a lone mutant South China tiger. That night, Lu Fangfei secretly sawed open the head of the South China tiger. As expected, the crystal core was found again. At this point, she was completely sure there was such a magical thing in the brain of the mutant animal. So she shared this information with Lu Ting. At first, Lu Ting didn't believe it. So Lu Fangfei swallowed the crystal core of the mutant tiger in front of him. That day, she was in great pain. But in the end, she successfully opened the third superpower, super strong physique. And as her anger increased, her body would slowly change into a strong physique similar to that of a man, with infinite strength. And the more angry she was, the more ferocious she became. Chapter 435 Escape Again. At this moment, Lu Ting believed it. But what people didn't expect was that before Lu Ting wanted to find someone to try this secret. Suddenly one day, the garrison was attacked. It was a group of about 20 mutant monsters. Each of them looked like the monsters in movies and TV series. Some were beasts. Some were human. And some were half human and half beast. The power of these ghosts was extremely terrifying. And some even had strange abilities. That day, the garrison directly lost more than 3,000 people. More than 20 mutant animals slaughtered more than 3,000 elite soldiers one-sidedly, which really scared Lu Ting. So, the army officially set out. Leaving northern Hebei, they began to march towards Shanxi City. As a result, they could not get rid of the monsters along the way. When they were caught up for the third time, more than 20,000 soldiers died tragically under the fangs and claws of the monsters. That time, Lu Fangfei finally couldn't bear it anymore. In her rage, her body size swelled, and she eventually became someone like Schwarzenegger, fighting with the monster army. With Lu Fangfei's blocking, the army successfully escaped again. Not long after, the seriously injured Lu Fangfei caught up with the army, and it took 7 or 8 days to recover. In this way, the army walked and stopped, and Lu Fangfei finally began to hide her true face. Every time she couldn't hide, she turned into a giant to fight the monsters. Over time, her reputation as a super soldier spread. In the entire team, only one person knew her true identity, and that was Commander-in-Chief Lu Ting. Only Lu Ting knew that she was not a strong man, but actually just a weak woman. A few days ago, in the last battle, Lu Fangfei found that the number of monsters had increased again. It had increased to more than 50. Very scary. When she stayed behind to cover the retreat, she was bitten again. She was even poisoned. But fortunately, once her superpowers were activated, coupled with the crystal core of the mutant tiger she had swallowed, her body had a super strong self-healing ability. Ordinary poisons could not kill her. However, she is the only one in the team who can fight against the monster army. Sometimes, she loses more than she wins. After all, the enemy is huge. Now, Lu Fangfei can only rely on the sound wave positioning detection of bats to avoid the monster army and minimize casualties in the battle. In the dark, Lu Fangfei sat silently. She was topless and didn't care about the cold, just silently waiting for the wound to heal. At a certain moment, a low voice suddenly came from outside. Lu Fei. It's me. Lu Fei is Lu Fangfei's alias in the team, because no one knows that she is the super soldier who is more than 2 meters tall. Lu Fangfei quickly grabbed her clothes and put them on, and replied in a rough voice, "Come in. The commander-in-chief is here." The curtain of the tent was lifted. Lu Ting walked in slowly, and pulled the curtain back. He walked up to Lu Fangfei, looked at her originally delicate and beautiful face, and sighed softly, "Xiao Lu, you have worked hard. It's my duty." Lu Fangfei said solemnly, "Commander, Do you have something to ask me? Nothing. I just came to see your injury. The injury is okay. Lu Fangfei said quickly, Commander. There is something strange. It seems that the group of monsters bypassed us and went straight to Shanxi City. What? Lu Ting was stunned. You detected it? Well, I wanted to tell you. But the wounds on their bodies have not healed completely. They bypassed us in the morning. They should be close to Shancheng now. Huh. This is a good thing. Lu Ting was completely relieved and murmured. It seems that we can finally take a breath. /n/n according to Lu Fangfei's detection. The monster army bypassed their main force and went straight to Shancheng. And the speed of travel is quite fast. If nothing unexpected happens, there may be something more interesting to them in Shancheng. These monsters are very ferocious. Each one is a brutal individual. Lu Fangfei has never known what kind of force bound them together. There must be a more terrifying guy behind them. He hasn't even shown his face. Lu Ting was completely relieved and patted Lu Fangfei on the shoulder. Xiao Lu, you have made an invaluable contribution. Since the monster army has gone to Shancheng, let's change direction. Commander, where are we going? Go south from here to Jiangcheng. Lu Ting said quickly. Let's stay here for 2 days. Take a short break. And let the soldiers have a good rest for 2 days. Then go west from Jiangcheng to Tibet. Okay. Xiao Lu, you should also take good care of yourself for 2 days. And make sure to heal your injuries. Lu Ting murmured. After we completely get rid of these monsters and arrive in Jiangcheng, I need your help to try to create a few more superpowered warriors. Yes. Lu Fangfei nodded solemnly. Lu Ting hurried away. After the leader left, Lu Fangfei sat back on the camp bed again, feeling somewhat relieved. Take off your clothes and see that your wounds have healed almost completely. Look at your body. Originally, you had a tall figure, but now there were wounds everywhere, especially when fighting. She turned into a muscular woman. It was simply scary. Alas. Lu Fangfei shook her head and sighed. This life. It may be like this. Fight for the belief of a soldier all your life. Until death. Lu Fangfei slowly lay on the bed and began to think in her mind. Why did that group of monsters suddenly bypass her troops and go directly to Shanxi City? What is so attractive about Shancheng? Perhaps I should go there too. If the commander wants to create more superpower warriors, he needs powerful crystal cores. And if I want to improve, I also need powerful crystal cores. Where can I find them? That group of mutant monsters have them. So, I should go to Shancheng. If there is a chance, kill as many as you can. Thinking of this, Lu Fangfei stood up and sat down again. Put on her clothes. Put on her camouflage uniform again. And hurried out. If the large army leaves the monster army and goes south, it will be much safer. There is no need for me to follow the large army all the time. So, I can take the opportunity to secretly follow Shancheng and attack if there is a chance. And if there is no chance, I can just go to investigate the situation in Shancheng. That's it. 3 hours later, Lu Fangfei, who had obtained approval for the operation, got on a military motorcycle and set off from Sanmen town, heading all the way to Shancheng. This time, she was tasked with collecting crystal cores, so the task was arduous. When she left, Lu Ting immediately ordered that the large force no longer rest, but march directly south to Xiangqing. Go to Jiangcheng. Only there can you get a real rest. Half a month later, Qin Yu drove a helicopter to Hanzhong City. Back to this devastated city again. The past memories are still vivid. Now, are the Japanese completely extinct on the earth? Qin Yu parked the helicopter in Hanzhong City, and the three of them took a short rest. There is no need for a helicopter on the road behind. Go directly into the mountains from Hanzhong City, and go through the Qinling Mountains to reach Shancheng directly. Chapter 436. The gain outweighs the loss. Now, there are more than 100,000 cannibals in Shancheng. The only difference between them and ordinary people is that they eat human flesh. But they are not stupid. On the contrary, they are very smart. So it is not a good idea to drive a helicopter to Shancheng. If you are accidentally bombed by rockets, it will be more than worth the loss. So, drive the rest of the way. Investigate in Shancheng. If there is a chance, take action. If there is no chance, bypass Shancheng and go northeast to the coastal city of Yanjingjin port. It is estimated that the weather will be warmer when you get there, as long as the ice on the seashore melts. You can search for supplies. There are many large ships in the space. There are even warships. so there is no need to worry about transportation. At night, the three of them set up a tent on the edge of the city. Li Xiaoyun didn't know what happened in Hanzhong City, so she was thrilled when she heard Chen Yu and Liang Qiuing talk about what happened. At the same time, she was envious. It's more fun to go out with Chen Yu. I can experience so many things, now that I have made the right bet on fate and have superpowers. As long as I continue to strengthen myself, I will have the opportunity to go out and perform missions frequently in the future. In the tent, there is bone soup stewed in a small alcohol pot. Each person has a sandwich. Liang Qiuing has discovered that following Chen Yu is the most comfortable decision, because his space has everything. Anyway, he will definitely not worry about food. Just as the three of them were drinking coffee and chatting, Chen Yu suddenly felt something in his heart, and an extremely familiar feeling came to his heart. He stood up suddenly. It was Suya. Good guy. I could actually feel Suya's presence in Hanzhong City. It's terrifying. This place is at least hundreds of kilometers away from Shancheng. His own spiritual map, Molly Zhao, can't see the situation in Shancheng. But he got in touch with Suya's telepathy first. Liang Qiuing and Li Xiaoyun saw that he looked different, and they stood up at the same time. What's wrong? Ayu? What's wrong with you? Chen Yu looked solemn and shook his head. Nothing. I'll go out for a while. After saying that, he turned and left the tent, walked outside, quickly found a high ground, and looked in the direction of Shancheng. Su Ya's spirit body was somewhat fluctuating, but she was much calmer than she was 2 years ago. She had matured again. Huh? Chen Yu suddenly shuddered in his heart. Why? There was another warm feeling? Chen Yu was stunned. What was that? A very peaceful and warm telepathy. Small. Unusually pure. Chen Yu closed his eyes. He could feel that there was a small, very wonderful feeling beside Suya. It could resonate with his own heart, just like the telepathy with Suya. What is that? At this moment, Suya's telepathy was suddenly cut off. That little feeling also disappeared. Chen Yu frowned. The woman's ability is getting stronger and stronger. She has evolved to this extent as a cannibal. She is definitely an outlier. Now she can even actively cut off her telepathy with me, since she already knows that I am coming. I am afraid that the cannibals in Shangqi City should also improve their defense. The nightmare of being wiped out by me last time may still haunt them. Chen Yu turned and returned to the tent. Although he was helpless, he still had to fight against Suya's final fate. After all, she is a cannibal, and I am an ordinary person. I have fallen into their food chain. Forget it. Don't think about her. The cannibals are getting stronger and stronger, and they have threatened my team. Shancheng is not far from Tibet, so we should weaken them as soon as possible. Back to the tent. Li Xiaoyun asked softly, Are you okay? Nothing. Chen Yu walked over and sat beside her, touching her little hand and smiled. I will remind you if there is something. At least it is safe tonight. Come. Eat. Yes. Professor Liang. Let's eat. Okay. The three of them started to eat. In this cold weather, drinking a few mouthfuls of bone soup is really warm. Especially Chen Yu has enough raw materials and seasonings, so the aroma of this big bone soup is fragrant. The three people were not polite to each other, and ate it in big mouthfuls. After a while, they were hot all over and began to sweat. At the same time, in Shangqi City, hundreds of thousands of cannibals began to get busy. They received the Queen's warning. Powerful superpowers are approaching. All cannibals broke up and scattered in the city. Without the Queen's order, they cannot move rashly. In a relatively intact skyscraper in Shangqi City, Suya, wearing a black long coat, stood silently in front of the window looking outside, holding a glass of red liquid in her hand, drinking and thinking. She looked more and more like a vampire. Her cold and beautiful face was extremely pale, but her appearance was becoming more and more perfect. She was flawless. She was the kind that people dared not look at. At a certain moment, footsteps were heard behind her. A little girl who looked like an angel ran over and hugged her legs directly. Mom, why don't you hold Yao Yao to sleep? Mom, have a drink. Mom, Yao Yao wants to drink too. No. Suya squatted down, touched the little girl's hair and whispered, Remember what Mom said. You can only drink ordinary water. Never drink this kind of thing. Remember? Oh. But ordinary water is so hard to drink. Yao Yao. No matter how hard it is to drink, you have to drink it. You are so lucky to be able to drink ordinary water. Suya held the little girl in her arms and whispered softly, Do you know how much Mom hopes that she can become an ordinary person again? The little girl was held in her mother's arms. Her face was full of joy. Her name is Qinyao. She is Qinyu's daughter. She was born with dual species characteristics. She can eat human flesh and blood, and can also eat ordinary food. She has been very strong since birth. When she is emotional, her speed can even reach the level of teleportation. And the most exaggerated thing is that she has a special ability since she was a child. It is a kind of companion space. Although it is not big, she can put any inanimate objects into the space at will, which is very magical. Suya believes that this ability is inherited from Qinyu. Therefore, Qinyu must have this ability. At the same time, the daughter's spiritual power is also very strong. She can have telepathy with Suya anywhere. Very magical. Suya treats this daughter as a treasure. Even the status of the entire cannibal tribe is not as good as her daughter. For the fantasy deep in her heart, Suya never let her daughter touch the flesh and blood of living people after she was 1 year old. Let her eat ordinary people's food as the main food. At first, Yao Yao was very resistant. She even became extremely irritable in anger. However, the power of blood suppression is still there. As long as Suya turned cold, the little girl finally compromised. As time went by, she got used to it. The cannibals grow very fast. Little Chen Yao, who is only 2 years old, now looks like a 6 or 7-year-old child, which is also scary. Just when Suya was hugging her daughter intimately, a roar suddenly came from the distance of the city. Chapter 437 Dazzling. The voice was extremely loud. It could be heard several kilometers away. Suya was shocked, stood up suddenly, and turned her head to look in the direction of the voice. What was that sound? So scary. Hearing this sound, she, the queen of the cannibals, actually felt a little palpitation. It seems that there are terrible mutant animals coming. Although the cannibals have evolved very strong individuals, far beyond ordinary people, they are still difficult to compete with the strongest mutant animals in nature, unless they attack in groups. But now, Suya doesn't want to cause trouble. After all, in her heart, Qinyu is the biggest threat. It is still unclear what his main purpose is, so he cannot conflict with any mutant creatures for the time being. Let's hide. Suya immediately picked up the intercom to notify. All cannibals retreated to the city, concealed their tracks, and temporarily observed what was approaching Shancheng. After the notification, turned off the intercom. Suya slowly walked to the window and opened it. A cool breeze blew in. A strange smell filled the air. It's killing. The storm is coming. Is Shancheng incompatible with me? Why does something unexpected happen every time I come to Shancheng? Suya's face was completely expressionless. Her eyes flashed with rare cruelty and blood. In the city, Lu Lin was also startled by the extremely domineering roar. She hid in a towering tree and kept staring at the direction where the sound came from. Unfortunately, no matter how good her eyesight was, she couldn't see the scene several kilometers away. The sound was very close to Shancheng. It sounded scary. It should be the sound of some kind of mutant monster. Lu Lin stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. She flicked one of her paws on the treetop slightly, and the whole person swung down from the tree more than 10 meters high like a light kitten. After landing, it quickly disappeared into the darkness. The next day, early morning, it snowed heavily again. It was already April, but there was no sign of warming weather. The snow was falling heavily. It was all white. In Hanzhong City, Liang Qiuying woke up. It was a bit cold, and she was woken up by the cold. Although there was a small electric heater in the tent, she slept alone in a bed, and she felt cold even as she wrapped herself in more quilts. After getting up, she looked back. Alas, the two of them were sleeping so warmly. Li Xiaoyun was hugged by Qinyu, and the two of them were covered with a big quilt, sleeping so soundly. It was really irritating. Do you have to be so intimate? Can you fall asleep hugging so tightly? Liang Qiuying looked helpless, got up, put on her coat and shoes, and walked out of the tent. It's really cold. Take a deep breath, and feel the coldness of the nose and chest. Look around. Find a place to pee. I have to pee urgently this morning. Since the two of them haven't woken up yet, Liang Qiuying is too lazy to walk too far. So she goes around the tent, finds an open space, and takes off her pants. After squatting, the cold wind blows away the flying snow. Feel, the wind blows my butt cold. The urge to pee is almost gone. Just when she was halfway through peeing, She suddenly heard a cold rustling sound behind her. Looking back. Liang Qiuying was so scared that she wanted to scream. But she covered her mouth as soon as she screamed. Behind her, there was a giant squirrel squatting. It had mutated. Its mouth was split into 8 petals. Its mouth was full of rotating mouth parts. Looking like an alien creature in a movie. The giant mutated squirrel did not attack her, but just squatted in the snow, staring at her. PP? Liang Qiuying was puzzled. Why did a squirrel look so lustful? Could it have evolved to the point of wanting to mate with humans? Although it was still snowing, it was actually spring. Spring is the season for everything to revive. And it is already the mating season. Liang Qiuying screamed because she was startled by the sudden sight of such a scary squirrel. But she covered her mouth again, because she thought it was just a mutant squirrel, and shouldn't wake up Chenyu and the others. Her body is extremely strong now. She can actually fight. But she just lacks experience and opportunities. Chenyu just wants her to be a researcher and a scientist, not a warrior. But to be honest, the longer she spends with Chenyu, the more she wants to fight. Because that way she can stay with Chenyu all the time. Liang Qiuying is used to it. Used to this little man. So, this squirrel tries to do it by itself. Liang Qiuying stood up very slowly, and pulled up her pants little by little. Just as she was about to pull them up, the giant squirrel suddenly attacked. It hissed. It pounced on her like lightning. Liang Qiuying's eyes could actually keep up with its speed. But she had no combat experience. So her body's reaction was a little slow. As a result, she was hit directly on the chest by the squirrel. She fell on her back, and sat on the snow. Hiss. So cold. The next second, the lecherous squirrel actually started to pull off her pants crazily, and opened its mouth wide to bite. Liang Qiuying was extremely embarrassed and angry. She was actually molested by a squirrel early in the morning. This is outrageous. In anger and shame, her strength and reaction speed suddenly increased. She grabbed the squirrel's tail at a very fast speed and threw it out. The squirrel squeaked, rolled twice in the air, and landed easily. At this moment, Liang Qiuying finally jumped up and put on her pants quickly. When the mutant squirrel saw that she had put on her pants, it was furious and kicked on the snow again, and rushed to her face. The huge mouthparts bit directly. This time, Liang Qiuying was concentrating on it. Seeing it pounce and bite, she untied the outdoor machete from behind, swung the long knife and chopped it. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. This knife was extremely accurate in both speed and force. Steady, accurate and ruthless. With one cut, the mutant squirrel's mouthparts were split in half. It fell to the ground in pain, splashing blood while jumping around at a speed that was simply dazzling. Ordinary people couldn't see it clearly at all. You could only see a gray shadow flashing everywhere. But in Liang Qiuying's eyes, something wonderful happened. She seemed to be able to vaguely predict the squirrel's landing position and takeoff speed every time, even including the tilt angle of the takeoff. This feeling was quite strange. Feeling these data, no matter how the squirrel in front of her jumped, it seemed like a bird in a cage, unable to fly out of Liang Qiuying's sight. Just like that, one jumped around in the snow. The other stood aside and watched blankly. Liang Qiuying knew that this might be her new ability. Moreover, it was the ability of the nano-organisms in her body. However, this ability felt more like a high-tech one. Could it be that the nanoparticles in her body were not organisms, but a high-tech nano-robot? Chapter 438. The size of the body increases rapidly. Otherwise, where does this computing power come from? Liang Qiuying is happy. This feeling of controlling the overall situation is very good. So she no longer has any panic and fear. When the squirrel jumps around, when it jumps to a certain position, the vision in its eyes suddenly changes. Its next jump will take off. The tilt angle is 70.3 degrees. The force is violent. Its force is greater than the force that hit him before. If you are not careful, you may be hit by the opponent and break your bones. The data in front of you flashes randomly, and Liang Qiuying seems to have calculated the angle in an instant. And the long sword in her hand is placed horizontally in front of her, and her body is slightly to one side. Poof! The long knife hit the neck. The squirrel was like offering itself to the door. Its neck hit the blade, and it was cut off and rolled to the ground. Blood splashed all over Liang Qiuying. Good job. Suddenly, there was applause from behind, which scared Liang Qiuying. She turned around quickly, and found that Chenyu had slowly walked over behind her, smiling and clapping at her. When did you come out? Liang Qiuying blushed instantly. This guy. Has he been peeping from the side? Including when I was peeing? Qinyu walked up to her and smiled. Don't worry. I didn't see anything I shouldn't have seen. Liang Qiuying's face became even redder after saying this. Fortunately, Qinyu stopped teasing her and said seriously, do you know that when you were fighting, I suddenly felt that the nano-organisms in my body that came from you had changed. Liang Qiuying was stunned and blurted out, did your body also change? Yes. It's like a kind of analytical computing ability. Yes. Yes. That's the feeling. Qinyu looked at her. I even saw the whole process of your battle with the mutant squirrel through your vision just now. Ah? Liang Qiuying was stunned. Vision sharing? Qinyu said seriously, through these changes, perhaps one thing can be confirmed. The things in your body are not biological, but machine-like. A high-tech nano-robot. As you focus your energy, they will also change. Well, that should be the case. Liang Qiuying said thoughtfully, these things learn very quickly, and seem to be learning the ideas in my brain. So my previous decision may be wrong. Qinyu looked at her seriously and said, maybe. I have to let you come into contact with this kind of occasion more often in the future to see what this nano-machine can do. Okay. Liang Qiuying was immediately surprised and said, I also want to know where my limit is. Qinyu nodded. The most amazing thing is that when the nano-machines in your body change, those in my body are actually evolving synchronously. This is amazing. So I was also wondering if the machines in my body also evolve. Can you feel it as well? Liang Qiuying blinked and suddenly blushed and whispered, as long as we don't share vision, it's fine. Otherwise, when you do bad things to other women, I will be forced to be a bystander. Pfft. Chunyu laughed. Professor Liang, I'm talking to you seriously, but you mock me. That's right. Liang Qiuying muttered softly, then turned her head away awkwardly, looking at the squirrel corpse on the ground and asked casually, will there be a crystal core in the head of this little guy? It's hard to say. Just cut it open and you'll know. Qinyu said nothing, went straight over and grabbed the squirrel's head, took out the electric saw from the space, and started sawing. After a while, the skull was sawed open. After searching, he actually fished out a small crystal core from it, the size of a little fingernail. Not big or small. Compared to 2 years ago, such a large crystal core is already a mature crystal core, which only those more powerful mutant animals can have. Now, anyone can take out such a large one. This shows that all mutant animals are close to maturity. So almost all mutant animals have crystal cores in their heads. Those are the energy cores of the future. Don't miss any of them. Qinyu was about to put the crystal core into the space, but Liang Qiuying suddenly stretched out her hand. Give me this crystal core. Huh? What do you want it for? You must not eat the crystal core, because you don't need it at all. Qinyu looked at her in confusion. I know. I won't eat it. Liang Qiuying smiled slightly. This crystal core is my first trophy. I want to keep it as a souvenir. Okay. Okay. Qinyu smiled and handed the crystal core to her. It was originally yours. Thank you. Liang Qiuying happily put away the crystal core. Then, the two returned to the tent. Li Xiaoyan had already gotten up. I am boiling water in the tent, preparing to make some breakfast for the three of us. According to Qinyu's plan, we are going to cross the Qinling Mountains today and approach Shancheng for observation. So, let's eat first. Fry a few eggs for breakfast, and have a hand-wrapped pancake with some lettuce leaves and green onions. I am finding it more and more fun to follow Qinyu. You can eat delicious food anytime and anywhere. More than an hour later, the three of them finished a delicious breakfast. Then, they packed up all the things and stuffed them into the space. Qinyu released another heavy armored vehicle, and the three of them drove the armored vehicle directly on the road. The snow on the road was too thick, and even the weaker cars couldn't drive. But the heavy armored vehicles of Crystal Core Power Energy are different. They drive like crazy rhinos. And no matter how thick the snow is, it can't stop them. The three of them headed straight for Shancheng. The storm was about to come. Lintong, Huaqing Palace. The dusty Lu Fengfei stopped her motorcycle and found a shop that used to sell handicrafts at the entrance of the scenic spot and hid inside. The wind and snow were getting stronger and stronger. The motorcycle couldn't be ridden anymore, and there was no gas left. The rest of the road could only be walked. But it was not a big deal for her, as long as she activated her strong superpowers and turned into that big guy. Her running speed and endurance would be exaggerated, It would only take a few minutes to run to Shancheng. But she really didn't want to turn into that image unless it was absolutely necessary. Because of the sudden increase in size, her clothes would have to be scrapped. Every time she turned into that big guy, Lu Fangfei was very violent, and even almost forgot that she was a woman. Therefore, the most things she brought in her big travel bag were spare clothes. They were all men's sizes. After hiding in the small house, she simply cleaned it. Eat a little. Through her sonic positioning, she confirmed that the monster army had officially entered Shanxi City. Strange. What on earth is so attractive to them in Shanxi City? These mutant monsters seem to be impatient. It's really weird. Could it be because of cannibals? Do mutant monsters prefer to eat cannibals? Lu Fangfei sat in a corner, lit a fire, and simply ate some dried meat and dry food. Chapter 439 Poisonous. While eating, I suddenly heard a roar. It came from the direction of Shanxi City. The sound was violent and ferocious. Quite terrifying. Lu Fangfei's scalp tightened. She had seen that monster before. She had even fought it head-on. It was not a mutant animal, but a mutant humanoid creature. That ghost thing was full of amazing corrosive liquid, with great strength and a plant-like body that was almost immortal. It was a boss in the monster army. Its corrosive liquid was highly toxic. Ordinary people would die if they were touched by a drop. The corroded wound on Lu Fangfei's body was caused by it, and it was really painful for several days before it slowly healed. Lu Fangfei gave it a code name. It's called Acid. It's just like the alien creature Venom in foreign movies. Acid is the most difficult one among this group of mutant monsters. If she can choose, Lu Fangfei doesn't want to face it again. It's better for this group of mutant monsters to disperse, so that she can have a chance to defeat them one by one, get their crystal cores and go home. Lu Fangfei finished eating quickly. Then she leaned against the wall in the corner, closed her eyes, and rested for a while. Tonight, go into the city. Shanxi City. The roof of the skyscraper. Suya was dressed in black, with long hair fluttering. She squinted her eyes and looked towards the northeast of the city. That roar shocked her greatly. Horrible monster. The voice revealed a sense of oppression that made people's scalps numb. Moreover, within less than 5 minutes after the monster roared, the tribe members received alarms one after another. The cannibals were attacked. They were no match at all. It was a team of mutant animals and mutant humans. There were about 40 individuals. Each one was very scary. One-on-one. The cannibals would be killed instantly. Hearing this news, Suya made a prompt decision and asked all the cannibals to gather together and retreat to her area for defense. At the same time, all the weapons were displayed. Prepare to fight hard. If those monster groups are coming for the cannibals, then we can't retreat. Otherwise, we will be almost killed like 2 years ago and flee from Shanxi City in a mess. This time, we must not retreat. Can't the cannibal army of hundreds of thousands deal with more than 40 monsters? What's more, the cannibals are not monsters. They are more fierce and smarter than the human army. They have swept through so many cities, and they have never retreated even when they encountered a beast tide. They rarely encounter opponents. This time, they will not retreat. Suya stood on the roof, muttering to herself, "Come on. Let me see what kind of monsters you are. In the future, only our new human beings will be the real masters of the planet. Other creatures are inferior food. All of them. Without exception." The sky gradually darkened. A violent blizzard swept across the land. The wind force even reached typhoon level in an instant. At about the same time, Qin Yu in the south of the city crossed the Qinling Mountains and officially set foot in Shanxi City. The moment he entered the city, Suya had sensed him. But in order to prevent Qin Yu from knowing her feelings, Suya cut off telepathy at the first time and no longer exposed any information. Qin Yu also knew that today's Suya was no longer the same Suya as before. In the past, Suya might have been soft-hearted towards him, but today's Suya definitely won't be. She should have become a true queen-level figure, decisive to kill. Therefore, Qin Yu didn't plan to meet her. If there is no chance to do it, then leave here temporarily and go north to the Yanjing-Tianjin Hong Kong area to carry out his own transportation plan. When Qin Yu set foot in Shanxi City, Lu Fangfei, the only super soldier in Xia country, also officially entered Shanxi City, ready to start her hunting journey. At the same time, in a corner of the city, Lu Lin silently stared at the skyscraper where Suya was. There was a dark light flashing in her eyes, and behind the light, was a thick hatred that could not be dissolved. In addition, the monster army that had been hunting cannibals since entering the city was approaching step by step, and was about to reach the perimeter of the cannibal blockade. The heroes gathered in Shanxi City. An epic century-level battle was about to begin. In the monster army, a human figure stood, wearing a tattered military uniform, and the whole person looked like a giant toad with disgusting mucus flowing on the long street. Behind it, more than a dozen figures were looming. The humanoid monster was acid, and the main reason why it was attracted here was not the cannibal queen Suya. What really attracted these monsters was Suya's little daughter, Chen Yao. That girl who is as beautiful as an angel. That girl has a very special spiritual power. When they get close to her, the mutants can sense it. All the mutants feel a little crazy about that spiritual power, and their first instinct is to swallow her. Swallowing her will make them invincible in the world. Entering the urban area of Shanxi City, Qinyu found the base camp of the cannibals without much effort. Because the monster army has launched an attack in the mental map, Qinyu can only identify the spiritual bodies of more than a dozen monster army. Scary bright. Definitely a very terrifying existence. Qinyu also thought of this problem. What on earth has such great power to bind these things that have long lost their minds and mutated into monsters together? Also, why are they so crazy about attacking the cannibals? Haven't they been keeping an eye on the official forces before? Chun Yu, Li Xiaoyun and Liang Qiuying stood on the roof of a tall building 2 kilometers away, observing the situation in the distance with binoculars. On that skyscraper, a figure stood in the wind. It was Suya. The surrounding area within a radius of 2 kilometers was densely packed with cannibals. There were more than 100,000 people. Very exaggerated. And the monster army also scattered and rushed towards the skyscraper from all directions. The two sides started fighting. It was very intense. The cannibals may have felt the huge pressure, so they should have used all the weapons in the bottom of the box. Mortars were mounted on the roof. Tanks were driving on the streets. Rocket launchers were constantly fired from various buildings. There were even huge explosions of individual anti-tank rocket launchers in some places. Qinyu has been monitoring the mental map. Less than 20 minutes after the battle started, 3 monsters had been destroyed by powerful firepower. The number of cannibals was also decreasing sharply. They died very quickly. But compared to the huge number of more than 100,000, these casualties were negligible. However, in one direction, a figure broke through very quickly, and ordinary thermal weapons were basically ineffective against it. So the number of cannibals in that direction is the largest. Suya was also observing in that direction. Qinyu always felt a little strange, because the spirit of that humanoid monster always felt a little familiar. Suddenly, a sense of crisis came. Qinyu and Liang Qiuying looked at each other almost at the same time. Something is coming up. Yeah! The 3 of them rushed to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Chapter 440 Wild Psychics. Soon, a dark figure was seen circling and climbing up the building, spraying white silk net-like substances from its body as it climbed. Liang Qiuying was surprised and asked, "What is that? A spider? Is it a spider spirit?" Li Xiaoyun's face turned pale. This scene is really similar to the goblins in Journey to the West. The monster below should be one of the monster army, but it has no spirit body. It is probably resurrected after death. Humanoid creature. The mutation is very similar to a giant spider. There are 8 legs on the side of the body. Naked. The hair on the head is disheveled, and the face is covered with patterns, red and black, which looks very scary. The eyes have become compound eyes. As it climbed upward, it sprayed silk webs from its belly button. It moved very fast. It probably suddenly discovered that there were people upstairs, so it ran over to hunt. Seeing that the monster was almost approaching the top of the building, when it climbed right below the 3 people again, Qinyu suddenly shouted, "Xiaoyun, blast it down." "Oh!" Li Xiaoyun immediately raised both hands. The fingers formed an area, framed the monster below, and shouted, "Boom!" The powerful telekinetic cannon smashed down instantly. The monster was about to reach the top, and had already entangled the entire building below with spider webs, waiting to go upstairs to enjoy the food. Unexpectedly, a violent and invisible force suddenly hit it. The monster was knocked down directly. It fell hard on the ground. It hissed when it fell. 4 of its 8 legs were broken directly. Qinyu laughed. "Is that all?" As soon as he finished speaking, the monster turned over on the ground and climbed up again. Its 4 limbs did not hinder its climbing. It even crawled faster. "Hey, Xiaoyun, come again." Li Xiaoyun aimed at the monster again. And even Chen Yu directly took out a single soldier rocket launcher. Such a cool monster must be taken down. The crystal cores in the heads of these things are definitely mature. So Chen Yu also made up his mind that if possible, he must wipe out the monster army. At least get rid of the crystal core. The spider monster came up again. But this time, before it could crawl close, the monster suddenly stopped in the middle. And its belly bulged. And a white silk net-like object was directly sprayed out from its belly button. Damn it. Chen Yu subconsciously grabbed the two women beside him with both hands. And instantly activated the level 2 supernatural power. Retreating more than 10 meters like lightning. And narrowly avoided the huge silk net. Then, the spider monster jumped onto the roof. I'll do it. Chen Yu also felt itchy. So he directly dragged the two women behind him. And then controlled the muscles to the level 3 state. And rushed up madly. The spider monster hissed and screamed. Suddenly it opened its mouth and sprayed a mouthful of dark green liquid at Chen Yu. The liquid smelled fishy. It was probably highly toxic. Chen Yu turned on the ground and easily dodged the attack of the venom. When he rushed to the side of the spider monster, he grabbed the air with his left hand. Puff! A big hole disappeared in the spider monster's neck in an instant. Its body froze directly. The expression on its terrifying face was distorted. And there was a look of fear in its eyes. The next second, Chen Yu jumped up and kicked its healed head. Bang! The monster's head was kicked away. Its neck torn. And the broken head fell from the rooftop like a ball. The body also slowly fell to the ground. After Chen Yu landed, he clapped his hands easily. Liang Qiuying and Li Xiaoyun, who were far behind him, were both stunned. This was the first time I saw him fight this kind of monster so directly. I didn't expect his fighting ability to be so strong. He was experienced and at ease. It was pleasing to the eye. As for Chen Yu, he had hurried to the rooftop and looked down. The monster's head fell down. I have to find a way to. Hey! What the hell? Chen Yu just stuck his head out and saw a figure running to the monster's head and actually picked up the head and held it. Then, the figure looked up. Chen Yu was in a state of confusion. The figure below picked up the monster's head and looked up. The two people's eyes met. It was a woman. Chen Yu had observed this spirit body in the spirit map before. It was very bright. At that time, he thought it was a member of the monster army. Because ordinary people and cannibals could not have such a bright spirit body. But now, it turned out to be a normal person. Wearing a black dress. Wearing a hat on his head. Who is she? The woman below probably didn't expect that the one who killed the monster was actually a person. She looked up and silently looked at Chen Yu for a few times. Then turned around and left quickly. She ran very fast. And they moved quickly. Chen Yu was depressed. Damn! Whoever it is. Grandma wants to steal my crystal core? Chase her. Xiaoyun. Qiuying. Go! Chen Yu shouted. Turned around and ran downstairs quickly. He couldn't give up the crystal core. Because this time when he came to Shanxi City, Chen Yu just wanted to see if there was a chance to destroy the leadership of the cannibals. To deal with the cannibals, you can only attack with fixed targets. Otherwise, you can't beat hundreds of thousands of cannibals. But now it seems that after the incident of sneak attack on the cannibal leaders 2 years ago, Suya will not give herself another chance. If you really want to fight them, you will definitely face a direct conflict with Suya and be besieged by hundreds of thousands of cannibal warriors. Therefore, Chen Yu temporarily gave up this goal. Instead, he harvested the crystal cores. Although this group of monsters was powerful, I don't know what attracted them to attack the cannibals. This created an opportunity for Chen Yu. In a one-on-one situation, almost no monster could really compete with Chen Yu. So while their energy was attracted by the cannibals, Chen Yu decided to sneak attack, break through one by one, and harvest these precious crystal cores. That would be an unparalleled wealth. A few minutes later, Chen Yu and the other two rushed downstairs. In the mental map, the woman had been marked. She couldn't escape far. Following the guidance of the mental map, Chen Yu began to track the woman. Just like that, one ran and the other chased. As he chased, Chen Yu suddenly discovered something strange. The woman seemed to know that he was chasing her, because she was evading strategically. It seemed that she was getting rid of him. Every time he was about to catch up with her, she would suddenly change her route, speed up to leave the area, and find a shelter to hide. This was obviously to avoid him. How did she know? Did she also have a mental map? No. The way she hid was a little funny. She was just looking for a shelter with a complex environment to hide. So, she should not have a mental map. And she didn't know that the way he tracked her was to rely on a mental map. However, she must have some special means to detect that he was chasing her. She has superpowers. She is a wild superpower. This explains why she took the spider monster's head. She also knows the secret of the crystal core. While Chinyu was chasing and thinking, he suddenly found that the woman in the mental map was fighting with the monster. Good opportunity. Chapter 441. A monster. Chinyu hurriedly called Liang Qiuying and Li Xiuyun. Chase. She's been entangled. In a hardware store warehouse, a few hundred meters away. Two figures were fighting each other. One of them was tall and strong, like Schwarzenegger. The other was petite and agile, like a cat. The two people kept tearing and tangling, colliding with each other, smashing the entire hardware store into pieces. And rumbling loud noises continued. At a certain moment, 3 more figures rushed in. Chinyu was confused. Hey! Where did that woman go just now? Why is there suddenly a strong Schwarzenegger? This big physique. Fuck? That woman? Her ability is this kind of physical. She can be so strong? Amazing. The one fighting her seems to be a monster. Cat. Huh? Chinyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Catwoman? She looks familiar. Take a closer look. Chinyu suddenly shuddered and blurted out, Lu Lin? His shout frightened Catwoman, who was fighting with all her strength. And she shuddered all over. She was kicked away by the woman opposite. Chinyu suddenly dodged and hugged Catwoman in midair. That Schwarzenegger was furious and shouted, Monster. You too. Go to hell. That may not be the case. Chinyu responded coldly. When the sturdy woman punched him hard, Chinyu instantly activated his level 2 ability and punched him with one hand. Bang! 2 violent forces exploded in the room. The huge fist wind actually squeezed out a shock wave, which cracked the ground and the surroundings. The sturdy woman was defeated. Her ability was still not as good as level 2 muscle control, although she was strong and muscular. But in front of Chinyu's thin and weak arms, she seemed vulnerable. Bang! 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 She was knocked back several steps. Her finger bones were broken. The woman was pale. Her expression was distorted, and she leaned against the wall. Chinyu looked at her coldly, then lowered his head to look at the Catwoman in his arms. Lu Lin, how did you end up like this? Lu Lin lay in his arms blankly. The enchanting and strange cat pupils slowly turned red, and tears fell down. A few seconds later, suddenly, she hugged Chinyu's neck and burst into tears. Woo woo woo. Chinyu, is it you? Is it really you who came back? Woo woo woo. Chinyu, my brother has become a cannibal. Woo woo woo. When she heard the word Chinyu, the sturdy woman, who was about to quietly escape from the room, suddenly froze. Chinyu? The leader of the Tibetan forces? The highly respected supernatural person? The atmosphere in the room was strange. Chinyu hugged Lu Lin, and Lu Lin hugged Chinyu, and the two of them were attracted by each other. But Lu Fengfei stared at Chinyu. Her expression was strange. Li Xiuyun at the door was concentrating on guarding Lu Fengfei. The telekinetic cannon was ready. If there was any abnormal movement, she would take action at the first time. Only Liang Qiuying was paying attention to the outside, seeing Lu Lin crying non-stop. Liang Qiuying suddenly whispered, It seems that the cannibals are counterattacking. A large number of cannibals seemed to rush out from the defensive position. The first attack of those monsters failed. Unexpectedly, Lu Fengfei actually responded calmly. Chinyu looked up at her. Lu Fengfei's body suddenly returned to normal, regaining her heroic female figure. She looked at Chinyu and said solemnly, Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Lu Fengfei, a medical officer stationed in Jibei, with the rank of lieutenant. Hey! Chinyu was also stunned for a moment, and then suddenly asked, So, you are the super soldier Lu Fei that Commander Lu Ting mentioned? It's me, Lu Fengfei said solemnly, because I looked very strong during the battle. No one in the army knows my true identity, so the commander gave me a pseudonym, Lu Fei. Oh! Chinyu smiled suddenly. After all this time, we are all one family. At this time, Liang Qiuying suddenly closed the door, turned around and whispered to several people, Keep your voice down. The cannibal army is spreading. Yeah. Chinyu nodded and said softly, Lieutenant. I'm sorry. Do you need to treat your finger bones? I have a way to help you deal with it. No. Lu Fengfei shook her head. I am a medical officer. I can handle this minor injury myself. After saying that, she turned around and sat aside, and her left hand twisted and bent the finger bones of her right hand. And the broken finger bones recovered. Seeing her so tough, Chin-Yu also secretly admired her. Several people in the room stopped talking. Lu Lin stopped crying loudly, but just sobbed softly, hugging Chin-Yu tightly, which made Li Xiaoyun feel a little sad. It was really strange. How could a mutated woman? The key is that this woman was mutated, but she didn't lose her mind. Chin-Yu carried Lu Lin to the corner, put her on a worn-out sofa chair, and looked at her carefully. Lu Lin, tell me first, how did you do this? Lu Lin whispered hoarsely, there was no food, and I accidentally ate a mutated black cat. So I became like this. You are really lucky. Chin-Yu looked at the furry cat ears on her head and murmured, in your situation, you are almost mutated into a monster and lost your mind. I am also a monster now. Lu Lin's expression was gloomy. No. It's okay now. Chin-Yu chuckled, you look a little bit cute now. You are still laughing at me. Lu Lin said tearfully, Chin-Yu, my brother has become a cannibal. How could this happen? Is it because of the time when the Shangqi city garrison was completely destroyed? Was your brother captured? My brother was forced to transform by Suya. Lu Lin's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent and anger, and the cat pupils even turned into a thin line because of anger. Chin-Yu was stunned for a moment. Have you seen Suya? Yes. Did she not kill you? Lu Lin pointed to the mark on her forehead. She left a mark on my forehead. And all cannibals cannot touch me. She asked me to leave Shancheng and go to Tibet to find you. Find me? Chin-Yu asked in confusion. Why did you find me? She asked me to tell you to try to leave the land of Xia and hide abroad. Because the cannibal army will go to Tibet sooner or later. They are unstoppable, and will sweep the world. You can live a few more years if you hide abroad. TSK. Chin-Yu sneered. She thinks too highly of cannibals. Let's not talk about her first. How did your brother get converted by her? She drove me away and left my brother behind. She forced my brother to eat flesh and blood. She planned to keep my brother in the cannibals and become a member of her tribe. I watched my brother. Chapter 442 Find a Way to Get Revenge. Lu Lin couldn't continue. She choked up again. Chin-Yu hugged her in his arms and gently comforted her. At the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart. In fact, he understood Suya's approach. Suya must have noticed the relationship between Lu Lin and herself. So she let Lu Lin go. However, the cannibal tribe is getting bigger and bigger. Suya is now the queen. If she wants to manage the entire tribe, she must have a certain prestige. It is definitely not okay to let Lu Lin and her brother go like this. So she let one go and kept one. If Lu Xing is not transformed into a cannibal, Lu Xing will die and will definitely become a meal on the table. Therefore, this is also a disguised way of saving Lu Xing's life. However, only Chin-Yu, who has telepathy and a close relationship with Suya, can understand this kind of thing. And others can't understand it at all. They will only think that Suya is a cruel and inhumane demon. Hearing about Lu Lin's experience, Lu Fanfei, who had been silent on the opposite side, suddenly said coldly, the cannibals are cruel and inhumane, and violate human ethics and principles. Sooner or later, we will kill them all. Lu Lin looked back at her. Lu Fanfei, who had regained her feminine image, looked much more pleasing to the eye. So Lu Lin also choked and said, thank you. You're welcome. Lu Fanfei sighed. Too many people died in our team during the outbreak of the virus. Otherwise, the cannibals would not have developed to this extent. This is not your fault. In the face of natural disasters, human life is as cheap as grass. Lu Lin said softly, but no matter what, as long as I am alive, I will definitely find a way to revenge. If necessary, I can help. Thank you. You're welcome. Chin-Yu. The two women who just fought for their lives now share the same hatred. It's also funny. Chin-Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. One is full of hatred, and the other is full of righteousness. Now that the two of them have formed an alliance, I'm afraid Suya's life will not be so easy in the future. As for now, the cannibals are powerful. Even the terrifying monster army could not capture the cannibals' territory. They couldn't even get close to Suya. 7 or 8 of the monster army were wiped out. The rest temporarily retreated. And what about the cannibals? The casualties were less than 100. That's about 60 or 70 people. This number is just a drop in the bucket for a group of hundreds of thousands. It can be said that the current cannibals are not easy to deal with. Without nuclear weapons, it is impossible to destroy their 570 manpower at once. The most troublesome thing now is that the cannibal group has returned to the matriarchal society, and hundreds of thousands of cannibals are managed by Suya alone. There are no senior managers. Therefore, if you want to disintegrate hundreds of thousands of cannibals, there is only one way. That is to kill Suya. Maybe you can try. It's just a try. And you need to make a detailed plan. And you can try it when you have the right time, right place, right people and various conditions. Otherwise, if you rashly poke a hornet's nest, you will only end up being stung to death by the swarm of bees. But right now, there is something more worthwhile to do. That is to beat the dog when it's down. The crystal core of those monsters. This is a treasure. Yu suddenly looked at Lu Fangfei. Where is the spider monster's head? You also know the secret of the crystal core, right? Yes. I know. Lu Fangfei nodded. I pried open that head. As he said that, he casually took out a crystal core from his pocket. The color was dark green and crystal clear. It was about the size of a red date. Very pure and mature. It was indeed a good thing. Lu Fangfei looked at Yu a little nervously. Mr. Chen, this kind of thing is urgently needed by the commander. My mission this time is to collect these things. Oh! Yu nodded and said nothing. Now, the military has begun to realize the importance of crystal cores and has begun to collect crystal cores in large quantities. The time can also keep up with the previous life. 1 year later, the super soldier in front of him will have at least 7 superpowers. And even each superpower will reach the level of level 3. Super strong. Yu did not ask her for it, but just nodded and said, you can keep the crystal core. However, that group of monsters is also my target. So, how about each of us relying on our own ability? Okay. Lu Fangfei nodded. She was also relieved. Yu then looked at Lu Lin in his arms. If you want revenge, your current strength is not enough. So, follow me for the time being. Let's go collect crystal cores, which are the key to your strength improvement. Is it the thing in the brain of the mutant creature? Lu Lin asked in confusion. Yes. What you accidentally swallowed was the essence of the crystal core. No wonder. So, you are also a human with superpowers. Right? That's right. Lu Lin lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then nodded, okay. Then I will be patient for now. I want to improve my strength. Sooner or later, I will kill that demon with my own hands. Okay. Yu touched her head. As a result, he accidentally touched her ears. Lu Lin subconsciously trembled all over. And her ears also trembled several times, as if they were very sensitive. She didn't cry anymore. She wasn't sad anymore. She was a little embarrassed. But the cat nature after the mutation made her like to nestle in Yu's arms and let him touch her ears gently. That feeling was so refreshing to the soul. What a pity! A large number of cannibals were running outside. A few people finally stopped talking. Sit quietly. Lu Lin was delighted. Taking this opportunity, she curled up in Yu's arms for a while, feeling the familiar body temperature on him. I really hope to curl up like this forever. As for Yu, his mental map has been expanded to the maximum. He has been monitoring the situation within 20 kilometers. The monster army was driven away. Driven out of the city. The first attack ended with a great victory for the cannibals. The number of monster armies is still too small. Although the individual abilities are extremely strong and can kill cannibals in seconds, they are still not enough in front of hundreds of thousands of tribes. Especially cannibals are not crazy, stupid, or mentally ill. They have wisdom. The only difference between them and normal humans is that they eat human flesh. They also have smart people. They also have scientists. They also have experts in tactics and strategy. This has led to the cannibals paying more and more attention to tactics and strategy when fighting against foreign enemies, and cooperating with modern hot weapons. It can be said that they are invincible. No wonder Suya is confident that in a few years, the only rulers on Earth can only be cannibals. She is indeed qualified to say this. However, Yu knows that the cannibals have a fatal weakness. Once this weakness is broken, the cannibals will disintegrate instantly. This weakness is Suya. Suya is a complex. She is very powerful, but she is not pure enough. Deep in her heart, there has always been a trace of reason, and she has retained a love for Yu. which has led to her having the most fatal weakness under her extremely strong shell. Chapter 443 War Machine. That is Chinyu. Chinyu could almost guess that if he approached Suya by some means, he would definitely be able to kill her with one blow. Once Suya died, the cannibals would immediately disintegrate. But Chinyu didn't want to do that yet. Chinyu was not a cold-blooded war machine. As long as the cannibals hadn't threatened his team, he didn't want to kill Suya by that means. He always felt that maybe one day in the future, he could use the trace of reason deep in Suya's heart to free her. As for the killings caused by the cannibals, it had nothing to do with him. Chinyu didn't think he was the reincarnation of the Buddha and could save all living beings. Protecting the people you want to protect is enough. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. Now, it is already a world of Darwinian evolution. Survival of the fittest. If you can't survive, it's bad luck to say it well. And it's not qualified to survive to say it badly. Who to blame? You can only blame God. Because who lives and who dies is chosen by God. Otherwise, Chinyu would not have the chance to be reborn again. This is fate. Midnight. Shancheng finally quieted down again. I don't know where the monster army was driven to. Even Chinyu's mental map can't capture the spiritual bodies of those monsters. It is estimated that they were driven out of the city. However, those monsters will not give up. They will come back sooner or later. So Chinyu did not leave, but took a few people to find a more comfortable shelter to hide in and rest for a night or two. He and Lu Fengfei both wanted the monster crystal core. If they were both capable, they could still work together. After getting the monster crystal core, take Lu Lin out of Shangxi City first, and follow him to sweep around. Sooner or later, her strength will increase. As for revenge, let's talk about it later. There is no chance now. Even if Chinyu goes, it will only be a 50-50 chance. Because Chinyu doesn't know how much Suya has evolved now. Suya must be more powerful than ordinary cannibals. Otherwise, how could she become the queen? In the shelter, now superpowers are no longer a secret. So Chinyu didn't hide it at all. He took out various supplies from his personal space and laid out a lot of delicious food. Just as if it was the first time he met a military big shot like Lu Fengfei and entertained guests. As a result, when he laid out his belongings, Lu Fengfei and Lu Lin were stunned. These two women had never seen such a luxurious scene. Especially Lu Lin. She had hardly eaten properly. If she hadn't mutated and activated her superpowers in the middle, she might have been unable to bear it. The resources in Shancheng are already facing depletion. It was a blessing to find something to eat. Lu Fengfei was also lucky. She was a little better. After all, she came from the garrison and even had a mission. So she had more military food on her. But it was all dried meat and compressed biscuits. I'd never seen it before. Lobster? King crab? Rice? Whole wheat bread? Vegetable salad? And fried steak? The two women sat opposite Chinyu, staring blankly at him as he set up the small frying pan and started frying steak on a small gas stove. After a while, the aroma of steak filled the air. Li Xiaoyun and Liang Qiuying were no longer surprised. So they helped to clean up. Chinyu was not idle either, and shared the relevant information about superpowers with Lu Fengfei. After she returned, she might use the resources of the army to improve herself. In the previous life, Chinyu was not qualified to know a great figure like Lu Fengfei. A year later, when the world was frozen, when the few remaining survivors knew the existence of the super soldier in the military, she already had several superpowers, and even each of them was at level 3. Very powerful. Moreover, she was the last guardian of the Tibetan homeland. She protected the remaining part of the humans and technicians in Xia country, and had been fighting against the cannibals and the mutant beast tide. She was a respectable war god. In the previous life, Chinyu always thought she was a man. No one expected that the person with a tall physique and bloody courage in battle turned out to be a gentle woman. And she is still a military doctor. The contrast is huge. Now, she has not become a super war god. On the contrary, Chinyu is stronger than her. Soon, the steak was fried. When Li Xiaoyun handed the steak to Lu Fengfei, she stared at the steak in her hand and suddenly asked, "How much food you have hidden in your space?" "A lot. Enough for me to live for decades." "Oh my god," Lu Fengfei murmured. "It seems that you are the one who has the best chance of survival." "Indeed." Chinyu nodded. "If I want to survive by myself, I can find a small city to live in and live a stable life. Lu Fangfei blinked. Then why don't you live alone? Because I'm lonely. Qin Yu said lightly. You can live alone. But it's too lonely. After a long time, people will become depressed. And they will become mentally ill over time. That's true. Lu Fangfei nodded. Since I left the big group to chase those monsters, I have experienced a period of living alone. After a long time, I feel very lonely. Loneliness is a very terrible state of mind that makes people lose the belief to live. That's right. Qin Yu smiled and said, so I once thought about living alone. But when I met like-minded companions, I couldn't help but keep them by my side. Lu Fangfei looked at Liang Qiuying and Li Xiuyun. The women around him were all pretty. At this time, Lu Lin had already started eating. She was wolfing down the food. She was really hungry. And she hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Steak. Many of the steaks that Qin Yu could hide in the space were top-grade Wagyu beef. The texture and taste were both top-notch. Add lobster and king crab. This was simply food that she couldn't even dream of. And it actually appeared in front of her today. So, listening to her wolfing down the food, Lu Fangfei couldn't help it. Start eating. Then Liang Qiuying and Li Xiuyun also started eating. Several women began to ask each other questions and chat. And slowly the topic was opened. When Lu Fangfei learned that Liang Qiuying was actually a very young professor who had been conducting research in the space station, she immediately respected her. This is a talent. The old commander Lu Ting is also. In order to protect those technicians, he gave up the opportunity to rescue his family. And as a result, all the family members died under the backflow of seawater. He led the soldiers to rescue many technical experts and escape from Yanjing. People with real insight will save skilled talents. Because those people are the foundation for the rapid reconstruction of the future world. For a time, Lu Fangfei admired Qin Yu even more. After learning about Liang Qiuying's affairs, everyone turned their attention to Lu Lin and finally knew the origin between her and Qin Yu. It turned out that she was his woman again. Li Xiuyun was also amused and confused. How many romantic deaths did this old classmate cause outside? In the second half of the night. Chapter 444 Reminder. All 5 people fell asleep. With her powerful feline attributes, Lu Lin successfully snuggled into Qin Yu's arms and fell asleep in his arms. She hadn't slept well for a long time. Today, she finally returned to that familiar embrace. Smelling Qin Yu's body odor, she slept so sweetly. Li Xiuyun was helpless. She simply squeezed into a sleeping bag with Liang Qiuying. The two of them had been getting along for days. And their relationship was like that of sisters. Only Lu Fangfei slept alone in a far corner. She had 3 superpowers. One of them was a mental superpower from a mutant bat. An ability similar to sonic positioning. However, she used brain waves instead of sound waves. After her brain waves were mutated, they could spread all the time and in all directions. Just like a radar. All creatures scanned by the radar would be reflected back through brain waves, forming a certain image in her mind. This is how she locates the enemy. Even when sleeping, brain waves will spread automatically and consciously. It's just that the radius of diffusion has become weaker. There is only a weak diffusion effect within a range of about 20 to 30 meters around the body, providing her with a sleep alarm. Therefore, Lu Fangfei's sleep quality is very poor, and she will be woken up from time to time. It was around 2 in the middle of the night. Everyone was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Lu Fangfei woke up with a start, jumped up from the camp bed, and blurted out in surprise, "Acid is coming." Qin Yu opened his eyes instantly. Then it was Liang Qiuying. She seemed to have a telepathic connection with Qin Yu. The nano-machines in the 2 people's bodies were basically a system. So she could almost feel what Qin Yu could feel. When the 2 of them woke up, Lu Lin also got up with sleepy eyes. Finally, it was Li Xiuyun. "What is acid?" Qin Yu looked at Lu Fangfei in confusion. "Acid is the strongest one among the monster army. It actually came straight to us." "How could it?" Lu Fangfei was talking about this when she suddenly realized, could it be that it has sensed my brainwave radar scanning ability? Wait a minute. Please explain clearly. Qin Yu also opened the mental map. Moreover, he also sensed the approaching mental body, which was the strongest mutant he saw during the day. He did come straight here. Qin Yu got out of bed and prepared for battle, and asked quickly, "Lieutenant Lu, tell me about your situation in detail, so that I can be mentally prepared." Lu Fangfei did not hide it anymore. She explained her special ability from mutant bats. After explaining, she murmured to herself, "No wonder when we were evacuating with the main force, No matter how we hid our tracks, we were eventually tracked by the monsters. Maybe it was my ability that exposed our position. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Qin Yu quickly waved at Li Xiaoyun and Liang Qiuing. Be prepared for battle. The monster is coming, and there are 5 or 6 mutants with it. It seems that it suffered a loss at the hands of the cannibals during the day, and now it is targeting us. Li Xiaoyun and Liang Qiuing did not hesitate and directly picked up the submachine gun. Lu Lin also opened her hands. Her fingertips scraped lightly, and she licked her lips with the tip of her tongue and murmured, "I seem to smell a fishy smell." Qin Yu looked back at her. Not bad. Although she has mutated, at least Lu Lin's combat power should be very strong, because I can feel a sense of oppression from her, and even her murderous aura. Then, Lu Fangfei also prepared for the battle. She took off her coat. She only wore the loose military uniform inside. In this way, even if her body swelled, her clothes would not be burst. While feeling the rapid approach of the monster in the distance, Lu Fangfei quickly said, "Acid is my code name. He is very scary. His physical strength and speed are both better than mine, and the liquid on his body is highly toxic and corrosive. You all should be careful." "Thank you for the reminder." Qin Yu's eyes flashed with excitement, and he slowly walked to the door. Not all the monsters came. Only 7 or 8 monsters came, which was perfect. Save yourself the trouble. 7 or 8 should not be a big problem. No one here is an ordinary person. Why fear a battle? Harvest a few crystal cores tonight. Suddenly, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Here it comes." After that, he pushed the door open and walked out. The 4 women behind him quickly dodged out. Outside, the snow was shining brightly, and the moon was hanging high in the sky. The city was bright. So the 5 people saw at a glance a huge figure running out of an alley. And with a leap, he came to the opposite side of the 5 people 10 meters away. Then, whoosh whoosh whoosh, several figures scattered to the front, back, left and right, blocking all the paths. Qin Yu's heart shuddered. These monsters actually cooperated? How did they do it? Logically, they have lost their reason, and only the instinct of killing remains. Is someone training them? Just as Qin Yu was thinking, Li Xiaoyun behind him suddenly screamed unexpectedly, "Dad?" Qin Yu was stunned. He turned back to look at her. He found that Li Xiaoyun was staring at the front with her eyes red, and the gun in her hand dropped down, trembling and pointing forward. Qin Yu turned his head again to look at the opposite side. Take a closer look at the sticky and wet monster. Damn! That tattered military uniform vaguely looks like the one Li Zhongjuan once wore. Could it be Li Zhongjuan? 519 Qin Yu. I am also leading a monster army. Acid is Li Zhongjuan. Li Xiaoyun will not be wrong. Qin Yu was a little surprised. The opposite side. Acid was completely unaware, and roared at Qin Yu and others with his big mouth. The sound was deafening. The terrifying pressure contained in it made Qin Yu's skin hair explode. It was incredible. After this guy mutated, I don't know how many fights he had experienced. Now he has become a super monster. Qin Yu quickly said, "Xiaoyun, calm down. He is not your father. He is a monster, and he has lost his mind a long time ago." Roar! Acid roared again. Suddenly, a figure behind him pounced down like lightning, and the target was Li Xiaoyun. Maybe Acid also noticed something wrong. It intuitively felt that Li Xiaoyun made it upset, so it drove the other monsters to kill her first. The monster was like a huge lizard, which had been wandering on the eaves of the building before, quietly preparing to hunt. The lizard has a human head. All 4 limbs are lizards, but the body still vaguely resembles a human body, and it can be seen that it is a woman's body. The organs are very obvious. When the giant lizard monster pounced from the air, Liang Qiuing, who had been standing next to Li Xiaoyun, turned around and raised her gun, and fired a burst of bullets with an extremely accurate shooting posture. Chapter 445. Shot the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. As the gunshots rang out, the giant lizard monster's eyes were blown out directly. The monster screamed. Its body twitched in the air, and fell down in a spiral. Meow. After a cat's cry, Lu Lin seemed to ignore the gravity of the earth, and suddenly ran on the wall, then jumped in the air, and his figure passed over the giant lizard monster's head, and landed silently. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. The giant lizard monster's body fell to the ground. Dead. The head was gone. Lu Lin. who was standing aside, held the giant lizard monster's long tongue in one hand, and seemed to look at the acid on the opposite side with a proud look. A cold wind blew. The snow powder in the middle of the long street was blown all over the sky. Chinyu kept staring at the acid on the opposite side. The acid also kept staring at him. The cooperation between Liang Qiuying and Lu Lin just now perfectly played the role of deterring the enemy. The remaining monsters actually subconsciously took a few steps back. Chinyu smiled. Aren't there also monsters on his side? It depends on who is more terrifying. He suddenly strode out, approaching the acid step by step, and the muscles of his limbs began to wriggle, while the bones extended outward, and even 2 bone spurs slowly emerged from his hands. Level 3 supernatural power is fully activated, with bone armor protecting him. He doesn't care about acid or not. With the abnormal recovery ability of the undead, no acid can hurt him. If the person on the other side is Li Zhongjuan, he must not be spared. Kill him. This is respect for him. Chinyu strode over and said without looking back, Xiaoyun, kneel down and count out twice. Last time I failed to send your father away. This time, I will send him off. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyun knelt down with a plop. Tears blurred his eyes. He immediately counted twice. At the same time, the acid was furious. All along, its majesty could not be challenged. It knew that Chinyu was challenging it. So, the acid roared again, jumped from the opposite side, and actually jumped more than 5 meters high in the air, and slapped directly with 2 sticky claws. Chinyu's eyes changed instantly. His muscles were pushed to 180% of their full power. When he fought with all his strength, his mind would become extremely brutal, and the murderous intent and violent pressure on his body would spread instantly, as if it were real. It was the first time for everyone to see him fight with all his strength. The terrifying mental shock unexpectedly made several women feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. Their bodies were cold, and they even began to tremble. The monsters around, except for the acid, were all frightened. Almost without hesitation, they turned around and ran, not even wanting the chance to appear, holding their heads and running away, escaping without a trace. Bang! There was a dull loud noise on the long street. Chinyu bent his waist and crossed his horse, punching Acid's fist. The terrible impact force blew away the floating snow on the street, and blew out a huge circle with a radius of nearly 100 meters. Acid screamed. Its arm was directly destroyed by Chinyu's 180% full power of level 3 supernatural power, and its bones were shattered. The acid that was shaken away spurted out a stream of black and green liquid in the air with a puff. Chinyu did not dodge. He was sprayed head-on. As soon as the liquid touched his body, it immediately made a hissing sound, and a stream of foul-smelling white smoke rose up. Lu Fangfei screamed in fear. Chinyu. Roar. The acid that got up from the ground again roared like a protest. Even though one of its arms was drooping, it still rushed over fearlessly. This time, it opened its mouth and bit directly. Lu Fangfei was anxious, and instantly turned into a giant and rushed over to help. As a result, Liang Qiuying pulled him back. Don't move. He's fine. Liang Qiuying and Chinyu have the same nanomachines in their bodies, so she can clearly feel Chinyu's mental state and physical fitness. There was no substantial damage at all. At this time, the acid jumped to the top of Chinyu's head again, opened its mouth and bit. In a flash, Chinyu suddenly stretched out his hands. 2 hands directly grabbed the big mouth of acid, and the upper and lower teeth were firmly pried open. The corrosive liquid on Chinyu's body disappeared. A steaming green gas rose slowly and dissipated in the air. There seemed to be a layer of dark and misty light and shadow on his body, protecting his body without any injury. That was the power of annihilation. Chinyu's eyes were cold and fierce, and the muscles of his hands and arms trembled. Then he shouted angrily, "Get out of my way!" Gaw gaw gaw. Puff, a sound of tearing silk. The big mouth of acid was pried open by Chinyu's terrifying power. Then, Chinyu grabbed the neck of acid with one hand like lightning and grabbed it slightly. Acid's neck broke silently. A huge head fell to the ground with a plop, gurgled twice, and finally stopped not far in front of Li Xiaoyun. The expression on that terrifying face had frozen. There was no light in the dark eyes. He died completely. Chinyu slowly withdrew his hand, and with a fierce pressure, he turned and looked in a certain direction of the city. At that moment, he noticed Suya. Suya opened telepathy again. Moreover, Suya also saw Qinyu's battle just now. Not only was she not afraid, but she was as calm as ever. Qinyu knew that Suya's true strength was probably much stronger than acid. So even though she saw herself hunting acid, she didn't show any surprise. She was too calm. Surprisingly calm. Qinyu muttered to himself. Suya, how far have you evolved? Lu Lin. Approach slowly and blow them out. Lu Lieutenant. The one with 3 heads and 6 arms is yours. Xiao Ying. Fire support. Xiao Yun. Follow me. Xiao Yun. Telekinetic cannon. Maximum power. Blast the guy who looks like a stick insect. Boom. Get 1. Lu Lieutenant. Did you find it? Lu Lin. You should lure the enemy. Be careful. This scary thing will release neurotoxins. No. Xiao Ying. Get out of the way. Huh. It's not bad. Our nanomachines can even dilute and relieve neurotoxins. Xiao Yun. You should do it. Intensive shooting. Damn. What is this? A humanoid beehive? Get out of the way. I'll come. Look at my Gatling gun. Bang bang bang. Another one is taken down. You guys get out of the way. This one is scary. It's definitely a melee machine. Hey. Lu Lin. This crazy woman. Cats don't like to show off so much. Right? Huh? I really underestimated her. Lieutenant Lu. If Lu Lin fights you with all her strength, I think you may be evenly matched. Meow. Another one is taken down. For 3 consecutive days, Qinyu led 4 women to hunt down the monster army in Shanxi City recklessly. It's very strange that no one in the cannibals in Shanxi City dared to move. Chapter 446 Great Pressure. Perhaps it was the shock brought by Qinyu's killing of acid that made Suya afraid. After all, although the monster army was repelled by the cannibals, it also brought great pressure to the cannibals. If they were not careful, as long as any monster approached the queen, all the cannibals would be scared. Fortunately, the monster army was repelled. But now, a more terrifying group came out. The 5 of Qinyu might be scarier than the monsters. Especially Qinyu. He alone could almost take on the monster army. So, Suya did not dare to act rashly. She knew in her heart that there was actually a delicate balance between her and Qinyu. Qinyu has the most terrifying single-soldier breakthrough ability in the world. And she has the most powerful military force in the world. Each has his own strengths. As long as Qinyu doesn't cause trouble for her, Suya doesn't want to exhaust all the power at hand to deal with Qinyu. These hundreds of thousands of cannibals have also spent 2 years to grow hard. If they clash with Qinyu here, they will probably be destroyed. Whether Qinyu can be killed at that time is unknown. Anyway, the cannibals are likely to be wiped out again. Therefore, hide first. Besides, Qinyu and his humanoid monsters have been hunting members of the monster army. This is also a disguised way to eliminate threats for the cannibals. Therefore, Qinyu and others had no scruples in Shancheng. 9 monsters were hunted in 3 days. The crystal core of each monster was very pure and perfect. And it was definitely the best quality crystal core. 7 or 8 monsters were left and fled Shancheng in fear. And their whereabouts were unknown. On the 4th day, Qinyu and the other 5 people chased to the suburbs of Shancheng, stood on a mountain to investigate for a while, and finally gave up. The monsters hid. No trace. Lu Fangfei sighed. They must have special means to hide. In fact, not all the monsters that entered Shancheng this time. The total number of monster legions should be between 50 and 60. So many? Qinyu frowned. Well, and the monsters that came this time are actually very weak. Except for the acid. I can kill all other monsters. Lu Fangfei looked heavy. I always feel that there should be a very scary creature behind these monsters. And that creature has a way to control these monsters. Well, it's possible. Qinyu nodded. Otherwise, this kind of monster has no reason and no thinking ability. It can't fight a group battle at all. What should I do now? Qinyu didn't say anything, but looked back at the city. Suya was still observing him silently. After feeling it for a moment, Qinyu sighed. Leave Shanxi City and do whatever you need to do. Just ignore the cannibals? Lu Fangfei glanced at Lu Lin. Lu Lin just looked at Qinyu silently. Qinyu shook his head. The cannibals are now united. If you really want to defeat them, you can only kill the queen of the cannibals. But if you want to get close to the queen, you have to kill all the cannibals. There are hundreds of thousands of people. Unless you use nuclear bombs, there will be a lot of casualties. Especially, I have a very strange feeling that the Queen of the Cannibals has evolved very terrifyingly. At least so far. She may not be much weaker than me. So, now is not the best time. Yu looked at Lu Lin. All of you have just opened your superpowers not long ago. And no one even has a level 2 superpower. Let's improve ourselves first. Okay. I admit it. Lu Fangfei nodded, although I don't have such a sharp intuition to detect the ability of the Cannibal Queen. But with those hundreds of thousands of cannibals, I can't deal with them. Don't worry for now. Yu smiled and said, although the cannibals are numerous, this is their advantage. But this advantage is also a disadvantage in some aspects. For example, the Great Migration. It will take several times longer for hundreds of thousands of people to migrate from one city to another than for us. So, they are not a threat for the time being. The most important thing for you right now is to continuously improve your abilities. One day, when your strength far exceeds that of the Cannibal Queen, the cannibals will no longer be a threat. Lu Fangfei smiled. Yu, you are very good at mobilization work and are a good leader. Well, I have to go back and catch up with the main force. Then let's break up here. Yu walked over and shook her hand. Lu, Lieutenant. Don't die. I look forward to meeting you in Tibet. Yes. Lu Fangfei's face suddenly flushed. Then she quickly pulled out her hand, said hello to Lu Lin and others, turned around and left without hesitation. Lu Fangfei left. She took away 5 crystal cores. Yu also had 5 crystal cores in his hand, including the one with acid. Before leaving, Yu also gave Lu Fangfei a suggestion. That is, she should use these 5 crystal cores herself, and must first improve her strength to a level that can crush mutant monsters, and then hunt other mutant animals or monsters, and find crystal cores to hand over to the country. Because of her example, the country will definitely find a way to build a team of superpowers. At the same time, Yu also revealed the disadvantages of activating superpowers. The brain must be protected. Their scientists must develop inhibitors to prevent the brain from being severely stimulated. Otherwise, all of them will not be able to surpass the level 2 superpowers. After Lu Fangfei left, Yu looked at Lu Lin and asked softly, I'll make the decision for you. Okay? Now is definitely not the time for you to take revenge. Well, I'll listen to you. Lu Lin became docile. When she wasn't fighting, she was really like a cat. She regarded Yu as her master. Besides, she wasn't a fool. With her current strength, she could fight ordinary cannibals. She could win more than she lost. But she was already struggling when facing the cannibals' little leader. What's more, the queen? She had deeply felt the queen's strength. Before she mutated, she didn't think it was so scary. But after the mutation, every time she recalled Suya's eyes, she felt terrified. I'm afraid it's a good thing. This shows that her strength is constantly approaching Suya. Therefore, she fully accepted Yu's proposal. Seeing that she was so obedient, Yu also smiled. And then he let out a long breath, looking at the 3 women and smiling. Let's continue our plan. Go north to Yanqing Tianjin Port, and go to the underwater city. This time, I hope to plunder all the supplies in the underwater city, to avoid waste. Okay. Liang Qiuying said with a smile. No need to fight. It can be a little easier. But, if the cannibals continue to grow like this, if they really go to Tibet in the future, I'm afraid we can't resist them. Right? Li Xiaoyun was still a little worried. Yu smiled and put his arm around her shoulders. Don't worry. The cannibals are now a matriarchal social structure. Everything is decided by the queen. Chapter 447 Replacement. This structure has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that their tribe is easy to manage, and the orders from the top are as easy as sending orders. The attack and defense capabilities have increased exponentially, and they have become an invincible group. But there is also a fatal weakness. Once their queen dies, the tribe will instantly disintegrate, and there will be no second person to replace the queen. So, if one day in the future, our superpowers far exceed the queen, and we can even kill her instantly, then the cannibals will collapse without a fight. After listening to this analysis, the 3 women nodded unconsciously. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed the case. They are constantly expanding their group strength. So we are constantly improving our individual capabilities. As long as we threaten their queen, the cannibals will no longer be a threat. So Lu Lin temporarily gave up her hatred. She also let it go. Revenge is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. The main reason why she has not died is that Suya has shown leniency to her, and has not been willing to kill her. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. Or like her brother, she was assimilated, become a cannibal woman, and pass on the cannibal family line. That kind of end is even worse. So now we should be more or less grateful. God has not let me die yet. Even the younger brother became a cannibal and escaped death. It was another kind of living. From now on, just follow Chinyu. When Lu Lin saw Chinyu again, the feelings that had been hidden in her heart for too long could no longer be restrained and burst out. She loved him. So, just follow him. Chinyu left again. When I came, I thought he would fight to the death with Suya. I never thought. The two still stood on the high ground, stared at each other silently for a moment, and then separated again very calmly. Due to the existence of telepathy, the two people actually knew each other's thoughts vaguely. Maybe it's better to separate. Chinyu took off from the outskirts of Shancheng in a helicopter and headed northeast. This time, the journey was long. The final destination was Yinjing Tianjin Port. 0. A plan was made along the way. As long as there were mutant animals of the Beast King level or sub-alien people, they would be killed immediately. Collecting crystal cores was also an important task. Along the way, Chinyu planned to train Li Xiaoyun and Lu Lin, at least to raise their ability level to level 2. Don't think about level 3 for the time being, because the inhibitor has not been developed yet. They don't want to have special powers to protect their brains. If the ability level is raised too high, it will be bad if the brain is damaged. So, let's go! /n/in Tibet. Sunlight City. In the city, two figures are walking swaggeringly on the street. One of them is Su Jian. The other is one of the female soldiers transferred from the Air Force Base. Named Shindan. Tall. Pretty face. A rare female soldier with a model figure. She is the company commander of the Air Force Base's Paratrooper Assault Company. Today, the two people were assigned a task to go to Sunlight City to find some sophisticated electronic instruments and equipment. All of them are what Zhong Xiangnan needs. The director of this virus institute is also going to start his research and development work. On the long street, the two are fully armed. Both carry weapons. But because Sunlight City had almost become an empty city and there were no survivors, Su Jian and Shindan did not do much to cover. They just chatted while heading towards the target. Shindan was shy. She didn't talk much on weekdays. More than 50 of the 70 female soldiers who came from the Air Force Base had found partners and were ready to live their lives. But Shindan never found one. She might have some social phobia. She was very brave in battle. But usually, she just read books in the dormitory alone, and didn't contact or chat with anyone. She was quite lonely. Fortunately, Su Jian was good at chatting, and even a bit chatty. So the journey was quite harmonious. Shindan smiled from time to time because of Su Jian's teasing. That smile was subtle and elegant, and she looked completely different from when she was fighting. Su Jian glanced at her from time to time. A long-lost heartbeat slowly grew. The streets of Sunlight City. The snow was still very thick. In some places, it was even as high as a person, blocking the view. So Su Jian had to climb up to the high ground from time to time, look around, confirm the direction of advance, and then go down to continue on the road. Their target was a high-tech enterprise in the west of the city. There might be something they needed there, but it was just a matter of luck. It was almost noon when the two finally approached their target. Su Jian let out a long sigh, looked at the building not far away and smiled. I hope our luck will be better. Complete this task. I can get 2 more cigarettes when I go back. What about you? Do you want to? Shoo. Suddenly, Shindan's face changed. She shushed him, then subconsciously grabbed Su Jian's hand and hid in the alley next to her. Su Jian was stunned, being held by her thin hand. He felt itchy in his heart. What's wrong? Something is wrong. Shindan kept staring at the building in the distance and whispered, there seems to be someone in that building. What? Someone? Su Jian asked in confusion. I haven't seen a living person in Sunlight City for more than a month. How could there be someone here? Look! Shindan pulled Su Jian to her side and pointed to a window upstairs. There was a long ribbon hanging from the window, all the way to the ground. Su Jian looked at it in confusion. What's wrong? Did you see the ribbon? Yes. That thing is wrong. Su Jian was confused and scratched his head. What's wrong with it? It must have been hung before the disaster. Right. It hasn't rotted yet, so it's a bit solid. That's not the case. Shindan shook his head and frowned and said, the window above the ribbon is open. And the ribbon is fixed to the ground below. I suspect that it was a transport tool. Someone was carrying heavy objects out of the window, and sliding down directly from the window using a ribbon. Ah? Su Jian stretched his head and looked for a long time. Wondering, are you thinking too much? Why hasn't anything slid down yet? Maybe someone has discovered us? Shindan's face became more and more solemn. And she reached out to take the intercom. As a result, Su Jian quickly held her hand and said with a smile, I'll find a high place to observe first. And don't call the headquarters all the time. After saying that, he turned around and climbed up the building next to him. He also activated his superpowers. So in climbing this kind of building, he just had to swing his arms out like a rubber band, hang on it and stretch. And he would go up. Soon, Su Jian climbed to the top of the building, find a corner near the building in the distance. Just as he took out the telescope and looked over there, he saw a rocket with a fire tail shooting over. Fuck. Su Jian turned his head and fell to the ground. Boom. Chapter 448. Check their background. A loud bang. He didn't have time to run and was blown away. Shindan on the ground changed his expression drastically and quickly dodged the rubble above, while holding the submachine gun, anxiously looking upstairs. Bang. 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 Several gunshots. The corner where Shindan was hiding was bursting with sparks. Damn. The enemy's firepower was so strong. The impact of this kind of gunshot and bullets was definitely heavier than his submachine gun. Who is it? Before this, more than a dozen teams had searched in Sunlight City, and there were no survivors at all. Why did I run into survivors when I came out? And he opened fire without asking for the reason? Could it be an outsider? Shindan saw the rubble on the upper floor collapse and fell, and there was no sign of Su Jian. He quickly picked up the intercom and pressed the call button. Old Su. Old Su? How are you? Soon. Su Jian's cough came from the intercom. Cough. 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 I'm not going to die yet. Dandan. Don't be afraid. Shindan blushed and stamped her feet in anger. I told you. Don't call me Dandan. It's so corny. It's time. And you're still making trouble. How are you? Are you hurt? Cough. I'm definitely hurt. But you forgot that I'm also a superpower. This injury is nothing to me. Then hurry down. No. Su Jian on the rooftop had already slowly climbed up. His skin swelled, and soon shook out the gravel and shrapnel that had penetrated into his skin. Good guy. Luckily, his skin is thick. Otherwise, he would have been blown into a sieve. Damn it. Who is this person? He launched a rocket without even saying hello? Definitely not a survivor in the city. No one in Sunlight City can have such weapons now. Su Jian leaned against a corner, stretched his neck and took a quick look. Just in time to see someone jump directly from the building to the streamer and slide down. Damn it. It's really used to transport goods. Are they also collecting precision instruments? Su Jian wondered in his heart. Sunlight City is not far from the Lakeside community. If there is suddenly a group of fierce bandits, then we must find out their details. Su Jian thought about it, picked up the walkie-talkie and whispered, Dandan, do you dare to follow them and find out their details? Just the two of us? Yes, just the two of us. Don't worry. I will protect you. Who needs your protection? I'm afraid I will have to protect you when the time comes. Although you have superpowers, you are too careless. Su Jian heard the resentment in Shindan's words and smiled slowly. Dandan, don't worry. When we are officially on the mission, you will see my strengths. Get lost? Su Jian was stunned. Why are you angry again? You always tell me dirty jokes. How can I not get angry? Su Jian was so amused. I didn't say that just now. Why didn't you say that? Why are you pretending? You said let me see your strengths. Aren't you implying something? Pfft. Su Jian chuckled. Dandan, you are really dirty. I really don't mean that. You think too much. Damn old Su. You? Okay. And let's talk about serious things. Do you want to go with me to check it out? Or you can go back and call for reinforcements. And I will go with you first. No. I will go with you. Su Jian let out a long breath, and his face slowly regained a serious expression. And he said softly, that's it. This time, it's our turn to make achievements. After that, he suddenly turned over and jumped down from the building. Half an hour later, Su Jian saw the group of people. What surprised him and Shindan was that the group of people turned out to be a group of Indians. Indian monkeys? Are they really evil? These monkeys can actually survive until now. Moreover, they obviously secretly crossed the border and sneaked into Sunlight City to steal instruments and equipment. No wonder he had a rocket launcher in his hand. This is a big problem. Although Chinyu had made a plan before, he would drive the big plane to other countries to grab resources after the energy system of the big plane was modified. Unexpectedly, before his own people had implemented this plan, this group of monkeys came first. Su Jian immediately notified the lakeside community with a walkie-talkie. Let Zhu Hao and Zhang Yang and others quickly discuss countermeasures. At the same time, Su Jian and Shindan tracked the group all the way to the outside of Sunlight City. There was a pickup truck parked outside. They quickly lifted the equipment and jumped onto the pickup truck and drove away directly. There was no way. Su Jian and Shindan didn't have a car either. There was no plane either. I could only watch them leave. But where else could they go if they left from the west of the city and walked along the highway? Su Jian and Shindan stood at the entrance of the city, temporarily stopped for a moment, waiting for Zhang Yang and his friend's decision. The two found a hidden place to hide. Shindan frowned and said softly, I have never seen people from other countries before, and I always thought we were the only ones left in the world. Now it seems that the threat outside is still quite big. There are still many people alive. Of course. Su Jian stood at the window and looked out. While watching, he said, the Indian monkeys are very close to our Tibetan area. They can easily cross the border. It seems that we have to be on high alert at the southwest border in the future. Yes. Shindan suddenly looked at Su Jian. Are you okay with your injury? By the way, show me. Su Jian turned around and walked over, pulling open his clothes to let Shindan see. Shindan blushed, and quickly avoided his sight, and said angrily, You are being a hooligan again. Hey, I want you to see the wound. Really? I can't see the wound here. But it seems that it has not healed? I don't want to see it. Really? Dandan. Show me. You must be teasing me again. I swear to God. I really didn't this time. Shindan blinked, blushed and slowly turned around. When she saw the position of Su Jian's collarbone, she was suddenly shocked. Oh my God. Why are there words on your skin? It looks like. Dandan? After saying that, his face turned even redder. He reached out and slapped her hard. Old Su. You want to die. You tease me again. What are you doing? Why are you carving my name on your body? Hee. This is not carved. Su Jian's plot succeeded, and he immediately took advantage of it. He moved closer again and grabbed Shindan's hand with a thick face. Dandan. This is really not carved. When I think of you in my heart, these two words automatically appear on my skin. Really? Nonsense. Shindan struggled to break free twice, but failed. Su Jian got bolder, grabbing her slender and thin hand. He sat down next to her, licking her face and said, Dandan, will you be my girlfriend? No. Shindan blushed and turned away, but she stopped struggling. Su Jian smiled and said, Why not? I know you care about me, and you have some feelings for me. Who has feelings for you? You are so shameless. Dandan, I heard something in the base. Of all the men in the base, I am the only one you have invited to your dormitory. Chapter 449 Willing. Shindan turned her head and rolled her eyes at him. What does that prove? It means that I, Old Su, still caught your eye. Right? As soon as Su Jian finished speaking, he heard a loud voice coming from the intercom on his waist. Ugh. I say, Old Su, can you turn off the intercom when you say such disgusting things? You have to disgust all of us before you are willing? Fuck. Su Jian was startled and quickly reached out to take the intercom. Shindan, who was grabbed by his hand, screamed in shame, and shook him off with force, quickly hid in the corner, and stamped her feet in anger. Su Jian looked at the intercom, and looked at Shindan with a smile. I accidentally pressed the call button just now. I didn't do this live on purpose. I hate you so much. How can I face people? Shindan looked at Su Jian angrily with a red face. Su Jian simply strode over and forced her into his arms, whispering in her ear, Dandan, living alone is far less exciting than living with two people. Be with me. I will protect you. I don't need it. Shindan symbolically struggled twice. Su Jian hugged her tighter and tighter. How could she break free? Finally, Shindan was helpless and whispered, "You, don't bully me." Su Jian was immediately happy. "You agreed?" "Yes." "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, my baby. You are still too late. How could I bully you?" "Then you have to answer a question for me first. You have to answer honestly. Don't lie to me." Asked. Shindan looked up at Su Jian. Her big eyes were watery. And she also revealed a rare emotion. And said faintly, "What is your relationship with Dong Qiulei? Why is she so close to you?" "Qiulei?" Su Jian's eyes widened immediately. "That bitch. I tell you, I have nothing to do with her." That's not right. Just comrades." After saying that, he simply hugged Shindan and sat in the corner, leaning against the wall, and whispered, "Let me tell you about her. The reason why I have a good relationship with her is that we are the first two people in this team to get superpowers. At that time, you didn't trust anyone, so no one told anyone about superpowers. But we both knew about it. Qiulei is a lively and active girl, so she couldn't help but come to me every day to show off her abilities. After a while, we became familiar with each other." Don't worry. Qiulei is actually Ayu's woman. In that girl's heart, there is only one Qinyu in the world, and there is no second person. I just treat her as a good friend, and I am more indifferent to her than Tofu." After hearing this, Shindan smiled, gave Su Jian a charming look, and whispered, "You are honest. I believe it." "Perfect." Su Jian excitedly hooked her chin with his hand. "Is it okay?" "What?" "Kiss. You want to take advantage of me just after we confirmed our relationship? It's a natural thing. In this atmosphere, it's not right if I don't kiss. I kissed you. Don't. Oh, you are so slow. If you don't kiss me, I will still walk. Hey, I kiss you." The whole room is full of good atmosphere. Su Jian and Shindan started a charming little romance in the small house. The two of them hugged each other. They talked about further topics while rubbing their ears intimately. 10 minutes later, the sound of helicopter propellers came from outside. It was Zhang Yang and his men. The two of them got up from the corner. Shindan glared at Su Jian in a reproachful manner, quickly tidied up the clothes that he had messed up, and then touched her lips. This guy. His lips are almost broken by kisses. This hungry guy. I'm really afraid that he will go to my dormitory when he returns to the base today. What if he really comes? Can I refuse? Shindan thought about it carefully. And it seems that she doesn't reject him deep in her heart. Maybe she won't refuse. Will she let him stay overnight in the dormitory? Shindan's face was getting hotter and hotter. At this time, the helicopter outside had found a spacious place to land. Su Jian quickly grabbed Shindan's hand and walked out of the shelter openly. After the helicopter was shut down, Zhang Yang, Zhu Hao, Lu Yuanchao, Fang Jing, for people got off the helicopter and looked at the two of them walking over with a smile. Shindan's face was as red as a persimmon, but she didn't resist. Letting Su Jian hold her hand was considered as tacit consent to the official announcement. Zhu Hao walked closer, looked at Shindan and clapped his hands with a smile. Xiaoshen, do you accept this kid? Yeah. Shindan nodded with a red face. Very good. Zhu Hao looked at Su Jian and said seriously, let me tell you. Xiaoshen is the commander of the assault company of the airborne troops in our base. She is a very good soldier. You have to treat her well. Yes, Chief. I promise to complete the task. I will marry her when I go back tonight. Go to hell. Shindan said lightly and shook him off. Then he looked at Zhu Hao and said seriously, Minister, we have no means of transportation, so we can't catch up with those people. But they went west along the road. We both suspect that they may be in Shigatz. Yeah. Zhu Hao looked back at Zhang Yang. Xiao Zhang and I have discussed this. At this time, we don't need to care about diplomatic principles. Those people opened fire without asking why they saw you, which shows that they are invaders. Zhang Yang said coldly, we will never be soft-hearted when dealing with invaders. We must kill them all. And we must search the southwest border. The Asen are very close to our community. But it is not so easy for them to cross the mountains. I believe that the number of people coming here will not be too large. Fang Jing also nodded. They must have been unable to survive in their own country. So they went through so much trouble to cross the ridge to come here. Shindan frowned and said, but we found that they were stealing some instruments and equipment. It seems that they don't want to survive. It seems that. What? Zhu Hao asked hurriedly. It seems that they are preparing some heavy weapons. I am afraid that they have already observed our lakeside community. So they may be preparing some long-range weapons to deal with us. Su Jian also nodded. Yes. I think so too. The group found the two of us and fired a rocket directly at us. They definitely know who we are. That's why they acted without hesitation. Zhu Hao pondered for a moment and murmured, maybe they had someone hiding in Sunlight City before. Later, they saw that everyone in our base had moved to the lakeside. So they had the courage to steal the equipment and then use it against us. Minister, what should we do? Shen Dan asked solemnly. Zhu Hao looked up at the sky and then quickly said, we came here in advance by helicopter. There are 36 soldiers coming by car later. In addition, Dong Qiulei will come with us. Before sunset today, try to find their place of residence. After dark, raid. Chapter 450 Strengths. Since they saw you two during the day, they will probably speed up their actions after they return. If they are really heavy firepower weapons that threaten our base, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. Shen Dan said solemnly, yes. Zhu Hao looked at Su Jian again. Xiao Su, when Dong Qiulei comes, you and her will be in the same car and explore the way ahead. Is there any problem? 1. What's the problem? Su Jian smiled and said, can you let Dandan stay with me? I am worried if she is not with me. And I want to protect her. Don't make trouble. I don't need your protection. Shen Dan refused without waiting for Zhu Hao to speak. And continued, we have a helicopter now. If it is necessary to encircle and fight in a roundabout way, I can be an airborne unit and fight behind the enemy. This is my strong point. Su Jian was speechless. What should I do? This girl is good in every way. But she becomes a hard character when fighting. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Su Jian had to give up. At the same time, he prayed in his heart. Please don't let anything happen. The love that I have finally obtained can't die so easily. Right? 10 minutes later, the large force behind arrived. Dong Qiulei and Su Jian followed the instructions and drove an armored vehicle equipped with crystal core energy to advance quickly in front. 2 people went to explore the way. Behind them, there were 6 armored vehicles in a row, plus an energy-modified armed helicopter. This lineup was definitely strong enough. Dong Qiulei was no longer an ordinary soldier now. She had a very high degree of control over her superpowers, and was invincible in close combat. Therefore, everyone was full of confidence. Zhu Hao even personally drove a helicopter to the battlefield. Even Fang Jing. It had been a long time since she had appeared on the battlefield as a combat team member. Today was the first time. She was wearing a bulletproof suit, a professional outfit, and her eyes were sharp and calm. Today, she was going to resume her identity as a Special Forces team member. Let's see what cards and tricks this group of Indian monkeys had. It is nearly 200 kilometers from Rigwang City to Shigatz. Along the way, helicopters searched the surrounding environment. Su Jian drove the car. Dong Qiulei sat in the co-pilot. And the two drove all the way, rushing toward Shigatz at high speed. On the road, Dong Qiulei played with a triangular military bayonet in her hand. That was given to her by Qinyu. Since then, she has been using the triangular military bayonet as a weapon. This thing is very useful against ordinary people. With her current lightning speed, she can kill them with one shot without leaving any survivors. The domestically produced triangular military bayonet is also well known on the international weapon list. On the one hand, it is of good quality. It has super high hardness and a certain toughness. On the other hand, the 3-way bleeding groove design makes the 3-edge military bayonet extremely lethal. Once it hits, the bleeding will continue. The enemy will have no ability to fight again. So over time, Dong Qiulei couldn't let go of the 3-edge military bayonet. She played with it for a while, and suddenly looked at Su Jian and said, "Old Su, you finally ushered in a second spring. Congratulations to me?" Su Jian smiled. "Of course, congratulations. What do you think of Dandan?" "Great. I mean her figure." "Of course. I'm asking about your character." "Oh, character. I thought people of your character would definitely ask about her figure. I've really seen her figure. It's top-notch. What should be big should be big. What should be thin should be thin. From top to bottom. It looks like a gourd." Su Jian on the side looked at her strangely. Dong Qiulei blinked. "Why are you looking at me like that? If I don't know you, I would think you are an old pervert. How do you know what her figure is like? Have you seen it?" "Nonsense." Dong Qiulei rolled her eyes. We took a bath together. Okay? Oh. I thought so. I'm really envious. Envious bullshit. Dong Qiulei pouted. Won't you be able to take a bath with her in the future? What's there to envy? When we take a bath, we can only look, not touch. You can still touch. You are much happier than me. Pfft. Su Jian chuckled. Qiulei. Every time AU doesn't take you away, you act weird. Like a menopausal woman with endocrine disorder. Humph. Dong Qiulei casually inserted the three-edged military bayonet into the seat beside her, and said angrily, Brother, you will be gone for who knows how long. It's absurd that he doesn't take me with him. Qiulei. Be more mature. You have to know that AU asked you to stay because he has very high expectations for you. He thinks you can protect the base. Do you know? I know. Dong Qiulei held her chin with her hand, looked out the window, and murmured, But I still want to stay with him. I haven't done that with him for a long time. Ahem. Su Jian coughed and said speechlessly, Qiulei. You don't think I'm your best friend. Do you? Tell me everything? I'm not Xiao Jiang. I'm Lao Su. I'm a normal man. If you talk too much, I'll think you're hinting at me, wanting me to do that with you. Go to hell. Dong Qiulei slapped him casually. I'd rather go to the kitchen to get a cucumber than to ask you. You're dreaming. Su Jian was speechless. This crazy woman. She's crazy about Qinyu. But if you think about it carefully, it's also weird. The other women of Qinyu in the base are also not normal. Maybe Qinyu will be away for a long time this time. So they are not balanced. Right? Especially the 13 women gang. Each of the 13 women has their own ideas. And there is a leader. Before, when Qinyu was not around, the 13 of them did not listen to Zhang Yang's orders and always acted alone. 13 women with endocrine disorders. Scary. How did Qinyu conquer them? Could it be that his ability level is high, and his ability in that aspect is also high? He can make every woman obsessed with him. It's also weird. Forget it. Don't think about those things. Anyway, I am not Qinyu. I have a woman, which is enough for my whole life. Live peacefully and steadily. So today's action must be cautious. Su Jian was thinking about his worries, and thinking about Shin Dan on the helicopter. So he couldn't help but concentrate highly. Before nightfall, the large force confirmed that the group of Indian monkeys was indeed in Shigatz. The improved radar on the helicopter has scanned the activities of people there. About 30 people. Not too many. All gathered together. Busy. So, Zhu Hao gave an order, and the helicopter bypassed the main road and went behind the Indian monkey gathering area in Shigatz to prepare for a sneak attack. At the same time, the front convoy moved at full speed and prepared for battle. Su Jian and Dong Qiulei also entered the combat state. The two cars did not slow down at all, and turned onto the airport highway route, preparing to bypass the airport to the main urban area. Chapter 451 Nuclear Bomb. When the two people's car arrived at the airport, Su Jian was suddenly attracted by something in the distance, and drove directly into the airport parking area. What is that? Su Jian was stunned. Dong Qiulei looked ahead carefully. Drive closer. I can't see clearly. As the car slowly approached, Su Jian finally saw clearly that it was a huge medium and long-range ballistic missile launcher, the equipment vehicle of the Indian monkey. It was covered with bullet holes. The two stopped the car, approached carefully, looked around the missile launcher, and finally climbed into the cab. Dong Qiulei picked up a document from inside and took a look at it. It was all written in Indian language. I couldn't understand it, but the eye-catching nuclear symbol on it was clearly visible. In addition, the missile on the missile launcher was gone. The two looked at each other. No way. These Indians actually brought a nuclear bomb? It seems so. Damn it. Are they sick? It's already this time. And they are still making weapons of this scale? Are they going to bomb us or somewhere else? Dong Qiulei threw the document away and said quickly, no matter where they bomb, these Indian monkeys have no good intentions. Damn it. No wonder they are stealing equipment. It seems that they want to restart the nuclear bomb. Hurry up. Report to Minister Zhu. Su Jian quickly picked up the intercom to contact Zhu Haobu. Soon, all members of the combat team knew the news of the nuclear bomb. Everyone was shocked. The Indian monkeys are really amazing. Fortunately, I knew it early. If these bastards really intend to use that thing to bomb the lakeside community, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhu Hao was furious. He immediately ordered everyone to attack and kill without mercy. The nuclear bomb must be taken down. Su Jian and Dong Qiulei did not delay any longer. Returned to the car, turned on the 5th gear hurricane mode directly, and rushed to the location of Shagat's People's Hospital. The Indian monkeys gathered there. When night fell, the convoy led by Shan Yang has rushed to 2 kilometers outside the People's Hospital. All members get off the car. Their mission is to output firepower and divert the enemy's attention, in order to prevent the enemy from having superpowers. Ordinary soldiers can only output from a long distance, fight in a roundabout way, divert the enemy's attention, and let Su Jian and Dong Qiulei sneak in to kill. So, Zhang Yang found a high point and directly picked up a Barrett heavy sniper. Others quickly approached and, under the cover of darkness, moved towards the periphery of the hospital. This group of Indians did not deploy defenses around the hospital. They have been busy in the hospital. It is estimated that they want to activate the nuclear warhead in the shortest time. At a certain moment, all the members are in place. Zhang Yang, standing on the top of a skyscraper 2 kilometers away, aimed at an Indian who was on guard on the roof of the hospital and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A huge gunshot shattered the desolate night sky of the city. The Indian who was on guard fell headfirst. Then, more than 30 soldiers, all carrying rocket launchers, bombarded the hospital building. The Indians were furious. All the members fought back. For a while, the stream of bullets in the night was like a continuous stream of flames. The firepower of this group of Indian monkeys is really strong. All AK-47s. And they also have rockets. Not long after the battle, 2 soldiers were accidentally hit by rockets and died on the spot. At the same time, Dong Qiulei rushed into the hospital at a terrifying speed and headed straight for the large square in the middle. The nuclear bomb was in the center of the square. There were cables everywhere. Rows of instruments and equipment were surrounding it. They were still trying to crack it. 7 or 8 technicians in white coats were busy. 4 or 5 bandits stood outside. Among them was a sturdy man, with a huge body at least 2 meters and 4 or 5 meters tall, wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants. A short haircut. His face was dark. The arms exposed outside were 2 times thicker than Dong Qiulei's thighs. He looked like a giant ape. When Dong Qiulei rushed out at the speed of teleportation, the sturdy man was the first to discover it. He roared and suddenly swung his hands in the air. Boom! A wave of air swept out like a tidal wave, directly knocking Dong Qiulei back. That feeling was like a strong wind sweeping fallen leaves. Dong Qiulei was shocked. Sure enough, Yin Hozi also gave birth to a superpower. This guy's strength is too terrifying. A casual sweep can compress the air to create an air wall-like attack method. The speed of this terrible power swing seems to be more terrifying than Shen Yu's level 2 control muscle. Dong Qiulei flipped back in the air and immediately disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, he took out the walkie-talkie and quickly shared this information. Upon hearing that there was a superpower, Su Jian directly gave up his mission to support the soldiers outside and quickly rushed into the square behind the hospital from another direction. He also saw the superpower. It was really scary. But Su Jian and Dong Qiulei were used to working together. So without thinking, he whistled and shot. Bang! A staff member immediately fell to the ground in the middle of the venue. Others began to fight back. The strongman kept shouting. It seemed that he was ordering several technicians not to stop, and they had to finish the work at hand even if they died. At this moment, the display screen on the nuclear warhead had lit up. Someone was typing something quickly on it. Dong Qiulei was anxious, and she used teleportation again, and rushed to the side of the instrument in an instant. And the 3-edged military bayonet in her hand stabbed out like lightning. Poof! The person who input the code had his head pierced. The strong man was extremely violent. He turned his head and roared. His voice seemed to be able to form an attack method. A wave of sound hit Dong Qiulei's head and made her dizzy. Su Jian was startled. Damn. Just as he was about to rush out to save people regardless of everything, the roar of a helicopter suddenly came from above his head. Then he saw an armed helicopter crossing from the buildings. The shipborne pulse compression cannon under the helicopter directly locked onto the big guy. Shindan pressed the switch without hesitation. Boom! A pulse energy bomb blasted down directly. The terrible instantaneous energy was like a ballistic missile compressed to the extreme, directly blowing the strong man on the ground to pieces. Su Jian was relieved immediately. He looked up. He saw Shindan with a solemn face. Su Jian gave her a thumbs up. And then he simply didn't protect himself. Rushed out of the hiding place. Risked being shot. and fired his pistol to kill all the remaining enemies. He rushed to Dong Chiole and said anxiously, "Chiole, are you okay?" "Well, it's okay. It's just that my head is swollen. That guy's sound waves seem to mess up my brain. It hurts so much." Dong Chiole sat on the ground weakly. Her face was pale. Su Jian looked at the building next to him. It seemed that someone rushed down. "No! We have to act quickly." He didn't have time to take care of Dong Chiole, but waved directly at the helicopter, contacted Shen Dan by radio, and asked her to lower the rope. Then, Su Jian tied up the nuclear bomb completely with ropes. After fixing it, he waved upwards. The helicopter began to rise slowly. As the nuclear bomb was slowly hoisted into the sky, a dozen armed men in the building rushed out, screaming. Chapter 452A False Alarm. In order to protect the helicopter, Su Jian simply rushed out again, letting the bullets hit him. And he fired back desperately. This is really a life-threatening job. At a certain moment, a figure suddenly flashed out from behind Su Jian. And after a series of flashes, all the armed men were pierced through the head. The gunshot stopped. Dong Chiole sat on the ground tiredly, panting, rubbing her temples in pain. And Su Jian was lying dead. He was beaten like a sieve. Thankfully, his skin was strong, and many bullets were stuck in his skin. But there were a few bullets that were not blocked and were shot into his body. This is already the smallest price. Outside, when Zhang Yang saw the helicopter hoisting a huge object, the big stone in his heart finally fell. Damn! It was a false alarm. This thing must be taken back and hidden. Is this a nuclear bomb? It looks like one. These Indian monkeys are really crazy. The world is about to end, and they are still preparing this kind of thing. Do you want to use it to set off fireworks? Damn it. I will put it back for you sooner or later. The north bank of the Yellow River. Yunqing. Chen Yu parked the helicopter on the roof of a well-maintained skyscraper and took a rest. He just received a satellite call. It was from Zhang Yang. People in the lakeside community snatched a nuclear bomb. Chen Yu was sweating profusely. I heard that they snatched it from a group of Indian monkeys, which made me angry. Those creatures who drank the corpse water from the Ganges may be the most virus-resistant species on the earth. Many of their people are expected to survive. There are actually people who can cross the Himalayas, sneak across the border, and bring in a nuclear bomb? God operation. As expected, Indians always surprise people. Do they want to use such a big guy to bomb the lakeside community? It's too much of an exaggeration. Or are they so poor that they only have nuclear bombs left? Anyway, no matter what, the big guy has been taken back by Zhang Yang and his team and temporarily placed on the south bank of the Moon Lake. Murongzheng has seen it, and he has the means to activate it and launch it normally. So this is a big killer. As for whether to throw it back, we have to find time to let the people at the base cross the Himalayas to investigate. Where are these monkeys going to throw this thing? Chen Yu gave Zhang Yang a few instructions, asking them to find time to investigate, and then turned off the satellite phone. So cool. With a satellite phone in hand, I am not afraid of going anywhere in the future. Contact anytime. Anywhere. The combat capability at home is still very strong. As long as Su Jian and Dong Chiole are there should be no problem for the time being. At this moment, Shen Yu stopped in Yunqing on the south bank of the Yellow River. Looking south from here, 1,000 miles of ice. When the seawater backflowed and the Yellow River flowed backward, almost all the cities on both sides were flooded. Sanmen is no longer visible. Even Yunqing was flooded for the most part, which was shocking to see. At present, the river water has not thawed yet. Walking on the ice, you can even see the bodies under the ice, which are in strange shapes and make people's scalps numb. Under a certain section of the river, there are thousands of bodies frozen densely. Doomsday. In the face of natural disasters, humans are as weak as ants. Chen Yu and Li Xiaoyun and other 4 women took a short rest and found a place to eat something simple. After that, they drove the helicopter again and hurried on the road. The next stop is Jinan. It is an inland city. I wonder how badly it has been damaged. If there are still resources in the city, you can search around before leaving. It is a provincial capital after all. 2 days later, outside Jinan City, Shen Yu put the helicopter into the space and prepared to go into the city. The Fan River here also reversed, and the river water rose sharply, flooding many places. The 4 people walked slowly into the city. Liang Qiuying and Li Xiaoyun walked in front. Yu was pulled by Lu Lin and slowly fell behind. As they walked, Lu Lin suddenly whispered, Yu, I may not be very good. What do you mean? Yu was stunned. What the hell is not good? Lu Lin looked at the two women in front of her, then turned around quickly and pulled down the waistband of her pants. Yu was shocked. What? This guy, after turning into a cat-eared girl. Is she so hungry? Dare to take off her pants in broad daylight? Just when Yu wanted to reach out and lift her up, he was shocked to see a tail suddenly swung out of Lu Lin's pants from behind. A black cat tail? Yu widened his eyes and said in surprise, You have a tail? Yeah. Lu Lin looked miserable and whispered, My mutation may not have stopped. It seems to be continuing, but the speed has slowed down. Yu was speechless. This is so embarrassing. Will she really turn into a big black cat in the future? Will she really turn into a fairy? Lu Lin put on her pants again, tidied her clothes, gritted her teeth and whispered, Yu, if I really turn into a cat, please don't abandon me. Okay? What nonsense. Yu went over and touched her head and ears, and whispered, I won't give up on you. And I won't let you turn into a cat completely. But, do you have a way to solve my problem? Not yet. Yu frowned, but I always feel that the fact that you can't stop changing now may be related to your own strength. You can't suppress the power of the crystal core. But if you swallow the same crystal core again, your ability will be further improved. And maybe you won't mutate again. Really? Lu Lin was immediately delighted. This is my analysis. As for whether it is true, we have to try it out. The most common mutant animals in the city are. Before Yu finished speaking, several people suddenly rushed out from the alley next to him. They all had guns in their hands. One of them yelled, Don't move. Don't move. Stop. Don't move. I'll shoot you if you move. Don't move. The four people froze directly. Oh my god? There are still survivors? Yu couldn't help but want to laugh. Because he was used to the deserted city, Yu did not open the mental map to check when he came to Jinyang. As a result, he encountered bandits. The four people were at ease. No one moved. There were 8 people rushing out. All men. They were in rags and smelled bad. Their unkempt appearance showed that they were not living well. However, Yu had seen the whole picture of the city from the helicopter before, and it seemed that the damage was not too serious. There should be supplies to search. In more than 4 years, such a large city should not have exhausted its resources. Therefore, it can only be said that this group of people should be the kind that are hated by gods and ghosts. And they are driven away wherever they go. So they can't get supplies. 8 people surrounded Yu and the other 4. The guns in their hands were pointed at the 4 people. The leader had messy hair and walked around the 4 people slowly with a Type 92 rifle. You're dressed well, he muttered to himself, and finally walked in front of Lu Lin, staring at her cat ears and dark golden cat pupils, and said with a curious look, Fuck, weirdo. After saying that, he turned around and waved, Brothers, come and take a look. We met a weirdo today. Several people came over. All stared at Lu Lin. Chapter 453 Hypnosis. The leader pointed at Lu Lin and laughed. Look at this girl. She is still playing role-playing in this day and age? She plays a Catwoman and wears colored contact lenses. It's new. Fuck. It's true. She really wears colored contact lenses. Is this girl stupid? She even wears dentures. Look at her 2 canine teeth. So sharp. I have to say, I like this girl. I like her too. Ha ha ha. A group of people kept teasing. But no one noticed that the sharp claws on Lu Lin's fingertips had slowly stretched out. Among the 8 men, 7 of them gathered in front of Lu Lin. Another one stood in front of Li Xiaoyun, looking her up and down, muttering, I like this one. She's so pure. She looks like my dream girl. Give me this girl. Okay, boss? As soon as the words fell, Li Xiaoyun slowly raised her hand with an expressionless face. She stretched out a finger. She pointed directly in front of the man's forehead. The man was stunned. What are you doing? Do you want to shoot me? After saying that, he raised the submachine gun in his hand and curled his lips. Girl, this is a real thing. You know? Just your little hand. Bang. Li Xiaoyun uttered a word softly. As a result, a hole was pierced through the man's head with a pop. A flower of blood burst out from the back of his head. The other 7 people were shocked. They all looked at Li Xiaoyun, dumbfounded. Finally, Lu Lin also moved. She walked to the leader seductively, wiped his neck with one hand, and asked seductively, "Is it you who wants me?" With a pop, blood burst out from the neck. It sprayed all over the others. The leader's head had moved from his shoulders to Lu Lin's hand. She stretched out her tongue and licked the blood from the corner of her mouth. The remaining 6 men were scared to death. I don't know who screamed monster. Everyone turned around and was about to run. As a result, Li Xiaoyun tapped her fingers several times. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 men fell to the ground and could not get up again. The remaining 3 saw a blur. Then they saw Lu Lin's hands come out, one in each hand, and the heads of 2 people were taken off in an instant. I don't know when she started to like pulling people's heads so much. The last man sat on the ground with his buttocks, and his crotch was full of shit and urine. He was so scared that he had incontinence. Li Xiaoyun and Lu Lin frowned at the same time, and ran away with their noses covered. Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, the biochemical weapons are powerful. It was easy to make the 2 of them retreat. Qinyu slowly walked to the man, took a closer look, and then stood up helplessly and shook his head. "It's over. I was scared silly by you." "Silly? Wait a minute. I'll try." Lu Lin suddenly thought of something, and hurried back to the man, frowning and covering her nose, and then lifted the man's chin, forcing the man to look at her. Qinyu and the other 3 looked confused. "What is this for?" Suddenly, Qinyu was surprised to find that Lu Lin's dark golden cat pupils seemed to emit a soft glimmer. It was spiritual power. "What is she doing?" After a moment, the man trembled all over, and suddenly regained consciousness, screaming in fear, "Ah! Monster! Shut up!" Lu Lin's eyes flashed softly, and she scolded. As a result, the man really shut up obediently. Hee hee. It worked. Lu Lin immediately stood up excitedly, looked at Qinyu with a proud face and said, "When I was hunting 2 days ago, I accidentally discovered that I seemed to be able to hypnotize." "Hypnosis?" Qinyu was surprised. "How is hypnosis?" "It's, you can control other people's consciousness for a short time." Lu Lin explained, "Because when I first met the mutant black cat, the black cat seemed to have hypnotized me, freezing me and making me unable to move. As a result, I almost died. So I ate its crystal core, and it seems that I have inherited this ability. Why haven't I seen you use it before?" Lu Lin smiled. "I didn't realize it before. I just discovered it by accident 2 days ago. The process of achieving hypnosis is difficult to explain. Anyway, it is hypnotized through my eyes." "Oh!" Qinyu nodded suddenly. Li Xiaoyun and Liang Qiuying on the side were also secretly shocked. This cat-eared girl is getting more and more terrifying. She can even hypnotize. What if she hypnotizes Qinyu? The 2 women just finished their thoughts and heard Qinyu say, "Try to hypnotize me. Let me see how it feels." "No. No." Liang Qiuying and Li Xiaoyun shouted almost at the same time. Qinyu smiled and said, "Don't worry. Lu Lin won't hurt me." The 2 women were all upset. "Who is afraid that she will hurt you? You are afraid that she will do something else?" At this time, Lu Lin looked calm and shook her head with a smile. "I have tried it a long time ago. And you can't hypnotize me. Your mental power is too terrible." "You have tried it a long time ago?" Qinyu was stunned. "Yeah. When did you try it?" "Before going to bed last night." Qinyu was all upset. No need to think. He already knew what Lu Lin wanted to do. This clingy cat-eared girl. Now, whenever she has a chance, she will lie in Qinyu's arms. And it has almost become a habit. But this is not enough. She even wants to hypnotize herself. Qinyu was speechless, shook his head, and then walked to the hypnotized man and squatted down. "Can I ask him a few questions?" "Sure. He will tell you everything." Lu Lin nodded quickly. "Okay." Qinyu frowned at the man and asked, "What's your name?" "Wang Daolong." The man looked dazed, but he obviously didn't feel scared anymore. It's just that the smell on him is a bit unpleasant. Qinyu couldn't help but cover his nose and asked again, "How many survivors are there in Jinnong?" "There are still 500 or 600 people." "Huh? That's a lot of people." Qinyu looked at the other 3 women in surprise. Because it's been the 4th year since the apocalypse. Most cities are actually empty. Only some large cities in the inland areas still have a small number of survivors, according to the scale and prosperity of Jinnong. It's actually quite surprising that there are still 500 or 600 survivors at this time. Qin Yu looked back at Wang Daolong and asked again, where are those survivors gathered? One group is at Jinong Art Vocational School, and the other group is at Jinong Zoo. Only these two groups? Yes. Qin Yu was a little surprised. There are about 500 to 600 people in the two groups. So they should be two mature survivor groups. They are both large in scale. Not bad. Since a large community has been formed here, it is a good start. I hope they can survive the earth freezing. Qin Yu did not plan to plunder Jinyang's resources anymore. He looked at the man and asked the last sentence. Why don't you live with those two groups? But rob people at the entrance to the city? Because I am a eunuch. The new emperor ascended the throne, and the emperor issued an order not to allow eunuchs to interfere in government affairs. So, I was expelled? Qin Yu was speechless. Chapter 454 Flower Thief. Looking back at Lu Lin, has your hypnosis expired? No. Lu Lin looked at Wang Daolong in confusion. Not yet. Then why is he talking nonsense? He should be telling the truth. The truth? Just as Qin Yu was confused, Lu Lin had already kicked Wang Daolong impatiently and directly scratched his pants with her nails. When Qin Yu saw Wang Daolong's body clearly, he was stunned. What the hell? He is really a eunuch. Qin Yu and the other 4 people gathered in front of Wang Daolong, studying his body. He is really a eunuch. It is obvious that he was cut off by someone. Weird. Who did this? Could this guy have been a thief? So he was cut off? Qin Yu turned his head and looked at Lu Lin. Are you sure your hypnosis hasn't expired yet? No. Lu Lin simply grabbed Wang Daolong's head. Hey, let me ask you. What are you talking about? The emperor and the eunuch? Explain it clearly. Wang Daolong said with a dull face. The first dynasty after the end of the world has been established in Jinong Art Vocational School. It's called Bingqiao. Now it's the first year of the new calendar. 3 provinces and 6 ministries have been established in the court, and 3 palaces and 6 courtyards have been established in the harem. The current emperor is called Lu He. He is also called Bing Taizu. He is a very powerful man, with the strength to fight tigers, leopards, bears and tigers. With him, the Bing dynasty can fight against those barbarians in the zoo. I am a eunuch of the Bing dynasty. I was originally a servant of Bing Taizu's queen, but because I offended the eunuchs under the East Palace, I was framed and exiled to this wild place. Wang Daolong finished speaking. A gust of cold wind blew. Qin Yu, the other 3 women. There was a moment of silence. Qin Yu and the 3 women slowly stood up. I saw Lu Lin burst into laughter. Then Li Xiuyun and Liang Qiuying followed, and they also laughed. Qin Yu couldn't help laughing. What a weird thing. There's even a feudal dynasty. 3 provinces and 6 ministries have all appeared. Sure enough, actors are actors. These people from the Art Vocational College can really act. They get into the role too quickly. And they really do it. They really castrated him and made him a eunuch. However, Qin Yu noticed one thing. If the man named Lu He really has the power to fight tigers, leopards, bears and bears, then there is no doubt that he must be a superpower. So, there is a Bing dynasty in the Art Vocational School, and the people in the zoo are called barbarians. Is Jinong now in the Warring States period? 2 heroes fighting for hegemony? Qin Yu was too lazy to ask. No matter what jokes people play, now is an era of disorder. Play whatever you want. There are no garrisons here, so everything is reasonable. Qin Yu glanced at Wang Daolong, then turned around and waved. Lu Lin, let him go. I don't even bother to do anything with this kind of character. I don't bother to care about him either. Lu Lin simply ignored it and turned around to follow. The other 2 women also left quickly. Ayu, are we going? Li Xiuyun looked at the direction Qin Yu was going, still heading towards the city, and asked in confusion. Let's find something before we go. Qin Yu smiled and said, there are many schools in Jinong. I want to search for the physics laboratories in those schools. We are in urgent need of a large number of experimental equipment. In addition, I want to go somewhere else. Where? The Jiu Liquor Group in Xinghuling. Li Xiuyun laughed and said, you are greedy for their wine. Thanjiu is one of the 8 ancient wines of Xia State. It would be a pity to miss it. Try to find it. If you can find it, you will be lucky. Let's go and find a good place to stay for 2 days. Great. Lu Lin was excited. Li Xiuyun and Liang Qiuying were also secretly happy. Why? They actually hope that this journey will be as long as possible. It's fun to follow Qin Yu. Every day is exciting. So, the four of them sneaked and invisible all the way, and quickly rushed to Xinghuling district. Chenyu didn't want to get entangled with the local forces here. Since there are superpowers in the dynasties, the so-called strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Come quietly. Leave quietly. At night, the four people found a relatively intact hotel near Longden Park. Although it was a bit messy inside, some rooms on the top floor were well preserved. The four people moved in. After a simple cleaning, they had a comfortable room to live in. It didn't matter if it was cold. Chenyu's space had a modified radiator. Once it was placed in the room, it was warm as spring in less than 10 minutes. The four people took off their coats. They walked around the room in thin home clothes. The three women all have great figures, so Chenyu actually enjoyed it. Especially the cat-eared girl Lu Lin. Now, Li Xiaoyun and Liang Qiuying also know that she has a tail on her, but, although it feels a bit strange, it is quite fun to watch. Lu Lin is becoming more and more like a cat. In the evening, the four of them had a hot pot. Ready-made ingredients, ready-made meat, ready-made vegetables. It was delicious. Tonight, everyone drank a lot of red wine and felt lazy. So they simply did nothing and rested tonight. However, during the rest time, Li Xiaoyun had an idea. She bravely got into Chenyu's bed at the first time and directly occupied Chenyu. Lu Lin gritted her teeth in anger. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't snatch him openly. She had no choice but to sleep beside him angrily. Liang Qiuying was also very depressed. Those two women were so shameless to snatch Chenyu. But she was embarrassed. As they spent more time together, she was actually gradually moved and wanted to hide in Chenyu's arms, like those two women. But there was always a chance missing. Alas! Liang Qiuying wrapped herself tightly in the quilt and closed her eyes helplessly. Time passed slowly. Gradually, Chenyu and others fell asleep. It was more than 2 o'clock in the morning in the second half of the night. Lu Lin suddenly opened her eyes. The cat pupils were sparkling. And it was obviously time to get excited. Cats are nocturnal. In the past, she could stay in Chenyu's arms. And she could be very quiet even if she didn't go out. But it was not possible tonight. Chenyu was taken over by someone. Lu Lin couldn't sleep at all. The more she closed her eyes, the more excited she was. Finally, she couldn't hold it back. And she tiptoed out of the bed, ran out of the hotel, and came to the cold world outside. Lu Lin was like a queen in the night. Her figure flashed, and she quickly climbed to the top of a street lamp that had not collapsed. With her feet together, half squatting, the dark golden cat pupils looked into the distance. The excitement in her eyes became brighter and brighter. She listened to what the eunuch named Wang Daolong said during the day. So she was very curious about the situation in the art academy. This is the nature of cats. Curiosity kills the cat. Chapter 455. Suppressing Mutation. Lu Lin hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and suddenly jumped from the top of the street lamp pole. She jumped more than 10 meters high, grabbed the wall of the building next to her, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the art academy. Her movements were extremely agile. She walked on the vertical wall as if it were flat ground. In the hotel, Chenyu opened his eyes slowly and helplessly. Although he didn't want to leave Li Xiaoyun in the bed, he still had to go out. Lu Lin can be monitored in the mental map. She is not a big problem. But in the Jinan Wildlife Park not far from the hotel, there is a scary cat with a bright mental body. Like a leopard. Its crystal core should be good. Lu Lin's mutation progress has not stopped. If it continues, she will really become a cat sooner or later. The only way to suppress her mutation may be to use the crystal core to enhance her ability. So, go out for a while. Get the crystal core at night. You can leave after a little walk in the city tomorrow. Having made up his mind, Chenyu kissed Li Xiaoyun lightly, and then left quietly. As soon as he left, Liang Qiuying, who had been pretending to sleep, got up and followed him out without hesitation. Finally, Li Xiaoyun also sat up, looking at the empty room. He muttered angrily, "You are all pretending to sleep. I hate it so much. Forget it. Everyone likes to be a night owl. I will sleep by myself." After saying that, she lay down again. She stretched out lazily on the bed. She murmured, "Sister Qiuying, if it weren't for you being so good to me, I wouldn't give you a chance." "Well, actually I'm really sleepy. Go to sleep. I will sleep by myself." So, Li Xiaoyun really fell asleep. Art Vocational College. In the auditorium, It has been decorated like an ancient palace. The prop room in the school has been emptied. Objects from various dynasties are placed in the auditorium, which are neither fish nor fowl and look weird. There is a huge outdoor travel tent at the innermost side. In the auditorium, there are charcoal basins near the windows. In the middle of the auditorium, a real bronze tripod is burning charcoal. Although the bronze tripod is a replica, the material is real, so the bronze tripod burns very hot. It is equivalent to a huge radiator. There are many people standing around the auditorium. Each of them is wearing armor and holding prop swords, spears, and halberds in their hands. There are also 4 guards standing outside the execution tent. However, they are carrying domestic CS-3 submachine guns. Everyone is bloated. In order to keep warm, they all wear thick down jackets inside, but they have to wear armor outside. So they look out of place and extremely funny. In the tent, there are several batteries in the corner. There are 6 electric heaters around to heat the tent. The tent floor is covered with thick blankets, and there are high-quality down blankets everywhere, wrapped in several women wearing gauze and with disheveled hair. Opposite the woman is a man. He is burly. His eyes are a strange dark red. There are 2 fangs in his mouth, revealing his lips, looking a little fierce. He is topless, not afraid of the cold at all. His muscles are bulging frighteningly. At this moment, men and women are playing cards in a circle, laughing and laughing. From time to time, words such as emperor, my beloved concubine, my concubine are heard, which make people sweat. At a certain moment, one of the girls, who smiled the most seductively and looked very coquettish, may have lost. She was tickled on the soles of her feet by the other girls. It may be too itchy, so she couldn't help but screamed, "Ah, Luha, please help me quickly. I'm so itchy. Ah." Suddenly, everyone froze. A look of fear appeared on the faces of several girls, and they slowly put down the girl's feet and moved away from her little by little. The girl's face was red from laughing, but she suddenly woke up, and the next second her face turned pale. Her whole body trembled, and she rushed to the man and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, I was too proud for a moment. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call the Emperor by his name. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The sturdy man still had a smile on his face. He just stood up slowly. He looked at the girl and smiled. "Lu Mei, you still can't remember it. It seems that so many people have died, but you still can't remember it. This time, you should demonstrate it yourself." After saying that, he grabbed her hair and dragged her out. No, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I don't dare to do it again. I really remember it." The girl cried heartbreakingly, but it was no use. She was dragged out. She was originally only covered with a thin veil, and her figure was looming. As soon as she came out, the cold outside made her feel cold and desperate from the inside out. She struggled madly. She screamed madly, from begging for mercy at the beginning to cursing later, and then to hysterical screaming. Everyone looked reluctant, but no one dared to say a word. The women in the tent secretly poked their heads out to look, and their eyes were red, scared. Although she managed to survive with the protection of this man. But who would have thought that he was actually a pervert? He even became an emperor. He beheaded people and castrated people at will. He burned people alive if they disagreed with him. He was as cruel and tyrannical as those ancient emperors. The women could only put on a forced smile and pretend to be polite. Lu Mei would end up like this if she wasn't careful. Outside, Lu Mei had been dragged to the huge bronze tripod. She had lost her voice from screaming. The boundless fear made her lose control of her bowels and bladder. And there was a mess under the veil. Lu Ha became even angrier. He grabbed the woman's hair and swung her up in the air, and threw the girl into the bronze tripod with burning charcoal with a piercing scream. In a blink of an eye, the shrill screams continued. The hall was quickly filled with a disgusting smell of burning. Everyone lowered their heads. No one could bear to watch. Only Lu Ha had a ferocious expression on his face, looking at the struggling girl in the bronze tripod, laughing wildly, laughing so arrogantly. At a certain moment, a figure flashed behind a tall skylight in the distance of the auditorium. In the darkness, the figure stared with dark golden cat eyes, staring intently at the bottom. The girl struggling and rolling in the bronze tripod fell into her eyes. The black shadow swept his tongue, licked his lips, and unexpectedly revealed a charming and cruel smile. "It's interesting. This group of second-year illnesses actually play for real. Kill people at will. Is it so cool to be an emperor? What qualifications does that guy have to be an emperor? On the roof, Lu Lin's hands moved slightly. The nails on her fingertips slowly stretched out and began to scratch the glass twice. She had already walked around this art college. There were about 400 or 500 people. Almost all of them were students. They were roughly scattered in 3 dormitory buildings. Many people lived in hardship. In such cold weather, there was no heating facilities at all, and they could only rely on various warm clothes to resist the severe cold. Those dormitory buildings were guarded by people. They all wore armor and helmets, but they held various submachine guns in their hands. Don't say it. The firepower was quite fierce. Chapter 456, Tracking Her and Shooting. This auditorium should be the inner courtyard of the palace. So Lu Lin climbed up and saw the so-called emperor and several concubines. The guy below was sturdy. There was a sense of danger. He was definitely a superpower. But Lu Lin was now influenced by her cat nature. Wild, bold, and curious. So she didn't care at all. Her nails were scary sharp. She just turned a circle lightly, and the glass of the skylight cracked. There was a light click. Lu Ha below suddenly turned his head and looked up. Who? Lu Lin leisurely stretched out her hand and knocked lightly. And the glass was knocked off and fell down. And she also got in from the skylight and jumped to the ground. Several guards at the entrance of the tent raised their guns and were about to shoot. But Lu Ha suddenly waved his hand. Wait a minute. Then he looked at Lu Lin in shock. His eyes widened and muttered, So beautiful? Damn. And a cat-eared girl? Ha ha ha. Cat-eared girl? Really or fake? Is she a mutant or a role-playing? No matter which one. I like it. I like it. Ha ha ha. Lu Ha laughed wildly. Lu Lin smiled charmingly, twisted her slender waist and walked forward slowly, licking her lips with the tip of her tongue, and stretched out a finger on her right hand, gently scraping it on the wall. The harsh sound made people's teeth itch. Lu Ha couldn't stand the stimulation. He clenched his fists at Lu Lin and laughed grimly. Cat-eared girl. No matter where you come from. You are mine. Ah ha ha ha. After saying that, the muscles on his body swelled up instantly, even tore the skin apart. His skin slowly turned red, looking scary. At the same time, a feeling that made the skin tremble spread out, making Lu Lin's ears tremble slightly. This person is really strong. Lu Ha revealed his trump card. A physical power, which is also the most common. Similar to Chen Yu's muscle control type of power. His body is very powerful. In Lu Lin's eyes, at least his strength and defensibility are definitely beyond his own. No! This kind of person may have to be dealt with by Chen Yu. But it's not my character to just leave like that. Lu Lin suddenly gave Lu Ha a charming smile. Then she accelerated instantly, as if she was free from the constraints of gravity, and suddenly stepped on the wall next to her and ran wildly. Lu Ha also saw it. This cat-eared girl was very fast. I definitely couldn't catch up with her. So he simply turned around and snatched the submachine gun from a guard and fired at Lu Lin on the wall. Bang bang bang. The huge gunshots made everyone's ears buzz. But Lu Lin's speed was too fast. Her figure kept flashing, and the lighting equipment and charcoal braziers in the auditorium were knocked over by her one after another. In a blink of an eye, the auditorium was completely dark. Only the bronze tripod in the middle was emitting a dark red flame. The girl was dead. She was burned to charcoal. Lu Ha could not see Lu Lin, so he could only follow her voice to shoot. As a result, after turning around, his gun had already swept in the direction of the tent behind him, scaring the woman inside to scream and run away. A woman's scream was faintly heard. Lu Ha was furious. He turned his head and roared, "Turn on the searchlight!" Someone shouted in the distance. Then, a dazzling beam of light suddenly lit up in the auditorium, illuminating the entire auditorium as bright as day. It was a powerful square searchlight. The moment the light came on, Lu Ha immediately scanned the surroundings, looking for the cat-eared girl. As a result, she was gone. He searched everywhere, but didn't see anyone. However, one of his women was missing. It was the most beautiful queen. Lu Ha looked up suddenly. As a result, he saw a figure holding a woman flashing out of the skylight above his head. And the movement was so light and swift that it was outrageous. Lu Ha was furious and fired at the skylight with a gun. After a magazine of bullets was finished, he immediately shouted at the door, "Send someone to chase. Search on campus. She can't get far with a woman." "Yes." The door of the auditorium was opened. Several guards rushed out. Luha stood still. His face was gloomy. Where did the cat-eared girl come from? Is there a new addition to the wildlife park? Do they dare to provoke me? Damn it! If I can't find the cat-eared girl, I will take people to flatten the wildlife park tomorrow. Opposite the Art Vocational College. In a dilapidated hotel. Lu Lin rushed out with the unconscious girl and easily hid in the hotel. After finding a relatively intact room, he quickly put the girl on the sofa and lifted his clothes to take a look at the lower abdomen. Gunshot wound. Still bleeding. Or was she accidentally shot? Lu Lin took a deep breath, stretched out a finger, licked it with her tongue, and then gently scratched the wound, directly cutting the skin. Blood gushed out. She didn't care, and scratched the wound twice with her fingers. It hurt a little. Her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Soon, with a clang, a bullet head fell to the ground. Lu Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. You are still bleeding. Do you need me to help you deal with the wound? Lu Lin turned her head and looked. The girl woke up. It's okay. The wound will heal in a while. Lu Lin casually pulled a piece of cloth and pressed it on the wound. Anyone who has activated their superpowers has a much stronger self-healing ability than ordinary people. So this injury is not a big deal for her. Lu Lin walked up to the girl and saw that she was pale and shivering from the cold. She casually pulled down the tattered curtain next to her and threw it to her. Wrap it up. Thank you. The girl quickly wrapped the curtain around herself. Finally. It's better. The girl is very beautiful. The kind of girl who is more charming. Born with a pair of peach blossom eyes. The kind that easily makes people have wild thoughts when looking at her. Lu Lin looked at her and asked, What's your name? Schwettingting. Is that idiot in the auditorium your classmate? Schwettingting's eyes turned red, and she couldn't help but let her tears flow down. She shook her head and sobbed. No. Whoa. He is from outside. Since he came to our school, many of us died. They were all killed by him. He forced us to be his concubines. He is a dead pervert. Lu Lin blinked. Why don't you run away? You can't run away at all. Schwettingting sobbed. He brought more than 70 people with him. All of whom are the kind of people who kill without blinking an eye. Standing around the entire school. There have always been people who tried to escape. But he caught almost all of them. Once they came back, their fate was worse than death. Like Lu Mei today. She was thrown into a giant cauldron and burned to death. This was a relatively quick way to torture people. This pervert has many ways to torture people. Chapter 457 Tianjin. We are a bunch of little girls. There is no way we can escape. Lu Lin was so angry that she stood up and cursed. You bastard. He is dead. You may not be able to kill him. Schwettingting suddenly said weakly. You are very fast. But he is invulnerable to swords and guns. And he is so strong that he is not even afraid of bullets from guns. So powerful? Lu Lin was stunned. She guessed that he was strong. But invulnerable to swords and guns? That's a bit scary. He can even block bullets from guns. Which is really difficult to deal with. But Lu Lin was not worried. I don't believe he can be stronger than Qinyu. Besides, Lu Lin actually has a trump card. It is Suya's dagger. The dagger has touched the crystal core. So the tip of the blade has changed, becoming crystal clear and extremely sharp. Even steel metal can be easily cut by the tip of the dagger. You can try it if you have a chance. See whether he is invulnerable or your dagger can cut gold and jade. At this time, the wound on Lu Lin's abdomen has basically healed. She quickly put on her clothes and walked to the window to look out. The people who chased out of the school are still searching outside. Lu Lin looked back at Schwettingting. Who are you? Why are they still chasing you? Are you so important? He asked me to play the role of the queen. Schwettingting wiped her tears. The queen? Lu Lin was confused and asked casually, Are you pregnant with this dragon seed? No. Schwettingting shook her head and said, He didn't have any relationship with us at all. He is a eunuch and can't have sex with women. What? Lu Lin was stunned. Eunuch. Schwettingting explained softly. The reason why he is so perverted is because he has this physical defect. That's why he likes to play the emperor. He is extremely powerful and can fight with lions and tigers. But he can't be humane. So he has a tendency to split middly. TSK? Lu Lin sneered. It was hilarious. I thought that guy was so brave. He was an emperor. And he kept so many girls around to mess around. But he turned out to be a eunuch. It was hilarious. When he was playing with these girls, who knows how twisted his mind was. It was interesting. I wonder if it would make him angry to death. Lu Lin's eyes flashed with a playful cunning. Lu Lin talked a lot with Schwettingting, and finally found out her identity. She was the school beauty of the art academy, and her father was a local wealthy businessman. Because she was not a good student since she was a child, she could only find a way to send her to an art school. In the future, she can spend some money to get into the entertainment industry. So although Schwettingting was not good at basic cultural subjects, her parents forced her to learn many skills that a daughter-in-law of a wealthy family must have since she was a child. For example, cooking, musical instruments, multiple languages, red wine appreciation, flower arrangement art, etc. Anyway, she is also very motivated. Except for not liking to study, she likes everything else. She can master all the skills as soon as she learns them. This also made her the school beauty of the art school. A real beauty. In the years since the Doomsday, she has survived with everyone in the air raid shelter under the school. It was better in the first 2 years. There are still garrisons in the city. The school itself is a relief station, so she can often get survival supplies from the army. In addition, they were surrounded by classmates, so they did not suffer too much. Later, the virus broke out and the beast tide came. The population of the city began to decrease sharply. In the end, the garrison area was completely deserted. The living conditions of these students became worse and worse. Finally, one day, a group of bandits broke in from outside the city and bloodbathed the entire city with iron-blooded means, killing other lone walkers and lonely ghosts. In the end, the students of the art academy were left, because there were many girls, and most of them were beautiful girls. In this way, the perverted Bing dynasty was established, and Schwettingting was pulled out not long after hiding and became the queen. At first, she thought she was definitely ruined. Her life was definitely over. But she never expected that when she really came into contact with the pervert, she found out that he was actually a eunuch. He couldn't be humane. All the girls breathed a sigh of relief. Every day, they just put on a smile and pretended to be nice to the pervert. Live one day at a time. Because the pervert couldn't be humane, it seemed that he had a lot of women around him. But in fact, he rarely touched women. There was even little physical contact. He only admired, never touched. Therefore, the girls wore very little. But they were not humiliated by him. This may be a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for this situation, these girls might have committed suicide long ago. After chatting for a long time, Lu Lin looked outside and murmured, "The group of people have withdrawn. It seems that we can leave here. Do you have a place to go?" "Sister, my father has a winery. Can you take me there?" "Yes." Lu Lin was stunned and looked back at her. "Does your father have a winery?" "Yes. My father was the chairman of the Finjio Group in this city. Zingwilling Finjio Group is near the wildlife park." "Oh." Lu Lin smiled. "What a coincidence. We were thinking about finding wine tomorrow, but we didn't expect to get it without any effort. Let's go. I'll go to your father's winery to explore the way first." "You? Do you have any friends?" "Yes. There are 4. Lu Lin smiled and said, "Don't worry. They are all good people. We don't have perverted hobbies. Can you leave?" "Yes." Schwettingting nodded quickly. "Then let's go. You are a local. If you know where there are clothing stores that may not have been plundered, take me there. Find yourself some clothes to wear first." "Thank you, sister." Schwettingting's face finally had some color and a smile. Persistence is right. A miracle finally came. Go to the winery to find some supplies, and then leave the city. Even if I am alone, I have to survive. At the same time, in the zoo, the bloody battle is over. Silently, with thunder and lightning. It was done by Chen Yu and Liang Qiuing. There is a group of people hiding in the zoo. Not many. About 30. They are all ordinary people. To normal people, they are fierce bandits. Their weapons are powerful. Their firepower is strong. And they are fearless. But to the superpowers, they are too weak. The only thing they rely on is the few mutant animals left in the zoo. They are raised as pets. A mutant jaguar. A mutant hyena. A mutant rhino. 2 mutant sika deer, and a mutant crocodile. These people are also weird. I don't know what method they used, but they eat and live with mutant animals every day. So they are regarded as the same kind by mutant animals, and protected very well. They often conflict with the Emperor of the Art Academy. They can't beat them. But the Emperor didn't dare to rush in easily. Chapter 458 Mutated Jaguar. The mutant animals inside are quite scary. Especially the mutant jaguar. Very fierce. The mutant hyena is even more insidious and elusive. So the two forces have been living in peace. Unexpectedly, these mutant animals were targeted by Qinyu. Bad luck. In order to stop Lu Lin's mutation process, Qinyu was determined to get the mutant jaguar. So he didn't hold back at all. When Liang Qiuying caught up with him, the two immediately formulated a strategy, with Liang Qiuying attracting the target of the bandits, while Qinyu directly fought the mutant animals with all his strength. In front of him, a powerful level 3 mutant. The mutant animals had no resistance at all. So in just over 40 minutes, the zoo was bloodbath. All the mutant animal crystal cores were dug out, and the supplies of the more than 30 bandits lingering here were also unceremoniously collected by Qinyu into the space. As for the conflict between Lu Lin and the Emperor, Qinyu actually saw it in the mental map, including the chase between the two in the auditorium. Through the mental body, Qinyu can roughly judge the strength of the Emperor. Maybe he is slightly better than Lu Lin, but it is almost impossible to catch Lu Lin. If a cat wants to escape deliberately, it would be strange for a stupid bear to catch it. After everything in the zoo was settled, Qinyu monitored Lu Lin and an ordinary person going to the north of the city. Maybe there is some advantage to be gained. Otherwise Lu Lin would not go. Qinyu did not care, but called Liang Qiuying and prepared to retreat. Looking back, Liang Qiuying was sitting on a viewing platform outside the zoo, and was lifting her clothes to treat her wound. Qinyu ran over quickly. Are you injured? Oh, it's okay. Liang Qiuying pulled the collar of her clothes. I was shot. However, the nano-machine has slowly pushed the bullet out, and the wound will heal soon. She was shot below the collarbone. There was not much bleeding, and it was on the right side. However, she pulled the collar so hard that she was a little exposed. Qinyu blinked and looked away. You don't dare to look at me? Unexpectedly, Liang Qiuying asked in a very resentful and gentle voice. Qinyu was stunned. He looked back at her in astonishment. What did you say? I'm asking you. You don't dare to look at me? Liang Qiuying bravely bit her lip, stood up and slowly walked towards Qinyu, and said with a stiff upper lip, Do you really think I ran out just to cooperate with you? Qinyu understood instantly when he heard it. This young professor and researcher has thoughts about himself, too? Why don't you say anything? Is it because I'm not your type? Otherwise, after going out with you so many times, why have you never touched me? Ahem. Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Liang Qiuying, who was wearing a wide-open neckline and didn't care about exposing herself, and smiled bitterly. Qiuying, I always regarded you as a respected professor, so I didn't dare to think about that at all. I'm not a professor. Liang Qiuying grabbed Qinyu's clothes and said boldly, I'm a woman, not a professor. You? Oh, I don't care. You are mine tonight. Liang Qiuying, who had been holding back for too long, gave it up and hugged Qinyu to the ground. The two fell on the observation deck at the same time and rolled together in an instant. At this time, the moon in the sky was slowly covered by clouds. Maybe he felt shy? The next day, it was bright. There was a rare warm smell in the air. The man and woman who were sitting on the ground also separated from the entanglement. The two interacted for a whole night, mainly because of their super strong physical strength. Whether it was Qinyu or Liang Qiuying, they both had extremely exaggerated and abnormal physical fitness, so they didn't know how to get tired at all. After this night, the two also established a close connection. Moreover, what was even more strange was that the nanoparticles in the bodies of the two people seemed to have undergone a quantitative transformation again, and had completely spread throughout their bodies. Qinyu can see Liang Qiuying's physical fitness level. That is the evaluation of nanoparticles. Liang Qiuying can also see Qinyu's physical fitness data. This data is terrifying. Liang Qiuying's scalp is numb. Qinyu's current physical fitness value is almost 100 times higher than that of ordinary people. This is still in normal state. He has not used his superpowers yet. If he activates the level 3 superpower, I am afraid that the value will be even more terrifying. At the same time, according to Liang Qiuying's description, it seems that after she shared some information about the nanorobots in Qinyu's body, she seemed to have automatically and consciously learned Qinyu's fighting style. All the battle information was transmitted to Liang Qiuying's mind through the shared nanorobots, and even spread throughout her body. It felt great. Liang Qiuying, who had put on her clothes again, no longer looked like the serious professor she used to be. Her eyes were moist. Her lips were full of spring. She held Shen Yu's arm with one hand, and was as intimate as a girlfriend in love. She completely turned into a little woman mode. Then, the two hurried back to the shelter. In the room, Li Xiaoyun had gotten up a long time ago. She had been sitting at the window looking outside. Seeing the two people coming back, Li Xiaoyun only glanced at Liang Qiuying, whose face was rosy, and knew what happened last night. So he walked over with a half smile. Sister Qiuying, did you get what you wanted? Don't say it. Liang Qiuying was so embarrassed that she went over and dragged Li Xiaoyun out of the room. Shen Yu quickly turned around and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to take a shower." Liang Qiuying replied casually, and quickly disappeared with Li Xiaoyun. "I don't know where they went to take a shower." Shen Yu smiled, leisurely returned to the shelter, and started to prepare breakfast. At the same time, he found the location of Lu Lin and the stranger in the mental map. It was not far away. I don't know where it is, but Lu Lin was able to stay there with the stranger for a night. So it must be something interesting. I'll go check it out after dinner. 10 minutes later, Li Xiaoyun and Liang Qiuying came back, arm in arm. Very intimate. After going out for a while, the two of them became besties. That's good. The relationship between the three of them is self-evident. So no one is hiding anything, and just live the way they want. I had some bread and oatmeal for breakfast. It's pretty healthy. After dinner, Shen Yu put away all the things and waved at the two women. Let's go and meet up with Lu Lin and see what she is doing. What did she do last night? Li Xiaoyun asked in confusion. I went to the inner palace. Shen Yu smiled and replied. Ah? To that emperor? Yeah. Shen Yu nodded. I also went around with that emperor of the Pancake Dynasty. In the end, I took a hostage and ran away. Chapter 459 Rolling on the Ground. Good fellow. Li Xiaoyun explained. She really likes adventure more and more. Curiosity kills the cat. I think she will suffer sooner or later. So I have to find a way to improve your abilities. After that, the three of them hurriedly left the shelter. It's good to have Shen Yu here. No need to carry a luggage bag at all. He is just a super large mobile warehouse. It's a little after 7 in the morning. In the auditorium of the Academy of Arts, Lu He is eating. Suddenly, a man in heavy armor rushed in and whispered anxiously, Your Majesty. It's bad. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lu He's eyes slowly raised, his eyes flashing with ferocity, and said coldly, Aren't you idiots from the Academy of Arts the best at acting? How come after so long, you still can't remember the rules? The armored man was frightened and his face changed greatly. He knelt on the ground with a thud and said anxiously, I'm sorry. Your Majesty, I have something important to report. Lu He was already very angry last night. He was in a state of explosion because he didn't find Lu Lin. So he stood up suddenly, kicked over the table in front of him, picked up a whip from the side, swung his arm, and whipped. Snap, snap, snap. The man rolled on the ground. Although he was wearing armor, those were props and costumes in the school, and they had no protective ability at all. In addition, Lu He was a superpower. The power under his hands was simply terrifying. So after only 5 or 6 whips, the armored man's clothes and armor were all torn off, and there was blood and flesh inside. The people around were so scared that they were silent. No one dared to speak. The women in the tent behind the bed curtain were so scared that they hid inside and trembled. Now they really envied Schwettingting, who was kidnapped last night. Going out would be a death at most. Staying here is simply worse than death. Lu He kept whipping for a full 5 minutes, until the armored man curled up on the ground and twitched continuously. Then he stopped his hand and asked in a fierce voice, Dog slave, tell me, what's the matter? The armored man had been beaten to death. The whip in Lu He's hand was very scary, with sharp barbs, which would scrape off a layer of flesh and blood when it hit a person. After this beating, he felt that he was finished. So he gave it his all. He slowly turned his head to look at Lu He, with a resentful look in his eyes, and cursed weakly, Hack you! You eunuch! You are going to die! Cough cough cough. CNM? We are human beings, not animals. If you have the guts, just kill me. CNM? Kill me. Bastard. You dickless idiot. You are still an emperor. And you have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. You are so inhumane. You are not even a man. I just want to tell you that the zoo has been destroyed. You are the next one. You are the emperor. When you are MLGB. Ah ha ha ha. Kill me. Kill me. The armored man was hysterical, and he felt that his life was slowly slipping away. However, Lu He did not get angry. He blinked at the armored man, then slowly squatted down, looked at the man and whispered, "You called me a eunuch? Okay. I will make you a eunuch too. Besides, do you think you will die soon? No. You are wrong. I have a way to make you recover quickly. You can't die. After curing you, I will castrate you, cut off your limbs, and leave only your body and head. I will put you in a can. I remember. You have a woman, right? I will catch her today, and let 100 men kill her in front of you. You also have a child, right? I will cut your child into slices of meat in front of you, make meat soup, and feed it to you slowly. In this way, you will have meat to eat every day. Don't worry. You won't die." The pupils of the armored man contracted violently. He suddenly opened his mouth and wanted to bite his tongue to see if he could commit suicide. Unexpectedly, Lu He grabbed his chin and pulled it directly. The chin was removed then. Lu He looked at him and laughed wildly. Laughing wildly. While laughing, he cut his wrist with a knife. He dripped his blood into the armored man's mouth. The next second, the armored man's injuries began to recover rapidly under the naked eye. The armored man's injuries were really healed. It couldn't be better. Lu He didn't lie. He directly called someone over and sent a machete. Then in front of everyone, he chopped off the armored man's limbs and cut him up. The armored man turned into a human stick. Finally, he was put in a big jar. Only the head was exposed. Lu He had the armored man's wife and children tied up and brought into the auditorium. In front of the armored man, he let a group of men play with the women wantonly. At the same time, the teenager was chopped up. He chopped it into meat paste. Then he made it into meat soup and force-fed it to the armored man. This operation made everyone feel desperate and dared not look at it. Lu He vented his anger. However, he was always thinking about what the armored man said. The zoo is destroyed? Is it true? Isn't the cat-eared girl who came last night a product of the zoo? Is she capable of destroying the zoo? No. Although she was very agile. Lu He was sure that her strength was not enough to destroy the zoo, because there was a very scary mutant jaguar there. The cat-eared girl was no match at all. So, if the zoo was really destroyed, it means that a powerful outsider came to the city. Lu He had a murderous intention. How can there be two tigers in one mountain? How can others sleep soundly beside the bed? This outsider must be killed. So Lu He directly called his men to gather everyone and prepare weapons. At the same time, there were hundreds of male students who could fight in the school, and they were all summoned. These people could be used as shields or cannon fodder. The emperor led the army in person. As for the whereabouts of the enemy, Lu He was not a fool. Schwedingting, who was kidnapped last night. Her father is a very famous local businessman, and he is the chairman of Xingling Wine Industry Group. Schwedingting was rescued, and the first place to stay must be there. So, let's go to Xingling to have a look. At this moment, Chun Yu, Li Xiaoyun, and Liang Qiuying have entered the winery. Lu Lin noticed his arrival at the first time. Her evolved sense of smell is really terrifying. As long as she is not in a confined space, she can smell Chen Yu's scent from a distance of hundreds of meters. So, when Chen Yu and the other three entered the winery compound, Lu Lin immediately rushed out of the shelter and threw herself into Chen Yu's arms at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Then she hung on him. Li Xiaoyun and Liang Qiuying were both confused. This cat woman, she is getting more and more outrageous. Chen Yu hugged Lu Lin and asked in confusion, "What are you doing here? Who is the stranger with you?" "The queen." "What?" Lu Lin chuckled. "The queen of the emperor in the art academy is called Schwedingting. Her father is the chairman of Fengjiu Liquor Industry Group. She knew there was a secret small wine cellar here, so she hid here." Chapter 460, A World of Difference. Wine cellar. Chen Yu's eyes lit up and he laughed. "I like this the most. Let's go and have a look." "Yeah. Did you compete with the emperor last night?" Lu Lin stuck out her tongue. "I couldn't beat him. Although the emperor's speed is not fast, his strength is very terrifying. Maybe it's not inferior to your level 2 ability." "Really?" Chen Yu frowned. "Besides, I always feel that he has some secrets. Maybe there are some other abilities that haven't been shown. Anyway, He is very powerful. Okay. Let's play with him later. Lu Lin smiled and stretched out her hand to hook Chen Yu's neck. I'd like to see you domineering like this. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Yu slapped her, and said unhappily, you are becoming more and more cat-like now. Don't do this kind of thing secretly next time. If something goes wrong, I won't be able to save you in time. Oh! Lu Lin rubbed the place where she was slapped. With her eyes rolling, she looked at Chen Yu as if he wanted to eat him. Soon, the four people came to the entrance of the wine cellar. This is a dilapidated warehouse in the corner of the factory. The warehouse has been destroyed for a long time, but the inside was cleared out, revealing the entrance to the underground wine cellar. At the entrance, there has always been a head watching there carefully. It was Schwedingting. When she saw Lu Lin brought a man and two women, she knew that these must be the companions Lu Lin mentioned. So she climbed out carefully. Chen Yu stopped in front of the entrance. He looked Schwedingting up and down, somewhat surprised. This girl is quite pretty. She looks like a college student in a normal down jacket. It's completely different from the stereotype of the queen. She's not cool at all. Hello. Schwedingting greeted Chen Yu carefully. Hello. My name is Chen Yu. Chen Yu nodded lightly. They are my companions. This is Liang Qiuying. And she is Li Xiuyan. My name is Schwedingting. Chen Yu asked in confusion, I heard that the emperor was very cruel. Since you have escaped, why don't you leave the city and run far away? I am going to leave. Schwedingting whispered, I came here to get some supplies. Do you have experience in surviving in the wild? No. Then you basically can't survive more than a week if you leave the city. Schwedingting gritted her teeth and said, even if I die outside, I don't want to come back. If I am caught by that pervert, it will be a luxury to want to die at that time. Okay. Chen Yu nodded. It's good that you have this awareness. After speaking, he looked at the entrance and said, do you mind if I go down and take a look? I believe you can't take everything away, especially the wine. If there is something I like, maybe I will exchange supplies with you. Oh, no problem. Go down and take a look. Schwedingting quickly stepped aside. She is not a fool. Even Lu Lin, a magical mutant, was respectful to Chen Yu. So it was obvious that the young man in front of him was more powerful. So, several people entered the wine cellar. It was not too big. There were probably several thousand bottles of wine. But they were all rare and good wines. And there were even out-of-print wines of old. Chen Yu took a look around, and it was really good. So, he turned around and looked at Schwedingting, took out a 92 Type pistol directly from the space, and took out 10 magazines, and put them on the table together. These are for you. But the wine in your wine cellar belongs to me. Is there a problem? Schwedingting's eyes lit up immediately, and she looked at the gun on the table and said in surprise, no problem for me. This, can you really give it to me? Of course. A fair trade. If you want to go out and mess around, you can't take a single step without a weapon. Thank you. Then I won't be polite. Chen Yu turned around and walked around the wine cellar openly. The wine disappeared in an instant. Schwedingting was stunned. What kind of magic is this? Where is the wine? Could he know magic? Although Schwedingting was very curious, she didn't dare to ask. Because Lu Lin once warned her not to ask questions that she shouldn't ask. Because if you ask too much and know too much, if it has nothing to do with you, then you are not far from death. So, Schwedingting swallowed hard. Finally, she turned her eyes to the 92 Type pistol on the table. For her, who was rebellious since childhood, this thing seemed to be more attractive than any material. Chen Yu asked Lu Lin to briefly train Schwedingting on the skills of using a gun. He sat at a small table in the distance with Li Xiuyan and Liang Qiuying, studying the map behind them, while tasting a few sips of the out-of-print collection of old wine. The taste is excellent. The older the wine is, the more fragrant it is, but you have to keep it well. Some people follow the ancients and bury wine jars in the ground, which is nonsense. The ancients had no choice but to preserve them in this way. But in fact, if 50 of the 100 jars are preserved, it is good. In modern wine storage, it is best to pay attention to the regulation of air temperature and humidity. The wine will become more fragrant after being well preserved. While drinking, Chen Yu suddenly stopped, paused for a moment and smiled. The emperor has led the army in person, and he actually knows this place. The emperor is here. Li Xiuyan was stunned. Yes. He brought nearly 400 people. He is coming in this direction. Schwedingting was so scared that her face turned pale when she heard it. And she hurriedly said, let's hide quickly. It's not safe here. He knows my father's identity. Why are you hiding? Lu Lin reached out and touched Schwettingting's hair. Just like touching her own child. You just hide behind us obediently. Don't worry. You won't be hurt again. Sister Linlin. That guy is very powerful. I've seen him fight with many people. And no one can withstand 3 punches from him. He can definitely do it. Lu Lin pointed at Chen Yu casually. Schwettingting naturally looked at Chen Yu. And the curiosity in her eyes became more and more obvious. Chen Yu calmly put away the map. Then put away the wine. And stretched hard. Let's go. I didn't want to pay attention to him. But he came here on his own. So it's not our fault. Let's go and see it. Liang Qiuying and Li Xiuyun immediately got up and followed. Lu Lin patted Schwettingting on the shoulder. Follow me. If you beats the guy to pieces, you don't have to leave. It's better to stay in the city. With your classmates. A delicate little girl like you can't survive outside. Schwettingting didn't say anything. Just nodded obediently. Everyone left the wine cellar. There's no need to come here anymore. Because it was completely empty by Qingyu. 10 minutes later. Qingyu and his 5 companions appeared at the gate of the winery. Less than 20 minutes later. A group of people came in a mighty way. Nearly 400 people. The scene was very spectacular. But in Qingyu's mental map, more than 300 people were ordinary people. And they were in low spirits. They were used as cannon fodder. Among them, only about 30 people were at the level of gangsters. The mental bodies were relatively bright. The brightest one must be the Emperor. However, Qingyu has not seen him yet. Because this guy actually came in a sedan chair. A sedan chair carried by 8 people. Ancient style. I have to say that the props of this school are really good. Many people wore armor outside their down jackets and held Type 79 submachine guns in their hands. It was neither fish nor fowl. It made people laugh. More than 300 people surrounded the gate of the winery. Chapter 461 The Last Chance. The sedan chair was in the center of the crowd. It was surrounded by cannon fodder. It seemed that this emperor was not really brave and fearless, but also afraid of death. Otherwise, why would he put so many cannon fodder in front? Qingyu and the other 4 stood at the door. Schwettingting hid behind Lu Lin. The sun was shining brightly today. The air was unusually warm. I could feel the ice and snow in the city melting. This was a good thing. When Qingyu left here and rushed to Yanqing, I believe the seawater at the seaside should have thawed. The city was thawing. And this was Qinyu's last chance. At this time, the curtain of the sedan chair was finally lifted. A tall figure slowly walked out from inside, wearing a dragon robe and a crown on his head. It was unknown which dynasty it was from. Looks like a fool. Qingyu's eyebrows trembled. After leaving the sedan, his eyes were not enough. And he kept staring at Li Xiuyun and Liang Qiuying. There are 2 more beauties. They are very good. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Although he was born a eunuch and couldn't be human, he was more enthusiastic about beauties. Just pure appreciation. Or playing with them is fine. But the more he came into contact with beauties, the more abnormal his psychology became. So he was actually somewhat schizophrenic. Finally, his eyes caught Qingyu and asked loudly, "From outside?" "Yes," Qingyu replied lazily. "Have you ever heard a saying? A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake?" "Oh!" Qingyu laughed. "Are you scared? Are you scared?" He suddenly laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha. I am the founder of the Bing dynasty. You dare to say I am scared? Ha ha ha." Qingyu blinked. He suddenly turned around and waved at Li Xiuyun. "Xiuyun. Aim." "Yes." Li Xiuyun slowly raised her hand, pointed her index finger and aimed. And her smile suddenly stopped. He didn't understand what this gesture meant. So he shouted loudly, "Give my queen back. And the 2 women beside you stay. You bow to me. Otherwise, humph." He also waved his hand. Almost half of the more than 300 people on the opposite side raised their weapons. There were guns, bows and arrows, and crossbows. But most people's postures were very slumped. Some people were shaking. And the guns in their hands were so fucking shaped. Qingyu couldn't bear to look at them. Those cannon fodders had fake guns in their hands. Simulated models. Only the more than 30 bandits had real guns in their hands. Qingyu wiped his face helplessly, looked at Li Xiuyun and said, "I really don't want to talk to him. It lowers my status." "Do it." Li Xiuyun nodded sharply. The next second, an invisible wave burst out from her fingers instantly. Bang! Those standing in the middle of the crowd were still wondering. What was that girl pretending to do? She kept pointing her finger at herself. As a result, he suddenly realized the danger. But it was too late to dodge. His forehead was hit by a huge force. With a sound of puff, his head was shaken and twisted backwards. Crack! The neck and tibia made a crisp sound. At this time, Chinyu shouted again in a deep voice, Xiaoyun. Group shooting. Can you take care of those bandits in the crowd? Yes. Li Xiaoyun's telekinetic cannon has been played with by her. Scattering is also possible. It's just a little weak. At this moment, the one who was knocked down by a blow actually roared and jumped up from the ground again. There was a bloody hole on his forehead. He didn't die. Chinyu was also stunned. I saw him suddenly bit his wrist, as if drinking blood. Then, the wound on his forehead slowly disappeared. Damn! This scene really stunned Chinyu. What kind of ability is this? So awesome? As soon as the wound healed, he immediately roared, shoot. Chinyu also shouted in a deep voice, Xiaoyun. Do it. At that moment, both sides were ready to open fire at the same time. But the men raised their guns and aimed first. But what about Li Xiaoyun? His eyes had long been aimed at the gangsters in the crowd. And the telekinetic cannon had been refined into countless telekinetic lines, which were shot out instantly. I saw a burst of puffing sounds in the crowd. All the gangsters targeted by Li Xiaoyun were shot in the head. Blood burst from their heads one by one, and they fell backwards without a sound. In the crowd opposite, there was a strange silence. Everyone was confused. Damn it! I thought that woman was just pretending. Someone was using a sniper rifle. What happened? Is this woman also a superpower? Can she scatter? It's over. I shuddered in my heart. I had a bad feeling. In an emergency, Li Xiaoyun aimed her finger at him again. He was a close combat type. Although he had a nearly immortal body, he hated the long-range sniper type of opponents the most. Seeing that Li Xiaoyun was about to attack him again, he was about to hide in the crowd and try to escape first. But someone suddenly shouted, he's going to escape. He can't escape, Chinyu said indifferently, then suddenly activated the level 2 supernatural power, and rushed into the crowd at an instant. He didn't even look at the cannon fodder in front of him. He jumped directly into the air. He grabbed the void casually. Space attack method. He was about to crouch and escape when he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying sense of crisis, and almost turned his head subconsciously. Puff! His waist and hips seemed to be twisted by something. A piece of it disappeared directly. Blood spurted out in an instant. After Chinyu landed, his supernatural power was also activated to the peak state of level 3. His murderous intent surged, and his face was extremely fierce. He stared with a pair of bloodthirsty eyes and roared angrily, "Get out!" Boom! The crowd scattered instantly. Only the one in the middle was exposed. At this moment, he was biting his arm with his head down, as if he was sucking blood, and the wound on his waist and hips was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is so magical. Can his blood bring the dead back to life? Chinyu blinked. At this time, Schwedington's voice came from behind again. He can recover infinitely. His blood can regenerate bones. And his weakness is? He is a eunuch. The weakness is in his crotch. I see an M. He was furious, roared, and suddenly jumped up, trying to fly over Chinyu and kill Schwedington. A walking panacea? Chinyu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He almost instantly jumped backwards, and was the first to arrive, blocking in front of him. The two people collided fiercely in midair, and then tore each other apart and hit each other hard, and unexpectedly crashed directly from the original place 100 meters away, and crashed fiercely into an abandoned building. The others saw it and hurriedly chased after him. They were all a little frightened, especially hearing that he actually had the ability to regenerate bones. This was too terrifying. Doesn't that mean he will never die? For a moment, everyone was even a little worried about Chinyu. In the ruins of the building, there were roars and roars inside, and the huge impact force kept shaking the walls and collapsing the floors, from the ground to the roof, and then crashed down from the roof. After just a dozen seconds, the building died down. No sound. Chapter 462, Fear and Anxiety. Everyone's heart was lifted, not to mention Li Xiaoyun and others. Even the cannon fodder in the distance unconsciously approached one by one, wanting to know the result of the battle. If Lu had died, then they would be truly liberated, no longer have to live in fear and anxiety. But if Lu had didn't die, he would probably be abused by him again after returning. Because today, He must be very unhappy. Crash! Suddenly, there was a sound in the ruins. A figure slowly crawled out of the rubble, coughing up blood and staggering to stand up. Everyone looked and exclaimed at the same time. It's Lu He. It's over. Huh? No. He doesn't look like he has won. Plop. Lu He, who had just barely stood up, knelt on the ground again, no longer biting his arm, but just sitting on the ground dejectedly. A figure walked out of the ruins behind him again, standing proudly. Although he was in a mess, his face was fierce and murderous, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying light that made people tremble. Chen Yu won completely. He didn't even use the power of annihilation, because he was afraid of hurting Lu He's recovery ability. Chen Yu walked out with a bloody thing in his hand and threw it aside. That was Lu He's weakness. The weakness of the eunuch. Once caught, he would completely enter the sage time. As a result, he was pulled out by Chen Yu. Lu He had lost his strength. Chen Yu slowly walked behind him, grabbed his head, and gently lifted it. The head was pulled down without any hindrance. It turned out that his head had been chopped off during the previous battle. Only a piece of flesh was still attached. There was a dead silence outside. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Looking at this scene, their fear of Chen Yu was even far greater than that of Lu He. This man is so scary. Chen Yu ignored the others, just put his hand on Lu He's body and put him directly into the space. This guy is a treasure. He should have two superpowers. One is a powerful force. It is considered a physical body. The other is that his blood has the magical ability to bring back to life human flesh and bones. Chen Yu couldn't figure out what kind of power this is. It doesn't seem to be a supernatural power. But no matter what, his blood is a treasure. The total amount of blood in a human body is only about 4,000 milliliters. So it must be stored. And it will definitely be useful in the future. The battle is over. Although the scene was silent for more than 2 minutes because of everyone's fear. But when those cannon fodders realized that Lu He was finally dead, noise began to appear in the crowd. Then it slowly turned into a roar. Finally, there was cheering. In the end, more than 300 people howled wildly and rushed to Chen Yu hysterically, shouting and jumping at him. Some even knelt down. The crowd was boiling. Everyone vented their ecstasy. Finally, liberated, Chen Yu's state slowly returned to normal. He actually didn't care about the life and death of these people in front of him, because they were not companions. It was not for them to kill Lu He. So he just waved his hand lightly, signaling everyone to disperse, and then walked straight to Li Xiaoyun and the others. Okay. The matter here is done. Let's retreat. Yes. Li Xiaoyun and Liang Qiuying prepared to follow without saying a word. At this time, Shuitingting suddenly rushed to Chen Yu and asked anxiously, Wait a minute. Please, can you take me with you? Chen Yu waved his hand without thinking. Sorry. No. There is no emperor here anymore. You are free. Survive on your own. After that, he strode away. Shuitingting looked at Lu Lin for help. Lu Lin walked up to her, reached out and touched her hair, and said softly and dotingly, He won't accept others easily. Besides, we have other important things to do. Try to survive first. See you later. After that, he left. Shuitingting looked at the 4 people going away, and felt yearning for a moment. That man is the real strong man. Chen Yu stayed outside Jinan for a day. He completely drained the blood from Lu He's body, and put it in small bottles. With a total of more than 400 small bottles. A part was kept for emergency use. A part was taken back. In the future, when conditions permit, I have to study the situation of this blood. How did you do it? What kind of supernatural power can make human blood have the effect of resurrection? And it works so quickly. If possible, try to use technological means to replicate this blood. Maybe you can get an inexhaustible resurrection liquid. This is a big project. It is also a long-term sustainable project. After getting the blood, Chen Yu took out the helicopter and left Jinan in the early morning of the 3rd day, heading all the way to Yanjing in the northeast. Along the way, he stopped and walked. From time to time, he went to the city below to search for supplies. Occasionally, he went down to hunt mutant animals and search for crystal cores. Until half a month later, Chen Yu finally arrived in Yanjing by helicopter, the imperial capital of Xia. Looking around here, there is a vast ocean. The whole city has been submerged by sea water. It is now mid-April, and it is almost May. 01 The sun is exerting its last residual heat. Seawater thaws much faster than ordinary waters. After all, it is salt water. So, when Chinyu arrived, there was already a magnificent scene below. The seawater backflow was too strong. The entire Yanjing Tianjin port sank to the bottom of the sea. There was no trace of a building. Chinyu directly released a 10-person sightseeing yacht on the sea. After several people boarded the yacht, they put away the helicopter. Through the scanning of the mental map, Chinyu roughly confirmed the approximate location of the entire city. Finally, the yacht was fixed somewhere. Several people stood on the deck. Li Xiaoyun suddenly laughed and said, "We made a mistake. We should have let Lieutenant Lu come with us. She is a superpower who can breathe freely underwater." "Yes." Liang Qiuying looked at the water helplessly. "Ayu, even if it is you, you can't hold it underwater all the time, right?" "Of course not." Chinyu smiled and said, "It's okay. Lieutenant Lu can't help. After all, I still need to collect those supplies. Don't worry. Although I can't breathe underwater, I have plenty of diving equipment." As he said that, he began to take out diving equipment from the space. One of the 5 disasters of the Doomsday is seawater backflow. So when Chinyu was stockpiling supplies, diving equipment was also a top priority. And he got a lot of it. After taking out the equipment, Chinyu looked at them and said, "Do you want to go down and play together?" "I don't want to." Lu Lin immediately hid far away. Cats are afraid of water. She now has a natural resistance to water. Li Xiaoyun and Liang Qiuying didn't care, and nodded excitedly, "Let's go down. As long as we have oxygen tanks." "Okay. Let's go down." Chinyu immediately started to put on his diving suit. Lu Lin thought about it. Suddenly walked over and stretched out his hand. "Give me the crystal core. You guys go in the water. I have nothing to do. I'm going to swallow the crystal core." "Okay." Chinyu didn't hesitate. Chapter 463 Be Vigilant. The crystal core of the mutant jaguar obtained in Jinyang Zoo is still very good. Because she was always on the road, she didn't have time to try it. Now she can relax. And as long as she turns on her superpowers, there will be basically no danger when swallowing the crystal core. At most it will be a little uncomfortable. So, she can do it by herself. When Chinyu was promoted, he swallowed the crystal core by himself. After Lu Lin took the crystal core, she turned around and went into the cabin. Chinyu and the other 2 quickly put on their diving equipment, gestured to each other, and then leaned back and jumped directly into the water. The seawater was cold. Because they were wearing diving suits, it wasn't freezing cold. Visibility was high underwater. The 3 people swam slowly underwater and reached the bottom of the water. The city suddenly appeared before their eyes. It felt a bit scary. It was like the underwater world in a science fiction movie. The only strange thing was that there were no bodies in the underwater world. Occasionally, there were bodies floating in those relatively closed rooms. But there was no body anywhere else. Perhaps they had been swept away by the ocean currents long ago? Or perhaps they had been eaten by mutant fish in the ocean. It was not safe underwater. So Chinyu reminded the 2 women to be vigilant at all times. Underwater, the combat effectiveness of the 3 people is actually discounted. So it is better to be careful. Then, Chinyu began to take the 2 women on a bizarre exploration journey in the underwater city. On the yacht, due to the fear of water, Lu Lin's face is always a bit ugly. She doesn't like this floating feeling. But in fact, when she was a criminal police officer, her swimming level was first class. Lu Lin held the crystal core in her hand, lying on the bed in the cabin. When she heard the sound of Chinyu and Ren jumping into the water, she looked at the crystal core in her hand carefully, and then murmured, "Will there be changes? I hope there will be. I don't want to turn into a cat and stay with him forever." After saying that, he swallowed the crystal core directly into his stomach. Then he stood up straight. "Wait! Wait! Keep waiting." At a certain moment, Lu Lin trembled all over. Hands and feet began to cramp, and the body suddenly curled up violently. And a feeling as if the bones were about to be crushed came to her mind. It hurt so much. Ah! Lu Lin couldn't help but scream. Then, black fluff began to slowly extend from her body's surface. It's over. Could it be that not only did it fail to stop the mutation, but it accelerated it? In less than 5 minutes, Lu Lin couldn't help curling up her body. And little by little she really turned into a huge black cat. Her clothes fell off. Lu Lin panted heavily, as if she had noticed some changes in her body. Stop! The changes stopped. She jumped off the bed and went straight to the dressing mirror to take a look. Oh my god! She really turned into a big black cat. Bright golden cat eyes. The fur on her body was shiny black. And her tail was curled up. Very proud. But Lu Lin collapsed. How could she stay with him from now on? Woo woo woo. I still want to become a human. As soon as the thought fell, Lu Lin suddenly found a wonderful feeling spreading from her body. Then, she slowly changed from a cat back to a woman in front of the mirror. Lu Lin was stunned. Huh? Can she change freely? The thought came to her mind again. Turn into a cat? In the blink of an eye, she turned into a cat again. Meow! Lu Lin cried excitedly, and then regained her human form, with a look of ecstasy on her face. This feeling was wonderful. Moreover, her figure seemed to be more perfect. Her cat nature was revealed. That enchanting figure. That charming spring love. Now she was no longer a cat girl, but a real cat woman. Lu Lin was surprised and turned around and rushed to the deck outside with a giggle. She didn't even wear clothes. She spun her body and danced on the deck in the sun. In the sunlight, she danced like a beautiful elf. The key is that she was not wearing any clothes. Fortunately, it was the end of the world. Otherwise, if someone saw her, it would really cause a sensation. Just as Lu Lin was dancing happily, she suddenly glanced at the water. She was so scared that she stopped dancing and stared at the bottom with a shocked face. In the water, water floating densely, like a phantom? The number is so huge that it is simply scary. An idea suddenly flashed through Lu Lin's mind. According to the old legend, cats' eyes can see the world after death. Could it be that the things below are the souls that people often talk about? After Lu Lin confirmed again and again, she identified the images in the water as souls. Those were the souls of humans who died when the seawater backflowed. These souls were all moving. They were constantly repeating what they did at the last moment before they died. It was shocking to watch. Lu Lin couldn't bear to watch any longer. She hurried back to the cabin and put on her clothes. Then she sat cross-legged on the bed and began to carefully feel the changes in her body. More than an hour later, she finally summed it up. Swallowing the crystal core of the mutant jaguar allowed her to successfully evolve to the second-level form. That is, she can freely switch between humans and cats. At the same time, her physical strength was further enhanced. It was almost the same as Jinyu's second-level control muscle strength. I guess her hypnotic ability has also improved. But I can't try it now. Another new ability is that she can see the souls of humans after death. Let's just treat them as souls. Other than that, there are no other changes. That's fine. Anyway, at the beginning, Lu Lin just wanted to end the process of mutation. Now, the goal has been achieved, and the effect is better. As for other abilities, she didn't force it. There is still a long time. There will definitely be better crystal cores for her to improve in the future. Sooner or later, she will surpass Suya and become a powerful superpower. It's not too late to take revenge then. Now, let's enjoy it for a while. Staying with Chenyu is really a wonderful enjoyment. So Lu Lin put on home clothes and started to prepare delicious food in the cabin. This trip was actually very relaxing. Time flies. Chenyu has been away for a month and a half. Lakeside community. The ice of Moon Lake has not thawed. It is estimated that it will not thaw in the future. After all, this is a freshwater lake, and it is also a bitter cold place in the southwest. In the high altitude area, the average temperature throughout the year is below zero. Therefore, the lake bottom community is still under construction. It has already taken shape, because everyone in the Air Force base has joined. There are now many people in the community. There is fighting force. There is staff. So many women have started to stay at home, including the 13 women gang. Other women stay at home and wait for their men. But the 13 of them are determined to choose Chenyu, because they all met on that day by chance and gave their first time to Chenyu. Women's admiration for the strong made them choose Chenyu. So the 13 women united together to form a women's gang. They are really like sisters, and have almost no secrets from each other. They miss Chenyu in almost the same way. Chapter 464 True Warriors. Before the superpowers were exposed, they were still very proud. In order to stay with Chenyu, they learned firearms and fighting, forming a female army with a unique style. Their fighting power should not be underestimated. But now, the superpowers have been exposed, and the 13 hairpins women's gang is depressed. As time goes by, there are fewer and fewer ordinary survivors, and the remaining ones are almost all mutant beasts and mutant human monsters. Fighting against such things The Sailor Moons are no match. So, it has always been Dong Qiule and Su Jian who are fighting. And every time Qin Yu goes out, he must take people with special abilities. And their fighting power must be strong enough. They know that this is a kind of protection for their weak women. But, they are together less and apart more. One man is not enough to share. As time goes by, the women's gang will inevitably feel resentful. This emotion accumulates slowly. One day it will finally burst out completely. Maybe today is such a day. Lu Shuyun, the eldest sister of the women's gang, helps record some data at the construction site under the lake. Because she used to be an accountant, she is extremely sensitive to data. So this job can only be done by her. As a result, a huge piece of ice was accidentally mined today. And a mutant giant tooth schizothorax was thawed out from it. And it was not dead. The mutant fish fluttered into space at the bottom of the lake. It almost hurt Lu Shuyun. At the critical moment, Su Jian, who happened to be underwater, blocked the mutant fish's attack and finally killed the mutant fish. Lu Shuyun was scared to death. After returning to the ground, her resentment for her own incompetence instantly broke out. So, she secretly put on her clothes, took the few crystal cores that Qin Yu gave to everyone before leaving, and left the base. Unexpectedly, her figure secretly leaving was discovered by Luo Yin. A few minutes later, all the 13 women's gang arrived. The 13 women left the base and came to the south bank, and found a hidden shelter near the warehouse where the nuclear bomb was stored. Entered the shelter. No one spoke. Luo Yin looked into Lu Shuyun's eyes for a long time before she asked softly, "Sister, do you want to try the crystal core?" Lu Shuyun lowered her head and said nothing. The younger sister Jiang Shanshan said anxiously, "Sister, is it true? We sisters have agreed that no one can use the crystal core alone without telling others. Otherwise, there will be no one to collect the body after death." Alas! Lu Shuyun sighed, looked at the cute and well-behaved Jiang Shanshan and smiled bitterly. "Shanshan, sister is 16 years older than you. If it was a peaceful time, you would not call me sister. You would definitely call me aunt. My elder sister is already 36 this year. In this life, there is only one man like Qin Yu. When I was an office worker, I was afraid of marriage and was reluctant to find a man. I didn't want to fall in love. I just wanted to be a small accountant and live a muddle-headed life. The end of the world has come. That night, when he appeared in our camp, I was actually the first to find him. I couldn't sleep at all. He is just a younger brother to me. Ever since he saved us in Jiancheng, I can't forget him. So that night, my elder sister was thick-skinned and didn't say a word, letting him do whatever he wanted and giving him her most precious thing. At this point, Lu Shuyun's eyes turned red. The other 12 sisters were also a little sad. In fact, they all felt the same way. That night, perhaps only the youngest sister Jiang Shanshan was woken up, and the others should have been woken up beforehand. But no one said anything. They all agreed. They all shyly endured the panic and waited until the crazy man climbed onto the bed. This was a decision made by everyone. So no one laughed at Lu Shuyun. Lu Shuyun continued, "I don't care about ethics and morality. Nor do I care whether he can be devoted to me alone. Because I know he can't do it. He doesn't even have much true love for us. I can still distinguish between feelings and true love. But you can't blame him for this. He made his point clear from the beginning. And it's me who can't let him go. But what about now? The situation outside is getting more and more dangerous. And we can't help much. We can't even fight with him. Then what is the value of our existence? We are not married. And we don't want to find another man to live against our will. Then what are we insisting on?" Lu Shuyun said, and glanced at all the women. They were all silent. Lu Shuyun slowly spread out her hands, which contained several crystal cores of different colors. She said in a hoarse voice, "I don't want to go back to the desperate and hopeless days before. I don't want to stay by the lake and wait endlessly. Even if I become a woman, I must be Qin Yu's woman. I am older than all of you. I don't have much youth to squander. So, no one should persuade me. Today, I will try. If I fail, you will collect my body. If I succeed, I hope to spend a few more years of wanton indulgence with Qin Yu before I can still maintain this beauty." After saying that, Lu Shuyun looked at the others. Unexpectedly, all 12 of them took out their crystal cores at the same time. Lu Shuyun was stunned. Luo Yin smiled faintly. "Sister, for years have passed in a flash. We sisters are the same. Our youth cannot be wasted. Especially, There are more outstanding women around him. So, we women's gang. If we want to do it, we should do it together. If we can't live together, then we will die together. The other women all nodded firmly. Lu Shuyun's eyes became redder. The end of the world. Having these sisters is enough. This life is not lived in vain. Then let's try. 13 women with one heart. Today, we are all ready to try to devour the crystal core. All 13 people will try. Even if something goes wrong. Even if we die. There will be someone to collect the body. In fact, if it is a peaceful time, the 13 of them will never make such a decision. Even if 13 women really fall in love with a man at the same time. That is impossible. Because in a peaceful time, you can have a lot of things to do. It is easy to divert your attention. But now is the end of the world. Except for the people in the lakeside community. The whole Tibetan land is dead silent. Life is actually boring. Those other women who have found partners may still be fresh for a few years. After all, they can rely on each other. But what about them? 13 women were captured by a man. They couldn't follow him. They couldn't do manual labor at the base. Finally, they gradually fell into the mode of housewife who did laundry and cooking. What was the meaning of living? Just living? No network. No social interaction. No games. No expectations. No visions. Wondering every day which would come first. Tomorrow or an accident. Then it's better to be brave. Risk your life and try. If you die, it will be over. And you don't have to support the belief of living anymore. If you succeed, it's even better. Have superpowers and become a real warrior. Chapter 465 Order of Precedence. You can follow Chenmu. Or even go out alone to form a small group and do more meaningful things for Chenmu. The 13 women are unwilling to be mediocre. Once they become the women of that man, they naturally have higher requirements for themselves. So, sooner or later there will be such a day. Since everyone has decided to try, there must be a sequence of precedence. The 13 women sat in a circle. Each of them had 7 or 8 crystal cores in their hands. At the same time, there was a pistol in front of each person. It was used to help others get rid of it. Finally, Lu Shuyun looked at the sisters and said softly, "You all want to try. And I won't stop you. But we sisters can't try together. If something goes wrong, no one will take care of it, which will cause trouble to the base. So, try one by one. I'll go first." Luo Yin nodded. "Big sister, you go first. Don't worry. If something really goes wrong, I will help you get rid of it." "Thank you." Lu Shuyun reached out and hugged her. Then her eyes swept across the faces of all the sisters. Finally stopped at Jiang Shanshan's face. Among the 13 sisters, she is the youngest. She is just 20 years old this year. 4 years ago, when she was rescued, she was only 16 years old. A real child. Under the care of the big sisters, she can be considered to live a comfortable life. Lu Shuyun sighed. "Shanshan. Sister, I'm not a child now. I'm an adult. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. This is the result of my careful consideration." Jiang Shanshan interrupted her without hesitation. "Well, okay." Lu Shuyun didn't say anything more. She picked up the crystal cores, thinking about what Chenmu had said to all of them before he left, and took a deep breath. Then she swallowed the crystal core into her stomach. Everyone's heart was instantly lifted at that moment. All looked at her nervously. Liu Yan, Deng Kaiyun and Wang Lijuan, the 3 older sisters, also picked up the guns at the same time, opened the safety, and stared at her nervously. This process is too terrifying. The unknown waiting is the most terrifying. Time passed by minute. Everyone's throat was dry with tension. At a certain moment, Lu Shuyun suddenly trembled all over, and a terrifying force lifted her up in the air, and her whole body showed a terrifying bend. Everyone's heart trembled. There was a reaction. A reaction means that there will definitely be a mutation. Will it succeed? The next second, Lu Shuyun's pupils disappeared, and they turned white strangely. At the same time, dense silver arcs emanated from her body, forming a strange picture in the air. Suddenly, Liu Yin screamed. She quickly took out a satellite phone from her pocket and threw it aside. Bang! The satellite phone exploded. Then, 2 or 3 people took out various electronic products from their pockets, such as those for listening to music and playing games. Without exception, they all exploded under the influence of that strange electric arc. Deng Kaiyun was surprised. What's going on? Is it caused by my eldest sister? I'm afraid so. What should I do? It looks a bit scary. Second sister. Third sister. Will this situation of my eldest sister affect the community? Oh. Second sister and third sister. We are very close to the nuclear bomb. Will the elder sister's condition affect the nuclear bomb? As soon as this sentence came out, everyone was shocked. No way. Luo Yin was the first to stand up and rushed out. A moment later, she rushed back and shouted in horror, "Oh no! The nuclear bomb has been activated." And the display screen showed that the explosion was about to be activated. When everyone heard this, their minds went blank at the same time. If the nuclear bomb exploded here, the entire Tibetan area would be finished. There were so many people by the lake. For a moment, Deng Kaiyun and Wang Lijuan stood up almost at the same time, raised their guns, and pointed them at Lu Shuyun. But they couldn't do it. Others were even more panicked. Luo Yin gritted her teeth and hardened her heart. She also raised her gun and aimed it at Lu Shuyun, and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! A gunshot. However, when the bullet hit Lu Shuyun, it stopped unexpectedly. It was stuck by those strange arcs. Then it fell to the ground with a snap. Luo Yin felt cold in her heart. It's over. She can't be killed. What to do? At this time, the youngest Jiang Shanshan suddenly rushed over like crazy, not caring about the strange arcs flashing, and rushed straight to Lu Shuyun, screaming, "Sister! Sister! Wake up quickly! The nuclear bomb is going to explode!" Bang! A muffled sound. She was shot back by the arcs around Lu Shuyun's body. The whole body turned black. She was about to take her last breath. Feng Zihan, who had been beside her, was terrified and subconsciously stuffed the crystal core in his hand into her mouth. "Shanshan, swallow the crystal core. You can't die. Swallow it anyway. And try to see if you can." Before she finished speaking, the light on Lu Shuyun's body suddenly became dazzling. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Not far away, the warehouse where the nuclear bomb was hidden suddenly shook violently. A terrifying wave spread instantly. Then, the huge explosion power instantly cracked from under the ice layer. The dazzling white light leaked out. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone knew that the nuclear bomb had exploded. It was over. I didn't expect that the base that Shenmue had worked so hard to build would be destroyed by carelessness. All the women's thoughts stayed at that moment. When the huge fireball and the dazzling white light were about to burst out from under the ice, like a demon from hell. In the shelter, Jiang Shanshan, who had just swallowed the crystal core, suddenly had her eyes turn silver white. The pupil disappeared. Then, a strange force field formed around her. The force field enveloped all 13 women, and they disappeared from the shelter in an instant. The figures of the 13 women disappeared. The next second, in the ice warehouse, where the nuclear warheads were hidden, figures flashed. In the flames and white light that had already exploded, 13 figures suddenly appeared. Luo Yin and others were instantly exposed to the terrible impact of nuclear fission energy. But strangely, their bodies were protected by that kind of force field. This scene was too terrifying. But even if there was a force field to protect them, the nascent force field was too weak. So the endless nuclear fission energy penetrated the bodies of the 13 women. And for a moment everyone screamed and struggled wildly. The center of the explosion was like the Nine Nether Hell. But an extremely strange scene appeared outside. It was as if time had stopped. The energy that was about to break through the ice seemed to be wrapped up and stayed on the surface of the ice without exploding. In less than 10 minutes, all the survivors on the north bank came over. Almost everyone in the base of hundreds of people came over, looking at the scene in front of them in horror. What was going on? Did the nuclear warhead explode? Why was it like it was frozen? Everyone's mind was blank. Even Dong Qiule and Su Jian were confused. How could this happen? Chapter 466. Find a solution quickly. If the nuclear bomb really exploded, the two of them would definitely be finished. Even if Dong Qiule could teleport, she couldn't teleport hundreds of kilometers at once, let alone the others. They would be vaporized into ashes in an instant. So, everyone froze. At the center of the explosion, just as Luo Yin and the others were painfully enduring the tearing of nuclear fission energy, a sentence sounded in everyone's mind. It was Jiang Shanshan's voice. "Sisters, help me. I seem to have successfully activated my superpowers, but I can't restrain the power of the nuclear bomb. Find a solution quickly. Sisters, find a solution quickly." Hearing Jiang Shanshan's voice, The remaining 11 women suddenly woke up. God! This turned out to be Jiang Shanshan restraining the energy of nuclear fission. She succeeded. But she was about to be unable to restrain it. What to do? At this time, Liu Yin didn't care about life or death, and suddenly took out her crystal core and stuffed it into her mouth frantically. Try to activate the superpower in this situation. No matter whether it works or not. You have to try it. Otherwise, once Jiang Shanshan runs out of energy, everyone will die together. When the other women saw her actions, they immediately followed suit. All 11 women swallowed the crystal core. But after swallowing it, something strange happened. The terrifying and immeasurable nuclear fission energy seemed to be pulled, and began to drill into everyone's body from the 7 orifices and the surface of the body. The energy turned into an energy flow, crashed into a person's body, rushed out of her body, and poured into another person's body. In this way, the nuclear fission energy shuttled back and forth in the bodies of the 13 women. As the number of shuttles increased, the nuclear fission energy became weaker and weaker. Outside, everyone was shocked, because they watched the terrifying ball of light that was about to break through the ice slowly dim. No way. The power of the nuclear bomb was suppressed? Who did it? Who on earth? Could it be that another superpower appeared? And with such terrible power? As time passed slowly, the energy center gradually dimmed. About half an hour later, the fission energy of the nuclear warhead completely disappeared, and was completely absorbed by the 13 women. A disaster was completely eliminated. In the warehouse, the 13 women fell unconscious on the ground. All of them lost consciousness. Very soon, Zhang Yang led the crowd into the warehouse, and everyone hurriedly carried the 13 women out. Murongzheng set people to measure the surrounding nuclear radiation. Weird. No radiation at all. No leakage at all. But the nuclear warhead is useless. The ground is full of debris. Even though Murongzheng is the top scientist in Xia country, he is still confused in the face of this situation. What happened? What did those 13 women do? 3 days later, the 13 women woke up. During these 3 days, they didn't drink a drop of water or eat a grain of rice. But their mental state is very good. Everyone looks radiant. In the dormitory, Fang Jing and other leaders are all here. Everyone greeted and laughed, enjoying the joy of surviving the disaster. After the 13 women drank some water and ate some food, Zhu Hao asked seriously, "Everyone, can you tell me what happened now?" Liu Yin and the others looked at Lu Shuyun. She smiled faintly. To be honest, we don't know. Anyway, what we can be sure of now is that the 13 of us seem to have escaped with the energy of nuclear fission. You used the crystal core? Yes. Lu Shuyun nodded. All of us swallowed the crystal core. If it weren't for the special situation at that time, it is estimated that some people would have failed and died. But now, all succeeded. Zhu Hao was speechless. Others were sweating. So lucky? The nuclear warhead did not kill them. And they successfully activated their superpowers with the power of the explosion? I want to try it. Everyone was talking in their hearts. Zhang Yang looked at the others in confusion. What abilities have you activated? I don't know about that. Liu Yin shook her head. We just woke up. To be honest, we don't know what changes have taken place in our bodies. Maybe we need to spend some time to study it. Okay. Zhang Yang nodded. Report when you figure it out. Perhaps you 13 sisters have become the strongest backing of the community. Don't worry. Liu Yin smiled and nodded. But a strange look flashed in the depths of her eyes. After everyone exchanged greetings for a while, everyone left the 13 hairpins dormitory. As soon as they left, the smile on Lu Shuyun's face disappeared immediately. She nodded to the other sisters. And then everyone got up and started to pack up. Midnight. The lakeside community was quiet. Before going to bed, Fang Jing was worried that the members of the 13 hairpins might have some sequelae. So she went there in person to see how they were doing. As a result, no one opened the door after knocking for a long time. Fang Jing was worried. She found a tool and pried the door open in a few strokes. As a result, she was shocked when she entered the dormitory. It was empty inside. 13 women disappeared. She quickly called Zhang Yang, Zhu Hao and others. Everyone searched the room and found a piece of paper nailed to the wall. Above is the letter left by the 13 hairpins. They left. The reason is very straightforward. They joined this group for Chen Mu. But now Chen Mu has been away for a long time. So they decided to go find Chen Mu. They don't want to be wise, nor do logistics. They just hope to stay with Shenmue, or become Shenmue's powerful fighting force. So, they chose to leave. And the first stop is the final destination of Shenmue's outing, Changchun. They went to find the satellite launch center. After reading the message, Fang Jing and others looked at each other helplessly. These 13 women are really crazy. At this moment, Shenmue, who was plundering survival supplies in the underwater city of Yanjing, also received a notice from Lu Lin. He surfaced and took out the phone. After listening to what happened in the community, even though he had experienced many storms, he was still scared and sweated on his back. A nuclear warhead was detonated. It's really dangerous. And the 13 women are even more amazing. How did they absorb the energy of nuclear fission? And all 13 people survived the activation process of the crystal core safely. It makes people's heart beat faster. But no matter what, they succeeded. Let's go! The 13 women originally joined because of him. Moreover, they have always been independent. When they were in Shanxi City, they broke out the name of the 13 hairpins women's gang alone. Among them, Lu Shuyun, Deng Kaiyun, Wang Lijuan and Liu Yin, the 4 elder sisters, are very good at leadership, not inferior to themselves. Chapter 467 Terrifying Power. Besides, they now have very terrifying abilities, so it should be no problem for them to go out. Jinyu even felt that since the 13 of them absorb the energy of nuclear fission, they might be able to exert even more terrifying power when they gather together. Worth looking forward to, since they decided to go to Changchun to help him find a satellite launch center. It was a good thing. It also saved him a lot of time. So, the 13 hairpins women's gang officially left the Lakeside community. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. It's summer now. Now is the last warm moment that can be enjoyed on Earth. The coastline has completely thawed. All underwater cities can be searched. In order to collect all the supplies in the cities flooded by the backflow of seawater during this effective time, Shinyu was busy almost day and night. Non-stop. The energy of the helicopter and the yacht was consumed crazily. Moreover, he no longer searched for mutant animals and crystal cores, and only focused on collecting supplies. All the scientific instruments that had been soaked were collected, and they might still be used after repairing them. Jinyu set out from Yanjing Tianjin port and walked south along the coastline, passing through Shandong East and Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai, and all the way to Fujian, Guangdong and Guangdong. The harvest was huge, even a little scary. Too many supplies sank underwater, but they were intact. These are valuable resources that can be used in the future. The underground city needs these supplies. 3 months later, Jinyu has come to the south of Guangdong and Guangdong. Guangdong and Guangdong, Hong Kong Island, and Macau Island were all prosperous places before the disaster, so there should be a lot of underwater resources left. This day, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. The strong wind rolled up the waves, and the wave walls several meters high rushed to the shore. Jinyu was driving the yacht with great effort, and he was almost unable to hold on. Helplessly, he could only rush towards the land, find a place to rest for a while. Looking at the weather, I'm afraid a hurricane is coming. Just as the yacht was running at full speed towards the distant land, the 4 people suddenly felt a palpitation at the same time. Is something coming towards the yacht? Lu Lin was the first to rush out of the deck and look towards the stern. It was dark all around. The wind and waves hurt. The waves chasing behind were at least 7 or 8 meters high, which was quite scary. And in the waves, there seemed to be a faint light shining. Lu Lin hurriedly turned back and screamed, "Ayu! There seems to be a big guy in the sea." Big guy? Shinyu's eyes suddenly lit up. In the past 3 months, in order to catch up with the progress, he rarely searched for mutant animals and crystal cores, so the harvest of crystal cores is very small. When I heard that there was a big guy, I couldn't help but feel itchy. The big guy in the middle must be very scary. Just when Shinyu was hesitating whether to weigh it, suddenly a sound similar to the mooing of a cow came from the bottom of the sea. The sound was deafening. The waves even had huge ripples. Shinyu was shocked and blurted out, "Isn't it the legendary dragon? You. It's out. It's out. Run away. It's so big. Oops. It hits us." Boom. There was a loud noise behind him. I saw a green giant crashing out of the sea, and in the blink of an eye, it knocked the yacht into the sky, and even disintegrated directly in midair. Qin Yu instantly activated his level 3 supernatural power in midair, hugged Li Xiaoyun in his arms, and shouted angrily, "Run away!" Splash, splash, splash. Everyone fell into the water again. After falling into the water, Qin Yu held Li Xiaoyun and swam frantically towards the coastline with Liang Qiuying and Lu Lin. They were not far from the coastline. This was a habit every time they went into the sea. Once they encountered real danger, they could stay away from the sea and quickly escape to land. After all, Qin Yu was not invincible. Once the things in the sea mutated, they might be very big, very dangerous. So the four people were very lucky, because they were not far from the coastline. The shore was very shallow, and there was not that deep space underwater. So the terrifying giant retreated after knocking over the yacht. More than an hour later, the four people swam to the shore. They stepped on a tilted building and rushed out of the water, rushing all the way up. When they reached the roof, Qin Yu kicked the glass of a room and jumped in directly. Although the room was tilted, it was still intact. Liang Qiuying and Lu Lin also jumped in, and they collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion. Panting heavily, they didn't have the strong physique of Qin Yu, so they were exhausted. After Qin Yu put Li Xiaoyun down, he returned to the roof and stared at the sea in the distance. His mental map had been completely expanded, but he couldn't see it. It seemed that the giant under the sea had retreated into the deep sea. I had a glimpse of it in midair before. The giant creature that rushed up looked very much like the legendary dragon. It already had the majestic image of a dragon head. It had horns, whiskers, scales, and a tail, but no claws. It was at least 2,000 meters long. The huge dragon head was bigger than the yacht. Could it really be a dragon? In the past, Qin Yu had seen a giant python that seemed to be about to turn into a dragon, and he was shocked at the time. I never thought that I would really see a dragon today. Although it had no claws, it looked very similar. Qin Yu wiped the rain off his face. It was safe for the time being. It was close. The moment he felt the huge creature, Qin Yu had already realized that there was a gap in strength. I can't handle it myself. This is the first time that something that can make me tremble all over has appeared. Although Qin Yu was trembling, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt a kind of fanatical excitement. I want to do it. I must do it. If I can get the crystal core of that thing, I am afraid that Qin Yu will become the first mutant in the human world to reach level 4 superpowers. I can definitely reach level 4. No one knows what level 4 is. Even in the previous life, the strongest super soldier, no matter how many types of superpower she has, she is only level 3. No one can reach level 4. So, Qin Yu's heart was pounding. A crazy idea could not be stopped from growing from the bottom of his heart. Bomb it with a nuclear bomb. If one is not enough, bring more. I will take its crystal core. After a short rest, Qin Yu took Li Xiaoyun and the other three out of the damaged building. The environment in the building is very bad, and it has tilted, so it is not a good shelter. We have to find another place to live by the sea. The four people came down from the tilted building and walked forward along the muddy and slippery ground next to it. I don't know where the flood has reached here. Looking into the distance, a station sign still standing in the wilderness shows that this should be Shaoguan. It's terrible. The land of Guangdong and Guangdong has been almost swallowed up. Just as the four people were walking forward tiredly, suddenly countless people wearing black robes and strange masks rushed out from the collapsed ruins in front of them. Each of them held various weapons in their hands, mostly crossbows and bows. There were also spears and qinglong swords, and only a few people held JS-9mm submachine guns. The four people were stunned, because they had been sailing in the open sea before and encountered the terrifying beast again. In the crisis, Qin Yu never had the energy to open the mental map to search nearby. I never thought that there were so many survivors here. Chapter 468 Sneak Attack. In the blink of an eye, the four of them were surrounded. The strange masks on these people's heads had long curved horns and fangs turned outward. The style of painting was close to the style of ancient sacrificial atlases, which looked extremely strange, and they were all covered with black robes. Qin Yu signaled Li Xiaoyun and the others not to take action for the time being. Why? If they were survivors who had lost their humanity, they would not come to surround them. They would have opened fire and attacked them long ago. They surrounded them, obviously wanting to talk. So, the four people didn't say a word. Stopped. Soon, a few more people came behind the black-robed man, An old man walked slowly over with a group of people. The old man was also wearing a black robe. But he didn't wear a mask. He was leaning on a cane. He walked straight to Chinyu, looked the 4 people up and down for several times, and finally locked his eyes on Chinyu. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Excuse me, are you people with superpowers?" Chinyu raised his eyebrows. "They know about superpowers. Then there is no need to hide it." Chinyu nodded directly, "Yes." "Great." The old man showed a relieved expression on his face and said with a smile, "Hello, young man. My name is Sun Tai Bin, and I am the great elder of the Shenlong sect. What is your name?" Chinyu was speechless. "Shenlong sect? Enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the sky? My name is Chinyu. They are my companions. Li Xiaoyun, Liang Qiuying, and Lu Lin." "Good. Mr. Chen." "Hello." Sun Taibin waved to the people around him, and the black-robed men put away their weapons one by one. Then, Sun Taibin stepped forward, took Chinyu's hand, and said with emotion, "After waiting for more than a year, we finally waited for humans with superpowers. I saw the scene of you escaping from the attack of the dragon before. It was so shocking. You are the chosen ones. We, the members of the dragon sect, hope to get help from you. You 4 should have lost all your living supplies in the sea. Right? If you don't mind, please come to our base to rest. I want to treat you 4 to a meal." Chinyu looked surprised. This dragon sect knew about the giant creature in the sea. He also said that he wanted me to help him. After thinking about it, he decided to go over and take a look. At least they knew the information about the dragon in the sea, so it would be good to ask them first. So, Chinyu nodded without hesitation. "Okay, Mr. Sun. Then I'll trouble you." Hee hee. "No trouble. No trouble." After saying that, he turned around and leaned on his crutches and shouted in a deep voice, "Prepare the sedan chair." A dozen people rushed over from a distance immediately. A group of 4 people carried an ancient sedan chair and stopped in front of Chinyu and others. Chinyu and Li Xiaoyun looked at each other. "Take a sedan chair?" Sun Taibin said with a smile. "You're welcome, young man. You are our honored guests. There are no cars now, so we can only use this. Don't worry. Get on. I saw you staggering when you came over, and you seemed exhausted. Okay. You're welcome." Chinyu was too lazy to talk nonsense. "Experience it. I have never tried what it feels like to take a sedan chair." So, he took the lead and took it. Li Xiaoyun and the other 3 were somewhat embarrassed. It was the first time for a young lady to take a sedan chair. The last 3 women also took the sedan chair. The sedan chair was lifted. Sun Taibin shouted, and a group of people walked forward in a mighty manner. As expected, we have already reached Shaguan. The men in black carried the 4 of them all the way to the city center. It seems that the damage to the city in the south is much more serious than that in the north. Maybe it's because there are so many people. Most of the city is in ruins and a wasteland. There is a sports center in the center of the city, and there are some well-preserved buildings around it, which are the only high-rise buildings that can be seen. Other places have basically collapsed. It can be seen how fierce the competition among the survivors in the city was in the past 2 years. Arrived at the sports center, there are many tents lined up on the large square of the stadium. It can be vaguely seen that there are many people in the surrounding buildings secretly craning their necks to look down. I guess the previous dragon roar may have alarmed everyone. Chinyu and the other 4 got off the sedan. It felt pretty good. It was swaying, but the people carrying the sedan were a little tired and out of breath. Finally, under the guidance of Sun Taibin, everyone came to the largest tent in the stadium. It looked like an office. There were a few folding chairs with backrests. They were used to entertain guests. Sun Taibin politely invited Chinyu and the other 4 to their seats. Then he asked someone to make a pot of tea. There was really some tea leaves. The 4 people each poured a cup. Chinyu looked at him treating him so grandly and couldn't help asking, "Grandpa Sun, just say it. What do you want us to help you with? If you want to slay a dragon, I can only say sorry. I really don't have the ability for the time being." "No. No. No." Sun Taibin hurriedly shook his head and whispered, "Young man, don't mention the word dragon slaying. It's disrespectful." "Disrespectful? Disrespectful?" "Yes. The Lord of the Sea is the dragon. It is the patron saint of our ancient ancestors in Xia country. If the world is destroyed and the dragon is reborn, maybe it will guide the remaining humans to find the way to light." Chinyu blinked and kept silent. No wonder it is called the dragon sect. It turns out that they worship the dragon. Will he become their enemy sooner or later? Because the big guy in the sea has become his target. Chinyu did not say anything. Just looked at Sun Taibin silently. He must have something else. Sure enough, Sun Taibin motioned Chinyu and others to drink tea. Then sighed and said, to be honest, all of us survived because of the grace of the dragon. The grace of the dragon? Chinyu asked in confusion. What kind of grace? Take me for example. Sun Taibin looked up at Chinyu and said seriously, 2 years ago, I was chased and almost drowned in the sea. It was the dragon that pushed me ashore at the critical moment. After that, it also sent me a lot of fish from the sea. So I barely survived. The dragon? It understands human nature. Chinyu. Sun Taibin continued, over the years, the dragon has saved countless people. These people formed the dragon sect and decided to believe in the dragon for life and follow the dragon. But now the danger has come. What danger? Chinyu asked curiously. There is a group of people. They are very powerful. Moreover, they regard the dragon as their target. Want to kill it and take the Dragon Ball. Chinyu was stunned. Dragon Ball? More than an hour later, Chinyu and the other 4 people, under the attentive service of Sun Taibin, have started to eat. It is said to be a luxurious meal. It is already the most luxurious dinner that the dragon sect can provide. What was there? Some dried fish and shrimp. A grain rice that could barely be called a meal. There were also some grasses that looked like something unknown, but were mistaken for vegetables. The only luxurious thing was a bottle of wine. It was actually a bottle of foreign wine. Remy Martin. I don't know what year it was. It tasted quite intoxicating. Chinyu didn't drink much, because he didn't like this kind of foreign wine. He simply ate something to get by with dinner. In the evening, Chinyu didn't leave either. Under Sun Taibin's hospitality, he moved into their so-called guest house. It was also a luxurious camping tent on the big square. It was very big inside. The bunks for 4 people were all covered with thick sleeping bags. And there was also a homemade heater inside. Chapter 469 Shillong. A kind of hot green brick. After stacking a few pieces in the tent, the temperature is just right. Very good. You can even walk around in the tent in a vest and shorts. After resting at night, Chinyu sat on the bed, thinking silently. He has already heard all the news. The huge monster in the sea. The locals call it Shillong. Except for the lack of claws. Its image is exactly the same as the legendary dragon, without any difference. So, these people are sure that it is a dragon. In addition, there are more than 3,000 people in the Shillong sect, almost all of whom were pushed out of the sea by the Shillong in the past 2 years. This made Chinyu a little confused. That thing really understood human nature? And it could save people? Then what did it do to him today? Chinyu couldn't help but carefully recall the details of the attack at that time. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. It seemed that the dragon was not attacking him, but simply pushed him to the shore. Why? Didn't it let its ship go to the deep sea? Is there something in the deep sea? It's hard to explain why he was attacked. But Sun Taibin and the others were indeed rescued. The dragon didn't attack them at all. What's more, Sun Taibin said something that was jaw-dropping. In the past 2 years, the dragon has pushed up a large number of marine creatures from the sea from time to time. Although they are all mutated, they are not threatening. Pushing them to the shore is to give food to the survivors, including the dried fish and shrimp that Chinyu ate today. All thanks to the help of the dragon. This is outrageous. Could it really understand human nature? In addition, a group of mysterious people came to Yanshan, dozens of kilometers west of the city. There are 7 in total. Very scary. These people have been trying to find a way to hunt the dragon, although they have failed more than 10 times. But the dragon has also had many more scars. Sun Taibin said that once, when the dragon pushed fish and shrimps to them, he even saw a long iron rod stuck in the neck of the dragon. He mobilized more than a dozen strong men to help pull out the iron rod. For this reason, the dragon was very anxious for them. Whenever a storm came, the dragon would appear and use its methods to reduce the arrival of tsunamis. Because of the intervention of the dragon sect, the anger of the group was also aroused. So they also came. They also took action. A year ago, when the dragon sect was at its most glorious, the number of people reached more than 40,000. But since the mysterious group of people targeted the dragon sect, they would come and slaughter them from time to time, causing the number of people in the dragon sect to drop sharply. It has been reduced from more than 40,000 people to less than 4,000 people now. The Shenlong cult has no resistance. Because that group of people are all superpowers. They actually have the ability to completely destroy the Shenlong cult. But they didn't. The purpose is nothing more than thinking that they can go to the Shenlong cult from time to plunder some daily necessities. Including women. Therefore, this strange state has continued to this day. Sun Taibin has been waiting for the arrival of superpowers. I hope to win over some superpowers to fight against that group of mysterious people. Today. Because it is another storm. The Shenlong will definitely appear. So Sun Taibin has been observing the sea with a telescope in the city. As a result, he unexpectedly saw the scene of Qin Yu and his friends escaping. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Now the situation is a bit complicated. If the dragon is really so spiritual, then it really can't be hunted. What a pity! Because of the ancient virus. All creatures on the planet are now facing an evolutionary state. Humans open up energy. And creatures mutate and evolve. The dragon, as a creature, has symbolic significance for the ancient Xia people. Although Qin Yu longs to be strong, he also has an unbreakable complex. That is the descendants of the dragon. The Xia people have regarded themselves as descendants of the dragon since ancient times. Even if it is the end of the world, the sky collapses and the earth breaks. This complex will never change. Therefore, it is necessary to investigate this matter. I have to find out whether the dragon is attacking me or just trying to push me out of the deep sea. Is there any treasure in the deep sea? It has been said since ancient times that dragons like to hoard treasures. Is it guarding something? In addition, we have to pay attention to the mysterious group of people that Sun Taibin mentioned. There are 7 of them. If everyone has superpowers, they will be a strong enemy. There are only 4 of us on my side. Li Xiaoyun is still a mage-type superpower user who is only suitable for long-range combat. So, I may have to stay here for a while. The next day, the weather cleared up. The violent storms and rainstorms that lasted all day yesterday completely washed the entire city. The next morning, when Qin Yu walked out of the tent and looked at the sky outside, he suddenly felt like he was back to 4 years ago. The only thing that made people feel helpless was that it was already midsummer in August. But the temperature was only 5 or 6 degrees above zero. And this state would only last for a month or so before it completely disappeared. In the days to come, the temperature will drop drastically. From 5 or 6 degrees above zero to 70 or 80 degrees below zero in just 3 or 4 months. The few survivors left on the Earth will once again face a large number of deaths. From then on, the Earth was frozen. The real ice age has arrived. Many mutant animals could not withstand the extreme cold and were frozen alive. Qin Yu did not have much time to waste. Things here must be resolved as soon as possible. He also had to find a way to go to Changcheng in western Jiangxi to check the satellite launch center. Clang! Suddenly, a person turned out from the side of a tent in front. The big iron basin in his hand fell to the ground, successfully pulling Chen Yu's thoughts back. Just as he turned his eyes over, he suddenly heard a trembling voice saying in surprise, "Chen Yu /condition?" Chen Yu looked. Damn! Qin Gui? He is still alive? Qin Gui is still alive. 4 years ago, after being rescued from school by Chen Yu, he left alone, saying that he was going back to his hometown in Fujian to see his family. Qin Yu once dissuaded him, because there was no means of transportation from Jiangcheng to Fujian. He was an ordinary person, not even a lone traveler, and it would be strange if he didn't die on the road. But he was determined to go. He left very firmly. Qin Yu admired him at that time. When he was in college, he had a low sense of presence in the dormitory. He has always been unknown. He got up early, ate, went to class, went off get out of class, ate, studied in the evening, and then went to bed every day. He maintained the most basic roommate relationship with the people in the dormitory. He didn't have any friendship with anyone, but he didn't have any enemies with anyone either. He was a transparent person, so Chen Yu didn't think much about him leaving. Anyway, the chances of him surviving were very low. He never thought that he would appear here today. 4 years later, Chen Yu was quite surprised, because Qin Gui was alive and well. There were 2 more scars on his face, and it seemed that he had matured a lot over the years. Like a little man, Qin Gui was very excited when he saw Chen Yu. His eyes were red. He stood there trembling all over. Chapter 470 True Feelings. Chen Yu walked over slowly, looked at him carefully, and smiled. "Qin Gui, you are really great. I thought you were dead. But I didn't expect you to be alive and well. I didn't expect to see you here. Chen Gui was a little choked up. It can be heard that he is expressing his true feelings. Chen Yu's heart warmed up, and he went over to hug him. The two of them patted each other's backs, and were a little excited for a while. After all, they lived together in the same dormitory for more than 2 years. Chen Yu was also very happy that he survived. At this time, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. Agui? You? The two of them quickly separated. Chen Yu looked back. A girl. Long hair. Dark skin. A round face. Pretty. A bit like the chocolate version of Ing Bao. Thin and tall. Also wearing a black robe. No specific details can be seen. The girl came over in surprise, looking at Chen Yu, and asked casually, Agui, do you know him? Yes. He is my college classmate. Chen Gui reached out and took the girl's hand, walked to Chen Yu and smiled. Ayu. She is my wife. Sun Ling. She is the granddaughter of the elder. Oh. Hello. Chen Yu reached out and shook hands with Sun Ling. It turned out to be Sun Tian's granddaughter. Sun Ling looked at Chen Yu with a smile. I didn't expect that you and Agui were classmates. It's so unexpected. Now, the Shenlong, Ag, church can be saved. Ayu. Are you really a superpower? Chen Gui asked tentatively. Yes. When did you become a superpower? Chen Yu smiled. When I saved you. I was already a superpower. Oh. No wonder. Chen Gui breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. How about this? Let's have a good chat. I miss you too much. Let's go. Find a place to chat. Okay. The three turned and walked away. Found an empty tent. Sun Ling was very virtuous and ran around to make tea. Chen Yu and Chen Gui sat on the chairs and chatted leisurely. Chen Yu was somewhat nostalgic to see his old classmates in such a place. After chatting for a while, when Chen Gui heard that Su Jian was also alive, he smiled and sighed. That's great. It's rare for our dormitory to survive. Moreover, he actually became a superpower, which is amazing. It's nothing amazing. Just a narrow escape. Ayu. Chen Gui looked at Chen Yu seriously. Is there any way to make me a superpower too? Yes. Chen Yu nodded without hesitation. But you have to take the risk of death. Then he repeated the conditions for becoming a superpower. Chen Gui's face immediately became serious when he heard it. The success rate is too low. And there is also the risk of mutating into a monster. This is not easy to deal with. He now has a wife and a happy family. So it is not easy for him to make up his mind to try. Sun Ling, who was making tea on the side, was also silent. He felt a little helpless. Sometimes it is like this. If you want to get something, you have to be prepared to give it up. Chen Yu didn't care. He was used to this kind of reaction. So he smiled and said, you don't have to make this decision now. Think about it carefully before deciding. Seeing how happy and sweet you two are, I hope you can live a good life. Alas, Chen Gui shook his head and sighed. The group of people in Yanshan are too powerful. They come every time to rob supplies and women. Sooner or later, it will be Lingzi's turn. When do they usually come? They come once every month to take supplies, and sometimes women. Calculating the time, it seems to be these 2 days. Oh! Chen Yu nodded, and then patted Chen Gui on the shoulder. I will stay here for a few days. Let's see how powerful that group of people is. Ayu. Can you do it? You will know if you can try it. Okay. Chen Gui said helplessly. I hope you can help solve them. Otherwise, our tribe may slowly disappear. Chen Yu smiled. Then, the three chatted for a while, until Li Xiaoyun and the others woke up. Everyone had breakfast together. In the next 2 days, Chen Yu did not leave. On the one hand, he planned to see the ability of the group of superpowers. Even for the sake of the dragon, they must not succeed. Secondly, it was also for the group of people of the dragon cult. These people are considered normal survivors, because they have spiritual beliefs and benefit from the charity of the dragon. They live very compassionately. It's not good or not. At least they don't make Chen Yu hate them so much. Anyway, I don't plan to stay any longer. After finishing the dragon business, we'll leave. Just like that. 2 days passed in a flash. Chen Yu was treated like a distinguished guest, and had fish and meat to eat every day. Even when he was bored, Sun Taiban could arrange some fishermen to come over to dance and sing. Just like living in ancient times. On the 3rd day, the alarm sounded at the base. The group of superpowers from Yanshan came. However, only 2 people came. Chen Yu smiled. They came. The group didn't know about the existence of Chen Yu and his group, so they planned to send 2 people to plunder supplies and leave as usual. As a result, they were going to fail this time. The 2 people who came were 1 tall and 1 short, 1 fat and 1 thin. As soon as the 2 entered the city, the garrison had received an alarm. Everyone was in a panic at that time. The families of some girls immediately hid the girls. Some even hid in the northern mountains. The remaining women in the garrison were all old women who didn't care about being robbed. However, women can be hidden, but daily necessities can't be hidden. They can only choose whatever they want. At the same time, when the 2 people entered the city, Chen Yu had already locked them in the spiritual map. The spiritual body is indeed very bright, but it's a bit weak. When the elder son Tai Ben came to find him with Chen Gui and Sun Ling, Chen Yu had already dressed up and called Li Xiaoyun and the others to set off. Go meet those 2 guys. The most important thing is that Chen Yu wants to know why these people want to hunt the dragon. What do they want? On the dilapidated long street, 1 tall and 1 short are walking swaggeringly. The 2 are wearing leather coats, camouflage pants, and a pair of large military leather boots. They are carrying submachine guns. The tall one is very thin as a stick. He has a blade of grass in his mouth. He has a donkey face. The short one is very fat. He is 1.6 meters tall and weighs at least 300 kilograms. He wears a pair of glasses. He has a cigar in his mouth, smoking and gesticulating while talking. The 2 talked loudly, not caring about the danger in the city at all. Fatty, this time we come. We have to take the granddaughter of old man Sun Taiben away. I've been thinking about her for a long time. What do you think? Okay. No problem. I heard that the girl got married. Well, because she was afraid of being remembered by us, she quickly married a short guy. It seems that he is the leader in charge of hunting in the Shenlong sect. Named Chen Gui. TSK. The thin man sneered. It's useless to marry anyone. She can still run away if I like her. I don't care if she is first hand or second hand. Anyway, I want her. Alas, I don't know how long we will delay here. That loach is not easy to deal with either. Chapter 471 Seasoning Bottle. The skinny guy scratched his crotch and said helplessly, our boss is already thinking about whether to use nuclear weapons. If it doesn't work, we may have to use the most ruthless ones. Do you think that thing is really a dragon? I think it looks like one, but it has no claws. Fuck. It hasn't evolved yet. If it really has claws, it would have flown into the sky long ago. What the hell is it doing in the water? Taking a bath? That's right. Hey! What's wrong? Am I blurry-eyed? What is that? The 2 stopped and looked ahead at the same time. About 100 meters away, in a small square, a large fire was lit. Someone is grilling. At this distance, you can already smell the aroma. The 2 looked at each other. Interesting. Someone is grilling outside. The 2 people immediately sped up and rushed to the small square. Chen Yu looked up, looked at the 2 people, said nothing, and continued to grill. There was an animal next to the fire. The skin had been peeled. The meat was just 3/4 cooked and was sizzling with oil. The weird thing was that there were all kinds of seasoning bottles on the ground. Soy sauce, chili oil, 5-spice powder, barbecue cumin, everything. The fat man and the thin man looked incredible. The 2 looked at each other, and the thin man immediately walked forward. Just as he was about to speak, a clear shout came from not far away. Ayu! I found a box of rosemary. A woman ran over. Her long hair flew in the wind. She had a sweet smile on her face. She was pure and watery. She looked like the goddess of the moonlight in a high school campus. The fat man and the thin man were stunned for a moment. Damn! This woman is even prettier than Sun Ling from the Shenlong cult. Li Xiaoyun ran closer and also looked at the fat man and the thin man. She didn't say anything, but just came to Chen Yu's side. Look! Rosemary. I found it in a nearby Western restaurant. Haha. Not bad. Sprinkle some of this after you finish grilling. Chen Yu laughed. At this time, the fat man's eyes rolled, one hand on the backrest, and came over to talk. But at this moment, a soft female voice sounded. Ayu, there are no supplies around here. The fat and thin duo turned their heads again. The result was once again sluggish. Another beauty. Intellectual and sexy. Like the beautiful head teacher who brought endless reverie to her classmates in high school. What's wrong today? Liang Qiuying returned to Qinyu's side, with a half smile on her face. Still ignored the two strangers. Just started to help Qinyu by himself. The smell of barbecue became stronger and stronger. The meat smelled. The woman smelled too. The fat and thin duo couldn't help it. Two. Just right. One for each. The DNA of both of them was agitated. The fat man couldn't help but stare. Just as he was about to speak, then a voice came from behind him again. Meow. The fat man was startled. Shit! He shuddered all over. He hurriedly turned around with the thin man. As a result, he saw the enchanting and sexy, with a springy face and infinite charm between his eyebrows. Catwoman? Oh my! This woman actually has a pair of cat eyes? At that moment, the fat man suddenly came back to his senses and blurted out, Superpower? Meow. Lu Lin suddenly flashed. The whole person flashed past the fat man at an extremely violent speed, and a claw swept across his chest fiercely. There was a ripping sound. The fat man's clothes were torn, but he was not injured. 3 red marks appeared on his skin. The fat man was shocked. His ability was to be as strong as a brass. Ordinary cold weapons and hot weapons could not hurt him. He could not even feel pain. As a result, when Catwoman scratched him, he felt a burning pain. The fat man screamed, "Ma gone. Do it." The thin man next to him couldn't wait any longer. When he was about to use his ability, a gentle voice came from behind. Hello? Hi. The thin man was stunned. He felt goosebumps all over his body. This voice is too sweet. It's so nice. So much so that he was distracted at the critical moment and subconsciously looked back. He saw Li Xiaoyun pointing a hand at him. She stretched out her index finger. She made a gun gesture. Then, bang! Li Xiaoyun uttered a word softly from her red mouth. The next second, the thin man's head was shot directly by her at close range. Puff! The skull exploded. Red and white things splattered everywhere. The thin man didn't even use his superpowers, and his body slowly fell to the ground. At that moment, the fat man was terrified, and he quickly reached out from his pocket to take something out, which looked like a walkie-talkie or something. As a result, Lu Lin flashed. She appeared beside him at a strange speed. There was a dagger in his hand. A strange dagger. The tip of the blade had turned into glass. It was like it was transparent. The fat man was not as fast as her, but he still followed her with his eyes. He was not afraid of her, because she was still using cold weapons. But when the dagger pierced his wrist with lightning speed, the fat man's heart skipped a beat. It hurts. Damn it. It hurts so much. Since activating the superpower, I have never felt such pain. So much that his whole body trembled unconsciously. And then he let out a scream like an inhuman. Ah! The dagger pierced his wrist. The thing in his hand also fell. The fat man knelt on the ground in pain, covering his wound and screaming. Qinyu shook his head. These two are so weak. There is no challenge at all. If the guys in Yanshan are all of this level, it would be really boring. Just like this. You still want to get that dragon? In the base of the dragon cult, the fat man was tied to a wooden stake, kneeling in the center of the venue. There were people all around. The whole square was dead silent. Everyone held a knife in their hands, looking at the fat man as if they wanted to skin him alive. Although the fat man was trembling, he at least had supernatural powers. He was not afraid of ordinary cold weapons. So, he just stared at the dagger in Lu Lin's hand. That thing was too scary. It could break his copper skin and iron bones ability. This was incredible. Sun Taiben stood beside Qinyu. Although there was a look of relief in his eyes, his face was still solemn. He was also surprised and happy. He was happy that Qinyu was too powerful. He killed one of the mysterious people and injured one in one encounter. He could actually capture one alive. Cool. What was surprising was that the two who came should be extras. The two weakest ones. Others did not come. This was a hidden danger. So, Qinyu and the others could not leave. Otherwise, when those powerful guys from Yanshan come, everyone will die. Now, how to deal with this fat guy? The Shillong sect originally had a large number of people, more than 10,000. But in the past 2 years, a large number of them were wiped out by the perverted group from Yanshan. So the hatred is as deep as the sea. Everyone wanted to skin him alive. But this guy is a prisoner of Qinyu. Is it convenient? Chapter 472 Hunting the Dragon in the Sea. Sun Taiben looked at Qinyu and asked tentatively, Mr. Qin. Let me ask you 2 questions first. Chinyu squatted in front of the fat man, smiled and said, "Hello. What's your name?" The fat man's face twitched. "Why are you pretending to be polite?" He turned his head. "No words." Chinyu smiled and said, "So arrogant? You think that if you have thick skin, their knives can't cut you, right? I tell you, this problem is very easy to solve. My friend's dagger is very sharp. She can cut your belly now, then grab your 2 hands and kick you hard on the buttocks. When the time comes, your flesh and blood will burst out of your skin like a ball. Do you think their knives will be able to cut you at that time?" Fatty. He was so nervous that he kept swallowing his saliva. Moreover, his calves began to tremble. Chinyu continued to smile and asked, "What's your name?" "Renjing." Chinyu was stunned. "A smart guy? Then you should be in your father's breeding bag. How many years has your father been holding it in? Has he held you in shape?" Others around. The atmosphere was originally very solemn, and even had a bloody feeling. Unexpectedly, Chinyu broke it all at once. The fat man was humiliated and his face was red and his neck was thick. He resisted the urge to bite and squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. "Run. Run of the mission. Jing is Jing of the capital." "Oh." Chinyu smiled suddenly. "Renjing? I thought so. Hello. My name is Chinyu. What do you want to do?" Renjing stared at Chinyu with gritted teeth. A sense of fear appeared in his eyes. Psychics are generally very intuitive, thanks to the re-evolution of their bodies, so they can vaguely feel a kind of pressure from the strong. He has already noticed it. The young man opposite seems to be very powerful, even as good as his boss. Chinyu nodded and said straight to the point, "I heard that you want to hunt the dragon in the sea. Give me a reason." "What reason?" Renjing blinked. "Does dragon hunting need a reason? Don't you need it? Do you need it? Don't you need it?" The expression on Chinyu's face slowly disappeared. "Do you need it?" Renjing habitually said something mean. Chinyu suddenly took the dagger from Lu Lin and stabbed it into his belly at lightning speed. "Ah!" Renjing screamed, looking at his belly in horror, fearing that Chinyu would slash it down. That would really cut it open. But fortunately, Chinyu's hand left the dagger, and the dagger remained on the fat man's belly. I don't know if his skin is too thick or if the dagger has a special effect. Anyway, the wound didn't bleed at all. It looked a bit funny. Renjing's face was extremely pale. The sweat on his forehead dripped down, and it was all greasy. Chinyu had a blank expression on his face, and his eyes were like looking at a corpse without any emotion. He said lightly, "Do you need a reason?" "Yes. Yes." Renjing nodded quickly. "What reason?" "What?" Renjing was about to cry. "What reason do I know? The boss only said that he wanted to hunt dragons, and never mentioned any reason." Chinyu knew from his reaction that this guy must be a cannon fodder, and he probably didn't know any core secrets. But it would be a bit of a loss to let him go. He frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly smiled again, pulled out the knife casually, and said with a smile, "A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." "Ah. You just pulled it out like that?" The fat man screamed in horror. "Oh. Sorry." Chinyu casually stabbed it back in. Renjing. A gust of cold wind blew. His muscles began to spasm. Fear. A kind of fear felt from the soul. No one around spoke, just watching this scene silently, watching Chinyu pull out the stab. They actually saw a little pleasure. The main reason is that the hatred is as deep as the sea. The hatred is as deep as the sea. He wanted to go up and stab him a few times. Chinyu patted Renjing's fat shoulder. "Fatty. About that dragon. Brother. I really don't know. The boss said to hunt dragons. So we hunt dragons. The key is that that thing really doesn't need a reason. That's a dragon. If it were you, wouldn't you want to hunt it?" "I want to, but I don't have the ability." Chinyu blinked. "Do you think hunting a dragon is just talking? You can kill it just by talking? You need to fight for your life. Your boss doesn't even have a reason, and he wants you to fight for your life? Don't you want to think about it?" "No. I didn't think about it." "So?" Chinyu tilted his head and looked at Renjing. "You grew a head to gain weight, right?" "Ahem," Renjing said anxiously with a sad face. Our boss." "Oh, by the way, I seem to have heard our boss say something occasionally." "What is it?" "He said that the radar scanning system had received a strange signal from the sea, like a kind of encrypted signal. So, he said it's possible, just possible, that dragon might be guarding something." "Oh." Chen Yu nodded suddenly. It's similar to his previous speculation. Dragons just like to hoard treasures. No matter whether this big guy is a dragon or not. At least its appearance is very close. So just treat it as a dragon. Then, it is hovering near the sea. Maybe it is guarding some treasure. This should be the correct answer. Something that can be guarded by a dragon must be very powerful. Right? Chen Yu straightened up. At the same time, he made a decision silently. Hunting dragons is not easy. The huge monster gave Chen Yu a strong sense of threat. Intuitively, he may not be the opponent of the monster. However, it should be feasible to investigate. I need someone to help. Lu Fangfei. That guy has the ability to breathe freely underwater, and even swims underwater at a speed comparable to that of a fish. If she is brought here, it will probably be easy to find out what the treasure in the sea is. Right. Get her here. Chen Yu had made up his mind. So he naturally didn't bother to pay attention to the fat man. He casually pulled the dagger off the fat man's belly. The fat man shuddered. He felt a distortion in his soul and yelled, "Ah! Have you had enough? I've said everything I should say. And you're still playing with me?" Chen Yu looked at him suspiciously. "What do you mean? Do you still expect me to let you go?" Renjing was also stunned. He said in horror, "Do you dare to kill me? WTF?" Chen Yu laughed angrily. "If you mean, I don't dare to kill you. Why do you ask me so many questions if you want to kill me?" Renjing angrily yelled. "Shouldn't you let me go in this situation? Don't you have a brain? If you don't let me go, when our boss comes, all of you will die one by one. Understand?" Chen Yu was speechless. He looked at him with a look of a mentally retarded person. What did this guy eat to grow up? He shook his head. Chapter 473 Survivor. I don't want to waste time talking to him anymore. He turned around and looked at Sun Taibin beside him, and said, "This man is invulnerable to swords and guns. Ordinary cold weapons are useless to him. But there is a gap in his stomach. You can find some mercury, and pour it in through the gap. Mercury can separate his skin from his flesh and bones. That process is very itchy. Itchy to the point that he doubts his life. When he can't stand it anymore, he will drill out of his skin by himself. Then you can use a knife. You can torture him however you want. Slice him. Or remove bones and flesh. If you want revenge, take revenge. If you want to relieve hatred, take revenge." After Chen Yu finished speaking, he turned around and took Li Xiuyun and others away. Sun Taibin. Everyone around him felt a sense of being in the wind. Cold. It was really cold. Although what Chen Yu said seemed to be very satisfying, he trembled all over when he thought of the unheard of cruel means. How did this guy say it in such a calm tone? Suddenly, the fat man couldn't suppress his fear and screamed hysterically. A person rushed over and stuffed his mouth with a cloth strip. Then, I saw Sun Taibin waved his hand with a gloomy face. "Go find it. Find mercury. I need a lot of mercury. Tie him up first. Fill the hole in his belly with wax." "Yes, elder." A group of people behind him immediately got busy. Renjing was completely paralyzed by fear. He struggled desperately, crying and urinating. This demon who once relied on his ironclad supernatural power to kill people in the Shenlong cult's base was now completely frightened by another demon. Back to the tent. Chen Yu immediately picked up the satellite phone and tried to call Lu Fangfei. A few minutes later, the call was finally connected. "Hello. Lieutenant Lu. This is Chen Yu." "Chen Yu? Why did you call me suddenly? Is there any difficulty?" Lu Fangfei's voice was a little excited. "Yes. It is a bit difficult. And I want you to help me." "What do you want to help me with?" Chen Yu smiled with relief. "Not bad. No hesitation at all. A good friend." Chen Yu smiled and said, "Let me ask you first. Where are you now?" "I am in Jiancheng. With the main force. After resting for a while, we will go to Sichuan and then Tibet from Jiancheng." "Oh! Jiancheng?" "Yes. Your hometown. But it has been severely damaged." Chen Yu smiled and said, "You can go to Jianbei Hotel. It used to be my base camp. It is well protected." "Huh? We are in Jianbei Hotel now. I thought that this building was basically undamaged. And the top floor was opened. Is it your masterpiece?" "Yes. I spent the early days of the disaster there." "Oh! Now that you mention it, I would like to stay for a while longer." Chen Yu was stunned. "Ah? Ahem. It's okay. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? As long as I can help, I will definitely do my best." Yu quickly said seriously, I have something to do, and want you to come to the south. I'm in Shawan. It's not too far from you. Is it possible to come? Shawan. Have you been to a circle of coastal cities? Yes. Can you tell me what happened? If I leave the team, I need to apply to the leader. Yu thought for a moment and explained briefly, I saw a creature here, a creature that looks like a legendary dragon. What? Dragon? The dragon in mythology? Lu Fangfei's voice was full of surprise. Yes, that kind of dragon. Very powerful. If it was on land, I might be able to compete with it. But in the sea, I am no match at all. Oh, do you want me to kill it? Yu shook his head quickly. No. 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 You don't have the strength to do that now. I asked you to come here to explore the sea. I suspect that the dragon may be guarding something. Guarding, baby? More or less. Oh, that's right. Yu continued, in addition, I met a group of powerful superpowers here. They have been trying to hunt dragons. We have a conflict. Okay. I'll go. Hearing this, Lu Fangfei agreed almost without hesitation. There are dragons and superpowers in conflict. This situation made every cell in her body start to prepare for battle. The blood is boiling. Sure enough, there are always new and exciting things when following Yu. This is much better than being a bodyguard with a large army. Lu Fangfei quickly replied, Yu. Wait for me. I'll apply. I'll call you back later. Wait for me. Yes, I'll wait for you. Yu replied with a smile. Then he hung up the phone. Yu had no doubts about Lu Fangfei's potential and strength. She is a future super soldier. Powerful and fierce. Although it's not that level yet. Yu believes that it's a matter of time. As long as she comes. I believe that with her skills, she should be able to find out what the dragon is guarding at the bottom of the sea. Let's not talk about whether she has any covetous intentions. Now that I know, I will always be unwilling if I don't find out clearly. Moreover, how to deal with this dragon in the end. You have to think carefully. Yu really wants to reach the level of a level 4 superpower. But if it is really a dragon in ancient mythology, or even a young dragon, then Yu may not be able to do it. Other mutant animals feed on humans. You can hunt them mercilessly. But what about this dragon? It seems to understand human nature, and it is still rescuing the survivors on the beach. This makes people reluctant to do it. So, think about it carefully. 10 minutes later, Lu Fangfei replied, the application was approved. Their large forces will temporarily rest in Jianshan for a while, so she can come over for a few days. However, there is no suitable means of transportation. I barely managed to get a jeep, so Lu Fangfei has to drive here. When Yu heard this, it would take a long time. Forget it. I'd better go pick her up myself. Do you know about the modified energy-armed helicopter? It only takes a few days to go back and forth. However, the two companions of the group of superpowers in Yanshan who just killed them, their people will definitely come to cause trouble. Once I leave, the rest will be in danger. It's not that I don't trust Li Xiaoyun and the others, but the three women are far behind in terms of combat awareness and cruelty. Therefore, after weighing it for a moment, Yu decided to let Liang Qiuying drive a helicopter to pick up Lu Fangfei. He, Li Xiaoyun, and Lu Lin guarded the dragon sect. Sit back and wait. Wait for the group of supernatural people to come. That night, the dragon sect's base was filled with shrill screams, like a pig being slaughtered. At about 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the screams finally stopped completely. The people of the dragon sect did not see the situation as Yu said, because they could not find Mercury at all. So, this group of people with deep hatred prayed together and got the magic dagger from Lu Lin, and gave the fat man a golden cicada molting skin. Anyway, the final scene was horrible. The fat man died miserably. It's not that there is no revenge. It's just that the time has not come. Chapter 474 Practical Skills. So when you are not that awesome, you must not pretend. Just like Yu. He is already a level 3 psychic. But before he knows the true strength of the leader of the psychic group in Yanshan, he will not risk pretending. It is meaningless. There are 7 people in the Yanshan group. They are called the Yanshan 7 monsters. In the countless conflicts before, 5 of them came to execute. The 2 leaders of this group of psychics have never been here, so no one knows their abilities. Anyway, the remaining 5 people can sweep everything. The thin guy is the 7th one, who can make bullets turn. He is the weakest. The fat guy is the sixth one, with a body of steel. Bullets can't penetrate him. The fifth one is a sturdy man. It is said that his saliva has changed. He will spit on you out of the blue. And once his saliva touches you, you will immediately turn into stone. So his position is to sneak attack or be a spy. He spits whenever he gets a chance. Sun Tai-bin was almost taken away by his spit. The fourth one is also a man. His superpowers are also quite funny. He has a loud voice. He relies on shouting in war. A loud roar can shake thousands of troops. Like Black Bolt. A weak version of Black Bolt. The third one is said to be a super ugly woman. But she has a hot body. It has a size of 36F. It can be called an epic broken Jeep BMW lights. Women are very wild. The supernatural power is that the body has its own body fragrance. Those who smell it will fall down immediately. Forget about the smell of the body fragrance. Anyway, it's very aggressive. When they fight in a group, women usually rush to the front and act as biological and chemical weapons bombs. According to Sun Tai-bin's recollection, when those people first attacked the Shillong sect camp, this woman rushed into the camp screaming all the way under the cover of the fat man. That scene at that time was so unforgettable. Sun Tai-bin said that he saw a human-shaped old sow screaming and rushing into the crowd from a long distance. Because the pair of human weapons was so impressive. Sun Tai-bin was stunned for a short time. It was only when the Shillong cult's defense team fell down in large numbers that they suddenly realized. This is a poison gas bomb. It's quite powerful. When Chen Yu heard this, he was speechless. 3 black lines hung on his forehead. Damn! Before I asked, I was actually looking forward to it. Looking forward to what the superpowers of those people are. But after listening to it, why do I feel a little more emo? A little sad? Is this a superpower? This is simply a group of idiots. Maybe the 6th and 7th brothers I met today are more normal. After all, the skill of making bullets turn is very serious. For ordinary people, the bronze skin and iron bones of the 6th brother are almost invincible. What the hell are the others? One spits, one screams, and one releases biological weapons. Damn! Chen Yu wiped his face speechlessly. But it is understandable. For ordinary people, as long as they are superpowers, their abilities are invincible. So the Shillong cult members are helpless. The 2 leaders of this group of superpowers have never been here. I don't know what kind of people they are. Chen Yu still has some expectations. After 1 day and 1 night, the alarm finally sounded again. At the same time, Chen Yu, who had been enjoying the 2 little hands massaging his neck in the tent, also stood up. In the mental map, 3 sparkling mental bodies appeared. We are approaching the Shillong cult's headquarters. Chen Yu laughed. They could have fought in a group, but they had to die one by one. That's good. It saves me trouble. Let's go and meet these 3 idiots. 10 minutes later, Chen Yu, Li Xiaoyun, and Lu Lin appeared in the small square again. The 3 of them sat on the ground, enjoying the rare warm sunshine. This may be the last bit of warm sunshine on the earth. The ice age will come completely in 3 or 4 months. By then, the temperature outside will drop to more than 80 degrees below zero. Some places can even reach more than 100 degrees below zero. Very scary. Extreme temperatures that can be called mass extinction. So, when it's time to enjoy, you still have to enjoy it. Half an hour later, 3 people slowly walked down the street in the distance. 2 men and 1 woman. A strong man, a young man, and another. Omitted? Anyway, Chen Yu only took a glance and didn't want to look at it again. The genes in that woman's family are too damn strong. How did such ugly genes survive through the law of survival of the fittest? Soon, the 3 people slowly approached the small square. But they stopped outside cautiously, somewhat suspicious, because they heard an unbelievable sound. I explode? Hey, 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 what are you doing? Lu Lin. We are peasants. And Ayu is the landlord. Why are you bombing me? Hee hee. It's to double it. I only have 1 card left. What do you want me to do? Hey, you are my next player. Why are you in such a hurry? Ayu, do you want 4 A's? No. Ayu, why are you laughing so devilishly? Hee hee. No. Hurry up. Hee hee. Then we win. Ha ha ha. A 3. Xiaoyun. Let's go. Let's double the points and let Ayu lose more. Xiaoyun. A 3. Why don't you leave? Hey. Stop showing off. I have to bite your lips. I know your lips are the sexiest. Let's go. No. What? I don't want it. Xiaoyun. I have only 1-3. You don't want it? Yes. I don't want 3. You don't have only 1-3 left? What do you think? Hamster. You said you were good at playing. Are you a hammer? Lu Lin. I percent hashtag? At asterisk hashtag percent? Hashtag percent? 549 can obviously play in a group. The 3 people on the edge of the square were all confused. What's going on? Did you go to the wrong set? Look around. It's right. It's here. Passing this small square. And going forward for more than 200 meters is the headquarters of the dragon cult. I've been here dozens of times. It can't be wrong. But what's going on with the people in this square? Are they playing poker? Are they sitting on the ground? And are they shouting so loudly? Could it be that while I was on my way, the whole world has traveled through time and returned to the time before the disaster? Looking around carefully, it seems to be a ruin of the Doomsday. The 3 people were confused. The limited brain cores don't have that much IQ. So, the 4th one slowly walked out. His ability is the Sonic Killer. Not as awesome as Black Bolt, who can kill everything in his mouth. And he can't even speak. He can still speak normally. He can yell when he wants to. So it is a very practical skill. The body odor of the 3rd brother is too lethal. And the saliva of the 5th brother is too weak. So he has to go. The 4th brother is a young man. He is only in his 20s. He claims to be a handsome guy. He also targeted the 2 women playing poker. Each one is more beautiful than the other. Especially the woman with yellow pupils. She is so charming. Every frown and smile sitting there makes people feel itchy. What race is he? Why are the pupils yellow? Chapter 475 Excitement. The 4th brother slowly walked to the side of the 3 people, holding up the gun in his hand, and asked loudly, 260 hey. Stand up. What? Lu Lin turned back impatiently and said coquettishly. The charming corner of her eyes narrowed. And she asked angrily, who are you? The 4th brother's legs softened. He almost knelt down to lick. Oh my god! This little look. The 4th brother was excited. He was also a dog-licking attribute. He was not angry at all. And even asked with a smile, girl, where are you from? Are you from Xiagua? Your eyes. Hey! Yours are cat eyes. Right? Yeah. Is it not okay for me to wear colored contact lenses? Lu Lin rolled her eyes and looked proud. Then she stood up from the ground and proudly straightened her upper body to make her look more fierce. This straightening made Lao Si feel alert all over. His tailbone was numb. A stream of heat jumped from Dantian and went straight to the top of his head. His eyes lit up. And he walked over subconsciously, all the way to Lu Lin, and said in surprise, you still wear colored contact lenses? I like it. I like 2-dimensional girls. Come with me. Come with you. Lu Lin's eyes were rolling. And she looked at him with her lips bitten. And slowly turned around. With her, but slightly tilted, a tail suddenly stretched out from the back of the waist. I'm like this. And you still want me to go with you? Lu Lin pouted, as if she was very aggrieved. The 4th brother's eyes were wide open. Oh my god? Tail? My favorite tail? Ha! Tail. Ha! I like it. He actually put on the tail himself. Ha ha! The 4th brother went crazy. He bent down unconsciously and looked at Lu Lin's tail from behind. In the distance, the 3rd and 5th brothers were both confused. They looked at each other. What is he doing? Looking at the tail. Whose tail? That woman's. How can a woman grow a tail? It seems that there are fake tails for sale online. Do you know about QQ products? QQ products? You don't know? I don't know. Forget it if you don't know. You won't have a chance to use it anyway. Why won't I have a chance to use it? Who are you wearing the tail for? No one will like to see a pig's tail. I just passed that street, and I think I saw a funeral home. Go back and get a coffin. Buy a shroud. 3rd sister. You know me. I like pork very much. Especially the meat from the pig's intestines. Which is really delicious. Okay. I'll give you some meat tonight when we get home. If you don't eat more, I won't choose an urn for you at the funeral tomorrow. Okay. 3rd sister. I'm actually hungry now. Hate it. Wait until we get home. Hey! 3rd sister? Why did 4th brother vomit? You wouldn't vomit if it were you. Don't you know that the tail of an animal is close to something? How can the smell be good? It's worse than mine. No. Why did fourth brother vomit blood? Fuck. His head fell off? Ah. Third brother screamed at the edge of the square. Unfortunately, she was not fourth brother, so her screams were useless. The fifth brother was also trembling all over. The two of them watched the woman with the tail, and one hand touched the fourth brother's neck lightly. As a result, the fourth brother's head fell into her hand. Plop! The fourth brother fell to the ground. He died before he even had time to use his supernatural power. The charming spring on Lu Lin's face had disappeared, replaced by a cold and cruel look. Her eyes completely turned into cat pupils. And it was the state of hunting. The third brother screamed. The fifth brother had already come to his senses first, and slapped her face with a slap, and then shouted, "Shoot." After saying that, he raised his gun and prepared to shoot. As a result, Li Xiaoyun, who had been sitting on the ground, didn't think about it, raised her hand and pointed, whispering to herself at him. Bang! The telekinetic gun instantly pierced Lao Wu's chest. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Lao Wu's body swayed and fell to the ground dejectedly. Lao San finally came to his senses, and he finally knew that the enemy was a superpower. It's over. He also has long-range attacks. In a hurry, she grabbed Lao Wu's body and shouted in fear, "Lao Wu, don't die. You have to help me." Ahem. Third sister. Third sister. I can't do it. Ahem. Tonight, I won't eat pork. You run away by yourself. The third brother cried and shouted, "How can I run? I can't run at all." Okay. The fifth brother's chest was pierced, and he was breathing in more than out. He looked at the panicked look of the third brother, and suddenly made 2 mouthfuls of dong in his mouth, and then spit out a mouthful of coffee-colored thick phlegm with all his strength. Pa! It was directly on the third brother's face. Fuck. The third brother felt cold in his heart, and looked at the fifth brother in horror. You, what are you doing? Protect you. You or I protecting me? You turned me into stone? The fifth brother smiled slowly and murmured, after eating your pig offal for so many days, I can finally stop eating it. If you turn into stone, they can't kill you. He didn't finish his words. He tilted his head and died. The third child looked ashen. Her face had slowly turned to stone. Mother Gonlin. In less than 10 seconds, her entire body was completely petrified into a statue. Xinyu was amazed. This ability is quite similar to the Demon King Depura in Dragon Ball. You know what? If it were a different scene, the ability of the fifth child would actually be quite amazing. For example, he could build the terracotta warriors for Qin Shi Huang. What a pity! Born in the wrong era. Xinyu stood up and shook his head speechlessly. Boring. 3 idiots. I don't know what kind of person their leader is. Maybe he's also a fool? Li Xiaoyun also stood up. Why? Lu Lin came over and asked in confusion. Isn't this simple? You can obviously fight in a group, but you have to die one by one. What's the difference with Calabash brothers? You are so childish. Go. Put your tail away. I want to hug you and play with your tail. Okay. Lu Lin's eyes lit up, and he directly stuck to Li Xiaoyun, saying in a sticky way, Xiaoyun, you stroke me. You stroke me. Li Xiaoyun looked like she had lost all hope in life. Looking at Xinyu helplessly, he said, Ayu, let's sterilize her. Meow. Ah. I'm kidding. Sister Lin. Stop it. Meow meow meow. You. Save me. Sister Lin is crazy. She bites me. Chunyu. Psychological activity. I still want to bite. Li Xiaoyun and Lu Lin are playing around. Xinyu follows behind. The three are ready to leave. While walking, Chunyu suddenly stops. And almost instantly, a terrifying murderous aura explodes from his body. In the mental map. Chapter 476 Playful Mentality. 2 figures approach this side from more than 10 kilometers away at a teleportation speed almost as fast as Dong Qiule. Their leader is here. Xinyu shouted in a deep voice. Turned around and activated his superpower to level 3, showing his strongest power without reservation, because it was very scary to approach these 2 people from behind. They were definitely powerful superpowers. When Li Xiaoyun and Lu Lin saw that Xinyu was on high alert, they immediately put away their playful mentality. After more than 10 seconds, 2 figures rushed to the small square. Stopped. A terrible sense of deterrence slowly swept over. Li Xiaoyun was the first to feel uncomfortable. She was just a level 1 psychic. Naturally, she couldn't bear the terrible feeling. Lu Lin could barely bear it. But she also entered the level 2 psychic state in an instant, completely catalyzing her strength to the peak state. At the same time, she took out a dagger in her hand. This was the first time she took the initiative to fight with a dagger. Usually, she only used claws. Qin Yu's image was terrifying. The blue-black exoskeleton armor covered his whole body. 180% power was fully turned on. In this state, he was manic, bloodthirsty and irritable, staring at the two people opposite. He already had an impulse to try. The two people coming from the opposite side. One man and one woman. The man was carrying the woman. Obviously, only men have the speed of teleportation, not women. Based on his intuition, Qin Yu knew that this man was also a level 3 mutant. He looked very strange. His head was ridiculously large, estimated to be more than twice the size of a normal person's head. His body was extremely strong. He was about 2.45 meters tall. He stood opposite like a giant. Before knowing the other party's ability, Qin Yu did not dare to act rashly. The woman was quite normal. She looked average, had an average figure, and everything else was average. The kind of woman with no bulges at all. But the woman's eyes were dark red. The superpower on him should be at least level 2. Qin Yu was somewhat puzzled. If this man is already a level 3 superpower, how did he solve the problem of brain protection? His head is so big. Is there something fishy? Some special ability protects his brain? Just like his own protection and annihilation power. This is probably the case. Qin Yu stared coldly at the man and woman opposite. The two people opposite also looked at Qin Yu. After a few glances, they looked at the three dead companions. Finally, the man stared at Qin Yu and said indifferently, "Are you from the Shalom cult?" "I don't wear black robes," Qin Yu replied casually. "Then why did you kill my companion?" "Because your companion flirted with my woman." The man glanced at Lu Lin and Li Xiaoyun and blinked. "So, you are all superpowered, right? Didn't you see it?" Hee hee. The man suddenly laughed, and the deterrence on his body slowly faded. He looked at Qin Yu and smiled. "You are very powerful. I may not be your opponent, so we don't have to fight to the death. These idiots die. I will find another one. You are quite self-aware." Qin Yu was indifferent. The man's face darkened, as if he was angry. But he endured it, and finally nodded. "You are very crazy. But you have the capital to be crazy. Okay. As long as you are here, I will never come here again. See you later." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Qin Yu suddenly asked, "Do you have a crystal core?" "What?" The man was stunned. "Crystal core. Don't tell me you don't know what a crystal core is." The man frowned. "So what if you have it?" "How many?" "Hundreds." "How big?" The man turned around again and said lightly, "Why? Do you want to exchange?" "Let me hear how big yours is first." "The biggest is the size of a red date, and the smallest is the size of a soybean." "How about it? The size of a red date?" Qin Yu's eyes lit up and he smiled. "That's a good thing. So, do you want to make a deal?" "No." "Then what do you mean by asking me?" Qin Yu shrugged. "Nothing. To put it bluntly, I want to steal your crystal core." "You what?" The man was stunned. "Steal your crystal core. You want to steal my crystal core?" "I want to steal your crystal core." "You?" The man's deterrence rose again, and a terrifying bloody smell spread out. The wind blew all around. The stones on the ground began to tremble. Very powerful. He can achieve this level with just momentum. Qin Yu was getting more and more excited. As his level 3 ability reached its peak, his fear basically disappeared, leaving only rage and unlimited rage. The temperature around him began to drop. The man stared at Qin Yu, his eyes slowly turning silver white. The cold air swirled around his body and began to gather in his palms little by little. Soon, an ice crystal sword condensed in the man's hand. "Humph. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" The man's cold voice seemed to be filled with ice. He stretched out his hand to signal the woman beside him to retreat, and said in a fierce voice, "Boy, you're looking for death." Bang! A burst of explosive air exploded on the ground. The man turned into a beam of light and rushed to Qin Yu in an instant, with the ice crystal sword in his hand stabbing directly at the heart. The speed was very fast. It reached the level of teleportation. Qin Yu did not move. Chuanxin wanted to try to see how far his level 3 bone armor could withstand. Level 3 bone armor, plus immortality, and terrifying recovery ability. These superpowers are combined in one. To what extent can it achieve? So, when the two figures collided with each other, a huge shockwave swept all around in an instant. The violent force blew away all the people around. No one could stay on the edge of the explosion. It was a powerful blow from a level 3 superpower. Especially the man's icy cold air completely permeated the surroundings after the collision, obscuring everyone's sight. Lu Lin and Li Xiaoyun were both terrified. But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't get through it all. The terrifying shock wave was like a missile. Not to mention Li Xiaoyun. Even Lu Lin couldn't bear it. She could only choose to stand in front of Lu Xiaoyun to temporarily help her avoid the impact. Fortunately, the woman on the opposite side didn't move either. And the woman seemed to have a protective shield on her body, which also perfectly resisted the shock wave. At the center of the explosion, a strange explosion sound kept coming out. After more than 10 seconds, the cold air gradually dissipated. Two figures also appeared in front of everyone. Qinyu still stood there without moving. A long sword had been nailed into part of the bone armor on his chest. But that was all. The man was shocked. This was his full-strength attack. He didn't even break through the other person's defense. At this moment, Qinyu also understood. The opponent's ability was only level 2. It was just that his ice attribute ability was more aggressive. Maybe beyond 100%. It was like controlling his muscles, reaching 180%. But it was still level 3. This man? No! After testing the opponent's strength with one attack, Chen Yu had a bottom line in his heart. Once the level 3 ability was activated, he actually didn't care much about his own safety, but wanted to fight more. A fighting instinct. Kakaka. Chapter 477 Increased Power. The man's terrifying coldness began to condense into ice on Qinyu's chest. This is also an additional buff, because Qinyu could feel that his body became extremely heavy. The ice seemed to reduce his reaction speed, and even began to restrict his ability to move. The man was furious. He tried his best to activate his superpowers, and tried to freeze Qinyu. Even if the ice sword couldn't pierce him, freezing him would be fine. The man was quite confident in his ice superpowers. And the only thing he could rely on to confront the dragon was this ice superpower. But, after a stalemate for a while, the man's heart was chilled. The opponent hadn't made a move yet, and he was already exhausted. The icy air that he exerted with all his strength only froze a small part of Chen Yu's chest and waist. The rest of his body was not covered at all. His bone armor was still shining. The man was afraid. He was not a hero. And he was not stupid enough to really want to fight Chen Yu. This was not a fight. If you can't beat him, just run. Just as the man was about to run away, Chen Yu suddenly raised his hand lightly. A small flame appeared on his fingertips. The red fire core was inside, and the black flame was outside. It looked extremely scary. The man was shocked. Chen Yu's hand gently touched the ice layer on his chest. Swish! A cloud of mist rose up. The ice melted instantly. The man's eyes bulged out. His icy air was so cold that even if the flame spit out by the dragon wanted to melt it, it would take a long time. But the opponent's small flame actually broke the defense in an instant. The man didn't hesitate anymore and turned around to run. As a result, Chen Yu jumped out instantly and knocked the man to the ground. With a roar, he started a melee with the man. It was a fist-to-flesh fight. Chen Yu just wanted to test the opponent's physical strength. So, the two figures collided with each other, tore each other apart, and fought in a way that was almost like a beast. From the small square to the residential area, the woman opposite never moved. She just calmly watched the battle in the distance. Lu Lin came to Li Xiaoyun's side, touched her with her elbow, and signaled to the woman opposite. Li Xiaoyun knew what she meant. Take the woman first. So, she slowly raised her hand. Bang! The telekinetic cannon fired without hesitation. At the same time, Lu Lin also turned into a residual image and appeared next to the woman in an instant. Surprisingly, the indestructible telekinetic cannon did not kill her. The woman's body shook. Her body showed a ripple-like protective shield. Very strong. The next second, Lu Lin had already grabbed it with one claw. Poof! The claws wiped the protective shield. But the force was like a drop in the ocean, causing no damage at all. Lu Lin was shocked. And the woman finally came to her senses and screamed, "Boss! Come and save me! These two bitches are trying to kill me!" Lu Lin. Li Xiaoyun. Bitch? Is your mouth a cesspool? Lu Lin's body was instantly activated to the second-level supernatural state, turning into a half-human, half-cat appearance, and then pounced on it madly. Then the scene was funny. It turned out that the woman didn't know how to fight at all. She curled up on the ground with her head covered, and was scratched and scratched by Lu Lin. She screamed in fear, and kept calling the man to come back to help. At a certain moment, a roar came from the distant buildings. Stop yelling. I'm going to die. Yell at your mother. Hide yourself. Chun Yu. Li Xiaoyun. Lu Lin. Are these two really funny? However, this woman's protective shield is too scary. Lu Lin, a level 2 psychic, was completely unable to break through the defense. After catching for a long time, the woman may have come to her senses, and she slowly got up from the ground and sat cross-legged. Then she pointed at Lu Lin and started to curse. Oh my gosh! The curse was so flowery. Li Xiaoyun on the side was stunned. She had never heard such flowery curses in her life. After a moment, Li Xiaoyun suddenly went over, grabbed the furious Lu Lin, and whispered, calm down. Sister Lin. Her shield seems to be getting stronger and stronger. What? Lu Lin was stunned. It seems that the more you attack her, the stronger her shield becomes. No way. Lu Lin was stunned. Such an awesome ability? At this time, the woman on the ground also looked at Li Xiaoyun unexpectedly, and the expression on her face was a bit like eating shit zero. Maybe she didn't expect that she would be seen through by Li Xiaoyun in just a moment. What to do? No matter. The woman pouted and glanced at Li Xiaoyun and the others. If you want to kill me, then come on. The harder you attack me, the harder my shield becomes. If my shield is hard, you can't kill me. This is a contradiction. Understand? I am invincible. Invincible. Understand? No one can kill me. Li Xiaoyun and Lu Lin didn't say anything. They looked at each other. Then, Li Xiaoyun leaned close to Lu Lin's ear and whispered, throw her up. Throw her into the sky. What for? Try it. Okay. Lu Lin clenched his fists, concentrated all his strength on his arms, then suddenly flashed over, hugged the woman, and threw her up with all his strength. Ah, you two bastards. What are you doing? The woman was suddenly thrown out, and this time, she was thrown more than 10 meters high. She screamed in fear. Just as she reached the highest point and was about to fall, Li Xiaoyun suddenly flashed to the bottom, and strange colorful light patterns appeared all over her body. A terrifying energy surged around her body and continued to accumulate. Lu Lin instinctively felt a sense of danger and hurriedly dodged away. Horror! In fact, there is a difference between special and mediocre superpowers. All spiritual superpowers are very special. Why? Ordinary superpowers can only increase their power by continuously improving their superpower levels. Just like Shen Yu's muscle control. If you don't improve your level, your muscle control power will only be at that level of 0.6. But the ability of spiritual power is different. Just like Li Xiaoyun. Her ability level is only level 1. But as her spiritual power continues to improve and train, the power of her telekinetic cannon will become stronger and stronger. You can improve the power by yourself. Therefore, if Li Xiaoyun now attacks with all her strength, her attack power may be higher than Lu Lin's level 2 ability attack level. Therefore, Lu Lin hit away. The next second, boom! A visible space ripple fold exploded around Li Xiaoyun's body. The fierce and unparalleled telekinetic cannon instantly blasted up. The terrible air pressure pushed Lu Lin, who was several meters away, to stagger again. Oh my god! So scary. Look at the woman in the air again, who was blown up by the telekinetic cannon, and rushed directly to the cloud with a sharp scream, like a pig being slaughtered. After a while, she disappeared. Chapter 478. The protective shield is a bit weird. Lu Lin looked up at the sky with a black line on his face. The woman was blown away, and only a small black dot remained. Conservatively speaking, she was blown up at least several thousand meters. Li Xiaoyun exhausted her energy with one blow, and sat down on the ground dejectedly. Her eyes were dim, and there were a few more white hairs on her forehead. Lu Lin rushed over. Xiaoyun, are you okay? Nothing. Li Xiaoyun shook her head tiredly. Just a little tired. What are you playing? Can't you see? Lu Lin looked up at the sky. I can't see. You are using her as a kite? She flew so far away. What if she runs away? Sister Lin. She's dead? Why? I ask you, can you break her shield? No. Lu Lin shook her head. Her shield is a bit weird. The more we attack it, the harder it gets. So we can't attack her. I suspect that if we attack her by any means, her shield will absorb our attack power and protect her. So, we let her go. Of course we can't let her go. Li Xiaoyun forced a smile. We have to kill her and share the pressure for Ayu. Lu Lin was a little confused. Since she became a catwoman, she was too lazy to think. Everything was subconsciously driven by cat nature. This situation has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that she becomes a natural warrior when fighting. But the disadvantage is that she becomes stupid. Lu Lin scratched her head, raised her hand and pointed to the sky and said, You blew her away. How can we kill her? Sister Lin, according to my speculation, her shield has some special properties. For example, when attacked by our superpowers, her shield becomes stronger and stronger, and it absorbs energy. But what if the one who attacked her is not a superpower? Lu Lin asked in confusion. Who? The dragon cult? No. The earth. Who? The earth. The earth under your feet. Lu Lin was confused. What are you talking about? Xiaoyun, my brain is not working well now. Can you be more straightforward and explain it more clearly? Ouch. Li Xiaoyun held her forehead helplessly and sighed. Sister Lin, look at how high she has risen. At least several thousand meters. Right? If she falls freely from a height of several thousand meters, do you think she will die? Lu Lin's expression was wonderful. This is evil wisdom. Li Xiaoyun looks harmless, with a youthful face. But she can come up with such a perverted method. Damn. Let her fall to death. If the woman's protective shield can only absorb the attacks of the superpowers, it has no protection against the impact of free fall, then she is dead, and she must die miserably. So, wait and see. So, the two of them looked up at the sky, forgetting that the roars and sounds of fighting in the distant buildings seemed to have disappeared. A few minutes later, the woman's shrill screams came back. The black dot in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. She was rolling. Lu Lin was sharp-eyed, and suddenly bent down to pick up Li Xiaoyun, and retreated more than 10 meters away like lightning. Li Xiaoyun was startled. What are you doing? Nothing. Then you. She has incontinence. As soon as the voice fell, a piece of filth fell from the small square in front. In a blink of an eye, the surrounding area was filled with stench. Before the two people had time to complain, a figure fell heavily on the ground of the small square. Boom! A big deep pit was smashed on the marble floor. The person had turned into meat paste. Blood splattered everywhere. It was horrible. Lu Lin grinned unconsciously. The furry ears on his head trembled a few times. And he murmured, Sure enough. You guessed right. Huh? It's okay. At this time, a loud laugh came from the distance behind. Yo. You two played so hard that people are like that? Ayu? Ayu? Are you okay? The two women turned around and ran towards Chinyu. Chinyu was covered in blood. His clothes were tattered, and there was even a huge wound on his face. He looked miserable. However, those wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't take long for them to heal. Chinyu strode over and stretched out his hand. His hand was full of crystal cores. The largest one was the size of a red date, and the smallest one was like a soybean. Hundreds of them. The texture was very pure, and the appearance was beautiful. Quite good. Li Xiaoyun smiled sweetly. The harvest is not bad. Quite good. Chinyu put away the crystal core and turned his head to look at the woman who was smashed into a pulp in the distance. What's her situation? I see she seems to have a protective shield on her body? Yeah. Li Xiaoyun whispered what happened before. After listening, Chinyu looked at her in surprise. Wow. Your combat analysis ability is off the charts. Li Xiaoyun blushed. I was just thinking about it, so I wanted to try it. Okay. Don't be so modest. Lu Lin hugged her slender waist and smiled against her face. This guy is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Your telekinetic cannon is simply scary. No way. Chinyu also smiled. Okay. The hidden danger is solved. We can wait for a few days with peace of mind. Go back and study the dragon, and then continue the journey. We don't have much time. Yes. Ayu, do you want to search that woman's body? Yes. She must have a lot of treasures on her body. After all, her defense ability is actually very abnormal. Okay. I'll go. Lu Lin immediately jumped over. A moment later, She came back with her nose covered, and said in surprise, "Ayu, look!" She was holding a strange thing in her hand. Shiny. Like a shell. But it was shining with a colorful light. "What is this?" Li Xiaoyun took it and looked at it in confusion, and then gave it to Qinyu. Qinyu took it and looked at it for a few seconds, then handed it back to Lu Lin. "Smell it." "What is it?" "Your sense of smell is the most sensitive." "I don't want it. It stinks. This thing is full of the stink of that woman. There are other smells. Smell it carefully." "What smell?" Lu Lin took it in confusion, sniffed it carefully twice, and then took it away with a look of disgust. "It smells like fish." "Yes, that's the smell." Qinyu nodded. "I suspect it's the scales of that dragon." "Dragon scales?" Lu Lin was shocked. "Yes, dragon scales." Qinyu knocked on the dragon scales, looked back at the direction of the sea and murmured, "I am more and more interested in that dragon now. I really want to know how it evolved into that." "Won't Lieutenant Lu be here soon?" "Yes. Xiaoying has already gone to pick him up." "Let's go. Let's go back and wait. These few days, we can relax for a few days." Qinyu held two beautiful women in each hand and walked towards the Shenlong sect's headquarters. The Yanshan superpower was killed, and the thousands of survivors of the Shenlong sect cheered. Qinyu became a hero and was worshipped. Every day, they were served with delicious food and drinks, even though they actually had no supplies. Chapter 479: A Big Harvest. The next day, Qinyu took Lu Lin to Yanshan to search for the nest of the group of superpowers. There must be a lot of supplies in their nest. As for Li Xiaoyun, her mental strength was exhausted, so she was drowsy and slept all the time. Just leave her in the base. When Liang Qiuying comes back, there will be someone to pick her up. 2 days later, Liang Qiuying came back with Lu Fangfei. In the evening, Qinyu also rushed back from Yanshan, exhausted. A big harvest. What surprised Qinyu was that the base of the group actually had a nuclear warhead hidden. Crazy. I guess they wanted to use that thing to blow up the dragon? Unfortunately, before they could figure out how to activate the nuclear warhead, the group died first. Returning to the Dragon Sect's headquarters, Lu Fangfei reunited. The super soldier's eyes became brighter. It can be seen that she may have gained new superpowers, because when they left, she and Qinyu split the crystal cores of the mutant monsters in Shanxi City in half. Those were all high-quality crystal cores. So, Lu Fangfei became stronger again. That night, Qinyu took the 3 women out alone, found a place to eat something good, and then discussed the matter of the dragon at the Dragon Sect's headquarters, although they also served delicious food and drinks. To be honest, the food was really bad. Fish slices every day. I almost vomited. But there was nothing they could do. They only had dried fish, fish fillets, and seafood. Those were all set by the dragon. In the city, on the roof of a large shopping mall, an open-air terrace, Qinyu set up a barbecue place, put out all kinds of delicious food, and ordered a few bottles of wine. The 4 of them were like on vacation. Lu Fangfei sat on a chair, watching everything in front of her, staring at Qinyu, hesitant to say anything. Qinyu looked at her in confusion. "What do you want to say?" Be brave. Say whatever you want to say. I'm not your leader." Lu Fangfei blushed, rolled her eyes at him, and sighed softly. "Sometimes, I really want to give up my duties and follow you." "Oh, this." Qinyu smiled. "Anyway, I welcome you anytime. Come whenever you want." "Alas." Lu Fangfei shook her head. "I can't do it. I can only think about it. We still have more than a dozen of Xia's top professors who need to be sent to Tibet. Those people are the hope of the future." "That's right." Qinyu raised his glass and smiled at her. "You will suffer first and then enjoy. When you retire, I will still open the door for you." "Thank you." Lu Fangfei's ears turned red. She drank a glass with Qinyu. She looked very complicated. Afterwards, the 5 people began to relax and eat, drink and chat. After 3 rounds of drinking, several people finally talked about the dragon. Qinyu said frankly, "At the beginning, I only had one idea, which was to deal with the dragon and take its crystal core. Maybe its crystal core is extraordinary. But now, I am more curious about how it mutated into this state." The people in Yanshan used a radar to detect some strange frequency fluctuations on the seabed, which were not from the same source as the dragon. So, they guessed that the dragon might be guarding something. It has been said since ancient times that dragons like to collect treasures. So from this point of view, maybe the giant in the sea is really a dragon. So, I've changed my mind now. I want to know what's under the sea. After we figure this out, if there's no benefit, we'll leave here. Lu Fangfei nodded after listening. I agree. If it's really the dragon in the ancient legend of Xia country, then we should try to protect it. Especially since it understands human nature and is still saving the people on the beach. We can't do anything to it. So, we can only rely on you. Qinyu smiled and looked at Lu Fangfei. The task of going to the sea can only be entrusted to you. None of us has the ability to breathe under the sea. Okay. Lu Fangfei nodded without hesitation. Everyone was happy. After the business was over, they continued to talk nonsense. Then they drank. They ate meat. That night, several people were slightly drunk. Until midnight, all 5 of them lived in the big tent. Although Lu Fangfei was far away from Qinyu, she felt much more at ease sleeping with them without any defense. And she was also satisfied. 2 days later, they were officially ready to go into the water. In order to prevent the dragon from attacking Lu Fangfei out of the mentality of protecting the treasure, Lu Lin temporarily gave her the indestructible dagger. On the coast, Lu Fangfei changed into a tight diving suit. Now, Qinyu is a little bit tired of watching her. Her figure is too good. The waist-to-hip ratio is perfect. The upper body is not small. At least a D cup. She is very tall. Although she used to be a medical soldier, there are also height requirements. So Lu Fangfei must be at least 1.7 meters tall. Now wearing a tight diving suit, this exquisite body is even more eye-catching. Lu Fangfei knows that Qinyu is looking at her. So although her face is red, her heartbeat is accelerated. And it seems that there is a groundhog in her heart that keeps shouting for help. But she is also very proud. Strictly speaking, she is not much worse than the 3 women around Qinyu. Even from the perspective of combat effectiveness and safety, she is better. Lu Fangfei didn't know where the desire to compete came from. After making all preparations, Qinyu came to her with a serious face. Lu Lieutenant, your mission is just to investigate. Investigate. Just investigate. Be careful. And don't do anything extra. To be honest, I am no match for that dragon now. I know. Don't worry. Lu Fangfei smiled warmly. Her heart was warm. She could feel that he was worried about her. Okay. As long as we figure out what is on the seabed. That's it. If we can't get any benefits, then we'll leave. Ignore the dragon. Let it grow freely. Yeah. Okay. I wish you success. Thank you. The 2 shook hands. It was like a leader mobilizing his subordinates. The 3 women behind him looked at each other. Their expressions were all very strange. Suddenly, Lu Lin whispered, let's make a bet. How long can Lieutenant Lu hold on? I guess that she has found the place of Tibet. She will find it secretly soon. The place of Tibet? I guess she may not be able to hold on before leaving this time. Yeah. I agree with Xiaoying. So soon? Xiaoyun. Can't you see? If Renza hadn't been here today, I guess she wouldn't have been able to hold on and kiss goodbye directly. Well, there's nothing I can do. Facing you, there's really nothing I can do. Even if I go to the west to find my Buddha will say there's nothing I can do. Puff. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. The 3 women all laughed. As a result, Lu Fangfei, who was at the beach, blushed instantly, and thought that Li Xiaoyun and the others were making fun of her. So she turned around seriously. Then she bent over and arched her hips. She jumped directly into the water. Qinyu's heart jumped when he saw it. Under the deep sea, the clarity is very high. The city has long been washed clean by the seawater. The world in front of Lu Fangfei is magical. Undersea city. It feels like a deja vu of a 2-dimensional science fiction movie. Chapter 480 Strength. Being in it, it feels like suddenly finding Atlantis. Lu Fangfei actually likes water very much. She has loved swimming since she was a child. It's not because she has a good figure, stretching out in the water, like a beautiful swimming fish. The key is that she always feels like an aquatic creature. It feels good when she touches the water. When I was in college, one of the sports elective courses I signed up for was swimming. I still remember the first time I entered the swimming pool wearing a one-piece swimsuit. There were a total of 27 boys in the class who signed up for swimming lessons, and 26 of them were looking forward to her. The remaining one had a mediocre reaction. and it was confirmed after graduation that he was a second chair. This is Lu Fangfei's strength. Later, when she really opened her superpowers and could breathe freely underwater, she was ecstatic. She wanted to swim underwater all the time. Swim freely like a fish. Unfortunately, there are not many opportunities. She is a medical officer in the army garrison. She can only stay on the shore. Lu Fangfei soars freely underwater, and her swimming speed is comparable to the fastest sailfish. Now, the coastal city 803 is all submerged underwater, so she can be regarded as shuttling between cities. A strange conversion system has mutated in her body, which allows her to breathe underwater and breathe oxygen in the water, just like a fish. A few hours later, Lu Fangfei swam to the south of Guangdong and finally entered the sea. Going further, the seawater gradually became deeper, and there were some smaller mutant fish underwater. Lu Fangfei turned on all her abilities. She activated the ability of sonic positioning to the maximum and explored the deep sea. At the same time, she didn't care about showing her beautiful figure, and directly activated her ability to become a sturdy giant woman, so that she could deal with the dangers on the seabed at any time. Dragon? She also wanted to see it. Does it really look like the legendary Chinese dragon? Moreover, dragons have loved treasure since ancient times. It has been wandering in the shallow sea area, and even risked going to war with mutant humans and didn't leave. Maybe it really is guarding something. Lu Fangfei was getting more and more excited. She started to speed up with all her strength. She swam faster and faster, just like teleporting on the seabed. Occasionally, when she sprinted at full speed, she even generated a huge shock wave effect on the seabed, and escaped hundreds of miles away in an instant. The resistance of the sea water became a decoration in front of her. At a certain moment, her sonic positioning suddenly sent back a special disturbance. An image immediately formed in her mind. Oh my goodness! I saw it. That behemoth. In fact, it was in the deep sea area behind the continental shelf that had left the shore. It was hovering in the center of the sea. It swam in the sea, exuding a terrifying pressure. Lu Fangfei's hair stood up all over her body. No wonder Qinyu said that he was no match for it. The pressure brought by the huge monster in the distance was as heavy as a mountain. Perhaps, it was already equivalent to the level of a level 4 mutant. Lu Fangfei slowly slowed down and swam towards the direction of the dragon. Suddenly, 3 or 4 thick tentacles shot out from a reef area on the seabed and immediately wrapped around her calves and neck. Lu Fangfei twisted her body suddenly. She bounced in the water and escaped from danger by explosion. Below, a giant mutant octopus slowly emerged from the reef area. As if it had set its sights on her, it swung its long tentacles and chased after her like a sharp arrow. Lu Fangfei frowned. She swam at full speed with all her strength. As a result, the closer she got to the dragon, the more mutant aquatic creatures rushed out from all around. Soon, she was surrounded by various fish. Lu Fangfei was surprised. Hovering in the sea, the muscles all over her body continued to condense and swell, and the deterrence of the powerful superpower became stronger and stronger. Count carefully. There were at least hundreds of mutant fish around. There were even large aggressive sharks. At a certain moment, a dark gray strange fish suddenly swung its tail and rushed up in an instant. Its action was like a signal gun. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed mutant fish around all opened their mouths and shook their heads and tails towards Lu Fangfei. The war of the century is coming. Lu Fangfei had a firm belief and strong fighting spirit, and she started the battle with her bare hands. This battle was inevitable. But fortunately, she was not hindered by the seawater. So fighting these mutant fish in the sea was actually the same as Qinyu fighting some small mutant animals on land. It was not difficult. It was just annoying. The main reason was that there were too many of them. For a while, Lu Fangfei shuttled back and forth in the water like a meat grinder. With her violent strength, any mutant fish that approached her was immediately torn into pieces. After a while, the water was dyed red with blood. Lu Fangfei's ferocity was also aroused. The powerful deterrence of the level 2 psychic slowly subdued the creatures in the sea. The mutant fish gradually stopped attacking. They all gathered around. For a moment, it seemed as if time had stopped underwater. Just as Lu Fangfei was trying to calm down the trembling of her muscles, she suddenly felt a terrible scanning sensation spreading from her head to her feet. What was observing her? She turned her head suddenly. In the scarlet and turbid sea water, 2 golden lights seemed to slowly light up. Soon, the scarlet sea water turned clear again. And Lu Fangfei also saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. Dragon. A huge dragon. Winding and powerful. It was quietly floating behind her. The huge dragon head tilted to the side. And the dark golden dragon eyes stared at her. No matter from the appearance or the feeling. Lu Fangfei felt that it was really a legendary dragon. Except that it had no claws. This feeling. Lu Fangfei felt terrified. Terrified to the point of trembling. Fortunately, the huge creature did not attack her. It just raised its long dragon whiskers, suddenly opened its big mouth, and took a deep breath of the surroundings. In an instant, the sea water seemed to be sucked into a bottomless vortex. Lu Fangfei hurriedly tried her best to stabilize her body. The fish carcasses that she had torn apart on the seabed before disappeared, all swallowed into its stomach. The sea water became clear and transparent again. After the turbulence disappeared, the dragon stared at Lu Fangfei for a moment, then slowly turned around and swam towards the distant deep sea. Lu Fangfei was a little confused. What does that mean? The dragon swam away and looked back at her again. Then it swam away again. Lu Fangfei understood. It was simply terrifying. This giant creature really understood human nature. The way it looked at her clearly wanted her to follow it. So, go and take a look. Lu Fangfei gritted her teeth and followed directly. Isn't her mission to investigate what the dragon is guarding? Now, it took the initiative to invite her. So why hesitate? So Lu Fangfei followed. Following the dragon. There was no mutant animal on the seabed that dared to approach or attack. And they had already hidden far away. In this way, Lu Fangfei slowly entered the dark and gloomy deep sea bottom.